Under 20. Smith back to throw. Smith takes off. Geno Smith, end zone ahead. Touchdown Seattle. With 12 seconds, Geno Smith again puts the Seahawks on his back. And Seattle's got the lead.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Geno Smith goes night-night on the San Francisco 49ers, and the region that Steph Curry plays in for a 13-yard touchdown. He had 2 big scrambles, and that final possession, and Seattle goes 11 plays, 80 yards in just 2 minutes and 26 seconds. And the 49ers not only lose their 3rd home game, but they lose their 3rd division game, a division game in which they led the last 4 minutes of a football game. They cannot close. They cannot finish. And this is why they are where they are right now. And look, man, that was a reality check as we say good morning to everybody out there getting up their graveyard shift. I'm sure we're going to take a lot of calls today because that's what people do. When you lose, you call and you complain and you want to fire everybody. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of that today. But the Niners are 5-5. They're a game out of first place, but by the tiebreakers, they're in last place in the NFC West. And they head to Green Bay and Buffalo over the next 2 weeks, and that could be see ya, 2025. Good morning, everybody. Get off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? There's no good business for the overnight dancers last night. I can guarantee you that.
Really?
Teachers, cops, firefighters, all that stuff. Spadoni for Shasky. We got Carter in the building. We got Lubman. What up? What up, Spado? What up, man?
Hey, man.
What
How
up?
you feeling, Bonte?
Yeah.
You were at the game yesterday. I saw you. You had your 2 girls with you. That was awesome, man. You got Anna. You had baby Ches. It looked like it was raining a little bit at times there, but not too bad. Maybe a sprinkle here and there.
No rain.
Okay,
no rain
good.
at all.
Well, maybe the camera just got a little sprinkle.
Okay, got a little misty out there.
Yeah. So I was watching the coverage on my couch, and that was just a ugly divisional, just kind of slog it out game where, the Seahawks are feeling great about their chances because that was a season-saving win for them.
Yes.
And for the 49ers, it might be a season-defining loss for them at this point. That was just a game that you had 3 minutes and 40 seconds left and you're damn near at midfield with first down. 1st and 10. Basically at midfield with 3.5 minutes to go. Up 4, and you lose that game. It's inexcusable. It's what we've come to expect from this team this year. And I heard Trent Williams after the game, and he said it was an uncharacteristic loss. It's like, no. This is who they are this season. 10 games into it, I don't want to hear that. You are what your record says you are at this point, especially at 5-5. You're just a mediocre team. Yeah, you can win any given week, but you can lose to anyone on any given Sunday. And then we've seen that ad nauseum this year in the NFL. Hell, 2 different teams where their stratosphere is, but the Chiefs losing yesterday to the Buffalo Bills. Anthony Richardson looking good with the Colts yesterday. Like, things can happen on any given Sunday. And the fact that Geno Smith had never beaten you guys, he had the worst quarterback record ever against the San Francisco 49ers. It was like, one of the worst records ever a quarterback has had against San Francisco. 0-5 heading into it. That was personal for him, and he did a night-night on you. He did a Stephen Curry night-night, and that feels like the lowest moment of the season after that. It feels like it.
Yeah, there's been some low moments, right? Chiefs game.
Yeah.
This game.
But at least that's the Chiefs, right? It's Patrick Mahomes.
Cardinals game.
Yeah.
Rams game.
But
that was
this team, though.
That was deflating because you come off a win against Tampa Bay. I'm going to break this game down. I don't think Brock was great. I don't think Shanahan was great. I don't think the defense was great. You got injury concerns with Nick Bosa. He's probably going to be out for a while. Fred Warner's out there. Hasn't had any big plays recently. Maybe he's just doing too much. Tarvarius Ward, unfortunately, is gone due to the personal tragedy.
Yeah.
They certainly missed him yesterday.
God, they missed George Kittle. George Kittle's the guy.
Kittle's the guy. I text Shasky that earlier in the game. I said, they just missed his juice. They don't have any guys who can create any explosive plays. Like Jawad Jennings tried to will that offense and tried to will this team to a win. And I think he's going to win the Lynn Eshmont Award winner, the most inspirational player on the 49ers since long. It's like the Willie Mack Award when it comes to the Giants. Jawad Jennings played his ass off, but there's no doubt they missed George Kittle. They missed George Kittle. We're going to get Jerry Rice on today at 8:30.
The GOAT?
I'm afraid that he's going to keep it too real about this football team. You know, maybe they need to hear that, but maybe it's just too late. Maybe it's just going to be one of those years. And this is solely on the offense, Padoni. They finished with just 277 yards on offense. That's their lowest output in the game since Week 6 of 2023, and their longest play today with for just 22 yards. Tied for the second shortest for a game since Shanahan took over in 2017. I mean, wow. And then you think about the penalties. So, you know, I was on Twitter a little last night. We just kind of replied to the trolls, Spinoni. And
I love doing that.
There's a lot of fire Shanahan. Shanahan. I will want to know why you want to fire Shanahan, but two, players got to make plays and players got to execute. They racked up 9 penalties yesterday, Spadoni. 9 penalties. And they just continue to shoot themselves in the foot over and over and over again. So if you want to blame the coach for players not uncovering, missing tackles, fumbling, throwing picks, not containing Geno Smith, so be it. But this team is just not good enough. We may be getting to a point where we need to think about shutting McCaffrey, Greenlaw down, letting some of the youngsters play a lot more snaps, like a game like last night. I know I'm long-winded here, Spinoni.
No, you're good.
Isaac Guerindo's a guy I wanted to see get him on the field and get him in space. He did have the 76-yard run against Seattle up in Seattle in the Thursday night game. You need some juice. You need some explosiveness. You need some speed on the field. Not playing Guerindo yesterday is just criminal.
And on the flip side, you know, we're talking about George Kittle missing him in the running game and the passing game, but after they lost Nick Bosa, I mean, Geno Smith just took off.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, that loss of Nick Bosa, and Pam Oliver was on the broadcast. I don't know if you heard this, but she was saying, Bosa was telling her, it's not really a hip, it's more of an oblique injury. Yeah. And that's even more concerning, obviously.
And he already had an oblique.
And he already had that. That's the thing. And he re-aggravated it. Was it the same side? I'm not sure. But he talked about it after the game where that did not give me confidence when he said, yeah, this could be a long-time thing. I don't know. And we know Bosa's in their injury history, both him and his brother. They're going to try to protect themselves, as any player should. But after he left the field, yeah, Leonard Floyd made a play. They sacked, right? Him and Yetur Gross-Matos. It was too late. And then Geno Smith finally figured out, hey, when you're playing the 49ers, if you can scramble a little bit, you should probably do that because they can't guard running quarterbacks. And he did that twice in that final drive and obviously got the touchdown there. So no Bosa towards the end there, no George Kittle. Ricky Pearsall did diddly-poo offensively after coming off a pretty good game with his first touchdown against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then Christian McCaffrey. I know a lot of people were thinking, man, do you get him back? You know, if he looks like the McCaffrey of old, hey, maybe this team could, get back into sync. They could go on a run. His stats say one thing, but when I watch him on the field, it said another. Slow. 19 carries, 79 yards, and he had 4 receptions for 27. So over 100 total purpose yards there for him, but
he's not the same McCaffrey.
Didn't have the burst. I saw more burst from a Jordan Mason one run from that toss play than I did from McCaffrey all day.
There's no burst from McCaffrey. There's just it's just bilateral Achilles tendonitis. What do we expect? This guy doesn't look the same. He's not going to look the same, and he doesn't have the quick burst. He does when he sees a gap, when he sees a lane, he just can't hit it like he used to. He just can't, and I can't blame him now. Going back to the because this is a great point about Chris McCaffrey, and I had a tweet last night where people say, Ponte, why would you take your game out of the playoffs? I'm not saying tank, but there's 2 guys here, Drake Greenlaw, who's up for a contract, and Christian McCaffrey, that I would just consider shutting down. Let Guerindo play. Get D. Winters, Graham, and Devondre Campbell, all those guys playing alongside Fred Warner, and see if you can make a run at this thing. But on the flip side, you can get Guerindo, Pearsall, Cowing, great experience here down the stretch in high-leverage situations, and let them play so you can see what type of future they can have for your football team. But McCaffrey out there, man, they're shutting down the run in the middle. There's nowhere to run in the middle of the field. You try to get outside. He can't get outside right now. It just doesn't look pretty. But then you add in Nick Bosa, and you brought up Nick Bosa. He left early in the second half. When he was on the field, Seattle averaged 3.3 yards a play. When he left the field, and this is according to Nick Wagner of ESPN, want to give him his credit here, per Nick Wagner, ESPN. When he left the field, Seattle averaged 6.1 yards a play. 6.1 yards per play. So is number 97 impactful? Does he make a difference? You're damn right he does. And you can see it right away with him. He was compromised. His change, so like the Madden ratings on change of direction, you know how you can get a 78, 85. his change of direction was negative 15. What? He can't move right now.
Yeah.
The hips is bothering him. The oblique is bothering him. He doesn't have a second move right now. So he played well yesterday considering what he was going through, but he's not right. And he didn't look right yesterday. So this team is beat up. They look slow. They look lethargic yesterday. It felt lethargic in the stadium, a 105 kick. It just may not be that year. And you know what? With everything that's happened this season, are we really surprised that they're at this point right now? Are we really surprised? I can't be.
They haven't beaten anyone, and when they've played decent teams or good teams, they've lost. This is who the Niners are. They are a 500 team. And no one's talking about tanking, because first and foremost, this team has too much talent still, even without some of those guys to tank. I don't know if you've been watching the rest of the NFL. There's a third of the league is awful.
It is.
Just god awful. Look at the top 10 picks right now. If you go to tankathon.com and miss me with the Kyle Shanahan crap, and I see you're getting on Twitter. I see it in my feed too. Shanahan. I was like, stop. Look at the first 10 teams that are picking next year and tell me, Doug Peterson, who should be gone, by the way. I don't know how he's not fired after that performance yesterday. Getting absolutely obliterated by Detroit.
He scored a touchdown on their first 7 possessions.
7.
They
lost Alex Anzalone, by the way. Broke his forearm. That's a big loss for them. He'll be back. But yeah, still a loss nonetheless.
Dude, they had 645 total yards.
It's bad. It's bad right now. You can look at the New York Giants. They benched Danny Dimes because they don't want to pay him $32 million if he gets injured. Finally bench him. So you got my boy, the Paisan, Tommy DeVito, to come on there.
Drew Lock? Is Drew Lock going to play?
No, they said Tommy DeVito.
They said Tommy DeVito?
Yeah.
I thought it was Drew Lock.
No, they said, no, Drew, you can stay the backup. We're going to elevate Tommy DeVito from third string to starter.
Wow.
So the tank is on there.
Wow.
Raiders are tanking. They don't know what they're doing, although Brock Bowers looks good. They got absolutely destroyed against the Miami Dolphins yesterday. So there's a lot of bad teams there. Kyle Shanahan, yes, he's part of the problem. He's not the major problem right now, San Francisco. They just don't have the juice. But, we talked about that ad nauseum in the summer, Bonte. Coming off a Super Bowl loss, this is kind of what you expect from teams, to take a little bit of a step back. We thought the Niners would be different, but why? They have so much wear and tear on them when it comes to all of these deep playoff runs year in and year
Kansas
out.
City? But what about Kansas City?
They have Patrick Mahomes.
What about Buffalo? They've been playing deep. They've been playing
Not as deep as the Niners.
Playoffs.
Not as deep as the Niners.
They've been playing deep. Buffalo's been in the second round. They've been in AFC championships.
Well,
I don't.
Do you want me to say it?
I don't really want to buy the wear and tear. Just this team has taken a step back.
I mean,
Colton McKivitz has taken a step back.
You mentioned 2 teams though with Josh Allen's MVP.
Well, that's the thing. That's another thing.
Brock Purdy didn't have a great game yesterday.
Well, can we just keep it a buck? He's not a $60 million a year quarterback. I'll just come out and say it. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm saying he's a top 8, top 10 quarterback, and that fluctuates. He's there though. I'll take Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Damn, Justin Herbert under Jim Harbaugh looks like a completely different dude. Unbelievable.
Looks great last night.
But Brock Purdy, $60 million a year quarterback? Nah, he ain't. He's not that. He's not that. You want to go 30 to 40? Fine. He's not a $60 million a year quarterback. He's not. Let's just nip that in the bud right now. Now, if the Niners do give him that much money and say, hey, here's $60 million a year, you might be in some trouble organizationally. You might be in some trouble.
I'm just looking at the 2 contracts that happened this past offseason. What was it? You had Trevor Lawrence, you had Dak Prescott. How are those teams looking right now with those quarterback contracts?
Hell, I'll even go Evan McPherson with the kicker. Cincinnati Bengals.
You go kicker on me. Kickers, by the way, it's not looking good.
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's not at all. Let's get to Bay. I want to get to Bay Rob, man. Bay Rob, set the tone today. I haven't heard from him for a while. I haven't heard from Bay Rob. Bay Rob, I hope you're good out there. Bay Rob, good morning, man. Set the tone today.
Top of the morning, guys. Happy Monday. Hey, man, I haven't been calling y'all Bunte because I've been evaluating this team. I was like, let me not flip off the handle, don't go crazy. I've been looking at the whole situation. This is my thing. We still back in square one. We don't got nobody to take it off the top. So ain't no defense scared of us. We talked about this for the last couple of years. Shanahan don't got a post on this team, bro. Meaning, at the end of the game, when it's crucial moments, we fold every time. We fold in a couple of Super Bowls because we didn't have no post on the team. Didn't know what to do. We can't finish out nothing, bro. I'm blaming this on Shanahan. Get a post on this team. Look at our team just looks discombobulated. I know we got a bunch of injuries and all that, but our team looks discombobulated, man. Run them young dudes. put Bell in the game. At least try to scare somebody. Like, we doing the same old thing, man. Look at all these other offenses that's just prevailing. Look at Detroit. Look at the numbers they put up. Look at Buffalo. Look at Kansas City. Look at all these other teams. Even Seattle. Do you know they played scared yesterday? We didn't play scared yesterday. We looked scared, dude. Like, just like he said, we was at the 50-yard line, and we couldn't get a couple of first downs. We didn't get a field goal in case they came back and scored, dude. Like, this dude Shanahan is over there playing scared, dude.
Yeah, no, good call, Rob. You're breaking up a little bit here, but we'll get to Shanahan. 888-957-9570. Who you giving the blame to? Because we're always going to play the blame game. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of blaming about this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy. But what went wrong yesterday? I thought Shanahan dialed up a hell of a play on 2nd and 11 to try to ice the game. Debo uncovers in the middle of the field. Maybe Brock Purdy's not tall enough to get it over the defenders' heads, but he airmails it. And we've seen him airmail plenty of passes this season. You've got to hit that play.
And you got to capitalize when the other opponent makes a bad mistake like Geno Smith did. 3 points was not good enough there in that field situation when you throw it right to Isaac Yadim. Like, those are the worst picks I've ever seen.
Well, not only the pick was bad, right? So Isaac Yadim gets the pick. Well, think about the penalties.
Oh,
Think about this. The Niners have a 1st and 10 at the Seattle 16. Well, let's get called for an illegal formation. Oh, wait. Let's get called for holding first, then an illegal formation, and let's go ahead and face a 1st and 25. 1st and 25 from the Seattle 31. And to get down to the 16-yard line. You don't score 6 there, and that was kind of a microcosm of the football game. The Niners lose 20-17. They fall to 5-5. They can't gain any momentum. 888-957-9570. We're going to talk a lot about this game. Warriors are in L.A. to take on the Clippers for a little revenge. Clippers won last night down in L.A. against the Utah Jazz at the Intuit Dome. So the Warriors will be down there in SoCal looking to win again. They're rolling right now, 10-2 on the season.
We're going to see a Steph Curry night tonight?
Well,
a la Geno Smith?
He's questionable, so hopefully he plays. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And all guests on 85.7 Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop, Jerry Rice at 8:30? And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
bringing an extra man out of the secondary here, and Purdy runs away from it. One-on-one to the pylon, the dive. He is in for the touchdown. No turf monster that time. Just a touchdown for Brock Purdy.
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Was my guy Joe Davis on the call alongside Greg Olson, Fox Sports. That was one highlight, and Purdy was scrambling a lot yesterday. He scrambled 5 times, 40 yards. He's done that a lot with his legs, but just 21 to 28, 159 in the pass game. Ricky Pearsall just 2 targets, not a single catch or yard. Eric Saubert, you missed George Kittle tremendously. We got the word Saturday night, right? Late Saturday night. George Kittle's going to miss the game due to hamstring irritation. Had no idea. No idea. That to me was like, what? Oh, man, George Kittle. All right, now there's no Brendan Ayuk. There's no George Kittle. Debo's a bit compromised. Trent Williams has an ankle issue. Who the hell's going to catch a football? Oh, wait, Jawad Jennings. Jawad Jennings, 10 catches, 91 yards, and a touchdown. He did whatever he could do to win that football game. Shout out to that young man. Dude, he's played his ass off this season, Spadone.
He dragged like 4 different defenders with him to get that first down. After they had that boneheaded 3rd and 1, get a holding penalty. It's like, okay. Like, that's just, like, one of those is probably the most frustrating thing as a fan, to see a 3rd and 1 where you can just run it in, and then you get a 10-yard penalty after that. But after getting that 3rd and 11, Jawad Jennings catches it, I want to say 4 yards before the line to gain, and he just drags 4 different Seattle Seahawks defenders with him. He tried to will that team to a victory. He gets the touchdown after that. They go up 4 points, but it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough.
We're going to evaluate Brock Purdy's performance. How did we feel about Purdy yesterday? I noticed sometimes you check down as your best friend. It's okay to check it down every now and then. Got a little greedy at times.
He was missing those, and they were pointing it out on the broadcast too, where McCaffrey was right there to do a quick dump off, but he wasn't even looking for him. And then it was too late to throw it to him, and he scrambles instead. And he was putting himself like, listen, Brock, I know you could run a little bit, but you're also not Cam Newton. You're also not Josh Allen. You're not Patrick Mahomes. You're not that big. And these guys will try to tee off on you if you're a runner.
I don't know how I feel about Brock after yesterday. Like, we always talk about the money, what he's going to get, $60 million. Well, I think he lost money yesterday if we would have played that game. I did not see it great. I didn't see elite. I didn't see, boy, what a throw. I didn't do that one time yesterday. Not once did I say, wow, look at that play. No, his scrambles are, the touchdown scramble that we just played, the highlight was awesome. And the fact that he has the ability to do that on any given play is a plus. You need that in today's NFL. But, man, there's too many times where I don't know, man. That's such a deflating loss. I'm honestly, Spinoni, driving home from that game and just thinking about the energy within that stadium, it felt like just a ho-hum week 3, whatever type of game. This is November football, and it was flat. It felt like there was no juice. The players were unable to provide juice to the fan base. The fan base was unable to provide juice to the players. This was a flat day. It felt like you're walking into the stadium. It felt like you're walking out. And when you watch the game play out, it felt like it was a flat performance, for crying out loud.
Well, on Friday, we were talking about this, Bonte, when I was filling in for Shasky. Like, there was no urgency from the fans even on a Friday against the Seahawks. Yeah. There was nothing. They're like, oh, yeah, the Seahawks, yeah. And we had Dick Fan on from our sister station out. KJR 96.9 over in Seattle, the Softy and Dick show. And he was saying, like, yeah, the Niners are probably still in this division. I was like, really? Really? I was like, I wouldn't be that confident in this team doing it. Now, he didn't have much faith in his Seattle Seahawks. Even their own people covering the team didn't have faith in the Seahawks. So no one thought they were going to win that game. They just thought the 49ers, we've owned them. But I think we've come to realize this isn't the same 49ers team as the last few years. No, it's just not. And it's feeling like a lost season, to be honest with you.
It does.
They're 5-5. They're 3-3 at home. They're very average. No. The division's up for grabs, but they're last in this division that's up for grabs. And honestly, I feel better about, well, not the Seahawks offense, really.
Arizona, maybe.
But Arizona's offense, I feel better about. And what I saw from the Rams yesterday, too, against Drake Bay, who, by the way, looked pretty good for the Patriots.
Let me say this, though. All right. Arizona travels to Seattle next Sunday. They do. Who the hell knows what's going to happen in that game? The Rams are hosting Philadelphia on Sunday Night Football
that's gonna
in
be
L.A.,
fun.
and it's going to be a lot of Eagle fans there. Did Green Bay look great yesterday?
Divisional game.
Divisional games are ugly.
They're ugly.
They're ugly.
They were handling it for a time, and then, the Bears flipped the script, and Caleb had a hell of a drive there late.
Jordan Love will throw it up to the other team.
He will, yes.
He will throw it up to the other team, and they needed a block field goal to beat Chicago. Now, I get it. It's a divisional game. Yesterday was a divisional game. But would it honestly shock you if the Niners went to Green Bay and won that football game?
Kinda. They haven't beaten any good teams. They haven't beaten a team over 500.
I don't know if Green Bay's good.
They're over 500.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're good.
But Niners haven't beaten a team that's over 500.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. But I don't know if Green Bay's good.
And we'll see what the weather's like next week. I was looking at it. It's like, it might be 30 degrees. There might be wind chill there. So it might be an ugly game, and I would like to lean on Josh Jacobs. And we'll see if no Nick Bosa. Is that run defense going to be even more compromised potentially for San Francisco? And what's Christian McCaffrey going to look like in the cold weather?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if there's no burst already there, and it was kind of chilly there yesterday, it looked like. I mean, this isn't Tampa Bay where it's hot and humid and stuff like that, which I'd feel better about if I was trying to get my star running back into shape here. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to give the 49ers. They can win.
I hear you.
Sure.
They can win, but they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt this season. I get it. But it wouldn't surprise me if they won that game next week. All right, let's go to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. He might be in the running for Roaster of the Year. He's been bringing it this season. Manny, no pressure. He's a nominee. You got to sway Spadoni here because he's on the BPA train, which we know what BPA is going to say. I already know his phone call, and he's not going to call for another 3 hours. Manny, Dumbarton Bridge, what's happening?
I appreciate it. I appreciate the endorsement, man. I am up early this morning because it was a sleepless night for many, many reasons. But I want to focus on the Niners. You guys are saying they have no juice, and I'm going to solidify what you said. I'm looking at analytics right now. Did you know that the Niners offense in 2023 was scoring 28.9 points per game?
Mm-hmm.
They have regressed to 26.3, and they are the fourth worst team in terms of the regression as far as points scored. Ironically, before BA got hurt and left, he was 12th ranked as having the most drop passes in the NFL amongst wide receivers. The only other receivers that are less than that is Keon Coleman, Jerry Jeudy, and Darius Slayton. So they can actually catch the ball better than BA. And what's more ironic is Debo. You just love picking on the special teams guys last week, right? With you and your spectacular 5 catches for 30 yards, and 2 of which amounted to jack squat. The kicking game for the Niners, 6th best in the NFL as far as field goals and extra points. They're making 95.5% of their kicks. So where's the juice that we're looking at that's lacking? Here's where it is. Vontae, you mentioned it. Jennings is playing his rear off.
Mm-hmm.
It's time we make some positional changes, man. Someone needs to scoot over that number 1 spot and hand it to someone who actually deserves it. Heck, I'd even put Ricky at 2 and give the rookie a chance because he's shown some flashes that might prove beneficial for us rather than what Debo's bringing. I mean, we've got 2 receivers that act like divas, that act like Jerry and John, but man, they are mid. If Debo was on the Chiefs, he'd be Valdez-Scantling. If he was on the Steelers, he'd be Juju when Juju was there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
One flash wonder. I haven't seen nothing out of Debo since 21 when he had 1,400 points. Now, maybe Kyle should dial up some of those play or 1,400 yards. Maybe Kyle needs to go back a few years and see what he got out of Debo to come up with that production, because do we not see that Debo only has 1 touchdown this year?
Wow.
In how many games?
Wow. It's not pretty, Manny. It's not pretty.
Yes, a lot of it, Bonte, you're right. Purdy factors into this as well. Has he regressed? With Brock, he's going to get games like this, and then in the next 2 or 3 games, he's going to have like 300 yards and like 4 touchdowns. He can get streaky like that. And the one thing that I want to say is I can't blame Shanahan anymore. It's tempting to do it, right? The play calling, the coordinators, the coaches. But we always touch on it. Players got to play. Shanahan's not bumping off sides.
Yep, no doubt, Manny. We got to run. Manny. Good call. Coaches coach. players play. Now, with that said,
Thanks, Ditka.
maybe you need a new special teams coordinator. Maybe you need another set of eyes offensively. Maybe you need some juice here. We can pick that up. Carrie, Leland, RJ, Bo, get to everybody on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Juwan Jennings has lived today.
They got nobody here at the top of the screen.
Looking in his direction, Jennings again fighting for the sticks, breaking tackles, and getting a first down. What fight from Juwan Jennings.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Juwan Jennings played his ass off. He played his ass off yesterday. 10 catches, 91 yards, scored a touchdown there. Nice little play-action pass. Early in the fourth quarter, Niners took the lead, 17-13. He's a plop. He's a player. 10 catches on 11 targets. But who else is coming along for the ride? Deebo Samuel's getting $28 million. $28 million. 4 catches, 22 yards, 7 targets. Not good enough.
Yeah, but what did Tabor Pepper do yesterday, Bonte? That's the real question.
Oh, man.
Because, I mean, you want to go at the long snapper when your day's not going too well, right?
Well,
you got to find the juice somewhere, right?
I don't blame him for that one. I don't blame him for that one. But when you do things like that, you have to perform at a high level. And you have to hold yourself accountable. And you have to perform at a high level. And right now, Deebo Samuel, I don't see the separation. Hell, we haven't seen this really since before the Super Bowl. The lack of separation, the lack of juice. The jet sweeps don't work anymore with this guy. It's just not pretty.
No.
It's not pretty. So
he came across as a bully last week to me, Bonte, personally, and I know you don't feel that way, but he came across as a bully last week and he got bullied yesterday. He got absolutely just punked yesterday against the Seattle Seahawks. And it was interesting because there was a story that got put out from Adam Schefter the night before about the Seahawks trying to draft both DK Metcalf and Deebo Samuel. Not that it means anything. I just thought it was interesting.
Right, it was. But it was like 5-6 years later. This story's coming out. Later,
which is interesting because both those guys are obviously freaks in their own way, different styles of play and whatnot. DK had a solid day, but Jackson Smith and Jigba on the other side, like that's the guy for me that I'm looking at, who, along with Juwan Jennings, but Jackson Smith and Jigba, best slot receiver in the NFL. For my money, I think he is 10 receptions, 110 yards.
Well, Jamar Chase plays in the slot.
He does, but I think he lines
chill.
up more. But I see him lining up. He's there. I think he's like true number one. But when you got guys like DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, I know Tyler Lockett's a little bit older. I think it speaks even more volumes that you dominate the way you did with those other guys. And I know T. Higgins is there with Jamar Chase and whatnot. But yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba, time after time, for what Juwan Jennings was doing with the 49ers, Jackson Smith and Jigga was doing that for the Seattle Seahawks, just play after play after play. And a bad challenge yesterday from Kyle Shanahan.
Too bad. I thought it was 2 bad challenges.
Yes, especially the DK one, where it's like there's not indisputable evidence. You need to have legit evidence when it comes to that stuff. The toe tapping, the possessions, like not good day at the office for Kyle Shanahan when it came to challenges.
Everything's on the table, folks. 888-957-9570. We're going to get to the lines here. They're packed. We got to get everybody in here. By the way, today the Warriors do play the Clippers. We'll be able to cleanse the bad palate we have or the bad taste we have in our mouth right now off of this just, what a disgusting loss. Tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Let's go out to Mole in Detroit. Our good friend Mole. What's happening, Mole?
Bonte, good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning, Mole. I'm good.
Hey, two quick points. I appreciate your time. Number one, the word of the day is insanity. You keep doing the same thing over and over, and you expect a different result, whether it's Deebo in the backfield or every Tom, Dick, and Harry figured that out. You got to get rid of that play. The holding calls, the special teams, whatever it may be, it's the same crap over and over and why we keep losing, and they never change anything about it. And then I think number two is the off season is going to be a big decision to make, and I want to know what your guys' thoughts are. You pay a quarterback, you have to get rid of people. Do you want to go that route, or would you want to go a route where you find some new, fresh talent at a really discounted, cheap, rookie rate or first-year rate, whatever it may be? I don't know who that guy is, and you load the team, or you could keep a lot of those players around or bring new people in. That's a big decision I think we're going to have to face in the offseason. Is Purdy the guy? Is it worth the money to get rid of the other people? It's a pendulum swing. What do you do? And I don't have that answer for them. Well, want to hear your guys' feedback about that?
Yeah, no, Mo, it's a good question. And it's a question we're going to have to answer all offseason until something gets done here. Is Purdy a franchise quarterback? I think he's a solid quarterback. I do. I think he's a solid quarterback. He's a good quarterback. Is he a great quarterback? I don't want to throw the great word out there quite yet.
He was great last year, but everything was going well last year for the 49ers too. Now everything's not going well, and he looks pretty average. Like they're an average team right now, and the quarterback's been maybe at times pretty good, but for the most part, like the performance yesterday when he got one pick and one touchdown, it was just kind of great. It was maybe good enough on some days to beat the Seattle Seahawks, but not yesterday. And I thought from the first game that they played to this one, Mike McDonald showed a lot more adjustments from his second go around as offensive or as defensive coordinator / head coach, basically, of the Seattle Seahawks. He did a lot more this go around, and they talked about it before the game, Bonte. It was like, we need to show him different looks. Yeah, we're going to respect his ability to run the ball, and they did. And Brock Purdy, to his credit, he ran it a couple times, but I thought overall in the running game, they did a pretty damn good job against Christian McCaffrey and co. It was the scrambles that got him a little bit, but you know what? I think they lived with that, and they ended up getting the win, and they shut down everyone else not named Juwan Jennings. Yeah,
I mean, just the lack of explosion on the outsides was really alarming. It was really alarming for me. Pearsall, I didn't see get open. Now I need to watch the tape again, but just watching it from my seats, the all-22 view, it's like, where's number 14 at? There's defenders all in his face. Couldn't get off the line of scrimmage. Couldn't beat press man yesterday. Juwan Jennings, even though he wasn't gaining separation, he was able to catch a lot of passes because of his big catch radius. He's a bigger wide receiver, big guy, can high point the football. He's physical. Deebo Samuel could not uncover. I would like to see Jacob Cowie maybe get some touches here. Hell, even dust off Roddy Bell in a game like that. I'm desperate right now because you have no Brandon Ayuk, you have no George Kittle. Christian McCaffrey's clearly compromised. Colton McKivitz couldn't block you, Spadoni, right now. Jake Brindle in the middle. He gets no push off the line of scrimmage. This offense is a disaster right now. It's everybody. Shanahan, Purdy, Debo, Brindle, McKivitz, Trent Williams at times didn't play well. And we have a YouTube poll question up right now. This is wild. Several issues with the Niners right now. Who is most to blame? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Shanahan? Is it special teams? Is it the offensive line? 59.4% said Shanahan. This guy's been so successful, yet his Q rating has never been lower. And I'm not here to say fire Shanahan. I'm not doing that. That's insanity. And it sounds childish. Let's just fire the head coach. Oh, you just lost the Super Bowl. Let's fire the head coach for next year. You don't do that. But the coach does have to look in the mirror and maybe make some adjustments here. Make some adjustments. And what are those adjustments? Maybe it's just a little bit of tweak in the scheme. Maybe he's giving the quarterback more on his plate. I don't know, but something needs to shake next season with Shanahan. And it's not telling him to clean out his office and get out of town. No, absolutely not. I already alluded to how many bad coaches there are in the NFL and just bad teams that would just die for a coach like Kyle Shanahan. I can name all of them on my all 10 fingers. There does need to be a philosophical change, though, I believe, with this team. Because what I saw yesterday around the NFL, especially in that Kansas City and Buffalo Bills game, signaled something to me. Especially the Chiefs. They're the ones that started it. They looked at their team overall around Patrick Mahomes, and they were centered around him, Tyreek Hill, Kareem Hunt, Travis Kelce. They were explosive, and you know what? We'll outscore anybody, right? And then they made a shift, and they shifted it all to defense. They realized they had to pay their quarterback $500 million, and he was worth it, and he's been worth it. They're going for a three-peat, but they needed a philosophical change within their team. And Andy Reid, an offensive guru, a mastermind, a guy that's been doing it for 20-plus years, was willing to do that and invest on the defensive side of the ball and invest in one of the best, if not the best defensive coordinator in the game, in Steve Spagnuolo. And it's changed everything for them. Look at what the Buffalo Bills, Sean McDermott, defensive guy, they've invested a lot with that defense. And I look at a team that was up there with those teams in the AFC that's taken a step back because they didn't do that. The Cincinnati Bengals, they were going all in on offense. You know, they're still waiting to pay Jamar Chase, but they paid Joe Burrow all that money. And defensively, that was what they were hanging their hat on when they were able to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs a few years ago, Bonte. It was because of that defense. Where's that defense now? It's bad. It's not good enough. You saw it last night against the Chargers. Chargers, by the way, a team that looking like they shifted their philosophy. We're going to ground and pound, and we're going to lean on our defense. And Justin Herbert looks incredible now. Does look great.
A lot has been taken off of his plate. So I just look at teams like that, and I look at what the 49ers are doing. Maybe there is too much on Brock Purdy's plate. Maybe he wasn't asked to do as much at times last year because everything else was going well, but now things aren't going well. So I think you have to adjust your philosophy. But that's an off-season thing.
Yep.
I don't think you could do that mid-season.
No, you got to do what you got to do. What you got to do, which is run the football and try to set up the play-action passing. But running the football right now has been tough. You're grinding for these yards. Christian McCaffrey averaged 4.2 yards a carry, and it felt like 3 watching it. It was like, man, there's not a lot of room here. You're not getting a lot of push off the line of scrimmage. So let's go to Casey in Scottsdale. Casey, what's happening? We'll get to everybody. Leland, you coming up. RJ, TC, and Zach, I see you. I see everybody, man. The hard hitters are coming out, especially after a loss. Carrie in Scottsdale, not Casey. Carrie, what's happening?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, and appreciate you guys providing therapy for your listeners this morning. The problem has always been, the problem will always be Kyle Shanahan. And the reason is because I was around for the 5 Super Bowl wins, and the biggest position that Bill Walsh and coaches took care of was the offensive line. And Kyle Shanahan's stubbornnness and ego, thinking that he can always scheme his offense when he really needs a quality 5-person line. He's 40% short right now with McKivitz and Brendel. And the offensive line is going to allow you to control the game, keep your defense off the field, allows you to run, gives Purdy time. And he just doesn't have it. We're not winning a Super Bowl until we get a full offensive line. And Kyle Shanahan needs to change his philosophy. They also need to get a little more creative. Why not Jordan Mason in the backfield and McCaffrey out in the slot? And on defense, a 4-man front and no blitzing when Bosa's out. You got to get creative. You got to think on the fly, and they're just not doing it. The Niners have a coaching problem. They have the talent, except for the offensive line. They really need to bolster up that O-line.
I agree. They need to both. McKivitz at right tackle is just a problem. If you don't have George Kittle out there chipping and helping him, he's barbecue chicken. He really is. He is food for the defensive line. There's no doubt. Let's go to Leland and Sack. Then we'll get to RJTC. What's up, Leland?
Leland? Is this Jim?
Hey, good morning, guys. It's Leland calling from Sacramento. Always appreciate the commentary and analysis you guys bring it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, I got a few, things to say. A couple points. Apologize ahead of time if I already covered something a previous caller did, but I took some time and put some notes together. I'd like to pick on Nick Sorensen a little bit. I looked at him a couple times during the game yesterday. Cameras went on him, and honestly, he looks like a lost child on the sideline. The game went out, the 4 rushers over and over and over again, very vanilla defense, no blitzing. I think in the fourth quarter, that last drive, they blitzed one time. And I'm sorry, that's just not enough. And, that's coaching. They lost containment on Geno Smith, let him make that touchdown that won the game. And so I'm saying the defensive line, especially after Nick Bosa went out, they just didn't have it. They lost their touch. On the offensive side of the ball, the only person that earned my respect yesterday, you guys covered it, Juwan Jennings. That dude has grit, determination. And if more of the 49er players had that quality, they'd be winning games instead of losing. Offensive line, oh my gosh, so many penalties, offsides, holding, to destroy drives, too many mistakes. The 49ers in short, they don't play like a championship team. Winning teams just don't make these mistakes. The 49ers are not going to make the playoffs, and I'm a fan. I'm just being real.
Real quick, Leland, how you feel about Shanahan? Because that seems to be a big talking point with all the Niner fans out there on the internet, in the streets. You're not firing Shanahan, are you?
No, Shanahan's got a good pedigree, and everyone deserves the opportunity to, do better. We got to remember, before Shanahan, there wasn't a lot to celebrate. Mm-hmm. He's been to the playoffs in 5 years, 4 times? Is that it?
4 times in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I'm not ready to jettison him. I just think that Shanahan maybe needs to reinvent himself a little bit. He's got a lot of hubris, a lot of ego going. it's tough being an NFL coach. Everybody loves you when you're winning. Everybody hates you when you lose.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt,
Thanks,
Leland. Good call. And you know what? The thing with Shanahan is they didn't really love him when he was winning.
No.
It certainly doesn't feel like it.
He definitely has, whether it's the way he speaks, the way he comes across, it's what he doesn't endear himself well to the fan base at times, especially when things aren't going well. But to be honest, like, who does? Like, when it's Steve Kerr and the Warriors, like, if the Warriors go on a 5-game losing streak at some point this year, they'll have a little down stretch because every team does in the NBA. But it's going to be like, oh, Steve Kerr, these rotations, Bonte, I don't know, come playoff time. It's like, stop. Like, we know when these guys are at their best, when the team is playing at their best, they are a big reason why. And things aren't going well right now, and he's the head coach, and he deserves blame. But the penalties, for sure, though, Bonte,
right.
That's the thing for me that is coaching. Like, you're either coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. Like, that's what they say when it comes to the penalties.
Well, when I think about illegal formations, that's because guys are not accustomed to being in a position to get on the field, right? You got so many guys in and out the lineup. You're lining up wrong. It's not a lot of repetitions in practice. But 2, holding calls. Come on. Holding calls, illegal man downfield. You shoot yourself in the foot. The player's got to take accountability.
Yes, but it's
too much. It's too much of the, when I see things like fire Shanahan, he doesn't have these guys ready to play. Well, these guys are millionaire players. Fred Warner had a quote earlier this season. Said, if you can't get up for this game, I think it was going up to Seattle.
It was the Seahawks game, yeah.
He goes, if you can't get up for a Thursday night primetime game and you need a speech, then you probably shouldn't be in this locker room. And it's the same thing with this damn team. If you need Shanahan to throw a Gatorade bucket or throw the chalk at the board and just throw the iPad to Microsoft Surface and break it, then you know what? You don't need to be on the team. Your season's on the line. It's the damn Seattle Seahawks opposing you, a rivalry game. You shouldn't need extra juice from the coach. Like, this ain't Little League. We ain't watching some movie any given Sunday with Al Pacino giving a speech to Willie Beeman and Cap Rudy. Come on, man.
I don't think Nick Sorensen, and I get it because you got to point the blame at someone. I didn't think he was bad. Like, I didn't think the Niners defense was bad yesterday. The last drive was bad, but you also lost your best player for most of that half. Like, Nick Bosa was gone after he got that 1 sack on Geno, and then he re-aggravated that oblique/hip injury, and he wasn't to be seen again. Like, and yes, you pay Leonard Floyd, you'd hope he'd step up, and they were afraid. Clearly, they were afraid of blitzing because they thought Geno Smith would have picked them apart there, and he just scrambled instead, and that was the difference with those 2 major scrambles, the last one for a touchdown. So, like, we can get on Nick Sorensen if that's who you want to blame for yesterday. Score more points. Like, you got your head coach is supposed to be the offensive guru.
Yeah, no.
That's where it is for me. Your guy, Brock Purdy, is supposed to be the guy.
You know what, though? When you don't have playmakers, this is what happens.
Well,
there's too much juice on the sidelines. All right?
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey, the offensive player of the year of the team.
Well, it's coming off a bilateral Achilles tendonitis. What the hell did we expect?
It's been 2 games
What
now.
the hell did we expect from him coming back? Did we really think it's a bonus that he's even playing? It's a miracle that he's playing. It's got bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Do you think the guy was going to look like the offensive player of the year? Like, we got to be, what are we on crack? Thinking that McCaffrey's going to come back like, oh, yeah, OPOY is coming back. He's not going to be the same. He's not going to have the same juice. He's just not.
Well, I know what Jordan Mason was looking like in his absence for most of the year, and he was looking like one of the best running backs in the league.
Well, there needs to be more reps for Jordan Mason. There needs to be more reps. But Jordan Mason was kind of tailing off a little bit. I want to see Garindo. You need speed on the field. It seems too slow as a unit. Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
What's up, RJ?
Hey, Bonte, thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
You guys are hitting it. You guys are hitting it today, man. You guys are on fire. I think with Shanahan, very stubborn, man. He is that guy that comes into the office with his spills coffee and just looks, he just looks down on everybody. For some reason, I think he just thinks he's smarter than everybody. And why is it me as a fan can see that we need playmakers out there, as many as we can. So why not put Isaac Guerrero in the back and why not put Christian McCaffrey in the slot? I was calling that in the second half. He didn't make his adjustments. He stuck to his guns, and he defended it at the end of the game on his post-comp, his
presser.
What is it called? The presser.
Yep.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're
and then, and then about Brock Purdy, man, he just looks limited, man. I mean, the size is starting to show. His arm strength is starting to show. I just watched Sunday Night Football, and I saw 2 stud quarterbacks pour their house out. I mean, the arm strength on them, they could throw beams. I mean, you see Joe Burrow just throw it with ease. And I think I'm kind of with you guys. I cannot see Brock Purdy getting a $60 million deal, not with as many limitations as he has. But I think I'm coming around to look at this season and say, you know, we might have to take a step back, Bonte.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at, man.
Yep.
But I love y'all, man.
Good call, RJ. Good call, man. Good call. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM at HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Look, I suggested that the Niners should maybe put more on Purdy's plate moving forward and playing Pearsall, Cowing, and Garindo a lot more because I want to see what these rooks can do. They have a lot of juice. I want to see them get used in certain ways. And, hey, can you build an offense around these guys? And then put more on Brock Purdy's plate because I need to figure out his damn contract. I need to figure out if I'm going to break the bank with this guy. Am I going to break the bank with this guy? Is he $60 million a year worthy? Come on, I don't know.
I'm curious to ask Jerry Rice and his thoughts on this offense because we're going to have the GOAT joining us today, Bonte Hill, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Jerry's going to be perfect to talk about what he saw from Juwan Jennings yesterday, what he didn't see with Ricky Pearsall, the rookie. Like, he's one of the greatest offensive players, if not the greatest offensive player ever right now. And he knows this team inside and out. He knows that locker room inside and out. He knows his coaching staff. What the hell is going on with this team? Is it just a lost season for this team?
Could be.
It might just be. Well, 888-957-9570.
Let's go to TC Sacramento. TC, what's happening?
Oh, we're going to Sac.
That's up. Bonte, what's up?
What's up, TC? What's up, bro?
Oh, man, just vibing, you know.
Spadoni, you got to say good morning, Spadoni. You got to say good morning, Spadoni.
I felt it. It's all good.
My bad. Listen. Hey, Spadoni, listen. My bad, bro. My bad. What's up, dog? Hey, listen, I just want to keep it simple. I'm asking the question. Hey, the callers was on fire. Listen, we can't keep dancing around the issue. The issue was Kyle Shanahan, period. We're not talking about let him go right now today. But this offseason, bro, that's the adjustment. The adjustment is get that guy out of here, man. It's not it. He's not it, man.
Hold on. Let's play this game real quick because we're up against it. Who are you replacing him with?
I'm going to get the dude, Ben Johnson.
Okay, get this guy. Please, stop. Stop it. No.
TC.
I'm not letting we're not getting Ben Johnson right now, Bonte Hill.
Let him finish the call. He's been on hold for a long time. Let him get his thoughts out. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's awarded an opinion. TC, finish, man.
Ben Johnson is a guy. Everybody acting like he ain't the guy that we don't know what we're talking about. That's the shakeup. Get rid of Kyle Shanahan and move on. We got to find out if Brock Purdy's a guy. I'm with you, Bonte. Move on.
No, I'm not saying move on from Shanahan. You're not with me on that one. I don't want to move on from Shanahan. I just want to let you get your thoughts out there, TC. I'm not moving on from Shanahan. If he wants to call back on, Ben Johnson, whatever. You guys didn't even know who Ben Johnson was last year. You didn't even know who he was. I suggested Detroit. You guys are laughing at me saying, you think Derek Campbell and this team? Really? Well, now look at him. Relax. You're not going to fire Shanahan. He's coming into the season over the last 5 years. The guy was 54-29 and 8-3 in the playoffs. Come on, guys. You've got a winning coach. He's 54-29 and 8-3 in the playoffs, and he's yet to lose a locker room. You don't just fire a guy like that. What are we doing?
Is this the most challenging season he's had as 49ers head coach?
Absolutely.
Not
and let's close. Get into not even close. We'll get into it on the other side. Verducci, Mr. D, I see you, Mr. D. We'll get to you out there. Joe and Sack, Andre, Stu, everybody's getting on here. Our pets' heads are falling off. There's no doubt.
Situation loser, bro.
Look, we got 2 tough road games coming up. Green Bay, Buffalo, and the Elements. Situation is critical. We're talking about it here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your 15-minute drive-through oil change. I got one this weekend. It was in and out, baby. The friendly expert technicians checked my tire pressure. They got that rolling. They checked my fluids. They said everything was good. The windshield wipers, the batteries, everything, man. They did a hell of a job on my Batmobile, on the Batmobile, I should say. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
inches. Seahawks think they got it.
Yeah, he needed to get to the 36-yard line. Right there, just a ton of penetration up the middle. I think he looks short.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
These are the shows and these are the days that separate the real ones from the fake ones. In the foxhole, things are going to get turbulent, right? Right now, we're battling through a lot of turbulence.
I don't think a lot of Niners fans want Kyle Shanahan in the foxhole with them right now.
No, they don't. His Q rating's at an all-time low. All-time low with this fan base. There's no doubt. But what do? Is it all on Shanahan? Can you really sit up here, wake up after that game, and watch it back? And you think about what transpired yesterday at Levi Stadium, losing 20-17 to Seattle. It's your third division loss. You only won one division game. You got two more left with the Rams on a Thursday night at Levi's and the Cardinals in the last game of the season in Glendale, Arizona.
This schedule is brutal.
There's no doubt.
Packers, Bills, Bears, Rams, Dolphins, Lions, Cardinals. There is not one easy matchup there.
No.
Not to say any team's easy in the NFL, especially with this Niners team, but you thought this Seahawks one was going to be the last one because you've owned them 5 straight times. And
Six straight times,
excuse me. But 5-0 against Geno Smith, I should say. And yeah, you lose that one the way you did yesterday, the way the Packers have to be feeling after getting that last-second block against their division rival Bears, the way the Bills are feeling after beating the Chiefs. They could beat anyone. The Bears are, like, that defense travels. Like, there's no gimmies on this schedule. There's no gimmies in general for the 49ers this year because they're an average team right now.
Hey, man, Gronk said it, and I'm going to steal this from the 925 on the Comcast Business Tech side. Rob Gronkowski. He told Kay Adams this earlier in the year. I forgot all about it. But he just reminded me. Gronk doesn't sound too crazy now about how the Niners don't have an it guy. Or is it George Kittle was that it guy, and he was sorely missing? There's no doubt. I don't want to ever hear anything about George Kittle being overrated or not. George Kittle was completely – George Kittle plays in that football game, they win, and we're talking about a victory Monday. And, hell, we're probably not getting the calls we're getting, and we're probably talking about the Warriors or Clippers at this point. We are, really. That's where we're at right now. By the way, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners, Warriors, and stations and radio shows like this one. And catch amazing interviews you missed. Download the Odyssey app all day long. Jerry Rice, 8:30, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's get to some lives here.
Real quick stat. George Kittle, career against the Seattle Seahawks, 56 catches, 808 yards, and 7 touchdowns. He owns them.
Go look at his last 6 games against Seattle. He's been all-time great against them. All-time great. He's a Hall of Famer. He's definitely the best tight end in 49ers franchise history.
One of the greatest tight ends in NFL history.
Yeah, he's up there. I don't know if
he's
maybe
one
top 10.
of.
It's a deep position.
I mean, it's him and Kelsey of this era for sure. And Kelsey's obviously getting a little bit older. Gronk, I'd put up there. Gronk is just
Tony Gonzalez, Kellen Winslow, Shannon Sharp.
Gronk I always isolate too because I do believe he was the greatest all-around tight end.
Yeah, he was. Ever. He was. Shannon Sharp, Antonio Gates, Tony Gonzalez.
Dave Casper.
Dave Casper was good. He was good.
Goes to the post.
Let's go to Mr. D in the city. Mr. D, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, hey, Spadoni, what's going on this morning, guys?
Oh, man, it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Yeah, man, listen, man. We got to have more versatility. Shanahan is too predictable. I'm not saying get rid of him, but he's too predictable. We need some
Hey,
versatility.
Mr. D, hold on. You got something playing in the background there. What are you listening to?
That's SF Bay drummer, my son. He's listening to us on the radio.
Oh, okay. Tell him to turn it down. Tell him to turn it down, and then you got to keep going, okay? Because we can hear ourselves.
No, it just came through on my phone, but it's good.
Okay.
We're good now.
Okay, cool.
But we need some versatility. What's wrong with a change of pace, running Mason or the other guy and let McCaffrey have a break?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
I mean, put him in the slot. It's like when Shanahan doesn't have one guy, it's like he don't know what to do from there. And we got too many studs. for that. You're supposed to be a genius. You need to know how to use the pieces that you got. Don't worry about the one you don't have. Worry about the pieces that you got. And I'm going to tell you something else. That locker room is fractured. And I called another show. I ain't going to tell you which one, but I called another show, and they said, well, you know, they doing the dance and everything. Hey, everybody saw what happened to Eric Reed, okay? So let's you know, ain't nobody going to step out on a limb. But I'm telling you, there's some people that don't like that. And if they won the Super Bowl, how many people are going to want to go to the White House?
Well, that's a conversation for another time because I don't think this team's going to the White House first and foremost.
They won't be there anytime soon.
No.
Well, Bosa may get a private invitation. But
maybe the Warriors.
Maybe.
Steve Kerr? Yeah.
Look, in terms of the locker room, I can guarantee you this. Shanahan hasn't lost that locker room. Those players swear by him. They're all in with him. I've seen fractured locker rooms. Like Jamar Chase yesterday after the game. Jamar Chase after the game yesterday, we could play it later, but Jamar Chase after the game, Kyle Madsen sent this to me. He was asked why the Bengals can't finish games, and his quote was, I play football on the field. I don't call plays for us, you know? Like, you don't hear that from the 49ers. You don't never hear anything like that.
I mean, you got Micah Parsons outwardly just saying, yeah, but you know, Mike can go coach wherever he wants after this year.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy. I mean, like, we don't have that going on. So I don't know. Like, I don't think this locker room's fractured. I think they're a frustrated bunch, though. They're a bunch. The players, man. Sometimes we got to put the players. I know there's a lot of shit here. Let's get to another call. Let's go to, oh my gosh. Where do we go here? Where do we go?
Lines are packed.
Where do we go? Let's go to Joe in Sacramento. Then we'll get to Verducci, the El Dorado Hills. We got Andre out there. We got Stu. Everybody's getting on here today.
I do love
Everybody's
that
getting out here.
We are the Sacramento station, even though we're in San Francisco. It's kind of cool.
Well, you got T-shirts with me on their face. They know what time it is.
There you go.
It's KC and D-Lo. You know I'm the real mayor of Sacramento.
Man, Sabonis is down for them right now. It's not
rent-free up there in the 916, and I haven't been up there in a couple years. Let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe.
King of Sac.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
You know, I'm going to replay that last drive, you know, at the 40, we sacked Geno at the 42 and proceeded he ran those last 42 yards basically, and there was no QB spy. This has a Brandon Staley, Nick Sorensen meltdown formula. I don't know, you know, that's like the Chargers, you know, just losing every close game last year. It's like his handbook is all over this defense right now. You know, my family's making dinner, and I'm like, can't even eat food till this game's over, and I'm just know what's coming, and I have no appetite. This team makes me sick right now. I'm a diehard fan, and Shanahan's not the problem. Oh, Ben Johnson. Well, Shanahan is a winning coach in the NFL. He's not the issue, but we need some help in the trenches, and we need some help on the sidelines getting Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen out of there.
Yeah, you know what? Brandon Staley has it out. I don't even know what Brandon Staley does.
I don't know either.
To be honest with you.
Like, I'm not even here to hear that. Like, even Sorensen yesterday, again, I understand no one is above criticism on this team right now. But I don't come away from that game yesterday saying, oh my God, the defense, oh my God. They're great until they lost their best player on defense and then they got gashed. Like, that's what happens, unfortunately. Maybe you should have scored more than 17 points throughout the game. You got Christian McCaffrey back, you got Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy's going to get paid a lot of money.
We'll see.
We'll see. No, he's going to get paid a lot of money. And we're going to see how it's going to look.
We'll see.
I just don't think the defense, and all season long, and I was even going through every single win, loss they've had, they haven't let an opposing team score more than 25 of them all season long. In today's NFL, they've been pretty damn good defensively for the most part.
Situationally, though, you look at this number right here, and this is an alarming number. Most points allowed with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it's them in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati's number 1 with 38, Niners number 2 with 36. Yeah. They don't get off. Arizona game. They're up Arizona. Jordan Mason fumbles inside the 10-yard line. We don't blame Kyle Shanahan for fumbling the football. No, Jordan Mason take care of the damn football. But Arizona takes the ball, runs it right down their throat. I mean, just literally, we're going to play power football. This is Pop Warner. This is, the Napa Oilers versus the Southern Marin Chiefs. We're going to run the ball right down your throat. Damn. And that's how they win a game. All right? The Rams. Oh, they had a short field because your punt team doesn't know how to contain, and Ronnie Bell doesn't know how to catch a football with his heads. So you blow a game there. they can't finish in critical situations. It's alarming. Can't get off the field. And that's what happened yesterday. But it was alarming without Nick Bosa, because with Nick Bosa, Seattle averaged 3.3 yards a play. When Nick Bosa left the game, they started averaging 6.1 yards a play. And that was per Nick Wagner of ESPN, who covers the 49ers, ESPN.com. You could see it. The pass rush was already compromised with Nick Bosa being, he wasn't healthy. His change of direction was so bad yesterday because of the oblique in the hip. Credit to him for playing. And then he just had to bow out. He was not right. He was not right.
I don't feel good about his chances next week.
Yeah, I don't feel the next 2 weeks.
I mean,
against Josh Allen, oh my gosh.
Well, against Josh Jacobs, against your boy James Cook. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. Yeah. It's going to be a problem. So Nick Bosa wasn't moving well. So you hear the last drive, up until the last, Greg Olson's like, they have a blitz jet. They finally blitz. They get burned on the blitz. Gino saw it a mile away. It was a predictable cover zero blitz. Guys coming off the edge. Gino said, check. Let me hit Jackson Smith-Njigba for 5 and keep this thing moving. You got to get creative with the blitzes when you don't have Nick Bosa. You got to somehow, some way generate a pass rush. Gino was just too damn comfortable in the last drive.
And that's what, in the past, you got a guy like Talanoa Hufanga could come up there, right? And affect that in the blitz in the secondary. But he's been out. He wasn't the same player even when he came back from injury. Right. It's just, and you got a lot of young guys back there. Yep. That's the tough part about this. Like, there's the good and the bad, right? We can celebrate when you have the young guys last week, like a Ricky Pearsall, right? Stepping up, making plays. Hell, Malik Mustafa at times, right? D. Winters had a nice play, a pass breakup against DK Metcalf, right? When they try to throw it to him, he gets his arm in there. But they're not going to be consistent all the time. And that's just the unfortunate part about this season right now. When you're relying on so many young guys, it's great when it's going well. And then when it's not, you can't get too mad at them. Like, I'm not here to get upset about Ricky Pearsall not having a good game yesterday. Why? Because he missed the entire offseason.
But you know what, though? When you have a game like you did last week and you catch 2 passes on the final drive and, you know, you make a big 46-yard catch and run, and Ricky Pearsall gets 2 targets.
Yeah.
And not 1 catch and 1 yard. And I'm watching Ladd McConkey go crazy with the Chargers. And I'm watching Keon Coleman now, although he's got an injury right now. But I look at this, Spinotti, and we're going to monitor this over the next 4 years. The next 3 to 5 years, we're going to monitor these 4 players. Xavier Legette from Carolina, our boy.
That's a guy.
Country boy.
He sounds like Boomhauer from King of the Hill.
Did you see him in London or no, in Germany when they're eating? Oh, nah, you need a little spice. Oh, dude, dude, it gets better with him.
No, man.
He's on Germany talking about, the little sauce just ain't the real barbecue. They had that twang, man. So anyway, Ricky Pearsall, Xavier Legette, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey. Those are the 31st, 32nd, 33rd, 34 picks. 3 receivers taken right after Ricky Pearsall. Now, it's too early to say whether or not Ricky Pearsall's a bust or he's going to be a player. I think the kid could be a player. But I'm wondering, like, yesterday, I didn't see him open. No. I didn't see number 14 open at all. At all. Now, maybe I need to watch the film again. Maybe the experts like Baldy and Cosell will break it down and say, no, Pearsall was open. But I didn't see anything from him. I see Ladd McConkey open all damn day. All damn day.
I saw Jackson Smith-Njigba, who plays the same position as Ricky Pearsall.
Open all damn day. All day. Keon Coleman starting to come on, starting to ascend for the Buffalo Bills. And Xavier's out there wearing number 17, catching passes for Bryce Hall. He ain't a bad player either.
No,
so
he's on a bad team, but yes.
That's something we're going to watch over the next 3 to 5 years, whether we like it or not.
Well, was that a position of need at the time? Like, I know you were trying to maybe trade Debo, trade Ayuk. There was a lot of contention there. God, and even at the deadline, it feels like you could have used another edge rusher, whoever that is, some depth, right? Especially in games like yesterday when you needed someone who had juice, someone that you could bring in. Like, and I get it. Yannick Ngakoue he's not going to be the savior of this team. Zadarius Smith, somebody. Zadarius Smith, by the way, in his first game yesterday, got a sack with the Detroit Lions.
Well, yeah, there's been no drop-off since Aiden Hutchinson got hurt.
No.
I actually think their defense has been better, which is crazy. Yeah. Let's go to this is frustrating. I don't know what to do here. I don't know. This is uncharted territory. We haven't been here since
right now.
2020.
Yeah,
we haven't been in this spot. We'll do 5-5, but I hate to be this guy.
Oh no!
But the silver lining is you beat Green Bay because Green Bay doesn't look invincible. They don't look invincible. You beat Green Bay. Seattle is playing Arizona, and the Rams are playing Philadelphia. We could be coming back in next Monday saying, wow, the Niners are tied for first place again. What do you know? It's laughable. I know it's laughable. It doesn't look good at all. But Kittle will be back. He will be back.
Yeah, but then Nick Bosa might be out. So that's the thing. This team can't play complementary football is the problem. When one person's in, the other's out. Oh, yeah, you got Brandon Ayuk. Oh, here comes Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall. No, I get it.
I'm not even trying to be a homer where we're pom-poms. Those are the facts. See, the facts we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that at all. This team might not even make the playoffs.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
But the point is, they're one game out, and the Rams. Anybody think Anybody think the Rams are going to beat Philly?
They might.
At SoFi?
They might.
They might. They might not.
They might not.
Arizona, Seattle. Would it surprise you if Arizona lost that game? Would it surprise you if Seattle lost the game? Like, this division is a mediocre division this year. And it's the reason why 3 teams are 500.
I'm just looking at the schedule game, and I think we could do this because we're more than halfway through the season, and the schedule game compared to the other NFC West opponents does not favor the San Francisco 49ers.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
And the quarterbacks you're playing is also specifically what I'm watching, and I get it. Jordan Love hasn't been what Jordan Love was last year towards the end of the season, but he's still pretty damn good. Whoa. And they got a guy that they can lean on in cold weather situations now that they couldn't on in the past. And I get it. Aaron Jones was pretty damn good for them, but I think Josh Jacobs has been a major improvement.
He's tough.
He's very tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem. We'll get to Green Bay later in the week.
Correct.
Ken Burkert, Benkert, backup quarterback with Packers. He's always tweeting and stuff like that.
49ers backup at one point.
Yeah, he's
practice squad.
Purdy was obviously forced to throw hot on that final 3rd and 11 because, it's a cover zero blitz. We don't know how to block that. Lord knows you want to, during long situations against the Niners, just run a cover zero blitz. You'll get home. Something good will happen
Brock's
for you.
not allowed to change the line. Remember that?
He has 2 plays. Then, that's a weird thing. The 49ers offense doesn't adjust, is what Kim Benkert was saying. 49ers offense doesn't adjust protections. They just throw hot. Other teams know this and can force their hand in critical situations, just like we saw in the Super Bowl. It's mind-blowing stuff that a simple flipper would fix. Interesting. Now you got people saying, fire Shanahan for Coach Prime. Imagine that. For a weight Comcast Business X line. Go get Coach Prime.
Because Coach Prime has just been amazing at Colorado. I get it. They've had a good year so far this year, but I think
they might be in the Big 12 championship.
We'll see. They're kind of fugazi, too. Although Travis Hunter is a baller, and I do like Shedeur Sanders, but let's relax here for a little bit.
It's a very different Big 12 than what we're used to as well.
And don't be hating on Coach Prime. Verducci, El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening?
He's the future Raiders coach. What's up, Verducci?
What's up, fellas? Happy Monday. Spadoni. I need that brotherly Italian hug right now. I am hurting up in here, up in the 530. And I was at my pastor's house yesterday, a Seattle Seahawks fan. Shout out Pastor Brian from Lakeside Church. And I had to put on that gear at the end of the day. That was our bet. And I literally had to be like Ace Ventura in the shower, like in the corner, just washing myself down after having the Seahawks gear. But let me tell you something. You could complain about the defense, right? And we know they're awful in the last 2 minutes. Yes, they rank probably on the bottom third and third down. They can't get off the field. But it all comes back down to Kyle Shanahan. You're the head coach. You can talk to the defensive coordinator and switch things up. He's so-called the offensive genius. Sure, he's got the schemes. He's got the playbook. But you know what? At the end of the day, you're coaching men. Real flesh and blood players, not X's and O's just on paper. He's falling short. And why? Because of his ego and his refusal to adjust during the game. Here's the thing about a great head coach in the NFL. It's not just about being smart. It's about being adaptable and inspiring. Shanahan, here's the guy who clings to his playbook like it's the gospel. Even when the game script is screaming that it's time to change. No Mason and Garendo. No splitting CMC out and putting them out in the backfield. You can't scheme guys open like Slick Rick. And don't even get me started on the clock management and situational awareness. How many games do we got to watch where he got the lead, and instead of closing it down, he turtles up and starts not to lose. And again, it's the leadership. It's the leadership. It's that fear. Look at the Super Bowl against the Patriots or the Chiefs. We've seen this movie play over and over and over again. And the common denominator, it's not the defensive coordinators. It's Kyle Shanahan's inability to feel the moment. The best coaches in the league, your Mike Tomlins, Andy Reid, Dan Campbell's right now, connect with their players on a deeper level. They adapt in the heat. Shanahan, he's too busy trying to prove he's the smartest guy in the room. With his football, quote-unquote, IQ. But it's one on heart. adjustments, and empowering your team to rise above adversity. Where was that yesterday? Where's the fire? Where's that passion? The Seahawks came in angry. The Niners looked like they were sleepwalking. That's a reflection of coaching, a leader of men, and gets his team ready to play, especially in a divisional matchup with playoff implications. But Shanahan, he's the guy standing there with his play sheet, staring at it like it's going to magically fix the game. Let's not act like the talent hasn't been there. He's had a loaded roster. Debo, CMC, Kittle, Trent Williams, Bosa, Warner, the list goes on. Yet in the biggest moments, we're left with excuses, injuries, sure, but what about building depth or having a backup plan? How many times do we have to look at our trash, offensive line, special teams, and dear God, get Campbell off the field? Kyle Shanahan needs to stop being a scheme guy and start being a leader of men, because right now the Niners need more than a genius on a whiteboard. They need someone who can win when things don't go according to plan. Thank God we got the Niners faithful to understand what I'm talking about. I'm out, fellas.
Tell me how you really feel. That's Verducci. El Dorado Hills, baby. It's Paisan. All right, wears his heart on his sleeve. I respect that. He's frustrated.
He's an Italian.
I got to say this, and thank you, Tony. What do you need to see from him that's tangible that can get this thing turned around? Because it's great when you just come at us with fire Shanahan, or I'm very upset with Shanahan. Come with what do you want him to do? You missed a first-team All-Pro in Charvarius Ward, who was out for personal reasons, still grieving the loss of his daughter. You didn't have first-team All-Pro George Kittle. You didn't have Nick Bosa, first-team All-Pro guy, a DPOY guy, in the most crucial part of the game. You have Christian McCaffrey coming off bilateral Achilles tendonitis, which he's still dealing with right now. Like, this guy's got problems all over the place. He doesn't have second-team All-Pro Brandon Ayuk. It just might be a lost season.
It might be.
It just might be.
It just might be.
Those are a lot of really good players I listed off Bonte. By the way, Talanoa Hufanga, another guy that was an All-Pro player that you don't have. So, like,
play what, 2 games?
Sooner or later, exactly. Sooner or later, that stuff catches up with you. I'm sorry. It just does.
Tough day. Tough day. Are we firing? I'm not firing Kyle Shanahan today, but look, you talk about urgency or whatnot. They've got creators. These players are grown-ass men. They've been playing football a long, long time. I don't know if you want a rah-rah speech from Shanahan, if you want him to throw a clipboard or whatnot. But at some point, when are we going to hold players accountable for jumping off sides? What about Leonard Floyd, who I was high on coming into the season? Leonard Floyd has done diddly-poo, diddly-squat. What about him playing and earning them $2 million and being a good edge rusher opposite of Nick Bosa? All right? Devontae Campbell, you bring him into free agency. Isaac Yaddle, you bring him in for free agency. These guys going to step up. And you know what? The defense played fine. This is on the offense. This is on Debo Samuel winning one-on-one matchups at the line of scrimmage. He just can't do it. He just can't gain separation. In the one play, he does gain separation on the final possession for the 49ers on 2nd and 11. Brock Purdy airmails it. Simply airmailed it. Play was there. He airmailed it. Quarterback's got to make the throw. All right?
He had 6 passes defended yesterday, the Seattle Seahawks team. Like, that happens a lot. Batted balls.
We saw it a lot with Jimmy, and we saw it a lot with Brock Purdy.
Especially Brock because of his height. Like, that's the thing with that. Like, as much as, like, we don't want to go back to, like, the skill set or the physical attributes of a Brock Purdy, that comes to rear its head more often than not when they're in the losses.
I mean, the plays, I don't even know if the plays were good because nobody can get off a press man. They can't separate. The Niners are one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to wide receivers separating at the line of scrimmage. Sounds like a personnel problem, which is why you draft Ricky Pearsall. But I don't know if Ricky Pearsall's that guy. 2 targets yesterday, and I swear to God, at times, Spinoni had to look down and say, is 14 out there? Because he wasn't getting open.
No. And again, it goes back to Mike McDonald. I think he did a great job adjusting from that first matchup and their loss up in Seattle on Thursday night up until now. Again, no George Kittle changes a lot of that, but you know what? He wasn't crying about that. I'm sure the Seahawks were missing guys in that first matchup too that they didn't have and couldn't deal with. So listen.
You know what it sounds like? To cut you off, but
no, it's fine.
You know what it sounds like? Because we're going to take more calls here, and a lot of people talk about Shanahan. You think that if the 49ers just said, hey, we're going to listen to this fan base, we're going to listen to some of these idiots out here and fire Shanahan and move on from them, you feel comfortable moving on with Purdy instead of Shanahan? What happens if Purdy goes into another scheme?
I think
can Purdy execute it? Like, everybody's crying about Ben Johnson, right? Well, you see the way Ben Johnson runs offense. Can Purdy execute that offense?
That's a phenomenal question right now, Bonte, because it's not even close. If you were just to put both of these guys out in free agency, Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy, are you kidding me? Almost the entire league is taking Kyle Shanahan over Brock Purdy. It's not even close to me. Not even close. Stop. Full stop right there.
I'm asking the question.
No, it's a great question.
You guys ready to move on from Shanahan and just move on with Brock, or vice versa, or just run it back with both? I mean,
it's interesting because if you ask 49ers fans, especially today, would they do a John Gruden type of deal like the Raiders did when they traded him to Tampa for a couple first-round picks?
Yeah, that would be a mistake.
That would be a huge mistake. But I feel like today, on a day like today, again, we're upset, we're emotional. People would be like, yeah, I'd do that. Stop.
Let's go to Andre in East Palo Alto. Andre, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, what's going on? Great morning show. You know how I started out, the best morning show in the morning, all day, every day. But yeah, just like how the passionate guy was on the phone a while ago. I mean, he hit it on the head, and I felt him. Like, Kyle Shanahan, you got to manage the game better, bro. Like, I know you've seen Christian McCaffrey. It's his second game back. He had no training camp. Second game back, he struggled a little bit. Throw the other two guys in there. They've proven in games that they can get it done. They've done it time again. It's just like how the other guy said, Mr. D from whatever. He said when Kyle Shanahan lose one guy, he act like the whole playbook is in the shitter. No.
Hey, we're emotional today, Monte. It's all right. It happens.
Still there?
No. Go ahead. Yeah, he cussed. You can't cuss. You gotta take a play off for the day. It's all right. It happens. Get excited.
Just another day on the road. Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Very therapeutic show. Number one show in the Bay Area, no doubt.
Thank you, Rocky.
You know what? So. And everyone's talking about Shanahan. No doubt Shanahan had some bad, questionable play calls and this and that. But obviously, you guys know he's one of the best coaches in the league. If we fire him, he's going to be picked up. My biggest issue is the defense in terms of the last play. You know, we have no sophisticated blitz. Any blitz that comes through are basically Fred Warner up the middle, and that's hella predictable. We need to mix it up, bring Mustafa on the blitz. Mustafa's a missile out there. D. Winner needs to play more. Campbell needs to be on the bench. And Brendel, man, this guy is horrible, man. He's got to be the worst center in the league. We got to bring Feliciano up. Bring him off the IR, and I'll take your comments off the air. Thank you.
Is that going to solve everything?
It's not.
Yeah, it's John Feliciano, the guy that whiffed in the Super Bowl, one of the most important plays, too. He blamed it on his teammate. Okay.
Well, Burford did take accountability for it.
Exactly. Yeah, but Feliciano also
playing the blame game. On Twitter. That was weak.
I think
that was weak.
Stop. So, I don't think that's Feliciano. There's so many more problems with this team that I've listed off.
Yeah.
Just the missing of when you're missing your blue chippers, that makes a difference. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, it does. I listed off all the guys you're missing right now that are first-team All-Pro players. You don't just make that up with a bunch of rookies. No matter how good this class has been, and it's been a great class for them. Yeah. This rookie class has been unbelievable for them, what they've asked of them, and with a Dominic Pooney, with all these guys that they've asked. But it rears its ugly head when you go up against some guys and some teams that have DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba. And say what you will about Geno Smith. I know he has a lot of turnovers and he hasn't played well against the 49ers, but he leads the NFL in passing yards, and he will dice you up. And he did that yesterday when it mattered most.
888-957-9570 is the number. That is the phone number for you to call in and air your grievances and your frustrations on what the 49ers need to do to get back on track. Or is it a wrap? Is that it? Even though they're one game back of the Arizona Cardinals and it looks ugly right now, trust me. I feel dirty for even saying it. But the facts are the facts. I don't want anybody to get confused with the facts. Facts are they're a game back of the Arizona Cardinals. Facts are they still play Arizona. They play the LA Rams. But I get they play Buffalo and Green Bay and Chicago and Miami down in South Beach. I get all that. The facts are they can turn this thing around. Do I believe they can turn it around? It certainly doesn't feel like they can turn it around. But the NFL's been weird. It's been a very weird season in the league.
Yeah, it has been. The offense has been down, but do you attribute that to the defense? Do you attribute that to just bad quarterback play? It's been a mixed bag of a year. So maybe in a year like this, everything is just, you throw out your preconceived notions and you just go forward and see what happens. But
not only that, but Spadone, People are talking about firing Kyle Shanahan. You think Jed York wants to spend more money on the fired coach and hire a new one? No. Like, we got to also think about that. He's making over $10 million a season. He signed through 2026. So you're going to eat $20 million just to eat $20 million?
That's what bad franchises do. That's what the Las Vegas Raiders do when you fire Josh McDaniels, or you fire John Gruden, or you fire Antonio Pierce, or if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's what those teams do, firing a Doug Peterson, right? Like, that's what those teams. That's not what the 49ers do. They went through enough of that in the Chip Kelly, Tom Sula era where they don't want to go back to that.
Yep.
That was enough for them. And they've got a taste of winning. They got so close twice. And I think Jed York knows that. And I think Jed York likes being out. He doesn't want to be in the spotlight anymore. He's learned from that. He doesn't want to have to do those coaches searches again because, God, it's a nightmare. It's so hard to find a good head coach. I don't think people realize how hard it is.
Good coach and good GM in John Lynch. You got a good pairing here. You had a good draft with the rookie class. But Ronaldo Green, he could play. He could play. This guy's tough. He ain't afraid of no moment, man. He was going at DK. Ronaldo Green's tough. DeArmond Lenore's tough. He just gave him 5 years, $92 million, and a very team-friendly deal for this year when it comes to dollars and a cents.
He had 8 tackles yesterday.
So he was fine. Look, you've had some good picks. Dominic Pooney, you got a right guard. You got one here. But I'm not sitting here saying, hey, man, when you don't have Drake Greenlaw, you missed the juice defensively. You don't have George Kittle, you missed the juice offensively. And what we're finding out here is that Deebo Samuel may be time to move on after the season. It may be time to move on from him after the season because of what you're trying to do. And if you evolve and you want to have some sort of shift in a philosophical mindset here, and you want to do things differently, I'm not sure Deebo fits. I'm not sure he fits. Now, you get the ball in his head. Yeah, sure, he could break a long one, but I haven't seen it much this season. Really haven't.
I mean, the most glaring issue for me yesterday, and yes, offensively, was the lack of separation, but it's just, you need another number 2 beside Nick Bosa. Like, he can't do it all by himself. And sooner or later, this was going to happen with this injury and these piling up because he's just been asked to play so much more than he's used to in the previous years. His usage rate is sky high. And, he used to joke around with Baldy a little bit, and Baldy's going to join you guys tomorrow because he does each and every Tuesday at 7:30. Baldy's Breakdowns, one of the best in the NFL. But he even said, he talked about, so he's like, yeah, man, your usage rate. I see this guy, Max Crosby, he's playing every single down, every single snap. Why aren't you doing that? He's like, yeah, well, I got to save myself for the playoffs. My usage rate can't be that high. I got to be fresh. Well, he's not fresh this year, and it's not looking good. It looks like he may miss next week, depending on how this oblique injury goes, heading into Green Bay. So it's just stuff like that. When you thought Leonard Floyd was going to be that dude, he just hasn't been. And I feel like,
it's been disappointing.
It's been disappointing
with Leonard Floyd.
And it goes back to what you prioritized in the offseason. Ricky Pearsall, was that the pick in the first round?
Well, we're going to find out. When I see
what Jared Verse is doing with the Los Angeles Rams, Monte.
No, it's
your guy out of Florida State. He's been balling.
Verse and Fisk. But not only that, I look at these 4 picks, and we're going to monitor this for the next 4 years. Pearsall, Leggett, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey. 4 wide receivers went. 31, 32, 33, 34. And right now, the best of the bunch is Ladd McConkey out of Georgia. It's not even close.
Those Georgia boys, man.
It's not even close. This guy, Ladd McConkey, I didn't think he was going to be this good in the league. Damn. He's good.
And it's not like he's in, he was like an inch shorter than Pearsall. His measurables weren't that crazy. Hell, our guy Baldy, who I just mentioned, he kind of, likened him a little bit to Ricky Pearsall. Like, those guys he thought were kind of similar. So, and yeah, he's changed everything for that offense with run-first offense, by the way, with Jim Harbaugh, where we know very well. And Justin Herbert looks like a totally different quarterback now.
He does.
He looks incredible.
He looks incredible.
And that style of play,
incredible.
That style of play travels.
He was throwing laser beams. Oh my gosh. I said, damn. Jim Harbaugh saved Justin Herbert's career. Yep. It's not that Justin Herbert wasn't talented.
No.
He had talent. We all felt like that, but it was like, he hasn't lived up to the hype. Damn, he's living up to it now, and the Chargers are rolling.
God, Cincinnati's defense is so bad.
Well, they made plays in the second half. They gave McPherson, make a kick. Make a kick. Burrow, you had Jamar Chase deep wide open.
And you hate kickers, Bonte. Keep it on the real.
I'm starting to hate kickers. I'm starting to hate them. They get on my damn nerves. In San Francisco. What's happening?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up,
I think needs to happen at the end of the season if we don't make it to playoffs. I mean, which we probably can because it's a toss-up. But if we don't make it, I think Lynch and York should sit down with Shanahan and be like, hey, you know what? We gave you almost a decade. You've been in the league for a decade, and maybe you need an offensive coordinator because people are figuring you out already.
Yeah, having a fresh set of eyes may not be a bad choice. Let's go one more call before the injury report. Let's go back down to Palo Alto. It's Brian in Palo Alto. What's happening?
What's up, B?
Hey, what's going on? So my advice is don't fire Shanahan, which I'm sure is a surprise to you, but you can't fire him. But I think the interesting question of the Niners is what do you do from here? They're not a playoff team. It's just not a good team. They're not a good team in all three phases. That's been the case all year. Yes, they're missing injured blue chippers, but a lot of those blue chippers weren't playing well anymore. So you have a lot of guys making a lot of money on this team. How many of them are actually earning up to their pay? Not a lot.
No.
And so, the question is what do you do now? You can make a pretty reasonable argument that this is it for this iteration of the 49ers. And so, because you just can't pay the guys at top range like Hargrave, right? Sorry, he was not good before he got hurt. Hufunga was not good before he got hurt. So, the question is, what do you do from here? I don't advise firing Kyle. I think Kyle needs to make a real commitment to up-level his coaching staff because they are not a well-coached team in all three phases of the game now, and it matters. But, what do you do from here, I think is the interesting question. I don't know that there's an easy answer. They're in a tough spot now. And it's hard to believe we're in this place that quickly after being in the Super Bowl, but that's where we're at. Anyways, Vontae, you're doing great. Hey, great job, guys. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks. I mean, I thought I was doing a little great too, but it's okay.
No, he's being condescending.
No, I think he's being serious. He loves you.
No, he's being
He's always
being genuine. When I was screening his call, he sounded very genuine and honest. This is a new BPA.
No,
he wants you to
Who had BPA changing before Kyle Shanahan?
I followed him on Twitter, and he's it's the game within the game with BPA.
Bonte, between you and me, I did kind of say Bonte thinks that he already knows what you're going to say. So he's like, oh, okay, well, I'll say this. So.
Yeah, I know. He switched it up.
I challenged him a little bit. Yeah, I think he rose to the challenge.
I didn't believe a thing he just said.
He pivoted. He didn't panic.
Yeah,
BPA would never lie like that.
Yeah,
BPA will never lie to you.
I got no issues with BPA. Warriors are playing well. Clay went 1 for 11 yesterday in the Dallas Mavericks win in Oklahoma City. All right, let's go to
interesting.
Injury report. All right, we'll get to Kirk, Jay, everybody. 888-957-9570. I want your feelings about the loss. Is the season done in your opinion? And if the season is done, then what? Jerry Rice 8:30. We're having a therapy session. Is the season over? No, but these two games on deck, man, don't look pretty. Does not look pretty for the 49ers right now, man. What a disaster yesterday was. Losing to the Seattle Seahawks, man. What did we see the yards again? The yards were, Spinoni had 227 yards total? 277 yards total.
Correct.
277. Meanwhile, Detroit had 645 against Jacksonville. Man. Well, the big injury is now number 97, Nick Bosa. Forced to leave in the third quarter, lead the game in the third quarter due to a strained oblique in his side. The injury was separate from the hip injury he was battling through last week. So now he's got problems with both obliques. He's got a problem with the hip. He had to pull himself out the game, and he said afterwards that his status going forward will depend on how the injury is feeling today, and acknowledged that there is some concern that he may miss time, which is very strange now that I think about it, Spadone. He went up to the podium for his post-game presser, despite being hurt. Very odd. Usually guys don't go up there and, just stay back, get some treatment or whatnot, but that's Nick Bosa for you. It's Nick Bosa. Wanted to face the music.
He did, and it's concerning. Again, we're not looking too far ahead, but not having that guy, the entire offense of the Seattle Seahawks changed, exploited it. Geno Smith felt comfortable scrambling.
Yeah, 6.1 yards per play once Nick Bosa left the game. Brutal. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Garrison. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in a game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More of your phone calls. Niners lose to the Seahawks. They're now 5-5 and in last place in the NFC West. What now, Niner fans? What now?
The Seahawks, with a last-minute drive from Geno Smith, keep their playoff hopes alive. A road win in Santa Clara, beating San Francisco for the first time in 3 years.
Yeah, we mentioned how big this game was for both teams. San Francisco feels like at any moment they're going to start clicking. They were in control almost the entire game, and then it was really that Bosa injury defensively. Gave up 2 touchdowns after Bosa left the game, and that proved to be the difference.
Joe Davis, Greg Olson on the call for Fox Sports. And oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. The Niners allowed Geno Smith to walk off the field and hit the night-night. And he walked through the tunnel in the visiting locker room after the game with all the cameras behind him like he was Joe Neighbors or something. Damn, dang. Sorry, I got my daughter on FaceTime right now. I got to watch my mouth here. I'm cursing too much. The Niners driving me crazy. And they lose to the Seahawks yesterday, 20-17, Spadone. And we want to shout out to those watching us on YouTube. Sorry about the chat. This will be an epic day for the chat, but brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing. Got the dealer. We're going to get to everybody on the lines. Spadone, I just can't believe they lost that football. It never felt like they were going to lose that game.
Really?
Until the final possession of the game. And it felt like that against Arizona.
Yes.
It felt like that against the LA Rams. I just never thought they were going to actually lose that game. And they lost.
It's kind of
in dramatic fashion.
It summarizes their season. Every single one of the losses to their divisional opponents has been the same, basically. Oh, you weren't going to lose to the Arizona Cardinals. Well, yeah, Kyler Murray, game-winning drive. Oh, you weren't going to lose to the Los Angeles Rams. Well, a huge return. My guy Ronnie Bell can't make a catch. Game over. Matt Stafford, the rest is history. And then Geno Smith yesterday, he hasn't done diddly poo against you in his entire career, has a season-saving drive for the Seattle Seahawks to keep pace with everyone else in a wild NFC West.
Yeah.
And this morning, it's Fire Shanahan. So there you go.
It's Fire Shanahan.
There you go.
Shocker. Well, let's go to the lines, man. Everybody's been on hold. This is your show today. We do have the GOAT, Jerry Rice, on, so I want to get everybody in here. And Jerry Rice is going to be fired up. Jerry Rice is going to be fired up.
The last time we had him on was after the Chiefs loss, and I don't think I've seen an angrier Jerry Rice, and especially because our video feed wasn't, our Zoom wasn't working with him too,
yeah,
which
he was not happy.
Made him even more upset. So maybe we sabotage it again to make him even more. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to do that.
Well, he did say he wanted more fighting, and you got that last week at Tampa Bay with Deebo Samuel, Tabor Pepper. Told him to lock in. Well, I wonder if somebody told Deebo to lock in, and I think he was locked in. I just don't think he's able to do a lot of things offensively. I don't think he's capable of beating man coverage consistently. I don't.
When he's not doing the end arounds, the little bubble screens, when he's out in space, like just running routes, it's just not good enough.
Let's be real. When the last time is one of his jet sweeps worked? It's been 3 years.
Got to Google that one. It's just hasn't been
Google
good.
it.
It hasn't been good. When's the last time I felt good about a 49ers win? Why did you feel good about last week's win?
I did. I felt good about it.
I mean, most of the show on Monday was fire and cut Jake Moody. Yeah, wasn't even happy about the win.
No, well, nobody's ever happy these days.
No one.
Nobody's happy. Well,
you're happy about the Warriors. That's about it. Warriors are making me happy.
That was an ugly win Friday, but you know what? The referees mucked that one up.
Well,
but I am feeling good about
10-2?
10-2 baby. Number one in the West right now.
2-0 in the NBA Cup. Emirates
NBA Cup. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. All right, let's go to the lines, man. This is so.
We're in your Chiefs colors today, by the way, too. Look at you.
No, it's Mills High School, buddy. Relax. Relax. Mills High School.
It's very Patrick Mahomes of you.
No, they lost yesterday.
I know. I'm saying you were with solidarity with him though today. You're still on the paddy wagon.
No.
Taylor Swift.
That's the Raider in you.
What?
That's the Raider in you.
We're taking, buddy.
No, the team I like. If the Niners don't make the playoffs, I'm rocking with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's
We're
go
at that point of the season. Who are you rooting for, Niners fans, if you can't root for your team?
Let's tell you that right now.
Wilson, Turkey on the 50.
Or no, I'm a root for players. If the Niners don't make the playoffs, I'm rooting for Lamar Jackson. Go get your Lombardi.
God, speaking of teams that he like Geno Smith couldn't beat the Niners. Lamar can't beat the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, he's 1-4 against Pittsburgh.
It's not good.
Well, King Henry fumbled on first possession. Like, dude, what is going on? Justin Tucker between his field goals? Really? Let's go to Kirk in Los Altos. Kirk, what's happening?
Kirk, Captain.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen, and thank you for taking the call. I certainly like many other fans find this conversation fairly therapeutic, because I do believe, I think like it has been intimated, that we are going to be headed into a prolonged period of 49er doldrums now. And I think the two most striking issues are, number one, no, I'm not ready to necessarily fire Mr. Shanahan. But on the other hand, I do get the sense that, like so many other geniuses that have come up, the rest of the league studies and has largely figured his schemes out. And we're seeing that lack now with the lack of offensive productivity. And the second part is, again, in my mind, my pendulum is swinging a little bit to those others who have found that Brock Purdy, may not be the second coming. And he actually turns out to be a fairly pedestrian quarterback who is hobbled, certainly by the missing pieces from this terrible season of injuries, but also some of his physical stats. I don't know that he's really that great of a thrower, and his size certainly comes into play like we saw yesterday. So anyway, and the final point is, I think, as you suggested earlier, Bonte, I would say this season is a wrap, because with this current team, in my opinion, there's no way you're going to keep up with Detroit,
right?
Green Bay, Buffalo, and potentially Miami, and certainly Arizona down in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I agree. Let's wrap it up. Save, not injure people trying desperately. But on the other hand, let's see what happens this weekend.
Yeah, let's see what happens against Green Bay. Good call, Kirk. Really good call. Call back.
Measured.
Look, I want to see what happens against Green Bay. You lose against Green Bay, then I think there needs to be a serious conversation about shutting down McCaffrey and just telling Greenlaw, hey, we're going to pay you in the offseason. Let's work out a deal, but we're not going to bring you back this year. Just don't do it. And then let Garindo get 10 to 12 touches a game. All right? Let's see what Garindo is. Can he be your Raheem Mostert? Can he? He's got speed. He killed Seattle last time out on Thursday Night Football. Jordan Mason ran hard in that football game. Let me see the youngsters. Pearsall, Cowing. But I'm not saying tank. I'm not saying, hey, shut down Trent Williams. No, Trent Williams, you're playing. After what you pulled in the training camp, you're playing all year long.
Yes.
I don't want to hear anything. You're playing. Juszczyk, you're going to play. Kittle, you're going to play. Everybody's going to play, except for the guys with the Achilles injuries. Shut them down.
Do you think there's too much on Brock Purdy's plate right now?
No, I want more on his plate.
Okay.
You know why I want more on his plate, Spadone? Because I need to see if the guy's worth the money. Do I have a lemon? Do I have a quarterback that's capable of raising the levels of everybody around him? I didn't see that yesterday. Now, it's a team game, and you need blocking. You need McKivitz to hold on to a block. McKivitz was so bad yesterday, it's not even funny. We should be talking more about him instead of firing the head coach. Well, maybe that's why people were mad at the head coach, because you got McKivitz at right tackle. But damn, block somebody. Please.
There was a lot of opportunities to be had, I think, for Brock Purdy, and he didn't have trust in anyone yesterday. He didn't have trust in Christian McCaffrey.
Well, Juwan Jennings.
That's what I was going to say. The only guy he had trust in was Juwan Jennings, but that's one guy's not good enough. When you have George Kittle there, you can divvy up some of that because he's dominated, as we've alluded to, against the Seattle Seahawks in the past. But Deebo Samuel, he can't even be that number 2 for me yesterday. When I'm paying you to be like a number 1 at times.
He should be the number 1.
He's been a former All-Pro. Like, that's the thing in all this. Like, Juwan Jennings is not getting paid that much, and yet he's producing like he's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. And that's frustrating to me when I paid Brandon Ayuk, and obviously he's out for the year with the torn ACL and other damage in his knee. And then Deebo Samuel getting paid, restructuring his deal, and he's not doing much. And you call out your long snapper last week. It's just not a good.
You chopped him in the neck with it. You can't touch him.
He's trying to go choke slam a la Kane and the Brotherhoods of Destruction, WWE. Like, what are we doing here? And I'm just looking at the own division right now. You have the third best quarterback this season right now in your own division. I'm taking Matt Stafford this year. I'm taking Kyler Murray over Brock Purdy right now.
That's fair. That's fair.
And that's not good enough.
That's fair.
That's not good enough.
I can't argue that.
And Stafford and Kyler have been paid.
We laughed at Kyler. Kyler's laughing back at us.
Kyler's been unbelievable.
And you know what? Geno, when it mattered, Geno made the throws, and Purdy didn't. So I need Purdy to have more on his plate. Shanahan, let the guy, this whole audible gate thing, it's driving me insane. But put more on his plate. See if he can handle it. I need to know if I got my franchise guy. Because if I don't, then there's a lot of money at risk here. And I told you after the Kansas City game, I ran into a person who's pretty damn tapped in with the 49ers. Sources.
Oh.
Pretty damn tapped in with the 90. Pretty damn tapped in. I would say all the way tapped in.
Wow.
Ain't never lied to me, and I'll never lie to the fans out there. He muttered, boy, you watch Tua get his deal in Miami, and you watch, Jordan Love struggling a little bit with Green Bay. Trevor Lawrence. He goes, you sure you have to pay Brock Purdy over $200 million? You sure you want to do that? You sure? That was told to me, and I say, wow. Maybe just franchise him for another year.
You know what's even more concerning, too? Because even if you pay him, I'm looking at what the Cincinnati Bengals are doing. Joe Burrow has been unbelievable this year. What has he got to show for it?
4-7 record.
Nothing.
Because the damn kicker can't make a kick.
And the rest
Two
of the
kicks.
Right? And no one else has been consistent like he has. That's the problem with this, and that's why I lean to what the teams that are playing well right now are doing. It's you got your quarterback, you got a good defense, and you can run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And what did the 49ers hang their hat on consistently in the Kyle Shanahan era? Last year, and then obviously when they played the Chiefs the first time around, it was defense, running the football, you get some timely passes. They got to get back to that formula. And if that's an off-season thing, if that's reshuffling, revamping everything, cutting certain players that you're not normally accustomed to cutting, you got to do something right now because what I'm seeing from the team this season, none of it's good enough. Offense, defense, special teams, they have not played one complete game where they played complementary football.
Yeah, they haven't put together a full 4 quarters all season. All season they haven't put together full 4 quarters. We're in November now. Let's go to Jay in San Jose. Jay, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Swell.
Could be doing better, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like the rest of us. So I believe that Shanahan is directly responsible for all of these blown losses. That Shanahan has no cutthroat in him whatsoever. He doesn't put his foot on the opponent's necks. He gets a lead, and then he becomes the most predictable play caller in the league. Run, pass, run, pass, run, pass, punt, run, pass, punt. It's so frustrating to watch. It's like they get these leads pretty easily, and then they just freaking blow it. And me and my brothers are sitting there watching this, and we're calling the plays, and we're not, coaches or nothing, but we're able to predict the plays before they even happen because they're so predictable. Once they get it's like they get these leads easily, and then, we got a lead. We can stop them. Nope. Run, pass, punt. Defense gets tired. They blow the lead and lose. And this is Shanahan's fault. I blame Shanahan for this. And the last thing that I got to say is if the Niners pay Purdy $50, $60 million, forget about a Super Bowl as long as he's on this team. They will, just like you guys said, like the Bengals, Joe Burrow, he's a stud. But because they paid him all that money, the defense is so bad they can't stop nobody. That's what's going to happen to us. They cannot pay Purdy. He's not that good. No quarterback's that good, in my opinion. Maybe Mahomes and Lamar, but that's about it.
Way to stick in there, Jay. Good call.
So not only are the fans, the 49er faithful, as we call them, losing faith in this team, Bonte, Las Vegas is losing faith in the 49ers. Last week, heading into the Seattle game, they had the third best odds still to win the NFC. Third best odds. It's dropped to 5th now. Got the Lions as the favorites at plus 135. You got the Eagles at plus 350. Minnesota jumping to plus 950. Green Bay at plus 1,000. And then the San Francisco 49ers at plus 1,200.
I'm just thinking about this. Because, I wouldn't bet on Niners.
No.
I mean, Vegas knows what time it is. But I'm just looking at it just within the division. They went down to SoFi Stadium. And the Niners were 1-1. And the Rams were 0-2. Desperate. Had nobody playing. Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, They weren't playing in that football game. They were 0-2, reeling. You had a chance to send them to 0-3. You didn't do it. You didn't do it. You gave them life within the division, and now look at them, right? Now look at them. You'll play Arizona at home. Arizona had nobody playing. Nobody. They were 1-3. They had the chance to improve to 3-2, and end their season to basically just, hey, this is our division. What happened? You blow it. You get outscored 14-0 in the second half. And now you bring in Seattle, who's 4-5, and they're reeling, and they don't know what to do with Geno. Their season is about to spiral out of control. And you give them life. 3 losses against NFC West opponents, and you gave them life with each win. The Rams had a chance to go to 0-3. You gave them life. You gave them a win. They're 1-2, and they're like, whew, our season stabilized. We're not 0-3. Wow. Arizona, wow. You don't beat them. You had a chance to send them to 1-4, Spadoni. The Cardinals would have been 1-4. You single-handedly turn these teams around, or their seasons around.
Zero fear factor with this team right now. You used to hang your hat on with this division, Bonte, that you could sweep this division. You know what? That's already, we're gonna go 5-1, 4-2, but we're gonna win in our division. We know that. We're the top dog here. You're not that anymore.
No, you're not. Again.
And you're just giving them hope. That's the worst thing you could give another team. They have hope now.
The Rams, they were 0-2, reeling. And you gave them hope at SoFi Stadium.
And they've been there before. You give them hope, they could go all the way to the NFC Championship game.
All right. Arizona, they haven't been there before.
No.
But if they're 1-4, oh my gosh, maybe they're trading Budda Baker. Maybe they're moving off of some of those guys. Instead, they're 2-3 walking out of Levi Stadium saying, oh, you know what? We just play with the defending NFC champs. We're okay. And in Seattle, where DK's losing his mind, Tyler Lockett's not getting targets. Geno Smith, there's a big old question mark up there.
I thought DK was going to get traded. He was on the trade block, it seemed like.
You single-handedly gave each of your division opponents life. And now Seattle said of being 4-6. They're 5-5, a game out of first place, getting ready to host the Cardinals next week in Seattle. You gave them a lifeline. Because you can't close, you can't finish, you can't get key first downs, you can't get key stops defensively, and that's the story of the freaking season. You thought it turned around last week in Tampa Bay. We did get a stop at the end of the fourth quarter, and they're able to drive and kick a game with a field goal. But nope, you take another step back. Let's go to, what a frustrating loss yesterday. Wow. JC, Sacramento, what's happening?
JC.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, JC?
Man, like I called in previously weeks before, and I said I'm not panicked because the division does not force me to be panicked. Now, I'm starting to get concerned. I've got to be honest, but I'm not panicked yet. Just like you said, Vontae, they can come back here next week and be tied for first place, right? So I'm not panicked. But when I assess the game and the season, I got to put this at the feet of Kyle Shanahan. And I'm not just talking about the inability to want to run the ball yesterday or the last drive, want to pass with Purdy. Like, guys' capabilities, anything could happen. Yeah, Deebo was open. If you hit him on a perfect pass, it's there. But he could have dropped the ball. DB could have hit the ball. Why even pass in that situation? I'm going a little bit deeper. These players, you pick these players. You put this team together, Kyle. That's why I say it's on him. If McKivitz and Brindle aren't good, I had to accept certain things in life. You can't get mad at people for only doing what they're capable of doing. If they're not capable of playing better, that's on the head coach for improperly assessing their talent. That's on them. So I got to put this at Kyle Shanahan. I hear people, I'm not saying fire Kyle. I hear people say, the coach for Detroit, Ben Johnson or whoever. If I'm him, why would I want to come to San Francisco? It's going to be a bunch of jobs open next year. Look at Cincinnati. Can I honestly say I would choose San Francisco with their talent and their high California taxes over Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow? I can't necessarily say that, right? So I'm not saying fire him, but I am saying he needs to probably either get a new GM where he has no say-so over the groceries because you went out and picked these groceries. You cooked the food. And if the food is not good, that means either the groceries were not ripe or they were past their expiration date. We got an aging left tackle. We got an aging tight end who's always hurt, an aging running back who's always hurt, a wide receiver who's always hurt, defensive end who's overpaid and always hurt. So, yeah, I don't know what type of coaches they will be able to get. Your best wide receiver tore every ligament in his knee. He's coming back. Why is Kyle Juszczyk on the team? What the hell does he do? I don't know a fullback that doesn't block anybody, but he's one of the highest paid fullbacks of all time? Like, yes, this is on Kyle Shanahan, and we have to accept that. Like, I'm not saying fire Kyle, but something drastic needs to change. His inability to want to make coaching decisions in game because he's stuck on his philosophy, that's coaching. Your caller from Eldorado Hill said it perfectly. He doesn't fire up the team. He only looks at his play sheet. Yes, it's on him. All of this falls at his feet. You have a top 10 rusher, and he ain't played in 2 weeks. He's on the sideline. He's still top 10 in rushing. That's mind-boggling. That makes no sense.
Hey, JC, good call, man. Good call. You're cooking. You're cooking. Up, he's fired up. I think we all agree. Don't fire Shanahan, but you need to tweak some things. You need to tweak the passing game. The downfield passing attack is outdated. It's not good enough. You don't throw outside the numbers anyway. You got to change that. Everybody knows you want to throw it between the hash marks, between the numbers. You got to change that. You got to be able to use every blade of grass on the football field. Stretch the field. Throw some creative combination routes. Throw some pick praise out there, some rub routes. Do whatever you got to do, but there needs to be a tweak within the system, Spadoni. I think everybody's in agreement on that.
It's just been stale. If there was one word to describe this 49ers season this year, stale would be one of them. Just, nah. Like, sometimes you get the job done, but more often than not against the better teams, you're just not.
Yeah.
It's just not. People aren't fooled by what you're doing anymore. Nope. You become predictable, and that's the worst thing you could be in the NFL. Predictable.
Especially when they don't have the talent out there.
Correct.
When Seattle doesn't have to defend George Kittle, and they know Ayuk is done for the season, they're like, Ricky Pearsall, we got this kid Witherspoon who's going to lock up anybody. We're fine. We could man up on these dudes, and we could blitz if we want to. We could get creative, but we don't fear none of these outside weapons.
No. And they were like, you know what? We know that Brock's going to scramble and stuff. He's not going to sneak up on us. And now he got a touchdown, but towards the end there, he was trying to scramble, and they were covering him. Mm-hmm. They were making sure he wasn't getting 7, 8, 9 yards a pop. They were making sure that they were coming at 3, 4 yards. That's fine, because we know no one else is going to do anything, and no one else can improvise on this team. Not without George Kittle, not without Brandon Ayuk. Deebo Samuel, he's not getting any separation. So I look at the rest of this team right now, and I look at the coaching staff, and I think they miss a guy like Mike McDaniel. Yeah. I know we haven't brought him up because he's been gone for a while, but
no, they miss him.
But that was a guy that could challenge a Shanahan that knew him very well, and they were tight going back to their Denver days. Is there someone on offense that could challenge Shanahan a little bit and say, hey, Kyle, maybe we should be doing this?
Yeah.
I think that would be good in a solid addition this offseason. Seeing someone offensively that could bring in some new and fresh ideas to what is a stale team right now.
I agree. I'm with it 100%. All right, coming up next, we're going to get to all the calls, man. Everybody stay on hold. Al and San Pablo. We got Nick and Berkeley. You got Ronnie and Tracy. Ronnie and Tracy believes there's still a playoff window. There's an optimistic fan out there. There's an act. You know what? If we don't get Jerry Rice on right after the break, let me get to Ronnie real quick, because we haven't had an optimistic call all morning. Ronnie and Tracy says there's a playoff window.
I'm optimistic.
Okay, I want to hear that. We got David Frisno. I already know, Dave, where you're coming from. I already know how you're going to come today. Pause. I already know how you're going to attack your phone call today. Rest of you'll get to everybody. Jerry Rice to go.
Are you serious?
Jerry Rice to go coming up. What does he have to say about this loss? Don't want to miss this. It's coming up. Brought to you by Safeway.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shaq.
I'm not going to lie to you. This morning, I didn't need Go Fuel. I didn't need Go Fuel today. Usually, I need Go Fuel, and I need all the flavors, all of them. They got the Muhammad Ali variety pack right now. You know that's Spadoni?
Muhammad Ali?
You want to feel like the greatest, go get the Muhammad Ali edition variety pack from one goat to another goat.
I think that's what Jake Paul had on Friday night.
Maybe.
He took some goat fuel, and there he was good to go against Tyson.
You got the Muhammad Ali edition watermelon fruit punch, but I don't need that this morning. I don't need it. Not after yesterday. Hell no, and I bet you Jerry doesn't need it either. The GOAT, Jerry Rice, the greatest football player of all time, NFL Hall of Famer, the best wide receiver, best football player. He joins us here on the River Islands guest line. And do not forget, River Islands is where you want to go. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Jerry, good morning to you. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. And like I just said, I don't need Go Fuel this morning. You probably don't need Go Fuel this morning. What the hell went down yesterday at Levi's Stadium? Come on, Jerry.
Happened? What happened?
What happened?
You know what happened? This is what happened, okay? We left them in the ball game. Instead of putting them away, they just hung around. Then it just came back to hunt us at the end. We got to be able to finish ball games. And we haven't done that. And, you know, I think that was a 80-yard drive.
Yep.
I think, you know, with Geno, that was a 13-yard run for that touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's been six losses, you know, to the 49ers. But then now, you know, Geno finally got a chance to, you know, stick it to us, man, to be honest. That one hurt yesterday. It really did.
Oh, it stung. 3 division losses, Arizona, the Rams, and yesterday Seattle. They lost them all in the last 2 minutes of the game. They've given up 36 points in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter this season. That's second most in the NFL, just behind Cincinnati. And I'm looking offensively here. I know there's no George Kittle, but he means a ton to this offense. But outside of Juwan Jennings, I forgot Ricky Pearsall played. Deebo Samuel, separation. Where's the separation at? This passing game, Jerry, is letting us all, it leaves us all disappointed right now. No doubt about that.
You know, the weirdest thing about, I don't know what we trying to accomplish. I don't know how we trying to attack teams. It's almost like it's like, you know, it's like this this mystery, this piece of the puzzle where we just trying to just feel our way, and just and just add a few pieces in or something like that. But if we're going to come out, we need to come out and attack. We need to establish the running game. If we're going to do that, we need to, you know, really establish running the ball. That's going to open up the pass. Or we're going to have to pass the football to open up the run. And I just feel like right now we don't have an identity. We should have an identity right now. You know, this is like the middle of the season. So, you know, it was very disappointing, but it's one of those things, like I said, it's like they had lost to us, you know, 6 times. And it was like 5 times it was with Geno Smith. And did you see Geno Smith do the Curry?
He did the night-night on us. He did the night-night on us.
He did.
Man, he did the night-night on us, man.
He did the night-night on us, and then he walked off the field like his name was Joe Namath or something. Like he was like feeling himself at Levi's Stadium. That ticked me off, Jerry. They stole that football game. But the Cardinals stole the game. The Rams stole a game. They can't find consistency, and now they're going to go to Green Bay and Buffalo, and the Elements coming up here. I don't know what George Kittle's... Nick Bosa's hurt, Jerry. Look, I'm not saying the season's not over because they're 1 game behind the Arizona Cardinals in the NFC West. But you know what I saw yesterday, Jerry? I want Spadoni to get in here. Offensively, it just looked slow and sluggish. There was no explosiveness yesterday. Even Chris McCaffrey coming back, he doesn't look the same, Jerry.
Yeah, you know, just like what you said with Pearsall, with Deebo Samuel, with George Kittle not even playing, man. We need everybody to man up now, man. Our backs are against the wall. You know, we can't lose any more ball games. We got to go. We got to somehow find a way to get that momentum going where we start winning football games, we building confidence, and then hopefully towards the end we have something left to, try to get into the playoffs and maybe get back to the Super Bowl. But everybody got to rally around each other now, and whatever our identity is going to be, we have to, it has to start this week, and it has to start with the Packers. That's not going to be an easy, with Jordan Love and all of that and that team, that's not going to be an easy win. But you just start marking each one off one by one, build up some momentum, and hopefully that transition into, winning a lot of ball games and getting into the playoffs.
Jerry, you're the greatest to ever do it at your position. What are you seeing right now from the receiving core of the 49ers and their lack of separation? The last time we had you on, it was after the Chiefs game, and we were talking about that sticky man coverage, and they just weren't able to gain any separation off that Steve Spagnuolo defense. Now, this is a defense that you owned in your first matchup against Mike McDonald and co. up in Seattle on Thursday Night Football. This time around, obviously, no George Kittle. Obviously, no Brandon Ayuk. But you still have a first-round pick in Ricky Pearsall. You still have a first-team All-Pro in Deebo Samuel. Jawan Jennings was playing like an All-Pro this season and specifically yesterday with 10 receptions, 91 yards, and a touchdown. But it's the rest of the guys outside of Jawan right now, Jerry. What are you seeing, and I guess what are you not seeing from this receiving core?
Maybe, they're not getting opportunities. I don't know. It's almost like we have a really difficult time throwing the ball outside. We always, we're pretty much predictable. We throwing the ball a lot over the middle. And my thing is, man, you got to throw the ball downfield. You got to let the defense know that, hey, here's the deal, man. If you guys try to squeeze us and bring everything down and into that pocket, we'll go over the top of you. We're not afraid to throw it deep. Even if you don't complete it, you got to let them know that, hey, look, we're not afraid to throw it deep. Jawan Jennings, he's a beast right now, man. He's finding a way. He's hungry. He's hungry. And guys, a lot of those passes that he's catching, they're contested. They're in traffic. He's going in there. He's going there with his he's going in there with his boxes on. You know what I'm saying? He's going in like, hey man, look, if you throw it my way, I will make the catch. I want to be that guy. So, feed off him. If you need to feed off, I know he was injured and yesterday was his first day back. But, hey, look, go into the next ball game and say, hey, we got to get the ball to Jawan Jennings. That's going to open up everything else. You got to decide somewhere, how we going to attack. We can't just continue to just like, it's like, hey, let's try a little bit of this. Let's try a little bit of that. Oh, this is working. This is working a little bit. Okay, now let's go away from that. Let's try something else different. You got to establish how you want to attack.
And conversely, on the rushing attack for the 49ers right now, and this is your second game back with reigning Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey, one of the best in the league, dealing with the bilateral Achilles tendonitis. What are you seeing from him, Jerry? Because I got to be honest, I look at the stats at the end of the game, and he has over 100 total all-purpose yards on the ground and in the receiving game. Yeah. The burst just isn't there, though. And I don't know if that's fair of me to just point that out, but it just isn't there, and he doesn't look like Christian McCaffrey, and I don't know if he's ever going to look like Christian McCaffrey at any point this season. Am I being too hard on him? What are you seeing from CMC right now?
Well, the burst is not there because everybody, they're jamming the box. They're bringing everybody down to stop the run. They're not afraid of our air attack. So they're freezing everything down in there. So that doesn't open up that many lanes for, CMC. And, if they would spread everything out just a little bit more and, have those offensive line to open up their stances a little bit, the holes would be so much bigger. But because everything is so congested and condensed, it makes things, really difficult for that big play opportunity. And this is something I have always talked about. I'm not a big fan of the run pass option.
Yeah.
I'm like, That's boring football to me. Hey, man, let's spread everything out so we can have these big play opportunities and let these receivers go to work on the outside where they can run routes. Not just like little stick routes or little bubble screens and stuff like that. Let's go downfield. Let's attack, man. Let's go, let's go after defense.
That's what Jerry, that's what Geno did yesterday. Geno was doing that with Jackson Smith and Jigba, and he was doing DK Metcalf. You saw him attacking the outside numbers, and that was the difference.
Yeah, you got to let the defense know that we're not afraid. And if you put that many people down in the box and stop the run, hey, we're gonna go over the top of you. We're gonna drop 6 on you.
Yeah.
And until we get to that mindset, I think what the opponent is gonna continue to do is just put players down in that box and try to stop the run and dare us to actually throw the football.
Jerry Rice here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Go out there and get some Go Fuel. It is popping right now. Got the new Muhammad Ali edition, watermelon fruit punch. You got the variety pack. It's really, really good. But after a loss, not many people need Go Fuel this morning, Jerry. You still sipping on it. The blueberry lemonade and everything, man. I'm fired up because I want to see this team get back on track here. The NFC's wide open. I know Detroit's dropping 50 on teams. Left and right, by far, they're the best team in the NFC, but the playoffs are a different story. Where you at? You keep talking, man. What's up, Jerry?
We're running out of time.
We're running out of a lot of time. No doubt about it. We're running out of time.
We can't mess around anymore.
No, that's done.
It got to start. It got to start as a team. It got to start this week. And because we got the Packers coming up, then we got the Bills, which the Bills they beat. They beat. Yesterday and stuff like that. But my main focus would just be basically just on the Packers. How are we going to attack the Packers? We got to go into their stadium and we have to get a win. This is a must win for us.
Is it too late in the season to try to tweak the passing game? Because yesterday you're at the game and fans are looking to get excited about the game and the passing game. I'm looking at guys. And you have a better eye than me. You know the game so much better than we do, Jerry. But I'm looking at guys being unable to get off a press man. The same thing we saw at the Super Bowl I'm seeing yesterday against Seattle, where I'm like, guys aren't getting off the line of scrimmage. They're not separating enough. What's going on around here? Is it too late in the season to tweak the passing game on this football team?
Hey, man, we better do something.
Try it.
It's never too late, man. It's never too late. Man, we got weapons. We got dogs. I mean, we got one of the best running backs. We got receivers on the outside. We just need, Kittle and those guys to get on the field. Even with Bosa, I think he tweaked something yesterday. We need him on the football field. We need every man up right now. So, hey, if something is not working for you, you got to try to do something else. This is the NFL, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And we pay these guys a lot of money to go out there and to win football games.
So we've been taking a lot of calls this morning about Shanahan. A lot of people, how fans are sometimes, they get crazy and they want to fire the head coach. I always had this philosophy that players play, coaches coach. Players can't make tackles for players. They can't catch the ball for players. They can't make throws for players. So we'll save Shanahan for just a second here. Let's assess Brock Purdy. What did you think of his performance yesterday at the quarterback position, Jerry?
I think Brock played well enough to win. But the thing that hurts us is that we never finish. You know what I'm saying? So, and something that I was really impressed with yesterday with him running the football. Because that's going to open up a whole different, avenue now. Because teams going to have to respect that, too, that he's willing to pull the ball down and run with it. But he did enough to win, but it's just that we got to be able to finish ball games. And when you got a team down, if you just leave them around to just hang around, that momentum is going to change. We always felt like, hey, look, we were going to go for the throat, man. I mean, once we got up on you, it was not coming, we were not going to let, we were not going to come off the gas. We were going to choke you out. So that's the mindset that I feel the Niners, they need to get. once they get up on the opponent, go for the throat and just completely destroy that team.
No, it's that killer instinct, what you're talking about. Just that's what you need right now. We just haven't seen that from the 49ers, and this whole division is just so tight right now, Jerry. That's the thing that gives you hope, right? But just looking at this NFC West, you got the Cardinals at 6-4, right? You're going to see them in the last game of the season. You still got the Rams left. You're done with the Seahawks. But 6-4 and the rest of the division is 5-5. I mean, who's that team right now where you're looking at it? Is it the Cardinals? Is it the Rams? Is it the Seahawks? Like, the one team in the NFC West that if you're a 49ers fan that you're like giving me a little pause, is it all of them?
You know what? I think it's all of them. You can't worry about them right now. You got your own battle right now. And it starts, in that locker room, getting everybody on the same page, getting everybody ready to go battle week in and week out, getting everybody on the same page where, they know that, the importance of every ball game and that we just going to leave everything on the football field when we step out there.
When it comes to Brock Purdy, if the 49ers do put more on his plate moving forward, what more would you like to see the 49ers ask of Brock Purdy down the stretch? Is it more running? Is it more downfield throws? Is it taking some chances outside the numbers? Because everything, as you just mentioned here, Jerry, everything seems to be inside the numbers. What more would you like to see from Brock?
Well, we know he got the velocity. He can throw the ball downfield. But I think we got to run routes on the outside to let the, defense coordinator know that, from different teams that, hey, look, we can throw the ball outside too. And it's not going to always be something over the middle. Because it was so predictable yesterday because I saw Debo, the second he lined up, I knew he was going to run a route over the middle. And as a defensive coordinator, as a defensive back, you're looking at alignment. You know exactly, what these guys are going to do if they line up a certain distance. If they line up real close, they're going over the middle. If they, if they line up a little bit wider outside, it's probably going to be a throw outside or something like that. So those are the things, being able to throw the ball outside, throw the ball deep too, man. He got the arm for it.
Let it fly. Let it fly, Jerry. I need 3 deep shots a game. Come on.
I know that, let the guy, utilize his arm and throw it downfield. And even if you don't complete it, you get, you send in a message to the defensive coordinator that, hey, look, if you try to squeeze the pocket or put so many guys down in that pocket, we're going over the top of you. And he got the guys to do it.
Jerry, I got to be honest, though. I'm looking at these next 2 road games and could be potentially some bad elements. I know it's going to be cold. Green Bay, Wisconsin, come November. It's going to be chilly in Buffalo.
So what?
No,
this guy played at Soldier Field, the NFC Championship game in Chicago. Jerry doesn't want to hear about no damn weather.
I'm worried about the quarterback who doesn't play well when it's raining. That's what I'm worried about.
Man up, Jerry. Who cares? This is football.
How do you prepare for the elements, Jerry?
We can't worry about the weather and all of that. We got to go there as dogs. We got to go there as dogs and get it.
So mentally,
I don't care how cold it is. If the field is frozen, we got to find a way to get a win, then get that next win too.
Jerry, how do you mentally prepare for the elements, knowing that it's going to be cold?
What I did, I would always try to get there, early, the day before. Just know that that it's going to be cold. You walk around the field. You try to find spots where it might be, the field might be a little frozen or it might be a little loose or something like that. And that was something that I always did. I enjoyed that because I would always get to the game early and try to just get out there on the football field and know where I could be aggressive and I knew where I had to just pull back just a little bit.
All right, Jerry, we need more Go Fuel. We're going to probably need it next week in Green Bay, in Buffalo. I didn't need it this morning because I was so fired up. I was so fired up because I went to the game and the crowd, I don't know about you, man. To me, it felt flat. It just felt like a flat day at Levi Stadium. I don't know what it was. Coming off of that Tampa Bay win, it's the Seattle Seahawks. We can't stand them. And it just felt like there wasn't enough juice in the stadium, Jerry. Did you feel the same way?
Man, whenever I walk into that stadium, man, the energy, the love that they give me, but I think what happens, the crowd is going to feed off the players.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to look at the players and their body language and stuff like that, all of that. Man, back in the day, I would have been up in the crowd. I've been going to different areas, getting the crowd all pumped up and all of that stuff. So I just feel the crowd is going to feed off the players. And if the players' body language is a little flat, then I think the crowd is going to be flat. But, man, I remember days with the second I ran on the field, I said, let's go, man.
Yeah.
It's time to go to war. It's time to go to battle and stuff like that. And I knew the importance of getting the fans into the game, too, because you feed off that energy.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would love to see the players do a little bit more, a little bit more interaction with the fans, get them all fired up and get them hyped and stuff like that, because they're going to feed off that. And that might be that little extra energy that they need to win football games.
Real quick, Jerry, I know it happened last week, but I would love to get your take on the whole Deebo Samuel, Tabor Pepper interaction. Was there ever a moment like that for you in your career where you went up to another player like that, got in his grill, or a special teamer, for that matter?
Remember, Jerry told us he wanted to see more fire on the sideline.
He did.
Yeah, but this is if the entire team is not playing up the standard, not one individual. If one individual is having a hard day, you somehow go to that individual. You try to encourage that individual that, hey, look, you're going to get another opportunity, and you're going to kick that field goal, and you're going to make it. So, and someone, for some reason, I saw a little clip. They said, well, Jerry Rice said something about if they weren't clicking or they weren't playing well, they would be just fighting each other on the sidelines and stuff like that. Yes, as an entire group.
Mm-hmm.
But because we all going to go individually, we're going to go through ups and downs and stuff like that. You got to have your teammate to somehow pump you up and tell you, hey, look, we're going to give you that opportunity, and you're going to make that winning field goal or something like that, or make that, winning catch.
And it fired them up to win that game in Tampa Bay, but now they're 5-5 after losing to Seattle. And they got a couple big games here. Just focus on Green Bay. And Green Bay didn't look all that great in Chicago. It could beat Green Bay, but you got to button up what you're doing. Clean up the penalties, Jerry. Get some outside routes thrown and get some stops on defense when it matters. The season's not over yet, but as you just said, Jerry, they're running out of time.
Juwan Jennings, man.
He's a beast. He's a baller.
That's the type of dog I want to see right there. I want to see everybody like that. And if they do that, I feel like they can just one game at a time, build some momentum, get some wins and stuff like that. Then who knows what might happen down the road.
I think he's winning a Lynn Eshman Award, Juwan Jennings. He's been so inspiring this season. He's played like a GOAT. Jerry Rice, don't forget. The new edition, the Muhammad Ali edition, is out right now. The watermelon fruit punch.
The greatest of all time.
Come on, man. The greatest of all time in the ring to the greatest of all time on the gridiron, man. Come on, Jerry. We love you, man. We can't wait to do this again.
All right, guys. Have a good one now.
You too,
Thanks,
Jerry. Jerry Rice, the GOAT, has spoken here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Don't forget, go get that Muhammad Ali edition watermelon fruit punch. It's a 12-pack out right now. It's on the website, goatfuel.com. You got the variety pack. You got everything. The greatest to the greatest, from the greatest to the greatest. And he's had a lot there. Throw the ball outside the numbers for once. I'm with them. Where's the creativity in the passing routes? The passing tree is so damn outdated. Oh,
he's been saying this for weeks, which is the problem. We were talking about this a month ago, Bonte. After the Chiefs loss. The Chiefs loss.
I feel like we've been saying it since the Super Bowl. And we hear Patrick Peterson, and we hear guys like Kirk Morrison, and we hear Baldy, and we hear everybody. Everything's just inside the numbers. The ball's going in the middle of the field. Now, you could deceive and have all this deception, but at some point you're going to run out of talent, which the Niners are doing. And so can we get hey, Pearson, I want you to go run a 9 route. Go route. Just go. I mean, we saw that with DK Metcalf yesterday. Ends up making the catch. He kind of stumbled out of bounds. If he stayed in bounds, that would have been a bomb touchdown. Yeah,
if he didn't back into there, and they ended up scoring on that drive anyways. But you saw Jackson Smith and Jigma multiple times, just in the outside numbers. And again, It goes back to arm strength. I know Jerry alluded to it. He thinks there's enough zip on Brock Purdy's balls. Yep. And I'm not saying he doesn't have the arm strength. He's not Anthony Richardson. He's not Patrick Mahomes, but he has a strong enough arm. My whole thing was in these next couple games, and I wasn't saying, and you actually ended up asking the question I was trying to ask, but I wasn't taking a slide at Jerry or playing in cold weather or players in general. But that stuff matters in these cold weather situations.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see.
And the two coldest places to play in the National Football League, Buffalo, New York, and Green Bay, Wisconsin, coming up here. Mm-hmm. And there might be some elements. There's rain in the forecast this week in Lambeau Field.
Oh, well, you know what? This is football weather. No rain. What did Jalen Hurts say back in the day with the Eagles? Rain, sleet, or snow. The Eagles going to go. Don't matter.
There you go.
I wasn't mad at that. By the way, I see Eagle fans all in our Comcast business text line right now saying, Bonte, I don't hear you chirp about the Eagles now. Saquon's great. I told you guys I was worried about the Eagles before the season. I still can't stand you dumbass fans out there in Philadelphia. You still are clowns. Doesn't change the fact that you don't wear face paint every single day with a red nose.
You'll be
you guys are good.
For them next Sunday, though, against the Rams.
Yeah, do us a solid. Beat the Rams. There you go. Fly, Eagles, fly.
There it is.
And then you'll die in the playoffs.
Cut that.
And then you'll die in the playoffs. How about that? How about them apples? 888-957-9570. Let's get to the lines again, man. Line's still jam-packed after the Go Jerry Rice. Download the Odyssey app. He wants to see more outside throws. He wants to see more creativity. And they're stacking the box. That's what they were doing yesterday with Christian McCaffrey. Let's go. Get creative.
They're going to do that next week, too, in Green Bay. I bet you better believe it.
So. Matt LaFleur? Yeah. Oh, he knows. Oh, there's no doubt. There is no doubt what Green Bay is going to do. Let's go to, let's get down to Fresno, California. And go to Dave. Dave in Fresno. What's happening?
Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, fellas. Yeah, I think, this ain't the day or to talk about firing anybody. I think the frustrations are valid. I think it's been the same conversation every week. You know, I can think the in-game adjustments aren't there. Obviously the lack of creativity. What I would have liked to see, and I said this a couple of weeks ago when the news of McCaffrey coming back, I wanted to see the three-headed monster of running backs. I mean, they all showed that they're capable. You know, there's no point into running McCaffrey into the ground. You know, every time he gets the ball, it's like 3 or 4 guys, you know, taking their shots on him. And, you know, with Brock, it's more of the same. With Shanahan, he gets these quarterbacks who are okay. He's Brock's a little above average, but he tries to do more with less. And you know, you want to run that back again next year? That's fine. I mean, I don't see any changes for next year. You're gonna have the same group, just a little older, and everybody's saying, well, he needs to do this, he needs to do that. What indication have you given anybody that he'd be willing to change anything? I mean, Brock had a quote after the game where he said, what did the coach say? He said, well, basically the players didn't execute. And that's more the same with Shanahan, the lack of accountability. You know, you see that with Debo. You know, you see that with some of the players, his favorite, you know, teacher's pets. They get that from the head coach. So I'm not saying fire him. I would love to see him see it through. But I guess the confidence is lacking with the fans that he hasn't shown any indication that he'll be willing to change, you know, bring in another offensive mind, or, you know, his approach is going to be more the same going forward. Mm-hmm. And we just got to hope the players execute, and they're not executing.
No.
And I don't know what you can expect for him to change.
Mm-hmm. No, we got to get innovative. Something has to shake here. And I wonder if we get to any point in the season presser, I may have to go to that. I'm going to go to that one. In the season press conference, Shanahan, whenever
King's
that
making
is.
an appearance?
Could be February, could be January, who the hell knows? Could be right after the last game of the season in Arizona. We don't even know. But will he be willing to adapt and bring in an outside voice, bring in a new set of eyes, offensively and defensively?
Well, he did try to go after Belichick in whatever role he wanted. So to credit there, he tried to get Steve Spagnuolo. He tried to take him from Kansas City, and then Kansas City gave him a fat paycheck and said, no, Steve's good where he's at. So you pivoted to a guy within your own system after you fired Steve Wilkes. Nick Sorensen, who's been fine. I don't think he's been awful. I don't think he's been great. He's just been okay, been mediocre. Kind of like this whole team, though. That's the problem. You can't be okay with just mediocrity.
No, they've been mediocre.
And that's just not good enough in this NFC. It might have been good enough last year. It might have been good enough the year before when the NFC was down, but the NFC's coming up.
No.
The Eagles are for real.
We saw that last year.
Yeah.
We saw it last year. Detroit and Green Bay had you on the brink. They had you on the brink. And they were coming. Like, we said this about Dan Campbell Company. They're coming. And you see what they're doing. They're dropping 645 yards on the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I know Jacksonville's done, but to smack them 52-6
that was impressive.
And do everything you wanted to do, they run the ball, pass the ball, throw it deep, throw it short, run it, screens. Gibbs is so explosive. That's the thing. Explosion. Jameson Williams jogged in on a 65-yard touchdown from the 30-yard line. He was jogging from the 30-yard line with 2 defenders chasing him. They got speed. Breakaway speed. Jahmyr Gibbs. It's like Mike Tyson punch-out. After we saw Tyson and Jake Paul in their money grab Friday night.
Did you watch that, by the way?
Yeah, I had it on. It was a joke. Mike Tyson had the uppercuts that was so fast, right? Well, Jahmyr Gibbs, he's lightning out there on the football field. Like, he is explosive. And I'm looking at the 49ers yesterday at Levi's. I'm saying, you know what? You need to put Garrido on the field. He's got some juice. He's got some explosiveness on a team that's lacking explosiveness. What did Baldy tell us a month ago? Well, I look at the 49ers, I think slow.
Yeah.
Can't be slow in this league. Better have some athleticism. What we talk about the Warriors all last season? Boy, you're slow and unathletic. You're getting blown by and can't get to the 50-50 balls. Well, what do the Warriors do? They got a little more athletic. They got a little faster, a little quicker, and now they're getting to the 50-50 balls or deflected ball. They're doing everything.
Just look at all the contenders in the NFC, Bonte. Lions, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, Eagles, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. Arizona Cardinals, hell, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, pretty damn good. Minnesota Vikings, Addison, Justin Jefferson. There's a sense here, you're saying, right?
Yep.
At least a tandem.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, and I know you missed Kittle yesterday, even when Kittle's here, is Kittle and Juwan good enough?
I like Juwan.
I like Juwan too.
But you need more.
You need
more from the other guys.
You heard it from Jerry.
You know what we need more from? We need more from Deebo Samuel. That's what we need more from.
Time for the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I'm going to stall Pearsall out with the 2 targets and no catches and no yards. Juwan Jennings did what he has to do. But damn it, Deebo, Trent Williams, the big money players. Let's go! Can we get off a bumper run for once? Number one looks so slow out of his breaks. As you just heard Jerry Rice say, wherever he lined up and he went, I knew what route Deebo was running. And the defense knew what route Deebo was running. And he is just, they're all over him. They're all over him. Come on, man.
The Yak, Bonte.
Yeah, Yak Bros?
The Yak. Where's it at?
No, the Yak Bros make me want a yak because there's no yak happening. The only yak I'm thinking about is when I watch this team, it's a Hennessy because I need to get drunk watching this damn team. That's the yak I need right now in the 9 o'clock hour because we ain't getting it on the football field. Yards after catch, we ain't getting that. So I might as well go get the other yak, the brown stuff. Shout out Build a Piece of Team Hennessy because I need some right now. Let's go to Al in San Pablo. Al, what's happening?
Then after that, you're yakking on yourself. There you go.
Okay. So I've been listening carefully to you and to Jerry, and everyone is agreeing that if something is not working, you got to adjust. You got to have an identity. You got to have a finisher. You got to tweak. The adjustment, I think, and I believe this season is not over. The adjustment, I think, is that we have to put Christian McCaffrey and Jordan Mason on the field at the same time. At the same time, not individually, but at the same time. I think this would make the team unpredictable because the defenses won't know who is going to get the ball in the backfield. And then there's the option of McCaffrey being a receiver and Mason at the running back. The play action would work, I think, quite well. Play action it to Mason, and then now you have McCaffrey as a receiver. But I think that is having both of those athletes in the backfield will make the team a lot more unpredictable, more creative, and they can finish games. Yeah. Because now you have these two backs in the backfield, and you can finish games because the defense won't know who's going to get the ball. And you can have all kinds of formations lined up that will make them highly effective. What are your thoughts?
I'm with you. I'm with anything. I like, you got to try something new.
I do agree with the caller, too, and to Jerry, that you don't have to set up the run to just start establishing the pass. Like
No,
that
you
whole
don't.
notion,
Pass.
that's so old. Like
Bill Washington throw the ball to set up the run.
all the time.
Loosen up that defense.
All the time. Throw a deep bomb. Keep the defense honest. Do
That's the
something.
thing. I watched Joe Burrow yesterday on 4th and 2. These jokers had a 4th and 2 on 27-13. I said, it was 27-13. And the guy threw a bomb to T. Higgins against double coverage. He let it fly, and I got up off the seat. I started doing the gritty chest. It's like, what the hell's going on? I said, now that's football. We're seeing deep shots, bombs. Let it fly, please. But maybe you have nobody to let it fly. I don't know. But I'm thinking about Debo, and I'm thinking about now I'm starting to get frustrated. It's 9:07. I'm starting to get frustrated just thinking about reliving this game. I'm starting to lose my cool.
When's the last time Brock Purdy threw a deep bomb?
I don't know. I honestly do not know. How do you not have in your game plan 3 deep shots a game? Just test the defense. Just throw it up.
You drafted a speedster too. It doesn't have to be a Debo. It doesn't have
Jacob Cowing,
right?
Use his speed. Garindo. Hey, maybe you get him matched up on the linebacker. Just run deep. Run past these slow-ass linebackers Seattle brought to the table.
Dare I say the 49ers fans have more faith in Brock Purdy's arm than their head coach?
Maybe, I guess.
Kind of feels like
I don't know,
it.
or maybe Purdy's not pulling the trigger. I have no idea. But I'm looking all around the league, whether it's Russell Wilson and his little rainbow throws, or Lamar Jackson, or Josh Allen. Now, I didn't watch all the Buffalo game because obviously I was at the Niner game, and so I don't know how many deep shots they took.
I hated that they were at the same time. I hated that yesterday.
But I'm watching. I saw Joe Burrow on 4th and 2.
Yeah.
4th and 2. Game on the line. Said, I'm throwing it deep. He threw that baby deep, and I was like, damn. What can we get that out here? I'll watch some of that action.
I love the aggressive mindset of Doug McDermott real quick yesterday. Like he understands about playing against the Chiefs. You just have to go for it.
Oh, yeah, Sean
McDermott. You can't play scared.
Yeah, Sean McDermott.
He's learned his lesson multiple times against that team. And the AFC in general, the Ravens, another team, and they lost to the Steelers. But that's what it takes to win games like that, to put your nuts on the table, so to speak. And I feel like the 49ers, time in and time out this year, they haven't been able to execute when those plays matter most.
Did I read the legal?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm not
you're
even
good.
sure.
You're good.
Elston, Oakland, what's happening? Just want to make sure.
You're good. Keeping you honest.
Hey, good morning.
What's up, Elston?
First of all, man, I'm a realist, and I don't want to be a Debbie Downer or whatever, but I kind of predicted this team to be 9-8 at the beginning of the year. And right now, one thing that happened made me reverse that and go, they might even finish 8-9. And that was Deebo Samuel's putting his hand on another man on the team. All these guys growing up were the biggest, baddest ones on their high school team, their college team for the most part. To make it to the NFL, you got to be that bad, right? And for another man to put his hands on your face and hit you on national TV, that just causes so much dissension on the team. And I don't think that's recoverable this season. Okay, and Brock Purdy has outkicked the coverage for the entire season, and last year and the year before that, he's always outkicked the coverage, for lack of a better pun or whatever. But Tom Brady kind of pointed out in the Tampa Bay game, he missed so many throws. He missed like 3 or 4. Tom Brady was kind of like letting up off. He didn't want to go in on it. He'd be like, man, you can't. He said the guy caught the ball, but he put it in the wrong place. Because if he'd have put it in the right place, that'd have been an extra 35 yards. And you know, I need to make an admission here. I'm not only a client, but I'm also the president of the 49ers Haters Club. and I can't wait till they pay Purdy, because once they pay him, the Super Bowl window is over. I think it's over already. But
so you're a hater. Who do you root for? Who do you root for?
I'm a Raider fan.
You loser. Get the hell out of here.
Don't make us look bad, Elston. Come on.
He got Brock Bowers, and that's about it, and a bunch of problems. Brock Bowers and a bunch of problems.
Really
Bye-bye, Elston. I want to hear from you guys. Win a damn game. How the hell do you lose a game? How the hell do you lose a game and then start gloating about another team losing? You got your own problems.
Misery loves company.
You got your own damn problems.
Niners will be pivoting that when it comes to playoff football, when they're watching the Eagles on TV. You want to root against them?
I won't be rooting for anything. I don't care. I just want to get. I'm rooting for Lamar.
Did it in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs?
Yeah, absolutely. Because their fan base, their fan base is despicable.
That's fine.
They're disgusting human beings.
It's okay. Sports hate's
almost
good.
Cursed, right? I almost cursed just now. Talk about the Eagle fans.
No, you're wearing your Chiefs colors today. You're all in.
Right,
you and T Swift.
No, it's Mills High School. Mills High School, San Bruno, one of the best public schools on the peninsula.
How they doing in football? They win?
Doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Shout out Palma High School. Big win over Sacred Heart.
How the hell? How do you you're a Raider fan?
He said he's the president. You're the president of the club.
Pumping your chest out. You just got smoked in South Beach.
All according to plan. All according to plan.
Jaime, Nick, stay on hold. 888-957-9570. Last segment of the show. What's your big takeaway from the loss? Is it on Shanahan? Is it on Purdy? We ran a poll yesterday on 95.7 The Game. Ran a poll. There are several issues with the 49ers right now. Who's the most to blame? Shanahan got 59% of the vote.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Is that accurate? Is that accurate? Mills High School in Millbrae. My bad. Not what did I say? San Bruno?
Oh, boy.
They're on the peninsula. Mills High School.
I think you just said the peninsula.
Yeah, Mills High School in Millbrae. That's what I said. I thought I said that. I love Mills. I emceed their pancake fundraiser. I love Mills High School.
Vontae didn't win.
He's a hater too. Brought to you by Valvoline. It's the oil change. Your phone calls as will end the show. Spinoni doing a hell of a job for Shasky. Valvoline is the oil change. Is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline. Instant oil change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Warriors are playing in L.A. against the Clippers. I had to squeeze that in as the locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. It's now available.
and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Haven't heard from Big Pun recently. He's probably ticked off.
Might be cleaning out his closet.
For what? Niner gear?
I don't know.
Say he's throwing it away? Nah, Big Pun don't roll like that. He doesn't roll like that.
I was just making an Eminem reference. Bonte.
I know.
2025 Baseball Hall of Fame votes. They're going to be coming up here shortly. Do you want to see some of the newcomers? Want to hear some of the names real quick before we get back into football?
Sure, why not?
Ichiro, first ballot, right?
You'd think.
CC Sabathia.
He's a Hall of Famer, in my opinion.
Dustin Pedroia. Some moments with those Red Sox squads.
Jeff Kent not going. He doesn't deserve.
Carlos Gonzalez, probably not. Cargo.
Oh, no, hell no.
Hanley Ramirez?
No, he had some monster seasons, but he didn't live up to the hype. And then he started getting injured. It's ain't the Hall of Good. It's the Hall of Great.
King
Hall
Felix Hernandez. One of the greatest Seattle Mariners of all time.
I don't know about first ballot, but maybe a Hall of Famer.
And some of the ones returning, obviously, Alex Rodriguez, Manny Ramirez, Andrew Jones, Billy Wagner, Carlos Beltran, some of the other names.
Those last 5 guys are Hall of Famers.
They should be.
Carlos Gonzalez is all about. What?
Cargo?
Come on, man.
Back to football. There
what
you
are
go.
we doing here? Warriors and Clippers tonight.
That was my Shasky segment, by the way.
Warriors and Clippers. No, Shay would have went on 5 more minutes. Warriors Clippers tonight in LA at the new Intuit Dome. 7:30 tip. 7:30
that's
tip.
late. Oh, God.
Yeah, tell me about
Those extra 30 minutes kill you, boy. At 5 a.m. pregame show Monday through Friday, by the way. It hurts.
Somebody call in sick tomorrow.
No!
Warriors are 4.5 point favorites. 4.5 point favorites.
Injury, so Steph's questionable.
Steph's questionable. Last time I checked, Steph was questionable.
Knee soreness?
Yeah, I'll pull it up right here for you.
James Harden, by the way, second all times in three-pointers made.
Yep.
So there you go. So
he just surpassed Ray Allen.
You got the 2 greatest three-point shooters in the history of basketball potentially playing tonight.
You do?
Would you say James Harden is the second greatest three-point shooter of all time?
I would not say
But he's
that.
the second most makes.
Second most makes doesn't mean you're the second. It's because of volume. Took a lot of
I mean,
volume.
he's
a good three-point shooter, but he had high volume.
Okay.
He's no doubt. As you think of three-point shooters, where does James Harden land on your head? I think Steph Curry. I think Klay Thompson. I think Ray Allen. I think Reggie Miller.
I do too, but it's that snuck up on me with the James Harden. Like, I was like, maybe I should start thinking of him more as a top 5 three-point shooter of all time. Maybe.
I mean, if you give Klay Thompson those 2.5 years back, is James Harden actually in second place, though?
If some butts were candy nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could play, but still. I mean, we're talking greatest three-point shooters. Let's put some context.
Longevity, though. Best ability is
Not like Klay's not around anymore.
No, he's not. He went 1 for 11 yesterday, as Bonte alluded to, and they still won, though.
They've won 2 in a row now. Dallas is going to figure it out. James Harden, dude, he had 4 straight years. He averaged 9 3-point attempts, 10 3-point attempts, 13 3-point attempts, and then 12.5 3-point attempts. So the volume has been unbelievable for James Harden. But when I think about him being a great knockdown 3-point shooter, he's a 36% lifetime 3-point shooter. 36%. Klay's over at 40. Steph's 4 over 40. I mean, 3-point shooters.
I'll say this with Harden, though, as a ball handler and a guy that's asked to do a lot more than Klay Thompson did or Reggie Miller, like as a ball distributor too.
No doubt.
That enters the conversation.
No doubt.
But I'm excited to watch the game. Clippers played the Warriors tough last time.
They won the game last time.
They won it. That's what I'm saying.
112-104.
That's only 2 losses the Warriors have had this year. One of them was just a dud against the Cavs.
That was a home opener. They controlled tempo. They rebounded.
That was the Niners-Cowboys night, right? So we kind of swept that under.
Yeah, we swept it under the rug.
Revenge game early on the season.
It is a revenge game, but it's the first trip to the Intuit Dome. First trip to the Intuit Dome.
I've heard mixed reviews.
You haven't been yet. What did you hear about it?
I heard that it's cool, but also kind of like stale. It's new, right? Clippers aren't very sexy right now, this team. So maybe with Steph, they'll bring some extra juice.
Maybe. Let me see. Clippers, their defensive efficiency has been really good. They won last night. They had a back-to-back, so they'll have to turn it around quickly here. 8th in defensive efficiency the last 6 seasons. Defensive rebounding, one of the better defensive rebounding teams this year. They're 3rd in terms of defensive rebound percentage. They're 3rd in the league. And when it comes to opponent's second chance points, they're 12th. So they really clear the glass away and try to limit those offensive rebound opportunities with the LA Clippers. However, the turnovers have been bad. They turn the ball over 17 times a game. So they're 29th. So I like the Warriors to bounce back tonight against the Clippers. Not bounce back. They've won a couple games in a row.
I mean, they won 3 in a row.
3 straight.
8-2 in their last 10.
10-2. But I expect them to avenge their loss to the LA Clippers from a few Sundays ago. All right, back to the lines. Talking Niners here. The vibes are good with the Warriors.
Yep.
Not so much with the 49ers. Hi, May, San Carlos. Hi, May. Good morning, buddy.
Monte, you're probably not going to want to hear this, bud.
Uh-oh.
But they got man. You remember in the Philly days with Andy Reid, he'd get them there, but couldn't get over the hump until he changed his philosophy. Went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Kyle's got to go. He's got to go.
Kyle's got to go. So let me get this straight, because you're entitled to your opinion. I disagree with it, but if Kyle's got to go, then what do you do with this roster? Do you get rid of Brock Purdy? Do you keep Brock Purdy? Is Brock Purdy not the problem?
I don't know. Purdy's part of the problem. He's just a better version of Jimmy G that can run. I would go after that offensive coordinator for the Lions, Ben Johnson.
So you're over Shanahan, despite him being 54-29 entering the season and 8-3 all time in the playoffs. You got a guy who's won in the playoffs.
Fonte. Jim Harbaugh was 44-19 in 4 seasons, and they got rid of him.
It was a different context, though. Different context.
You're right.
You can't piss off the bosses.
Bill Walsh. Right, but Bill Walsh 10 seasons, and then he was gone. Man, they got to go. And Walsh did something very good from a great head coach. He would get rid of players early, knowing that the salary cap was going to hit, and he'd restock via draft. Shanahan does not do that.
Well, he might have to this offseason. He might have to this offseason. Appreciate the call. Like 888-957-9570. I understand the frustration after a loss like that. I get it. I understand it. You want someone to blame.
You know what?
But nothing is going to just firing Shanahan and pivoting to Ben Johnson. What changes? You what, seriously.
What's so funny about Ben Johnson? He didn't even know who Ben Johnson was a year ago.
Stop. It was Kellen Moore. Remember it? Kellen Moore 5 years ago.
Didn't even know who Ben Johnson was. Yeah. Now we want Ben Johnson. Now we want this guy. Now we want that guy. You know what? I'm going to do this. It's a Monday. It's a Manic Monday. The Lunatic Fringe is out. Out and about. TC called in the 6 o'clock hour. I ain't never seen that before. I'm surprised Robin San Bruno hasn't gotten in here, but 888-957-9570. Since we're on this Fire Shanahan hype, I'm going to allow everybody to call in, and you're going to get your time. 888-957-9570. If you want Shanahan fired, I'd love to hear from you. Explain why you want Shanahan fired.
I love the Andy Reid comp that he just made, too, because it's so laughable. Andy Reid was the exact same coach in Kansas City with Alex Smith that he was with the Philadelphia. We all realize that, right?
Yep.
Could never win the big one with Alex Smith as a quarterback. What was the common denominator there? They had quarterbacks that were good, just not good enough. Donovan McNabb was not Tom Brady. Sorry. Michael Vick, very good. Not good enough, right? And then what happened? He drafted Patrick Mahomes. And what? Greatest
even in Spino, Super Bowl 54, they were down 10 with less than 7 minutes left.
And then
the Niners blew that.
And then there you go. But even early on, but losing in the AFC Championship to Tom Brady, he still had to take his licks. Just because you fire Shanahan and move on doesn't mean the next guy's going to pull a Doug Peterson. Come on.
Not only that.
Doug Peterson's not even a good coach.
not only that, Spadone, but we talk about restocking through the draft. Well, this past draft, there's a question mark on Ricky Pearsall. And there's a question mark on Jacob Cowing. Ronaldo Green looks like a damn good corner. Dominic Pooney's a player, right? Tatum Bethune has an MCL issue right now. He may be out for a while. But those are 5 players right there. At least 2 of them I feel really good about. Ronaldo Green and Dominic Pooney. Who else am I missing in this draft class? Malik Mustafa. How's he playing?
Pretty well.
Didn't hear his name yesterday. He's making some plays. Yeah. So they had a pretty damn good draft.
It was a 6th-round pick last year. I thought D. Winters played.
D. Winters, yeah, no doubt. Brock Purdy's a 7th-round pick. So 888-957-9570. If we're gonna, I've been listening to this stupidity all morning about firing Shanahan and moving on. If you want to move on from Shanahan, explain why. And don't just say, "Hey, let's just go get Ben Johnson. It's going to change everything." Because now you need Ben Johnson, his offense may need entirely new personnel. So
they also play in a dome.
They're playing a dome.
It's a little different. Like, I am curious to see how he translates when he goes to a dumpster fire like a Jacksonville potentially, like a Vegas, like the New York Jets. I'm very interested to see how he looks like when he doesn't have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jameson Williams, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, and Jared Goff, who looks like an MVP candidate. Like,
well, what's funny is he said no to a lot of jobs last year. He said no to a lot of jobs.
Very picky.
He's smart. You don't go just jump onto an organization and commit career suicide and get fired to be a resurface. You got a great situation in Detroit. But we'll see where he goes. Is Jed York all in on Kyle Shanahan? I believe he is. I believe he is, folks. 888-957-9570.
And the tandem right now, not to cut you off, Bonte, the tandem of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Like, that's something, too, in this. Like, you see it. You saw it with Harbaugh and Trent Baalke. They didn't get along. They butted heads all the time. They seem, like, idiosyncratic in their thinking, which is so huge. And I think so underrated in all this is the cohesiveness from the top. Like, as soon as that starts to get a little bit shaky, that's when toxicity bleeds in. And that's when it starts to get, okay, maybe we do make some changes. But not right now.
Yeah, no.
And Jason M., I think it's Jason Mishler, our guy, likes to, he hit us up on Twitter, @Spadoni_Joe, if you want to give me a follow. But he was like, when do you start, even thinking about firing Hannah?
Do you look at my timeline? Go look at my timeline, Spadoni. Yeah. Look at my timeline.
And I said, miss the playoffs this year and next year, you can start talking about it.
Next year.
Correct.
Not this year. Come on, man. 602 is right. Comcast Business Text line. Where's the boombox guys? Where's the boombox boys? Debo, Trent, where you at?
Debo might have put his hands on him, so I don't know.
Debo Samuel yesterday. I am so disappointed with the way this is ending. How's
the podcast going though, Debo? How's that going?
Well, the podcast ain't going well. Let's look.
# new media. You got Draymond on yet? Baron Davis? How they doing? No,
they're not going to. Draymond's podcast is so much better. It's not even funny. Debo Samuel, four catches, 22 yards.
Volume.
You know what? What dawned on me yesterday after the loss is that we may be seeing Debo Samuel's final 7 games in a 49ers uniform. And he's been a good Niner. But Klay Thompson was a great Warrior who won 4 championships. And I heard how some of the fans talked about Klay because of the last 2 years, even though he led the league and made threes and shot 41%. We don't even go through numbers. How are fans going to feel about Debo if these are the final 7 games of his career, the way it ends there? It will taint everything he's done in a Niner uniform. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening?
What's up, Nick?
Hey, well, first of all, Debo in that number 1 jersey, he looks like a 4-year-old out there playing Pop Warner for the first time. Dude, put on number 32 because you're stealing money from the team, bro. That's what it is. I'm going to go deep with it, bro. I'm going to tell you what it is. McCaffrey, you fumbled in the Super Bowl on the opening drive. We missed field goals that cost this game. Our special teams ain't special. They're special needs, bro. This is kicking and punting. That's it. They don't do nothing but ruin games for us, bro. This coach can't play for the players, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm all over Shanahan at times. Some of his plays are bonehead. But, dude, I wouldn't want no other coach right now because some of these other coaches, they suck. They're bad. They shouldn't even be in the NFL. They should be in junior college. Straight up. I don't even know what they're doing, bro. And let me tell you something. It was flat yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go to the game, but I'm sitting there, and I'm looking around. I'm like, where's everybody yelling? I'll take that loss for the Bay Area then. I wasn't there yelling and screaming. I get my crowd to protect camp from 408 hyped up. You come up there and check me out. Me and my daughter, we go, bro. We go. But let me tell you, I'm gonna keep it real, man. Blaming Shanahan for the dysfunction of these players. You know, if they're getting mad, like my dad used to say, man, if you're mad at somebody, go bang your head against the tree. You know what I'm saying? Don't blame the coach. Straight up.
Nick, it sounds like you're underwater right now. It sounds like you're underwater, but good call.
Thanks,
I get some passion. All right, we got. What do we have here? 15 minutes left? Rat-a-tat-tat. Everybody's getting in. The hell with it. You got something to say about Shanahan? You got something to say about Brock Purdy? Now's the time to get in. And we're going to be talking about this all week long because Green Bay's on deck. And that's the ultimate. You'll lose. You're probably not going to the promised land. All right? You win that football game, and all of a sudden we're feeling a lot better going into Buffalo. It is possible. Green Bay don't look great. Let's not sit here and act like they look like the cream of the crop. They don't look that good.
No, but they find ways to win games, which is what the 49ers don't do. Which is
no, they haven't done that yet. They haven't done it, and we're running out of time. As the coach Jerry Rice said, we'll get to his quotes about Brock Purdy. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. I want to hear from the fans.
You're very. Bonte's frustrated right now.
No, I'm not frustrated. I'm fired up.
You're
I just want to
frustrated
hear
with this
why
team.
people want to fire Shanahan. After watching everything that's transpired this year, you think it's all on the coach? These players got to make plays. All right, these are millionaire players. Make a damn play. Make a play. Execution, fumbling, missing tackles. It's the same old song. Make a kick. Hell, even the guy you brought in, Anders Carlson, missed an extra point against Kansas City. All right? Let's not get rid of the coach. Do you think firing the coach is going to solve all the problems? Look at the personnel right now. Personnel doesn't look too hot. They're not playing up to their capabilities. And that's on the players, man. At some point, we got to hold the players accountable for making some plays. 2nd and 11. Ice the game. Debo's running the in route. Maybe some people wanted to run the ball, but it's 2nd and 11. All right? The run game's not doing anything. You dial up a great play action pass. Purdy airmails it. He airmails it. Quarterback's got to make a throw. All right? You want to get this guy $60 million? The great ones make that throw. $60 million a year quarterbacks make that throw. But no, let's blame Shanahan for every damn thing.
Well, unfortunately,
come on, man, mix me with that.
$60 million a year quarterbacks actually don't make those throws because look at Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott this year.
Oh, they don't. I'm sorry.
But that's,
all right.
That's
well,
what happens.
You know what I mean. The great ones make the throw.
No, but
we don't consider Trevor Lawrence great. Nobody thinks Trevor Lawrence is great.
He's not.
Nobody thinks Tua's great. And we all knew that those contracts were mistakes.
But
I'm talking about the Burrows. I'm talking about the Allens. I'm talking about the Hurts. I'm talking about the Mahomes. I'm talking about Lamar Jackson. To hell with Trevor Lawrence. To hell with Dak Prescott. We know they're bums. We've known that already. And we know those organizations have overpaid them. We knew Dak was overpaid. We knew Trevor was overpaid. I'm talking about the big boys, Spadoni. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking
Those guys make the throw.
I'm talking about you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy
You may
big
not
boy
have
money
to do
no
a
matter
damn
what.
thing. May not pay him damn nothing.
If you had to bet $1,000 right now on whether Brock Purdy gets paid $60 million a year or not, what would you be betting?
I will not be. I will bet that he will not get $60 million a year.
You don't think he's going to reset the quarterback market?
Oh, what? With the way he betting, hell no, he's not.
The 49ers cornered themselves into a position where they're going to have to pay him.
No, well, if they give him $60 million a year, if they give him $60 million a year, then this whole damn thing, this operation's over. Over. You cannot pay him $60 million a year. And I like Purdy, but you cannot pay him $60 million a year. Did that look like a $60 million a year quarterback yesterday? Did it look like it all season long? Even against Tampa Bay, he's airbailing balls in the first half.
Doesn't have two of his best weapons.
Oh, come on, stop it.
I'm just saying, he doesn't.
Just stop. The
best weapon on offense is compromising Christian McCaffrey.
We cannot keep making excuses. What did Brady say on the broadcast? I don't give a damn who's out there. You're the quarterback. You elevate the offense.
I'm just telling you, I could already see it now in the offseason. It was a lost year, but it wasn't Brock's fault. Everything else, you just go back to when the season started. There was a lot of turmoil. Trent Williams, Brandon Ayuk, Ricky Pearsall. Hufanga got hurt. You got all these guys getting hurt. Nick Bosa gets hurt. Yeah, you know what? We still got to pay Brock, though. I can see that happening.
Be careful. All right, we're going to get to everybody here. Had to get that out of my system.
Feel better?
I feel a little better.
There you go.
Feel a little better.
Want some goat fuel?
Might need some. We need a nap, too. Bud in Oakland, what's happening? What up, big Bud? Bud?
Hey, buddy.
A lot of people is calling for Shanahan and whatnot. Listen, man, it's the team collectively. When the team wins, nobody's saying, "Oh, this guy won a game for us." It's "Oh, we won." So when you guys lose, everyone's the problem. Everyone is to blame. Yeah, maybe the coach is not putting guys in a position to make the play. Maybe guys are out of position. Who knows? But at the same time, collectively, it's on the team. And what Niner fans have to realize is I said this, you guys are ungrateful for whatever reason. Like the Niners fans have been fortunate as a fan base to have some stability, like I said, from top to bottom. And you guys find a way to be dissatisfied with even a win or whatever. But my thing is that Madden curse has come back to hunt you guys. Yeah, you guys got Christian McCaffrey back, but you guys are getting hurt around the field. You know what I mean? You guys are getting hurt everywhere else. And don't forget that Madden curse happened to have my Raiders on there had McCaffrey doing some things that he didn't do against the Raiders. But like I said, the Madden curse has come back, and the chickens are coming home to roost, man. Thanks for taking the call. Collectively, it's a loss, man.
Still reserving Fremont. Wow,
Whoa.
a blast from the past.
211?
211 still reserves in the building? Call it. Whoa.
River
am I
Island's
awake?
guest line right now.
Am I delusional right now? Still reserve? Is this really you?
What's up, my G? It's been a minute.
Oh, my
I be in the shadows lurking, listening, man. But I had to call. I jumped in the car after work, and I heard this absurdity, this lunacy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So let me call my boy Bonte. Hopefully he remembers me. I know we don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I tell you what, you can't pay that young man those 60, but you sure as hell cannot fire Kyle. That last caller's on point. Some of these fans are spoiled, man.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. This dude's done. Look what he's done, man. A lot of it falls on the players. I mean, look at the fact I didn't watch the whole game yesterday. I was watching our miserable stuff going on, with my team. And but, man, the ball's on that dude to run for that touchdown with no timeouts left. Come on, you got to tackle that guy.
You got to tackle him.
Don't fall on Kyle, man.
Yeah.
And look, the curse, I don't know about the man curse. I mean, the dude's got a point on that, too. But I'll tell you what, the Niners as a franchise has dodged the Super Bowl hangover. They've dodged it. It finally might have caught up to them. But I tell you what, you guys get rid of Kyle, I will kidnap Mark Davis until he signs that dude and gives him a blank check, baby boy. I'll let you guys stay up.
Oh, wow, still reserved.
Reserved.
That's how the outsiders feel about the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. But yet, within our own fan base, we want to get rid of this guy. Like I see a text right here. It's pretty funny. 650, we want Super Bowls. That's why, Bonte. Well, when I was on the Super Bowl or bust movement, you got to say, well, it's too hard. We don't like that moniker. We just got to win and be competitive and we're satisfied. So now we want Super Bowls. Which one is it? We all want Super Bowls.
It's
we
fun.
all want it.
We're
all frustrated.
It's a Monday all across different sports waves across this great nation. It's nothing better in our business when there is a loss because everyone gets so angry. The phone lines suggest that today. But you don't think in Chicago, they're whispering right now, our sister station, The Score, they're saying, Eberflus, you think if the Niners keep losing more games, Kyle Shanahan could be available? You don't think they're thinking that over in Jacksonville? You don't think they're thinking that over in New York City right now? You think Kyle Shanahan, you don't think they're thinking on Vegas? Everywhere that needs a head coach that are thinking about moving on from their head coach, they're thinking, how can we get this guy in our building? And where are we at today in San Francisco? How can we get this guy out of our building?
To all the people that want Shanahan fired, I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar that he will not get fired.
No.
That would be idiotic.
Possibly.
And then I'll have a conversation about Jed York if that even, I don't even think we're remotely close to that.
No.
But if that happens, then all heads on deck. I'm coming at Jed York. And I like Jed York. I bet him the other day. Jed York's fine. He ain't no dummy. He's not firing Kyle Shanahan, man. What are we doing? What are we doing today? Listen to ourselves, 49er fans. We live up to the moniker wine and cheese fans. Whiner fans. Oh, everybody's laughing at us right now. As soon as they lose to Seattle, man, we got to get rid of the coach. Somebody's got to get. What are we doing?
I mean, Geno Smith pulled the night on him. Oh, boy. What's worse, Bonte, the Geno Smith going night or the turkey on the 50?
Turkey on the 50.
Still?
Turkey on the 50.
Those are Hall of Famers that were doing that. I mean, Geno Smith is a nobody.
Turkey on
and
the
he's
50.
Flexing.
Well, Geno Smith's going to get humbled next week, man. We all
We'll
know
see.
Geno.
Maybe he gave them life, and maybe they're going to go on a run.
Smith, man. We lost to Geno Smith.
Hey, Greg Olson said he's one of the greatest throwers of the football ever.
Okay. KB in Oakland. Maybe too many hits to the head, Greg. KB in Oakland. What's happening? We're going to get to everybody. We got about 8 minutes left. I'm getting to everybody on the show. Everybody. KB Oakland.
Yeah. What's going on, man? Hey, I've been sitting up here listening to this. Shanahan is the man. He's a guru. He's this. He's that. First of all, he fired the defensive coordinator. I mean, it's bigger things. He's not a guru. Tell me, what quarterback has he pulled? What quarterback has he made better?
Jimmy Garoppolo,
Matt Ryan,
Brock Purdy, Matt Ryan, Matt Schaub, Brian Hoyer,
What?
Yeah.
Brian Hoyer in Cleveland.
What? Are you serious?
Nick Mullins.
Are you serious? That's what I'm saying. You guys give him the moniker of doing stuff.
I don't call him a guru. I don't call him a hey, KB. Hold on 1 second, KB. I don't call him no guru. I don't. But don't get confused with the facts. Those are the facts. Those quarterbacks got better under him. Come on, KB.
What big game has he won?
The NFC Championship game a couple times.
Twice.
Divisional games for home field advantage. All these games are big games, KB. Just because he hasn't won the Super Bowl, okay? Marty Schottenheimer, Marv Levy, they all didn't win the Super Bowl. Jim Harbaugh hasn't won the Super Bowl yet, for crying out loud.
To come in second place is good.
No, it's not good. No,
To
no,
come in
it's not.
second place is good.
Come on, KB. So you want to fire Shanahan? Let me get it. You want to fire? Hell no, it's not good enough. Haven't you been listening to the show the last 5 years? It's never good enough. But you want to fire Shanahan now? He's never won a big game.
Chiefs have our number. Seattle just got our number. Everybody's got our number.
They just lost 6 straight. Bye-bye, KB. They get him out of here. Flush his ass. What are you talking about? Brian and Half Moon Bay. Brian, I'm flushing now. I got the itchy finger like Joe Lacob. Itchy trigger finger. Brian and Half Moon Bay. What the hell is KB talking about? Brian and Half Moon Bay, what's up?
I gotta pile on here, man. I agree with some of the other callers. I agree with Jaime and San Carlos. I think Brock Purdy. I think the arm talent is not there. I agree they need a shakeup. There needs to be a new philosophy in this town. The coaches are not developing the players. Then you look at all the signings they did. There's a lack of signings on time, and now you have injury upon injury. Red zone, abysmal. Special teams, abysmal. Now you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy a ton of money, and the results have not been there. He does not have the thrust to make the throws to the sideline.
Let's go to
the arm strength conversation. Yeah. Would be it like a thing if he played in the AFC North? Like that would be a legitimate thing, and you're going to be playing in 2 cold weather games the next 2 weeks. So maybe, and we'll see. He'll have an opportunity to prove a lot of people wrong, because I do have my doubts about his physical skill sets. When you do, because Drew Brees had them too, but he played in a dome. There was a difference there. So we'll see.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been so damn disappointed with this fan base this season. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed for us. I really am. Let's go to Ronnie and Tracy. Ronnie, what's happening?
Hey, Ron.
What's up, boys? All right, yeah, I'm tired of this doom and gloom from our fan base. We are not dead yet. There is a playoff path, all right? We just got to go in, beat the Packers. Then we got Bills coming off a bye. The NFL doesn't make any sense. We can go in there, win that game. The Cardinals and Seahawks play 2 of the next 3 games. We need them to trade. 1 loss each. Then you got the Rams playing Philly. They dropped that game. They're to 5-6. Then they play the Bills in 2 weeks. We got Chicago coming back after the Bills. We win that game, 8-5. You know, we got life. Let's go, Niner fans. Let's have some hope. We've been there before. Let's go.
I like your optimism. I like it. Let's go to Damon in San Francisco. Damon, what's happening?
Let's beat the Bills off the bye.
Man, hope is good, but skill is better, man. I'm just not seeing it. One thing real quick, man, I love these Niners, but Purdy resetting the market, I just don't see it happening. Yeah, I mean, given his play like his first 2 seasons, he was amazing. He was amazing. I love the guy, but I mean, this year he just struggled. He just struggled. So him resetting the market when, you know, it seems like his kryptonite is, you know, the linemen putting up their hands and batting his balls down. So, I mean, it's something like that. I just don't see resetting the market. I love the Niners, but I've been kind of questionable about them since Baltimore game last year, last Christmas. I mean, they just have not shown that they could beat the elite teams. I mean,
good call. Let's go finish up with Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland. And you're in the show, Tony. Good morning, Tony.
We can still fix this. Okay, we don't get rid of Shanahan. The Shanahan has the moves, but we got to put in the linchpin. Look, this is everyone's religion, and we don't have the right King Arthur for the round table for everyone to spin around, all right? Now, just face up. Shanahan is no Patton. Now, look at this. These are some Patton quotes. We will win because we will never lose. There can never be defeat if a man refuses to accept defeat. And Shanahan, just look at the boy. He is no Patton. Someone has got to see this. And forget all this stuff about Purdy. Purdy is still it. I'm saying, if you had to deal with Shanahan in your ear as the QB, you know how they got to listen to this? The dude is timid in the 4th quarter. Doesn't anyone else see it? Patton would have eradicated that dude instantly and say, okay, you can plan shit, but you ain't going to be on the sideline. You know what?
Just let the S-bombs go. You know what? One day I'm going to just let an S-bomb go. I'm just drop.
She tried to sneak that one in there. I was sneaky, but we weren't paying attention.
I'm just going to drop an F-bomb one day. One day I'm just going to drop.
I think you probably have.
Have I? No,
I've dumped it, so no one's heard
Have I?
Probably. Everyone has at the station.
As long as we, don't miss the dump button when you say it.
And as long as we don't
Can you
miss
imagine
fast,
someone missing the
we
dump
don't want to
button
miss
on that
Fast Five either, though. That's the thing. What a day.
I never pulled a Michelle Beadle.
No. Hey, that kind of slid under the rug too, didn't it? No,
Well, it never happened, so you know.
That's interesting. I mean, just saying.
She's
She laughed it off. Glenn Kuiper got fired. He's gone. Done. And Michelle Beadle's like, it's fine.
Just gotta walk it off.
Yeah, where are we at in society? That's a question you could ask on Friday night with the Logan Paul, Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson looking like Rikishi for WWE with the thong out there in the locker room. I don't know what he was wearing there. There's buffering everywhere. I didn't have a problem with my stream. Apparently everyone else did, but mine was fine. Yeah, that was embarrassing. That whole fight, the whole thing, Jake Paul. And it was sad just to watch Mike Tyson, a guy that many people were watching to hope conjure up memories of the past. I feel like whether they're watching the 80s, 90s, wherever he was dominating, he was just old. That was an old man losing to a guy that was 20 years old. You know, everyone thought it was going to be the Rocky Balboa movie. Remember Rocky Balboa when he rocks 60, he's fighting the guy who's 30, whatever. It's like, oh, maybe he could have. No, this is real life. This isn't a fairy tale. That's what happens. But I didn't want to give a shout out in my final thought to Palma High School, my alma mater, beating Sacred Heart Cathedral at Kezar Stadium, the number 2 seed Sacred Heart, going down to Palma, the number 7 seed.
Oh, no.
Big upset alert.
I didn't even catch that. Pat, I'm getting a haircut. Oh, no.
Palma.
What was the score?
Palma came back. They were down double digits at the half. I wanted to say they came back.
Oh, no.
Let me pull it up right here. It was 28-19, the final. The 7-seeded Palma Chieftains taking down Sacred Heart. They're going to be playing the number 6 seed Menlo School.
Yeah, my cousin Mike Hill. Shout out to my cousin Mike Hill, offensive coordinator over there at Menlo.
Atherton's different.
Yeah,
though,
Menlo Atherton. No, Menlo School. That's where my cousin Mike Hill coaches. Shout out Mike Hill, man.
So
you guys are doing it. Damn. I was hoping we got Mike Hill back up here to play Sacred Heart. Little revenge game because he used to call plays for Sacred Heart. Shout out to Pat and Swan over there at Sacred Heart. By the way, SI beat. They won their first playoff game. De La Salle, they advanced. Sarah lost to Los Gatos. Reardon High School won as well.
There you go.
So there it is. And St. Francis won too. St. Francis won. So we got a lot going on. AAA playoffs as well. Washington, I think, is playing Lincoln, which doesn't bode well for them. My final thought is the Mike Tyson thing was a charade. It was a sham. Logan Paul, Jake Paul, whatever. Got a lot of people out a lot of money. 72,000 went to that stadium to go watch that.
Million.
72,000. No, went to the fight.
Yeah. But what are the 63 million or something? Streamed it?
No.
Yeah.
John Jones, UFC, GOAT. I like him. I want to fight Tom Aspinall. That'd be fun. But my final thought is people are just absolutely insane. You guys really want to fire Shanahan? Really? I'm not even a Shanahan apologist. Hell, 3 years ago, a lot of y'all told me that I had something personal against Shanahan, that I was a Shanahan hater. I'm just keeping it a buck. You really want to fire Shanahan? Really? Go ahead, Carter. Love
65 million concurrent streams for that Jake Paul fight. Damn. And they got 2 Christmas Day games.
Well, I'm not ready to fire Kyle Shanahan just yet. Not even this season. But guys, against the Rams, it was a 4th and 1. Against the Cardinals, it was a 4th and 5. Then against the Seahawks, you finally get that 4th down stop, but then you give them the ball back and it's 2 third downs. It's just those big plays late. They just keep falling flat in their face on, and it's just, I don't know how they fix that other than just be better.
I was going to say something about Kyle Shanahan, but I'm not even going to go down that avenue with people at this point. I'm going to shout out, I'm going to follow tail on Bonte here. I want to shout out Michael Chandler in the UFC. Michael Chandler, every time he steps in the octagon, puts on an absolute show for Dana White.
Ass kicked.
Yes, he does lose a lot, but he puts on an absolute show, and I really respect the guy because he's willing to take on the best.
Yeah, he gets drilled all the time. He almost pulled it out in the 5th round. Almost pulled it out. All right, that's it for us.
And Jake Paul in one night made more than both those guys in their entire careers.
Oh, Dana White is
seething.
Oh, I think it's legalized pimping, but what do I know? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Shaq's going to be back tomorrow.
Legalized pimping.
What? I just thought.
That's pretty good.
That's what it is. I mean, jeez. Oh, man. What a law. Oh, my gosh. Oh, man. I can't believe that. I don't even know how to end the show. I'm befuddled right now, folks. I don't know what to do.
Pimping ain't easy.
It ain't easy.
Yeah.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Call it like you see it.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Under 20. Smith back to throw. Smith takes off. Geno Smith ends zone ahead. Touchdown Seattle. With 12 seconds. Geno Smith again puts the Seahawks on his back. And Seattle's got the lead.
Joe Davis, Fox Sports. Goo, why don't you start?
Seattle.
Just go ahead and start today.
And it's not a victory lap. I just have no idea who the 2024 San Francisco 49ers are. I've been waiting like Forrest Gump at the bus station, Steiny, that they're going to turn it on. But they had Seattle come in, losing 5 of 6, not even knowing who they are. And now I'm looking at you. I'm going to tell Evan and everybody listening, I'm questioning everything. I cannot believe they lost that game on an 80-yard drive. And then Geno Smith, they didn't write back. Did the Steph Curry night-night?
Why didn't you even consider the fact that the Seahawks could come back when we've seen teams do that against the Niners the first 9 games of the year?
And there you go. Because I was in denial. How about that, partner? And the Niners have played this game all season long. That game played out like the one that has played out for them all year, but it got him in the ass yesterday, Steiny. You got away with Dallas. You got away with Seattle when you're up 20. You know what I mean? You got away with Tampa Bay. And we got to talk about this offense because I'm not putting it on the doorstep of the defense. I'm just not. Not from what I saw, partner.
Well, I'm putting it on the defense.
More than the offense?
Well, when you want to go 60-40, go 60-40.
They stopped them on 4th and 1.
But they haven't. When's the last time the Niners got a game-saving defensive stop? I think now they're 0 for 3.
I would say last week against Tampa when they kept them out the end zone.
Well, all right. If you want to say that, but I mean, they still scored.
What's up with the offense? And now I'm questioning Brock Purdy, Steiny. I don't know what I feel like. I really believe this. When Jimmy said, allegedly, these plays stink, I don't know what's going on with him, but I feel like he's fighting himself. I'm not saying he's playing awful, but Steiny, something's going on in his head, and I don't know if Kyle can get it remedied, but this team is 5-5.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? They've played exactly like a 5-5 team. They don't deserve to be 6-4. They don't deserve to be 7-3. They're 5-5, and that's the right record for them. I mean, to me, again, yesterday's game was so similar to the 2 losses to the Cardinals and the Rams. I mean, think about this for a sec. The 49ers get Geno Smith to throw an interception deep in his own territory, where it gives the 49ers the ball to 25. They only get 3, but he throws an interception deep in his own territory. Then on a 4th down play with 4 minutes to go, it's 4th and inches, and the 49ers are ahead, and they get a stop with 4 minutes to go.
Yes.
I mean, you can't lose those games.
I'm with you.
You didn't take advantage of either of those situations, and at the end of the day, Geno Smith engineers an 80-yard drive against the 49ers defense in 2.5 minutes.
And Jackson Smith and Jigba couldn't be stopped, Steiny.
And this is one where I'm not really into, well, this one's on the defense, or this one's on the offense, or this one's on Shanahan. They weren't good enough. They haven't been good enough all year long. This is who they are.
Why?
The reason is because this is who they are now. They're a team that's aging out at the end of a run, and when they don't have their full team, they're not the same team. To me, they're like the Warriors when they've had, and I get it, the Warriors won titles with Durant, but they're like the Warriors with Durant. When they were missing one guy, it just changed everything, and they never looked quite as good. 49ers playing without Kittle yesterday, and it's just not quite the same. They play without McCaffrey, not quite the same. They play without Debo, not quite the same. And I thought that was what happened yesterday, too. They just, without Kittle, their offense was just run of the mill.
And you know, I'm one of the biggest Kittle fans, but he's not. I was told he's not McCaffrey. So everything was going to be good in the hood when McCaffrey came back. And you barely beat Tampa Bay. And then you lose at home with McCaffrey. So I know they miss Kittle, but now this is why I've been tricking myself. Oh, every time it'll be when he comes back. It'll change when he comes back. Well, guess what, Steiny? They're coming back and they're still coming up lame. And offensively, I feel like opposing defenses are not afraid of the Niners. I heard Jerry Rice on with Spadoni and Bonte. Steiny, and I've told you guys this, throw the ball deep just for the sake of throwing it deep to let the other team know they got something to be worried about. Why is everything so short and compact?
Because that's the way the defenses are playing. There was a play yesterday in the third quarter where they showed a view from behind Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I want to say it was 2nd and 15 maybe. And
of course,
he drops back, and there are two guys who are sitting 8 yards down the field who are wide open. Now, if you throw it to them and they catch it, they're going to have to make a play or it's just going to be an 8-yard gain. But clearly, there were levels behind those two guys. So I look at
8 yards, I'll take it all day.
I just heard Greg Olson say a couple times, Brock's got to start just taking what they're giving him. Ooh. And I think that Brock got caught a little bit trying to make too much happen because he's feeling the pressure of trying to get this offense moving.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm going to put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco. They do miss my guy, Brandon Ayuk, and I sat here and we had Cam Inman on Friday, and I said I like what I saw of young Ricky Pearsall and Steiny. Again, this is not by choice, but how in the hell does he not have one target? I like that. And hey, I love Juwan Jennings. No, come on now. But if I'm coming into a game as a coordinator, defensive coordinator, and you got McCaffrey, Debo, and Brock Purdy, and you tell me Juwan Jennings is going to get 91 yards and the others are not going to do a damn thing, I'll take that all day, every day. Steiny, something's going on with this offense. It's too pedestrian. It's too, we'll get a single and bunt the runner over. What has happened to this offense? And to me, it falls squarely on the shoulders of a guy I once called a genius, and that's Kyle Shanahan. Called devising plays.
I mean, I'm not.
What are they doing?
I'm not into assigning blame. Oh, this was Kyle. This is on Kyle. You can go, okay, Kyle, he gets his share of the responsibility. Purdy, he's been pretty good this year, just pretty good. Debo Samuel, he's not been good. McCaffrey, he hasn't played. Jennings has been good. Ayuk hasn't been there. Trent Williams, like their best players on offense have not played great offense. They just haven't. And this is where, if you want to blame it on Kyle Shanahan, you can blame it on Kyle Shanahan. But how can a team with virtually the same personnel be this ordinary?
If the defense is adjusted to what you do. We kind of saw that in the playoffs last year offensively, Steiny.
I mean,
that's
yes and
unfair
no.
to just, Kyle doesn't have a uniform. But damn.
That's why I'm not blaming on him. That's like why I'm not blaming him. Or I mean, what I'm saying is he's responsible. He's as responsible for anybody as anybody for what's going on. But I don't put it solely on his doorstep. The players are not. They're not good enough right now to be better than a 500 team. 888-957-9570 is the number. And that was a disappointing loss for
shocked.
the 49ers yesterday afternoon. Made worse by the injury to Bosa in the second half. I mean, it's got to be noted that both of their touchdowns, Seattle's touchdowns, came with Bosa off the field.
Yep.
But, I mean, you still have to somehow keep the Seahawks out of the end zone when there's 2.5 minutes to go. And And there's 80 yards of real estate between them and the end zone. I mean, you can't give up that kind of drive. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Shop Thanksgiving at Whole Foods Market. Get $3.65 by Whole Foods Market frozen whole turkey for $1.49 per pound with Prime through December 3rd. Roast this bird to golden perfection as your centerpiece. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Keep your business connected with Wi-Fi backup, even during a power outage.
Everybody good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
Call Comcast Business today.
Ask about Wi-Fi backup for your business, or for a limited time, get started with an $800 holiday bonus prepaid card with a qualifying internet package when you switch to Comcast Business Internet. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 12/15/24. Restrictions apply. Prepaid card for new customers only with 800 megabit per second internet. Other restrictions apply.
Running a small business takes endurance, determination, and the right support to reach your goals. And MasterCard is here to help fuel that journey in a fast-paced digital world. With innovative tools and resources, we're here to guide businesses every step of the way digitally. Because when small business wins, everyone wins. Let's power up our communities one small business and one step at a time. Keeping the community running strong, priceless.
When the red and gold wins, our listeners win. The morning after every victory, be sure to tune in to the Morning Roast for your chance to win a jersey. Presented by Habas Law. Because Habas Law always puts people in the best position to win.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Joining us right now on the River Islands guest line, none other than Steph Curry.
River Islands in Lathrop combines new home neighborhoods with lakes, parks, and trails. All new charter schools, a waterfront restaurant, and all the elements to make the good life your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan's Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan Silver Dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1 ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1 ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
No, it's not a breakdown. It's just getting through the D-line. Everyone was in coverage. One was versus zone, the first one. The next one, I believe, was versus man. No one was open in the rhythm of the play, and you got to keep him in the pocket, and he broke through there, and especially on the touchdown run. Guys in man coverage had their backs to him, and can't let him out of the pocket there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan talking about Geno Smith's game-winning touchdown yesterday to give the Seahawks a 2017 victory over the 49ers. And, it's a game that a lot of people had the 49ers winning, but you know what? A lot of people had the 49ers winning more than just 5 games after playing 10. And unfortunately, this one is similar to the other division losses to the Rams and to the Cardinals. They've in 3 games, they've had multiple plays out there that had they been made, you come out of the game with a win. But they have not been able to come up with a key play or a key stop or a timely stop. And now they're 5-5, and they got 2 road games coming up in Green Bay and in Buffalo. And
man,
this is desperation mode. I got to believe it's desperation mode. You cannot lose the next 2 games, because you lose the next 2 games, that might be the real night-night.
Yeah, no doubt. And I got to say this to you, because you just said something, Stoney, that I don't want to say I disagree with, but I know and have more confidence in excuses for the defense as a whole, and yet they're playing their ass off in regard to stopping Seattle on a 3rd one. Geno got that. I don't know why it wasn't a challenge. They didn't give it to him. And the defense stopped him on 4th and 1. And you're telling me under 5 minutes, my offense, with the guy that I'm big clamoring for to get a blank check as the quarterback, and you got McCaffrey back there along with Debo and everybody else, and you can't do anything with that? And let's talk about that the second down throw to Debo. Stoney, it was awful. It was high. It was like, what are we, like, I couldn't believe Seattle. Losers of 5 of 6. Defense Swiss cheese. How in the hell can the offense not just put them night-night? They did nothing on that series. And that's why I'm like, finally, the chickens came home to roost, because Dallas was in that position Seattle was. Seattle was in that position a month ago when we were at the veranda. Tampa Bay was in that position. So are we really surprised that Seattle went down and took advantage of it? Because you almost gave it to them after the defense stopped them.
When the offense needs help from the defense isn't there. When the defense needs help from the offense isn't there. And there have been 3 games like that where, it's 50-50 as far as I'm concerned. 49ers get the ball back with the lead with 4 minutes to go. One of 2 things has to happen. They got to run out the clock, or they got to punt to the other team and hold them. They got to do one of those 2 things, and they weren't able to. And it got you beat again, 20-17.
Do you have any problem? Because it's facts, Don. Even if you say no, I'll just say I disagree. But it's obvious they miss Brandon Ayuk. You can see why.
No,
But you don't believe that.
I do believe that, because the problems existed when Ayuk was here. When he was playing, they had the same problems. Their offense was in fits and starts. Their offense was not clicking the first 6-7 weeks when Brandon Ayuk was there. Now he's not
10
there.
Weeks. Like, I feel like you're robbing Ayuk and the offense
my
of
answer,
gelling.
You're right. You were right about my answer. No. Hell with Ayuk.
Well, then they got problems.
They didn't miss him the last 3 games that they won. Nobody was saying anything. No.
But all the games have been tight. Stoney, they have nobody to take off.
Were they unbeatable with Brandon Ayuk? If they were, I might join you. If they were 6-1, they lose Ayuk, they're 6-4. I might be on board with that.
The point is,
chance.
Why did the team pay him? Because they need him, Stoney.
Well, he's hurt.
He does different things.
Well, that's
that
fine.
You're not giving him credit
I'm not saying if he were on the team, they wouldn't be using him, but I'll be damned if I'm going to say, well, if Ayuk wouldn't have gotten hurt, we'd be 7-3. No.
I don't know what Deebo Samuel is. I don't know what he's bringing to the table. These lateral runs and bubble screens and jet sweep. Stoney, it's over. Saran, what is he? He's getting $28 million. And I can't ask you to go one fly, just go route. Like, this offense they're hitting singles, man.
Let's go to David in El Cerrito. Start us off, David. What's going on?
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Well, I hear you guys say things like, "Oh, when this guy comes back, it'll be fine," and I also hear, Guru say things like, "No one fears this team." I said to you a couple of weeks ago, there's about 3 or 4 guys in the NFL that can win Super Bowls, quarterbacks by themselves, and there's about 10 guys that can win Super Bowls if they're on really good teams. I don't think Purdy's probably on the lower end of that 10 guys that can win a Super Bowl if he's on a really good team. But the question I ask is, if Brock Purdy hadn't been the last pick in the draft, if he had been the 3rd pick in the draft like Trey Lance, what would this conversation be like now? Because I feel like he just will forever get a pass because they got him on the cheap and they got him really late. Because his overall play, he doesn't elevate the team. Sure, he makes plays, but this is a quarterback who doesn't elevate the team. If he was the 3rd pick in the draft, what's the conversation about the Niners today?
I mean, honestly, I think if he were the 3rd pick in the draft, we'd still be saying he was the best quarterback in that draft. Let's say they drafted Purdy instead of Trey Lance.
Well, no, then the lights would be flashing red if that's where he's going, because I'm looking at Purdy's play and it's been average.
Right, but Purdy's been better. Right, but Purdy's been better than Trevor Lawrence. He's been better than Zach Wilson. He's been better than Justin Fields.
But I think he's saying, Steiny, he's slipping, though. His play is slipping.
Mac Jones.
Yeah, his play is slipping.
He's still like that. Well, that's his play might be slipping, but
something's going on.
He would still be the best quarterback in that draft. But no, he's not been spectacular.
And I feel
I don't think he's been terrible, though, either.
No, but I feel like Kyle wants him to do something. Steiny, there's some restraint on him. Something's going on. And
I don't think there's any restraint on him.
All of a sudden, the running aspect has become his best aspect, and I don't like that. He's not Michael Vick.
That's why I don't think the reins are on him. I think just the opposite.
Well, when you run for your life, you got to abort mission, Steiny, so he's running because guys are coming after him.
And maybe the receivers aren't open.
Well, that too.
Well, exactly.
And that's a whole nother. That's why I'm looking at $28 million, man. Slapping dudes, grabbing them on the neck, and you're doing nothing.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. What's up, Alex? How you doing?
Oh, man, after yesterday's game, guys, not feeling super great. I'm disheartened. I'm frustrated with the way the Niners are performing right now. Stein, you mentioned, earlier in the show, you talked about those 3 games where they lost in the 4th quarter despite having big leads, being in a position to win. They had a 90% win probability in the 4th in all 3 of those games. And for them to lose all 3 of those games, the odds of that happening are 0.1%.
Yeah.
And I bring that up because playoff teams and championship caliber teams, you always say they find ways to win. Teams that are mediocre, they find ways to lose. And the Niners, they're a mediocre team this year. They have found ways to lose. You talked about the fact that, look, you can't just blame the head coach for everything. And I agree with you there under normal circumstances. But I would ask you to give me a little bit and say that Kyle is not your standard NFL head coach. He has a lot more decision-making power than the average head coach when it comes to not only the personnel on his coaching staff, but also the personnel, that make the roster and how they manage that roster, how they spend and invest draft picks. And I think that, a lot of their misses in the draft are coming home to roost. They've drafted 12 wide receivers since he's been here, but they haven't drafted a lot of O-line or D-line depth. I think that's coming back to bite them now with the injuries they're seeing on the defensive line with Hargrave and now Bosa. I think the fact that guys like McKivitz and Brendel and, in the past, Mike McGlinchey have all underperformed in their roles. That circles back to poor drafting. They spent a 3rd-round pick on a kicker. So I think I give Kyle a little bit more blame than standard because he has a bit more responsibility than your standard head coach. And the last thing I'll say is this. If they lose to Green Bay on Sunday, I would not be opposed to them shutting down guys like McCaffrey, Greenlaw, and Bosa for the rest of the season, because at that point, I think the season's over.
Wow. Thanks, Alex. And you know what? That's the first time I've ever heard that point. And I'll give him it. I think it's a fair point about Kyle not being just a normal coach. He actually has more responsibility than a normal coach because we know he's involved in the draft and all that kind of stuff. So that is fair, I think, from that point of view. But I always look at the players and, I think if a player's going to have a great season, he's going to have a great season. And the coach doesn't hold back a player from having a great season. And to me, all their players, what player is playing to their standard that they set in the last 2 to 3 years. I think nobody, maybe Kittle.
Fred Warner.
But I didn't hear his name at all yesterday.
All right, I get you.
And you might be like, well, you know what? Okay, so he didn't have a great game. Well, now he's had 3 games out of 10 that aren't great. But
if he's out there on a solo mission, Steiny is kind of like
Bosa was terrific in the first half.
Was he?
Yeah, they scored 6 points.
Yeah, well, it could have been 14. I'm just like, I don't want to hear.
What do you mean?
Listen.
Why could it have been 14?
Terrific is, I didn't see terrific.
Bosa was good in the first half.
Okay, but he hadn't been, would you say he's been good this season? I would say no. And I was on here Friday saying I wanted more. And
I don't think he's been bad.
When he exit left, they missed him like all outdoors. The bottom line is the Niners are soft, and they're soft because now both lines of scrimmage, they don't win. And you said Bosa was good. He's doing a one-man show up there. And it's been that way pretty much all season.
Well, then they're not good enough.
Kenneth Walker, the Giants scored 29 points on the Seahawks defense, and that's all you could muster yesterday with McCaffrey back. And, there's a Debo problem. We can say whatever we want, Steiny. He's not having an impact on the game. And I know this as a father. When your kids are messing up, you go to the parents. And this has to fall squarely on Kyle Shanahan.
All right, so, okay, let's go along with your premise. It falls on Shanahan. Okay, now what? What do you do with that? What do you do with that information that you're believing in?
We watch the rest of the season play out.
Okay.
Can somebody whisper to him, hey, your offense is getting stale and predictable? I think there's something to that. Will he take that and evolve? And all we have, Steiny, is the rest of the season to figure that out.
I think it's been more predictable because, there's probably a million reasons. And I'm not limiting it to these reasons, but when you don't have Christian McCaffrey and you're using Jordan Mason, that limits you a little bit. Then you lose Brandon Ayuk. That limits you a little bit. You'll lose Brandon Ayuk and then George Kittle doesn't play in a game. That limits things a little more. You have a game where you don't have McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel misses. That limits you. So I'm sure he would say that we can't run the same plays without the personnel that we normally use. Well, if we're going to throw to Ayuk 10 times a game, we can't anymore. We got to throw to Jennings 10 times a game. So I don't single out anybody more than anybody else when I look at this team being 5-5. I believe everybody's responsible. Shanahan, not a great year. Purdy, not a great year. Ayuk, not a great year. Then he gets hurt. McCaffrey, getting hurt, doesn't quite look himself. Every single thing has dropped a notch, and that's why you're 5-5.
And I'm not disagreeing with that, but I know these football players, their job is to play the best football, right? But Kyle Shanahan's job, and I've given him praise for it, and other people have too, is devising a way to get these guys open to make their job easier. And that's not happening offensively.
Doesn't look like it. But is that on the players for not? We're never going to find out. Are the players not executing, or is Kyle not calling the right plays?
Well, I know Brock Purdy's under duress from as soon as the game starts.
Well, that to me is not a coaching issue. If their offensive line cannot hold up, I don't know, what can you do as a coach or as an offensive line coach?
It makes you wonder, why was it so effective enough last year
I don't know that it
to get to the Super Bowl?
I think that when you ask teams, or you ask 49er fans in the offseason, where do we need to upgrade? Offensive line was something that came up.
You were right.
Let's go to Carlito in Alameda.
Carlito.
Hello, gentlemen. Tough loss, guys. Listen, I'm going to put the rat on the table early. Brock Purdy, has he earned a big contract? You look at what happened with Dak Prescott. Can we be a little responsible? It may not be the best decision to pay this guy all this money. By the way, Mike Tyson, what are we doing, guys? I want my money back.
Well, you didn't pay. It was free. But anyway, man, that's another rat on the table. Now, that'll work itself out, but I'll keep it real. I'm watching Brock Steiny. Not bad, but I'm like, man, late in the game, not even having 100 yards, but it's not just him. He's a byproduct of whatever's happened to this offense. teams are having success trying to keep everything in front of them. There's no threats.
Let's go to Gary in Castro Valley. What's up, Gary?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. I wish we could be talking under better circumstances. Steiny, I just wanted to call to correct you on something. You said the next 2 games are going to determine the outcome of our Niners this season. I beg to differ, sir. I'm going to say they need to win this Green Bay game because if you look at the NFC standings, Atlanta's going to win that division, right? Then you've got Philly. Then you got the Commanders. That's 2 and 3. Both of them have better records than the Niners. Then you look at the what do they call themselves? The North. You got Minnesota. You got Detroit, and Green Bay, all with better records. So that leaves the fact that you got to win the West outright, or that's it. It is going to be night. So they cannot afford to lose any more games. Period. They're holding on to the season by a very thin thread right now, and that is why I am calling. I've heard callers this on Shanny, and you know what? To a certain degree, I could say, yeah, but players also need to execute. I heard one caller this morning ranting and raving, talking about Shanahan has to do something to inspire these grown professional men to play this game. You know what? This ain't college. This ain't high school. It ain't about the rah-rah speeches anymore. You guys are paid professionals. Act like it. You guys are wearing those Niners uniforms. Do you think that Jerry and John and all those guys back in the day would stand for such mediocrity coming out from each other? Heck no. And that's the thing that bites me. If you look on social media, they're all woo-woo and ha-ha and hee-hee. Man, they are not practicing with no fire, and that shows on the field. Man, if these were the Niners of old, they would be. Jerry even talked about it a few weeks ago. They would be chomping at the bit at each other and holding each other accountable for the fiasco that this season is becoming. It ain't about coaching. It ain't about them not having coordinators. You guys touched it. It's not even about them having bad seasons. Every week, I question their heart and their character. Right? And when it goes easy, it's easy for them to rest on their laurels. When they have to work for it, when they have to work at it, they just seem to wither and die. And that's so disappointing considering the fact that you guys are 2-time NFC defending champs, man. Act like it. Play with it, man. Show some pride when you guys are out there. Now here's another thing, too. How y'all not going to know that Gino's going to run and scamper like that in the last few seconds of the game when he's been doing it? I mean, that baffles me. As a defense, y'all couldn't call that in the huddle? You don't need your coaches on the sidelines to tell you what's going on in front of you. You see what's going on in front of you. Do something about it. And that's what disappoints me about the Niners teams. They need to play and act like they were, man.
All right, Gary. One thing I will say is you compared them. You said, if this was the old 49ers, it's not. Those were champions that have proven themselves long ago. Maybe they're not championship players right now. Well, they're not.
Well, the season got off.
I'm not going to say they're not championship players, but right now they're not championship players, and this isn't a championship team. We know that. And
I hear his call, but I'll just say last week they had to reach deep down to survive that game, go down, get the field goal. So they got that 5 up, 5 down. But I mean what I've been waiting for, Stoney, the new Rockney speech. Come on, man, it's 10 weeks. That was a division foe that was limping. And you couldn't get with them. And last time Brock Purdy had seen Seattle without McCaffrey, 18-28, 255s, 90, and 3 tugs. So what happened? What was Seattle able to do this time that just made you feel like the Niners offense now was impotent?
Again,
and Jerry Rice called and said these words, Stoney, Devontae, and Spadoni. I don't know what the offense is trying to do. Now, that's a Hall of Famer.
Right.
That's how he doesn't know, like, what, and that falls on one somebody. And that's the guy calling.
On everybody.
But it's the calling the plays.
It falls on everybody.
So you don't think.
So if you really believe that, then they really should fire Shanahan.
I'm not. I didn't say that.
Well, how much.
I can critique and say The fact that Ricky Pearsall didn't get a target, Steiny, it's the coordinator's fault.
It's not his fault.
It's the coordinator's fault. You in here giving passes.
Please.
So are you telling me a coordinator can't devise a plan or scheme to get somebody open?
See, this is the problem.
We know the answer. You're
this
just
is the
in here
problem.
throwing out marshmallows.
This is the
Kyle
problem.
Shanahan can coach better is all that I'm saying.
This is the problem. This is the problem.
It's not his fault. It's not his fault. Why is it not his fault?
This is the problem. You think this is
just spoke.
The problem is you think it's a 9-1 team, and they've never proven that this year. You think this is a 9-1 team. And when you think that, after every loss, you're going to think they stink. They don't stink. They're just 5-5.
It's even after the wins.
Exactly, Goo. Maybe they're not that good anymore.
Why are you blind to why does it hurt your ears
just
say, have they caught up possibly with Kyle's scheme? He calls the plays. He's got his best weapon back, and you're passing out marshmallows like, don't question him. That's how you sound.
Well, you don't listen. Because I said Kyle Shanahan deserves as much blame as anybody. But he doesn't deserve all the blame. What players on this team have had a good season? I don't blame the coach for the way Brock Purdy's played this year. I don't.
What's the coach's job? Get the players to perform, right? At their high level.
Okay.
So if my players aren't performing,
did he get him to play at a high level the last 2 years?
Yes.
Okay, then maybe he's doing the exact same thing he's been doing for 2 years, and the players aren't responding. And maybe you're right. He's got to coach a little differently. So that's where his blame comes in. But if you want to say, I'm afraid to criticize Kyle, I'll just say you never take any accountability for the players. And I'm just telling you right now, I'm not saying Kyle's absolved of all blame. I'm telling you, he's part of the problem, just like every player's part of the problem. But if you want to give Kyle the most blame, go ahead. I just give him as much blame as everybody else.
But that doesn't sound like improvement. It's coming down the chute when you just say everybody gets the same accountability. My bottom line, Stoney, is forget 9-1. The Niners are the defending NFC champs until proven otherwise. So I do have expectations. And if this team or this collection of players was good enough last year, is it fair to just scratch your head as to say, yeah, they're not getting it done? But the question's why? Why all of a sudden do they seem soft? Kenneth Walker III.
Well, I mean, look, we've gone through this all year. And you can say it, like we list what's been different about this year, but then we gloss over it. It's like, I'm not saying they're 5-5 because McCaffrey missed 8 games. McCaffrey missed 8 games. I think the hold-in hurt Brandon Ayuk. He was terrible when he came back. Trent Williams held out. He has not been very good. So it's like you go down the list, and it's a comprehensive. I don't want to say failure because maybe we're looking at a team that's just 500.
And that's
Teams
what we're
fall
talking
off.
about. Yeah.
Teams fall off. You don't get to win 13 games every year. And you certainly don't get to win 13 games in the NFL if you're not scratching, clawing, and getting a break or two along the line and playing every bit as hard as your opponent.
So, real quick here,
I don't think they're very good.
Okay, I got you.
That's my bottom line.
And I scoffed at this notion, but I'm going to bring it back up because when I've had a hangover, I'm tired. I don't have much juice. And I got offended that people were saying the Niners are going to have a Super Bowl hangover. And I'm like, that's reserved for the winners. What could that be? A Super Bowl hangover to you, Steiny, is these guys are mentally fatigued?
All I know is that when we had Ross Tucker on and we talked about the last 5 years, they've played 12 playoff games. That's almost an extra 3/4 of a season. It's like that may be there's not one thing. They may be worn down after 5 years of playing playoff football, and they just don't have it. A football player's only got a certain amount of games in him. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Make it a holiday with festive deals.
Man, I don't even know where to. Yeah, what's up, guys? I don't even know where to freaking start, man. I was at the game yesterday. It was, let's just put it the way, in the words of the great Lorenzo Neal, it was ferocious.
That's a 3.
Honestly, guys, I have no idea what to even look. I've been a very big optimistic fan of the Niners this year, but after last game, look, guys, we've lost to every single freaking divisional team this season so far, with one win against the Seahawks. Okay, I just don't know what to even think of the team anymore. Brock Purdy's thrown into double, triple coverage to Debo and whoever else. And props to Juwan Jennings. Him and Kittle have been our 2 best players this season so far. Maybe J.P. Mason when he was in for CMC. And that's another thing, guys. Why didn't we run more of J.P. Mason or Garendo with the CMC out there, still coming back from tendonitis and everything? You know, why do we not take him out? He looked tired sometimes, guys. He looked exhausted. And then the special teams, don't even get me on the special teams. That's still atrocious at this point. Defense, we just don't know what to, at this point, even look at anymore, you know. And offense, I mean, you see where I'm getting at, guys?
Yeah.
I don't know where it is.
It's a lot.
And Goo, I agree with you. The Niners offense is predictable. What is Kyle Shanahan doing? I mean, he needs to make better play calls. I don't want to just see the offensive line making audibles before a play is called. I don't see Brock Purdy making a whole lot of audibles up there because Kyle Shanahan has a play scheme for every single play of different versions of it. And quite frankly, I don't even know what the hell that means at this point. Like, he doesn't let Brock Purdy call audibles when he needs to call them. It's predictable. So in the end, guys, I'm not happy at all about this. And I think this season is a wash. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call, Mike.
Yeah.
McCaffrey with 23 touches. It's about normal for him. A little less, but right on the money.
And I think that hurts a bit too, because it's not like he's on some different program to where it's it's kind of you cut it in half or whatnot. He's doing his full role, and still you're not having the success. But I think it's time. If this is just what the team is going to be, Steiny, and obviously they got enough time to kind of turn it around and qualify and win the division or whatnot. But after that loss yesterday, I'm looking at Debo. 33 receptions. That's tied for 62nd in the league. 490 yards. That's tied for 38th. Okay?
Kyle or Debo or Purdy?
This is Debo's numbers.
No, I know, but
I'm putting it on Debo.
Who does it fall on?
I'm putting it on Debo because that check, you're getting 28 and a half. TD's 1. That's 111th in the league. And then 14.8 average per reception, 52nd. How has he turned into a pumpkin? Is it all just his? What would he tell us, the dirty little secret about this offense? What would Purdy tell us? I don't know. But that's what's kind of scary for a Niner fan is, okay, you kept saying it was because Jordan wasn't here, McCaffrey. Well, he's here. And you barely won the game up in Tampa Bay. But to let a team come in that has lost 5 of 6, and I know, Bonte, it's a division game, and it was to go 80 yards on you and walk off with the Curry night-night. I don't know if it gets any lower than that.
Let's go to Jaywan in San Francisco. What's up, Jaywan? How you doing?
Yo, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I think I just got a opinion, and if I can add a rattlesnake on the table and a rat.
Oh.
Really.
Go ahead.
Well, then there's only a snake.
Back to Steiny and Guru.
I think it's like it's becoming a circus for me. Our Niners, you know what I mean? We got the team. We got the expectation to win. We got the A team. But is somebody up on the top controlling like a puppet and puppeteer and the master puppeteer? You know what I mean? So,
well, yeah, I mean, that's, look, it's the end of the day, the decision, make it. Go ahead, make it on Shanahan.
That's not. There's no decision to be made.
Okay.
What the scary part about this, I'm gonna call it Frankenstein, because it's changing a little bit. The winds are what's your quarterback? How much are you going to invest in him?
I can't worry about that right now.
But this season has not been what I thought it was.
It's not an issue right now.
It's not going the direction I thought.
It's funny because last week, that's funny. One game ago, you had him at an 8.
8.5.
8.5.
For
now he's
season.
had one bad game, and now we're worried about what we're going to pay
I'm sorry.
him.
Did I give you a number?
What's that?
Did I give you a new 1 through 10 number? No, I did not. No. I'm talking about I was the guy saying he was going to get a blank check. And it's been more than one game.
Yeah, do you think he's getting a blank check?
No.
Of course he's not. I don't know why anybody thought he was getting a blank check anyway.
Well, you know why they thought it, because he could do no wrong. But now it's not when he messes up, Steiny. It's just little things like,
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Kyle, what happened yesterday?
Extremely disappointed. Thought we had a chance to put them away a number of times throughout the game. I thought the penalties we had on a number of drives just killed us. Thought we had some good momentum, and then had a penalty that kind of ended the drive on 2 big drives. Cost us points on both of them. Still should have put it away there on that last drive, and had every opportunity to, and missed a couple opportunities to do that. And when we did that, we gave them a chance, and thought our defense played great all game until that last drive. But let them hang around, and when you let people hang around, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's been the theme of the season.
No doubt.
That's been the theme of the season. Let's go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Hey, guys. I haven't called in for a while, so I thought I'd talk to you guys.
Sounds good.
Listen. Hi, guys. I haven't been feeling well, but I'll get there. So here's the deal. You know, I don't know. I wasn't listening. So.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, she said she wasn't feeling well.
No, I didn't do that. Oh. How can I don't, do I have you?
Call us back.
Do I even have that power?
Yes.
What do I have to do?
Evan,
how do I cut somebody off? I don't even know how.
Evan with the cryptic yes. You didn't do it, Stoney. She'll call back.
Yeah, Robin will call back.
Where do you think she was going?
Probably agreeing with me.
Which is
something.
Well,
I don't know. One of the many things I said that makes sense.
I'll just say this. Nobody at the station, the fans, nobody liked the holdouts between Ayuk and Trent Williams. Nobody liked it, Stoney, but I didn't think that was a precursor for what was going on. And again, they can still do what they do, but they just, Baldy a couple weeks ago called them slow, team-wide, basically SLOW. Stoney, so I'm starting to question, I thought this team was loaded with dudes. Just like, what's up with the dudes?
Who?
And the Niners are off their weaponry. And I love Jennings. He is the prototypical, and I'm not hating on Juwan Stoney. He's a possession receiver, but you need more. Oh, let's look at who's getting paid. Follow the money. Oh, Debo can't do a damn thing but put his hands on his teammates. That's probably out of frustration. I cannot get over that Seattle's defense looked like the Ravens' defense yesterday.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got Robin back. Let's go to Robin. Hey, Robin.
Hey, guys. So, Steinitz, I want to say to you that I definitely agree with you about the defense not being able to stop teams at the end of the game. I mean, they let slow-ass Geno Smith beat them. Did you see the way that defense opened up? I don't know if you call that the A-gap or not. I usually have my partner here to explain certain things to me, but it opened up like the Red Sea and the Ten Commandments, okay? And Geno Smith beat them. That is sad, okay? But I also want to say this about Shanahan. He wins games when he isn't fielding, practice squad, people to make up for the injuries across every part of the team. Penalties, good Lord. That's 2 and 3, stringers out there. Look at the personnel out there. Look at the roster out there who don't get enough game reps to do it right. And then, part of it is Shanahan, because I have some questions for you guys. I'm going to make it real fast. It's the fact that every time someone good comes back from IR, 2 go back out, okay? And he's juggling all of these things. I mean, that's not the whole reason why, but that is part of the reason why. And I wanted to express that with people that are pointing fingers. It is not the same damn team. And even if they had won yesterday, right, we still have to scratch your head and say they are mediocre. That's what they are. Accept it. Maybe as I get older, I'm just willing to accept things, and therefore it makes it easier for me not to be in so much pain. But I do want to know this. I do want to know this. Where did Debo go? What kind of offense was out there? It was just, I don't know, non-existent. And, cut the boy some slack. He has no receivers, really. They have no running game. Let me tell you, and I'm gone. What one of my friends said to me, and I want to ask you guys, do you think that was a possibility? Because all these hood coaches get on my nerves. He should have ran Garindo and made McCaffrey more of a passer. Thanks a lot, guys.
I'll let you handle it.
Well, Kyle Shanahan, I think we've learned, this is what I mean. When people criticize Steve Kerr, and I know Kerr's got 4 titles, but if he's got Christian McCaffrey, he's going to use him. He just is. When he had Raheem Mostert, he used him. So, somebody's like, I just don't know why they don't play both of them back there. Well, they use check a fair amount, don't they?
But you could have, I guess also too, son, you could have McCaffrey who could catch the ball lined up outside. So you can get creative. And Mason had a run to where you could be like, wow, that was a burst. And McCaffrey, you could tell is playing himself back in shape. But there was nothing explosive about that offense yesterday, and I'm including the quarterback.
Let's go to Wendy. Wendy's in Minnesota.
Hey.
What's up, Wendy?
Guru, I agree with you earlier what you said about Kyle. First of all, Kyle's predictable. Kyle's not innovative. Everybody and their mother knows watching the game what play is going to happen next. He's about as washed as Debo. And you know what? Stop being friends with your players. You're there to coach. You're not their cheerleader. Second of all, they need to get rid of the special teams coach, defensive coordinator. I got a whole list of players that need to go because they're getting too old, yet they keep re-signing all these players and giving them big money contracts. Performing. When's the last time Debo had a great game? 2019. That's what I think. Why can't Kyle coach? Why can't he put in some plays for Pearsall? Why isn't Mason playing? Why can't you use Mason and McCaffrey? You know what? Kyle needs to watch a game. For instance, if you watch that Cincinnati game, they were getting crushed in the first half. But what did? They made adjustments. Maybe Kyle should watch some film and figure out how to make an adjustment and learn how to make plays where not waiting for it to happen. Everybody knows Christian's going to get the ball. Do something different, but he can't and he won't, and that's why he'll never win a Super Bowl, ever. And I am done with Kyle. I'm 100% done with Kyle.
Wow.
Cut
that.
It starts at the top. It starts at the top. And John Lynch is somewhat responsible, too.
You know what? Here's where
Wendy with the heat rocks.
Okay, here's where
That sounds like Wendy.
Okay, I dare you. Yeah. I dare you to fire Kyle and Lynch. Go ahead. I'm not saying they should skate, but at least somebody like Wendy, I get, because she's like, he won't do it. If you really believe Kyle Shanahan can't get it done, really believe that, he'll never win a Super Bowl.
See, I'm not there.
Go ahead and fire him at the end of the year. I mean, seriously, if I would tell you right now, Kyle Shanahan's going to win 280 games as a head coach, but he's never going to win a Super Bowl, you'd fire him. So if Jed York really believes that this team can't win a Super Bowl with Shanahan, go ahead and fire him. But I think that's a bit ludicrous when we're 5-5 and the season's still active and we're in a bad division and we still could theoretically put it together. Do I think they will? Not really. No, I think they could still win the division, but I don't think they're going to go anywhere. I don't believe a team that finishes 9-8 or 10-7. Although if they win 10 of 7, then they will have been on a half decent roll. But no, I don't think this team's going to win a Super Bowl this year.
And I think the line's around the corner on that. But a lot of people were coming into this season thinking that was possible. But I'll tell you what, Prince, the great singer, he had a song called "You Got That Look." And right now, through 10 games, the Niners do not have that look. And I'll just tell Wendy this. and I don't need to cape up for Kyle, but the fact that he was able to get Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl and multiple NFC championship games, that's almost a Nobel Peace Prize for that. And then to follow that up with Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy, getting him to the Super Bowl. Now it just looks like Steiny, a pitcher that used to throw 98, this Niner offense, they're throwing 91. And you're just wondering why the velocity is down. And normally there's an injury. Something's going on inside the arm. Maybe it's fatigue. But I have no idea how all of a sudden this Niner offense has just become easy, it seems like, to guard. And Jerry Rice was like, just throw it deep for the sake of throwing it deep. Oh, so you laughing at the GOAT?
I am. Yeah, I am. He's also the guy who said Ayuk was going to play 3 months before he did.
Well,
and you know
that's
what?
Different than that was
you know
the
what?
guess.
And listen, Jerry Rice, the greatest receiver of all time. I'm not a guy who says every great player is a genius.
Right.
I mean, go ahead, throw it long. What's going to happen? Oh, it'll stretch the defense. The problem is the defense is already stretched. That's why they're not going long. That's why they're giving up the underneath stuff for 7-8 yards.
Are they really giving up? He had 159 yards in the air. Are they really giving up the underneath stuff? You got cats that can't even get open.
Well, that's
so
why
when you say underneath stuff, I'm listening.
When you have 160 yards through the air, that means you're taking the underneath stuff. That's not a great passing day. No, that's what I mean.
That's not how I look at that. I watched the game. You are on lock as an offense, and you're going where you can, default mechanisms, and that's how you got Juwan Jennings, who had to fight through 3 guys, and he did a great job fighting for every ball, but there never once was me thinking the Niners are picking and choosing, doing what they want. They were doing what the defense wanted them to do.
Who's running deep on this team right now?
I believe. Okay, tell me, again, I'm not Jaworski. I think Deebo Samuel can run a go route. Because if he's not, what is he doing? Because this is not it.
Just hypothetically,
Ricky Pearsall can't run a deep route? Oh, dude, now you don't get sensitive.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday. 49ers get beat 20-17. Where do they go from here? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. And it's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570. Can the 49ers get it back? Do you believe in them? We'll talk more about yesterday's loss on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
formation at the top on 2nd and goal. Fake to McCaffrey. Bootleg Purdy. Wide open, guess who? Jawan Jennings. It had to be Jennings to finish this drive.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that put the 49ers back ahead 17-13, thanks to Joe Davis, Fox Sports. But Geno Smith would lead the Seahawks on an 80-yard touchdown drive the last 2.5 minutes of that game, and the Niners, at the end of the day, are 5-5. And, man, where is this team going? 49er fans. Listen to Kyle Shanahan here when asked what happened, and I want you to listen to two things, not just what he said, but tell me how he sounds.
Just extremely disappointed. I thought we had a chance to put him away a number of times throughout the game. I thought the penalties we had on a number of drives just killed us. I thought we had some good momentum and then had a penalty that kind of ended the drive on 2 big drives, cost us points on both of them. Still should have put it away there on that last drive, and had every opportunity to, and missed a couple opportunities to do that. And when we did that, we gave them a chance, and thought our defense played great all game until that last drive. But let them hang around, and when you let people hang around, that's what happens.
How do you think he sounded there, Goo?
Just drained. Like, he really is drained. And again, I know it's not a beauty contest, man, but Stanley, I just feel like, and I've said this at different junctures this season, it's wearing on him. Obviously, he's wearing the long hair, but you know how we always can look at it, like Obama when he was in office, and he got white fast up top. But I just don't know, what the answers are. But the scary part about this Niner season to me is if he is part of the issue and he's not looking, his play calling, Stoney, and if he's not looking in the mirror to say he needs to do something else, then the definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results, right? That's the kill shot for this Niner team. So when I bring him up to you, I just ask, maybe you have my guy lined up out wide, McCaffrey. Maybe he's just a decoy, and you run Mason, because the one thing we do know, and I'm not saying Monday morning quarterbacks, Donnie, this is why they lost. This is just a feel. We know J.P. Mason can run. We know Garindo has some talent. So why, when McCaffrey comes back, are they just vanished, disappeared? That's what I call creative when you have them both out there.
Are we really talking about them playing together a lot?
No, not a lot.
Okay, because then what are they going to do with Juszczyk? The other thing is, if go ahead and, you want to play Mason and Garindo and line McCaffrey up on the slot, then you are taking away your best running back. Like, he's at his best as a running back. And so now you're playing a guy in a position where, I'm not saying you can't move him there once in a while, but this is one of those things that I feel like with Kyle, we've observed that he's had a lot of success with one back and a fullback. Like, one of his philosophies is to use a fullback with Juszczyk. Right. All right, so if he's going to use a fullback, then you can only have one other back there. It's McCaffrey. If it's not McCaffrey, it's going to be Jordan Mason. But I'm going
to say this real quick about McCaffrey. The amount of people that called the roast on social media yesterday, Stoney, you just tell me what you think. I didn't think he was going to be able to, McCaffrey, that is, battle this bilateral tendonitis in both Achilles. Stoney, he's come back. He's running harder than I thought he was going to run. But the amount of people saying they don't see a burst, I'm like, it's hard to see a burst when 8 people are trying to gang tackle you. It feels like every time he gets tackled, it's like 3 just cheap shots, just physical takedowns. So I say that to say, has McCaffrey looked like the old McCaffrey to you? Because to me, I'm thinking he's damn near 85 to 90%. He's just got traffic in front. Everything he does is traffic.
Well, if he's 80 to 85%, maybe that's part of the problem with the 49ers. All their players are about 80 to 85% of what they were last year. They don't have that room for error. They're not buttoned up, and they're losing games with penalties and with late game miscues, and 1 or 2 plays get them beat because they don't dot their I's and cross their T's for the first 50 minutes of a game. Ryan in Irvine. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing? Ryan.
Hey, I'm doing good, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So, yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, guys. A lot of my points have already been taken, and I liked what Guru said about the definition of insanity. It does kind of seem like we're kind of diving into that realm right now. And there's three things I wanted to talk about. Number one, the wide nine scheme. It's trash. It's terrible. How many games do you have to lose to mobile quarterbacks to figure out it doesn't work? It's so dependent on two speedy edge rushers. We don't have them. So when are you going to figure out that it doesn't work? Kyle has stuck with that. Kyle is an offensive quote-unquote genius. Why is he so involved in the defense? They had a chance to get Vic Fangio. They chose not to because he wanted to kind of look over our defense. He runs a 3-4. We run a 4-3. Guess what? Challenge your players to adapt. That guy's a proven entity. Kyle decided to go with Sorensen. How'd that work out? Secondly, penalties. He mentioned penalties that killed them. Who is in charge of penalties? Coaches, right? How is it on anyone other than Kyle and his staff to get rid of these penalties that have kind of plagued them this entire season, right? Secondly, and this is the third point, we're casual fans, some of us smarter than others. Their offense is so predictable. And like you mentioned, they have 12 playoff games. That's a lot of tape to watch, right? Everyone is running a version of Kyle's schemes, right? They take their plays from Kyle. They've had enough practice and understanding. His scheme is washed. I mean, like, people understand how to defend it, especially yesterday. It's apparent. This is so Kyle too. You got two good quality running backs, Mason and Garendo. You get Mason back. We could have all seen this coming from a mile away. As soon as CMC comes back, he's going to run him till the wheels come off. You're telling me that you're this offensive genius, and yet you can't figure out a way to get those guys on the field? Figure it out. Adapt. Other guys are doing it, and he's not. So this is my biggest fear, and I'm going to get off the line here. Everything went right last season. The Niners predominantly have always had injuries on this team, especially since Kyle's been there. They didn't last year. They were healthy. They had an amazing season, and it still wasn't enough. So I do not think Kyle is ever going to get it done when he has his finger on the entire – he drafts the guys. He runs the defense that he wants to do. He calls the plays. He's too involved. And I don't see that ever changing. So I'm kind of nervous that they're going to sign Purdy to this big contract, which means Kyle's going to stay here because that's his guy until it's not.
Right.
And it's like, I just think it's just going to keep going on like this.
All right. Appreciate the insight, Ryan.
Yeah. That's how he feels. That's what the phone lines are for, right, Snotty?
Here's Jerry Rice. This is what Guru was talking about. I want to share everybody.
Let the guy, utilize his arm and throw it downfield. And even if you don't complete it, you send in a message to the defensive coordinator that, hey, look, if you try to squeeze the pocket or put so many guys down in that pocket, we're going over the top of you. And he got the guys to do it.
I know you would say, Jerry, which one? But I guess, Donnie, in the game of football, I don't need a name. Who are the wide receivers? Those are the ones. And I fought you at every turn about Kittle being used more in the red zone, and he's having a great season. But like I said, Donnie, it's not about the play being complete. Obviously it is. But it's to put something to stress the defense out.
I thought
so
Brock
they can't
Purdy
get comfortable.
led the league in air yards.
Yeah. But they're different.
Okay, so the difference is instead of throwing 25 yards down the field, you got to throw 50.
Well, we're talking.
I'm not saying there's not a difference between those two. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, one of the we've been looking at all year. Why is he throwing downfield more? Why is there less yards after catch? And why is he running more? Maybe one reason they can't go long is because they have no protection. Well, they don't have the offensive line that'll leave keep Purdy.
But it's the same
upright.
line they had last year that went to the Super Bowl.
You know what? It's not. It's a year older.
And you got a rookie, but
you know what?
He's been one of your best.
And you got snookered
by
Trent Williams.
Well, He didn't seem too happy as a coach. Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Okay.
Hey. No, I'm just...
I'm sloppy, just not on the details, just uncharacteristic.
Actually, that's not true.
Shot ourselves in the foot.
Those are characteristic this year. This year, they're characteristic.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. Go ahead.
No, in Green Bay, I know it's not the day for it. That's not going to be a walk in the park. You call the division bad? You're the worst of the bad division. Like, that's where the Niners are right now. You said they play in a bad division and hit me like, and they're the worst of the bad. 1-3 in your own division?
Well, it's like before the game, before this week, this is what I really don't understand. I swear to God. We've watched the 49ers all season. They've been the same team from week 1 to week 9. Now, if you want to say, well, that's coaching, that's fine. We'll talk about Kyle Shanahan. But they're 5-4, and you said to me on Tuesday, no chance the Seahawks win that game. And I'm why would you say that, Goo? And you're like, they just owned them, and they'll be back. No, is it Maya Angelou? When somebody tells you who they are, believe them. Well. And this is what Fred Warner, I think. Can we start watching this team like this?
Yeah, it's not like us, but that's just what we've shown this year. So I guess until we stop doing that, then that's what we are.
Until you stop being a 500 team, you're a 500 team. And maybe we should say, you know what? We're going into Green Bay. We'll take any win possible. Just come hell or high water, we got to scratch out a win. But I certainly wouldn't expect it. It's not who the 49ers are this year or haven't been. Go ahead. No.
Because you said it's the community. It's everybody. It's not just more than one person. And fan is short for fanatic, and we all have our opinion on who deserves the most blame or whatnot. But let's just, if we can, Stoney, that third down throw to Debo, the second down throw to Debo, that was a bad high pass that we've seen in the past. I've come in here even when they've won. Okay, something seemed off with Purdy's accuracy. That didn't lose him the game, but that was a play, and I'm getting on Debo. Had that ball been right there, it would have been complete, and he probably would have got a first down or maybe even kept running. But those are the throws I'm wondering what's going on with Brock in regard to. That is money time, Stoney. That was money time. And that's a series to where you cannot give the ball back to the lowly Seattle Seahawks. You did, and they drove 83 yards.
Purdy's completing 66% of his passes compared with 69 last year. I don't know. Is that so his accuracy is not quite as good as last year?
It's just more, like I said, and you made fun of me, and I took it, and I get it. Guru, incompletion is just an incompletion. But I was like, Stan, some of them are ducks. They just look unorthodox. I'm not used to, and then that was a play. And then I had somebody say, oh, his hand was hit. But that's neither here nor there. The bottom line is they got to get up off the mat. And I do want to say this to Wendy, who called, and she was hot. Stoney, every football team has excuses. And somebody's not there, So I'm done doing that, because when McCaffrey came back, it signaled to me they were about to take off, barely beat Tampa, and then you lose that one yesterday. And you put up 17 points when the New York Football Giants, who are trash, put up 29 on this Seahawks defense.
You can play that game. I could play that game looking at a schedule all year. A good team that didn't score more points than a bad team did against a certain opponent.
And Bosa, he looks like he might, I'm no doctor, this is not a quick fix. What if they go up to the frozen tundra without him?
Well, then they're going to be at a disadvantage. And then they'll lose the game. And people will say, we didn't have Bosa, and you'll say no excuses, and I'll say, but it doesn't help, and fans will say, you got to find a way to win, next man up, and I'll say, but Bosa's pretty good, you feel that loss, and other people will say, they just got to get over the hump some way, and that'll be that conversation. Here's Bosa.
I guess I was compensating, pushed through last week, and the same thing happened to my other oblique, so see what I'm feeling like tomorrow.
Now, I'll say this again. I'm no physical therapist or doctor, Stoney, but I believe that guy's got 14% body fat. So if he's got a problem with an oblique, and now both, it sounds like that's got to hurt like all outdoors, as opposed to guys. Well,
seriously? What's body fat mean?
Like
is that a lot?
Shape, no, like pudgy guys like me. I have oblique. I'm gonna feel it like but when you're muscle and sculpted like Bosa, and there's not a lot of fluff, that thing's got to be painful.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
I can't speak to it. I've never been either.
No oblique injury?
Never had an oblique injury and never had that little body fat.
Well, I'll send you.
I can't speak to that.
I'll send you college photos. You were Slim Jim.
Yeah, but I never had a muscle on me. Randy in San Lorenzo.
According to the internet, it's 9%, by the way.
Bosa's body fat?
Lowest on the Niners roster.
Oh, well, now it shouldn't hurt as much. Probably doesn't hurt as much.
It hurt more.
No, you said 14.
Yeah, and I was thinking that was low, but 9, he's got to be. How's he getting out of bed?
Yeah, I said maybe he's hurting more.
Yeah.
9. Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Randy.
Hey, guys, I love you both, and I embrace the divine in you both. And thanks for taking my call, and thank you for being such an awesome tandem. So what I want to say about Shanahan is, now I don't know if he's doing this, but maybe he should start allowing players, especially Brock Purdy, like if they see something different than what he wants to go with, allow them the freedom to go with what they see and to do it, okay? And I still believe that losing Ayuk for the season is a huge loss, okay? And I'm not a Lions fan, but I really like their coach Campbell. I mean, the way he talks. Now, I don't know if you and Goo have ever listened to some of his post-game talks, but
sure.
The guy is such an awesome motivator, okay? A huge motivator. And I also believe that the Niners are maybe, I could be wrong, but maybe they're still suffering from Super Bowl loss hangover.
Yeah, well, you know what, Randy, if that's the case, and thanks, Randy, for the call. If that's the case, then that's a problem.
I'll say this.
After 10 weeks.
If what I deem and what I'm watching, Steiny, is a lack of talent for various reasons, I would love, if I'm a Niner fan, I would love for it to be a Super Bowl hangover, because you know what that means? You can wake up and you can snap out of it. But if you don't have the horses on the defensive line, and right now it looks like Bosa's all you have until obviously Hargrave comes back, but that's not this season. You don't got much thump on either side of the ball. And that's why we're seeing Brock Purdy look like Fran Tarkenton. And it's cute, but he's running out of like Steiny, he's running.
Well, that's the offensive line. Stinks.
Man.
I mean, then the offensive line is underperforming. And in turn, Purdy's underperforming. And in turn, the receivers aren't having great years. Like, I just think it all
separation.
Kind of fits together when you lose. You know, the one thing I remember doing a show this summer during training camp when, Ayuk holds in McCaffrey, and I think I got to put McCaffrey in there too. You know, McCaffrey gets a quick extension, a very quick extension. Ayuk holds in, Williams holds out. That news dominates the preseason and training camp. It absolutely dominated the talk. And then Pearsall gets shot. And I just remember one show, I'm like, how do you know when the stuff from earlier in the season is an indication of how the year's going to go? When do you know it matters or not? Because we all knew that entering the season, they had two key players who had no training camp. And we were saying, you know what? They could pay the price for that. And I believe that's what some of this is. Some of this 5-5 record is attributable, as far as I'm concerned, to the offseason and the way players approached it, and yes, the way the team approached it. And so they both get blamed for it, and I do feel like that's become a problem. The three guys you ended up paying, two guys, one guy was hurt for 10 games, the other guy's going to miss most of the season, and the other guy is not playing to his standard.
Oh, hey, no.
And those are the big boys. That to me doesn't have like Trent. Does Trent Williams need to be coached by Kyle Shanahan? He's got to be Trent Williams.
Yeah. All pro the last few seasons. But, Steiny, it's not about, and I'm not saying you're making this point, to me it's not so much about rank and how important you are, but it's drive killers. And we can, even if that mess, if you want to deem it mess, but that didn't make, that McKivitz was trying to have his best offseason. So was Brindle. And more times than not, Steiny, the Niners are getting positive yards.
All right, so you don't think
we talked about it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I think it impacted.
But this is where I'm going. But I'm signaling out two guys on the O-line that I feel like continuously get holding calls at the most inopportune times. How did that affect them trying to be the best version of themselves? Sometimes it's about going out there and executing. Yeah, they had some drama, but you know what I mean, Steiner? You still got to go out there and maximize your potential. And I feel like the Niners O-line, and I pointed the two guys out, like they're not very
good. Their offensive line is, do you think it's average, above average, or below average?
When you go to the Super Bowl, a below offensive line can keep your ass out the playoffs in the Super Bowl. So I'm going to give them average, but now I feel like they're playing collectively below average, Steiner.
And maybe that's because their best offensive lineman is older and is clearly not having the kind of year he's had in the past.
So it starts with
according to people who know.
And according to our eyes.
All right. Well, then these questions are becoming answered. Valentine in Central Valley. What's up, Valentine? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
You guys hear me?
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a few topics. By the way, you guys have a great show. I appreciate you guys giving us information that we as diehard Niner fans need.
All right. Thank you, Valentine. What do you got, buddy?
Steve Young, Joe Montana. Didn't he call audibles, yes or no?
Yes.
We want Super Bowls with those guys. Jordan Mason, yes or no? He's averaging plus 5 yards.
Yes.
Robbie Gould, he was pretty clutch still, right?
All right, thanks, Valentine. Appreciate the call. I mean, Robbie Gould's not even on the team.
Yeah, he lost us at that one. But
we listen. We love. Just give it another try. Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday.
I want to run this by you.
We had a bad connection.
Oh, it's go time. On the other side, I got a stat for you, and I just want you to be honest about it.
I'll give you my word on that, Q. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners fall to 5-5, and we're talking all about it. That segment also brought to you by the San Francisco Airport.
Heading out to catch the next big game?
Yeadon the pick.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe
was
Davis,
I'm sorry,
Fox
man.
Sports on the call. Yeah, go ahead.
No, seriously. I'm in timeout. Hockey, NHL. Go ahead, son.
You can't do that when we have a live show.
Well, I'm mad at myself.
Why?
Because I stepped on you.
20-second minor.
So the Niners, Joe Davis, Fox Sports. So the Niners get the fourth down hold.
Oh, I got it right here.
Against Seattle. They get the hold. We got the ball, 1st and 10 at our own 37. McCaffrey, 11-yard run.
This sucker.
Now we're up to the 48.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, here we go. 6-yard run. Now we're in business. 2nd and 4.
Bring it back.
No, even better. Penalty on Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
Automatic first down.
Yeah, right.
Now we got 1st and 10 at the Seattle 46 with 3 minutes to go.
I know what happens here.
Go ahead.
No gain.
Christian McCaffrey -1.
Yeah. 2nd down, Steiny.
Seattle.
So go ahead. 2nd and 11.
Yeah. He threw to Deebo Samuel, incomplete.
That was the bad pass.
And then
to
pass to Jennings
Juwan.
for 5 yards, not enough, and they punt the ball. But here's the other part. O'Donnell punts 42 yards to the end zone, and they get it at the 20 instead of maybe the 10.
But it's still 80 to go, Steiny.
Exactly, but every little thing adds up when you get beat like that. 888-957-9570.
I want to give you, because I'm taking a poll. It's an inner poll about the, how do I say it? The energy that was there for the firing of one Mr. Wilkes and what I don't believe I'm hearing in regard to Sorensen. So you watch sports for your whole life. I'm going to give you this stat. And I know stats can be misleading. You can cook the books. But, Steiny, I fell out of my bed when I saw this, and I feel like, to me, this is major. If I were to ask you right now, Steiny, what team do you think in the NFL has allowed more points in the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, who would you say? I got a list of 5.
Probably the 49ers, since you're asking me that question.
Well, Cincinnati's number 1 at 31. The Niners are second with 29. And what that means is what you said when you yelled at me early at the beginning of this show, Steiny. You need somebody the defense needs to work for the offense, vice versa. But that stat right there is telling you more times than not during this 5-5 campaign, the Niners defense has not come up. They've given it up, basically.
That's why it's comprehensive in my mind. It's comprehensive on my mind.
You do not want to be on that list. That's money time. Last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, Cincinnati, San Francisco, the Jets, and Atlanta. Yeah.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. The show's great as always. Let's see. First off, it's quite obvious it's Jennings' fault. He's the one to point the finger at because every time he balls out, they lose. Right?
That's not true. He had a 3-touchdown game, I think, earlier that they won. But go ahead.
Exactly.
All right.
They lost to the Rams that day.
Actually, no, you're right. They lost that game, too. Sorry, my fault.
Yeah. Everybody knows that the defensive line is depleted. They lost a lot of their players that they did draft over the last 4 years. There's no, since what's his name left, offensive line has been really porous. So, I mean, that's where you win and lose in the trenches. How many times we hear these pundits on the Sunday morning shows talk about it? They've got the experience. They've got the Super Bowls. They know. And yet every year we have to go through this secondhand guys, right? So that's where they need to concentrate on their drafts. That's what I think. Plus, it's obvious they're going to have to go out and get some players on the defensive line this year, right? Next year. So anyway,
but there's 7 games left. What about the rest of this season? You got 7 left.
Yeah, but there's no trade deadline anymore.
No, I'm just saying your outlook on the season. Like if you're talking draft already, have you given up?
Oh, of course not. No. I mean, we got to utilize the guys we're playing with, but I'm just looking at the future.
Okay,
right?
gotcha.
Because a lot of these guys won't be here. Yeah.
Appreciate the call from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. It's if it's comprehensive, then it includes York. Of course, it's everybody. It's absolutely everybody. And you know what? I don't want to spend any time on this, but this is why you don't say Brock Purdy's going to reset the market.
No, man.
It's why you don't say something like that. 888-957-9570.
Why are you looking at me? Because he's not playing bad, but he's not playing the same. And there's some stuff to where when he's not under duress, the physicality or the art of the position and spinning it is not there sometimes. And I'm like,
let's put the rat on the table.
Go ahead.
The reason he's not as good as last year is because he hasn't had the weapons that he's had last year. I mean, that's the bottom line. He's been playing without McCaffrey. He played with a subpar Ayuk and then no Ayuk.
But J.P. Mason was getting you 5 yards.
Yeah, but he's not McCaffrey. He can't catch out of the backfield. You lose that weapon. I'm just saying. You want to know why Purdy's not having as good a year? He hasn't had the same players around him.
Now, I got to be careful, Stoney.
You don't.
I got to do that.
That's a fact,
I'm
pretty
talking
much.
to myself. What if I thought last year he was a weapon?
Who?
And that Purdy. And now you're talking about what weapons he doesn't have.
What kind of weapon?
He was a weapon. He was out there making all the right reads, the throws, and now this year he's just off a bit. And I don't know why.
Because the players
was a weapon too.
Because the players who sub in for McCaffrey can't do what McCaffrey does. And Brandon Ayuk was not Brandon Ayuk. And now he's not there. So the players aren't around, the players that are around him. And what's wrong with saying, well, you know what? Not having Kittle yesterday may have probably affected it. So that's why. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Okay, but it's not because you can back me up with this point I'm about to make.
I think it is.
They had 7 points at home in a playoff game against Green Bay at halftime. They followed that up 7 points the next week at home against Detroit and did nothing basically in the Super Bowl with an opportunity to do so. So is it really about this year, Stoney, or was my head buried in the sand when I said, you know what? That didn't seem like the high-octane Niner offense last year, but we were so blinded by the euphoria of them being in the off. So maybe this started last year. Just the thought I have.
That's great. I mean,
because you had everybody then.
Okay. But it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not saying your thought doesn't matter. Yeah. I'm saying that the fact that last year doesn't matter. Last year doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. The team's different. They played without McCaffrey. Well, they've played without Hargrave. It's just different. So, and I'm sure it's obviously it's affected Brock Purdy. And that's that.
Do you think this is a mediocre team?
Yes. I think it's a mediocre team.
And I
have no other reason to believe there's something else.
Wow.
Because they're lost the way they've played this year.
Wow, man.
You know, they might have been able to, maybe somebody makes a big, this is why I don't think they can turn it around, is because they've been the same team all year. It's been they are the same team right now that they were week one.
Damn.
It feels like.
Damn.
Let's go to Daryl in Oakland.
D.
What's up, Daryl? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, you guys? Good afternoon or good morning. You know, I thought that the reason they lost, I think I watched the TV and Gronk said immediately after the game, he's like, once Bosa went out, it was easy cooking for Troy Smith, and that's the truth. Yeah. Bosa went out, and that pressure was completely gone. And it made me realize two things. One, yeah, we're in a Super Bowl hangover, and his name is Drake Greenlaw. We're still in that hangover. I'm still drunk because, you know what, we still don't have our main guy. If we had Drake Greenlaw, we would have won that game. If Bosa was in there, we would have won that game. And so is there a Super Bowl hangover? Yeah, I'm still actually drunk. Where's Drake Greenlaw? So that's number one. Two, I don't think it's the offense's fault right now. You know, it is the defense. People are going to run us. And if you look at our schedule, we're not going to the playoffs. Look at the schedule and tell me who's not going to be able to absolutely just gouge the Niners defense without Bosa. Bosa is hurt, and it looks like his injury is, you know, one of those obliques. Those take a few weeks, and he's not going to be there against Buffalo and Green Bay. I mean, there's no way we're going to win. And so I'm a pessimist, and there you go.
Hey, let me just throw this to you.
I chastise Guru for that kind of talk. I must chastise you. And we don't know they're not going to win those games.
And before you go, this is coming from me. It's going to sound funny. Seattle had 6 points at halftime. There's no rule in the book that says the Niner offense couldn't have put up more. They didn't, but the defense is banged up or whatever you deem it right now, held them to 6 points and a half, and the Niners, couldn't do anything again. Like, that's concerning. And you're like, it ain't the offense, it's more and I'm just on the other side of the fence than you. That's all.
Hey, well, you know what? Would you rather have Pittsburgh's offense or San Francisco's? I'll take San Francisco's, and Pittsburgh won. So, hey, there you go.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Daryl. 415, Niners defense isn't good enough to dominate and win games on its own anymore. They are playing mediocre, but York didn't pay the receiving room like they are mediocre. That's a good point. It's a good point. Waterman, he's a little bit of a pessimist, we've learned, but also a realist. What's up, Waterman?
Gentlemen, how are we doing?
Doing well.
Hey, nice to talk with you again. Thanks for taking the call. So, won't spend a lot of time on it because the callers have already said it. My opinion that the O-line and the D-line overall has been atrocious this year, which is why we've been losing games in the late, the fourth quarter. When it seems like when the offense overall, now yes, they have come back and kicked field goals or gotten, killed the clock, but overall, it seems like when the Niners need to get a couple first downs to kill the clock, they can't do it. They wind up punting away.
Man.
And then when it comes down to the D line, we all saw it. As soon as Bosa went out after he made that last sack on Geno, it was like the gates were open for that guy. It was actually shocking to see the fall off of the D line. And then I know some of the other callers said it. That there's no containment with the D line when they rush. They're leaving just freeway lanes open for a quarterback to run. And Geno had all day to throw. And I know everybody's harping on Brock for that throw to Debo when it kind of mattered, and I get it. It was high, but if they showed that amazing shot from behind Brock Purdy with that camera kind of at his level.
Yeah.
And there's two huge D linemen with their arms up, and Brock puts it over their arms, and so it had to be a high throw. My problem with it was, why is that the best we can do to scheme a pass? Have Brock brought back and do a 7-yard slant with Debo when they know that's what they need? Where's the bootlegs? Where's the three wide receiver clusters where two go out and one cuts under, and there's always a guy open? I feel like this offense has gotten so vanilla and so predictable. I watch so many games now where I watch the receivers go out, especially in the red zone, and they just run out and turn around. There's no crossing. And Brock's standing there. Thank God he's got some legs and he can extend plays. Could you imagine if he had no mobility? They'd be like 4 for 50 in the red zone this year. It's so sad. I want this team to do well, but it's just so hard to watch right now. I mean, how do we go from scoring almost 30 points a game last year to we're barely cracking 17 and 20 points, it seems, at home? It's just so brutal to watch, and I don't think it's all on Brock. Unfortunately, look, when this is what happens. When the season's not going good, we start nitpicking every single throw. Well, that one was a little low, or that one was a little high, or why didn't Debo do this? Why didn't Kittle do that? It does shock me, fellas, that for as many amazing players that this team has, Kyle doesn't have some guaranteed play to scheme Debo open, to throw him the ball so he can run in open space. I don't know what's happened to that, or some wheel route with Kittle. Seems like they never use check at all. And once McCaffrey's back, it's just dump to McCaffrey, the outlet. How come we can't do that with Debo? Like, delay him and cut him across the middle. There's all these options, and I really don't know what it is. But Steiny, you said it earlier a couple minutes ago. I feel like the way this season started was very telling of how it was going to go. And I'm a big believer in that stuff. And I'm telling you, with the holdouts, with Williams and Ayuk, the contract situation, and then Ricky Pearsall gets shot, I really feel that was just a telltale of how this season was going to go. But with all that being said, last thing, fellas, they're 5-5. We have 7 games left. We can still go 10-7 and possibly get into the playoffs. I don't believe they're going to do anything in the playoffs personally, but they still have a chance. Still have a chance. So let's see what happens. That's all we can do.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, if I had a bet right now, Stoney, I'd go up confident as all outdoors and slap that whatever it is on the Niners, making like they're going to be a part of the postseason. And you hit me early, but I was like Jake Paul. But I'm telling you, Stoney, I am judging this team on the past.
Yeah, I'm not.
But if I judge it on the 10 games, I can tell all the smarties in the room, 8 of them, you played without your best player. But then he's back, and I'm despondent because I'm expecting more, and I'm not seeing it. And he had a hell of a point. I promise you, Stoney, like Draymond, we have fun when he does something that we believe is off as far as being a teammate, but we know his worth. And Debo, too. But if we got to watch another jet sweep or bubble screen, Stoney, go for nothing and him get tackled by 9 dudes, like Kyle, that thing has ran its course. Or maybe do Apple a software update to that play to what the caller, that play is stale.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And
I'm right here.
I'm being serious. So it's 12 o'clock now. And you've done an unbelievable job today of listing every grievance you have and every shortcoming the 49ers have. And there are lots of them. Then why did you just say you firmly believe they're still going to win the division?
I love
See, that's what I mean. They're 5-5.
Oh, no doubt.
So if you think they're going to win the division, then...
But I still can't say if something's wrong with what I'm watching, because that's what we're doing.
No,
and trying to get positive.
I think this is who they are.
I think they're playing beneath who they are.
All right, I don't.
So this offensive output you think is okay, even without?
No, it's not okay. It's not been good. It hasn't been good.
Why though?
Because I told you why I think. You can disagree with it, but it's a million things. The offensive line, not as good. They missed McCaffrey for 8 games. That hurt. Then McCaffrey comes back. Brandon Ayuk killed them this season. He killed them. And they allowed him to kill him by doing what they did so he wasn't in training camp. Brandon Ayuk was no factor, but for 1 game of the first 6, now he's out. Kittle being out. All that stuff just adds up. Kittle being out. Well, you're not quite as good. Well, then you better not make as many mistakes, but you still made some mistakes. They're not. I just don't think they're more than a 5-5 team. They have not. Have they played better than their record? My answer would be no.
No.
Okay.
But there's a caveat
that
to
means that to me, like I look at this team and I'm like, boy, you know, if they did get a couple bad breaks, but I don't feel like that. I feel like we're 10 games in and they're 5-5, and there are so many reasons for it that we can't even fit them into a pillowcase.
But let me walk you down my street in regard to why I'm still kind of somewhat flabbergasted. We always say when you're a good team, and that's what the Niners have been, right? You can mess around in a game, and then when it's go time after halftime, whatever, you run the team down and you win. So that's why the Minnesota game, when they had the ball down 6 and did nothing with that possession, Stoney, that shocked me. And there was no McCaffrey. That still shocked me. Then it happened again with the Rams. They had a chance to go down there and take the lead. They did nothing. They had to punt. So those are just 2 instances in yesterday to where I'm thinking the Niners B- or C+ game is better than some of the Seattle who lost 5 of 6. It's better than their A game. And that's what, I guess, Donnie, that's why the drink I'm trying to consume is I'm coughing it back up because I'm not used to this, and I think the pundits nationally are.
I'm used to it.
I think a lot of people
I've watched it for 10 games, so I'm used to it. And here's the other thing.
But when did you get used to it, though? Because
from week one, because it was a totally different team, and they went into the season, their first game of the year, no McCaffrey, Ayuk stunk. So guess what? They weren't as good. I think they won their opening game. I can't remember.
Jets,
that's great.
Yeah,
that's great. You beat the Jets. But
now,
there's been non-continuity for the whole year. Here's the other thing. I love how a lot of times, not you, but I love how a lot of times everybody spouts off these generalizations. And then when the generalization actually plays out, they can't accept it. How about this one?
I feel like
we all understand the NFL's a year-to-year league.
I believe that.
Okay, well that's why they're 5-5 because this year's different than last year.
We've seen them at 3-4 and 3-5 and turn it around.
Well, then maybe they can.
But this has no outcome on this week's game against the Packers. But I'm looking at you right now, Steiny, like something's off. To me,
a lot of things are off,
but more with the offense than sometimes your offense is your best defense.
Well, if they had a great offense this year, they might be 6-4 because their defense still would have folded in critical circumstances.
But we still, and the offensive line, you're right. It's a leading candidate, but
Dre's in Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just a little pissed off still.
Yeah.
But like you said, Stein, I'm used to it. I've been a Niner fan a long time. I've seen a lot of good seasons, a lot of bad seasons. You got to remember, most teams that win the Super Bowl don't make it back to the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
That's what happened to the Niners last time. They went to the Super Bowl and lost. I'm hearing a lot of crazy talk about firing Shanahan. Let me get to that in a second. But I have to agree with that last caller who said they couldn't come up with a better play than throwing a Debo on that, what was it, 2nd and 6 on the 49ers second to last drive.
Yep.
My question is, why are you throwing the ball to Debo on those 2nd and 10? You hand that ball off, you use as much clock as you can. You only throw if it's 3rd and long. Shanahan is some really suspect play calling. He doesn't know how to manage his time. But I'm not ready to fire him unless you have a good contingency plan. Because the coaches we've had in the last 10 years, Chip Kelly, Jim Tomsula, I think Shanahan's a better coach than Harbaugh. Any fool could have told Harbaugh to give the ball to Frank Gore at the 6-yard line against the Ravens 4 times in a row, and we'd won that Super Bowl. So, with that being said, why did he not run the ball?
Well, you know what? And now Dre, thanks for the call. And I'm looking at it. They got the ball with 3:56. And I get you. They should have, if they run one time there, the time probably gets down to the 2-minute warning, which gives Geno Smith a little less time. So
they needed all.
There's just so many little things that you can point to when you lose a football game. That close, anyway. That's why you got to do what Tulane did. You get on Navy early and you stay on them. Go Green Wave. 35-0 Tulane. They've won 7 in a row. We're in the American Conference Championship game against Army. We still got a shot to make the playoffs.
Is that this weekend?
San Jose State, I needed you to pull the upset against Boise.
Hey, their quarterback, San Jose State, has an arm, man.
God. Tulane is playing well right now. All right, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Tune in for Warrior Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
November is a great time to get a new TV.
They got an extra offensive lineman. They got Jalen Sundle, the backup center, playing fullback. It's Walker, left side, and in for the Seattle touchdown and the lead.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's Joe Davis, Fox Sports, and that was Kenneth Walker's touchdown that made it 13-10 Seattle. 13-10 Seattle.
Yeah.
And that's when you knew, oh boy, are we doing this again?
But the Geno Smith night, Curry's got to, he's got to be upset. I know Curry's
I'm not upset, so why should Steph?
Well, you don't care.
No.
I'm
not upset. And Steph's not upset.
He was like,
and it's our move.
He was like, not like us. Something went wrong. How could he think? And he did it in his hometown, where Curry resides, where he was born.
Curry's been to Santa Clara once in his life, probably.
They're the San Francisco Niners. Him scoring was a sports orgasm. I said it. He was so happy. Steiny, he was 0-6 against them. He said it was personal. He said
we get to determine that. I think that's the best part is we get to determine what our season's going to be. And, the 49ers are a great team. Hats off to them. Much respect to those guys. They have great players, but we do too. So, I think we just got to keep working, and I think things will be all right.
Yeah. That was Geno Smith.
Well, that must have been before the game. He was clouded when he scored. Dude, the night.
No, it was after the 10-minute cooling off period after the game.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Very composed.
And we could put another rat on the tab if you like.
Okay.
Seattle was just a possession away from sweeping the Niners this series, 2 division games.
408, Geno is no longer welcome here. You think the Bay going to let you disrespect Steph? Oh, I don't think that was disrespecting him.
He was borrowing it. Yeah.
I think that was honoring him. Austin in San Francisco.
He did.
What's going on, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, no, mate. I'm sitting here, Matt. Hey, I just want to say this. Hey, Guru, do you remember when I said we should have got Jamar Chase? And that would have been like a good duo with Jamar Chase, IU, what's it called, Debo. And
I do remember you saying something like that. Yeah.
Shanahan, they didn't finish cleaning the house. If you got to constantly keep scheming Jimmy G open, then Debo should have went on out with him. Get rid of him. And these constant injuries that we keep happening. He's like a running back. His days are numbered. They don't give too many running backs big contracts no more. Am I right?
Are you talking about Debo here, Austin?
Yeah.
I'm talking about Debo. He should have been out with Jimmy G.
Gotcha.
You got to keep scheming them two open. Man, that's crazy. Debo takes too many shots. Always injured. And then with McCaffrey coming back from injury, you got to treat him like Clay. He got to come off that bench. Let Jordan Mason, run down their throat, and then you can hit him with the dagger with McCaffrey, and when he gets his feet wet. When he get his feet wet, then put him back in the starting up lineup. This is the Warriors all over again. We should have got Jamar Chase.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Take the best receiver in football, one of them, but he wasn't coming here. But as far as that's another rat on the table. I am not telling anybody listening to us. Kyle Draper texted me. I said the word hilarious. He listened. Shout out Kyle. But what do you do to reinvent the impact of Debo? That's a great laugh. One more time, E. That's a great laugh.
Just for the record, Debo Samuel's played 24 of the last 27 regular season games, and he hadn't missed a playoff game.
But it's the production now.
I know.
When you need him more. When one of your guys goes down.
It's the production, but it's not his injuries.
Okay, yeah, gotcha.
T.I. in Oakland. What's up, T.I.?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Talk to us.
So, bad day yesterday. But here's my reasoning. And I know a lot of people may disagree, and I'm not saying Kyle should be fired. And I agree at one point in time he was a great play caller. But he's gotten stale, and it looks like arrogance. You keep running the same stuff, expecting a different result. It's not going to happen. The league has caught up to him, and, championship coaches make adjustments, i.e. the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy Reid adjust. He wins with whoever he has. He doesn't use excuses about injury and all of that. And I agree with the last caller. They should have slowly put McCaffrey back in there. Go with what's been getting you there. But I just believe that Kyle needs to do some adjusting in his play calling, man. I mean, I'm at home, and I could say what he's going to run. So I know the defense, who studies tendencies all week, knows what he was going to do. You know, so I don't know where they go from here. I mean, you got to win with who you have. So during the week, find out what works well with certain people. Stop trying to force your offense down the throat, your players.
That's a great take, and I'll say this before you go. I honestly believe why I think Brock Purdy, we'll call it a step back, or just looks different. I feel like there's a non-natural element to what he's doing or what he's forced to be doing, and that's like Kyle in his head. I could be wrong, but I really feel that way, like something's just not natural like it used to be with Brock.
888-957-9570. The Niners dropped to 5-5 after losing to the Seahawks yesterday, 20-17. By the way, there was a play. You know the play Juszczyk got injured on? I'd have to look it up. I thought Seattle got away with a late hit on Purdy on the sidelines. It was really close. There were like four guys there, but one guy came in. But
when you're running, it's different though, Steiny. But you're saying late hit.
Yeah. Yep. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Adrian. Adrian's in San Jose. Hey, Adrian, how you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. How are you?
Doing well.
All right. I just want to talk about our defense. I know everybody wants to talk about the offense, but the defense for me this year has not been at its A game. I know we lost Armstead and Kinlaw into FA, but I really thought this past season we should have drafted a lot better defensive players. I feel like without Greenlaw, that big personality presence is not there, especially on the run game. We are not we cannot stop the run for anything. It's really hurting us. And I know like Lenore and Ward, they're our top two CBs, but without both yesterday, our defensive line went down like a house of cards. It was bad. It was a bad game on our defense. I know we can still be in it, but I have no idea how we're going to fare against the Bills or against Jordan Love in the next few weeks or against the Lions. That Lions game is what's really going to make me worried about this season, because if we allow Detroit to run all over us, that's going to be it for our season. All right, guys.
When's Detroit? Like the second to last week of the year?
Let me bring it up.
Game might not mean anything.
I think it's the third last week.
Okay. Yeah.
Second to last week.
Second to last week.
Still might not mean anything.
I'm looking at that Cardinal game. They have TBD for the time. That could be flex Sunday Night Football. What if that were for the division? And if you lose, you go home. You don't even make it. It's just a winner goes. We've seen that before. I'll say this about the Niner run defense. Donnie, they held Kenneth Walker. He had some good runs, 14 carries for 54 yards. Again, watching that game in real time, I wasn't like, oh, my gosh, they can't stop him. But Geno Smith, obviously with the 2 runs on that last drive, accounting for, 59? How many yards? 54 air yards and 29 yards on the ground. That last drive to bring it home is what killed him. And I get on Bosa all day. Oh, he could do more. But, Stotty, I'm here to say Helen Keller and Ray Charles could see that there was that defense change once he went out and Geno was comfortable. Let me tell you who's good. You hadn't even mentioned him. Jackson Smith and Jigba. Steiny, he's good. He was killing the Niners.
He's probably better than any of the Niners receivers. Wow. Metcalf certainly is. Yeah. I don't know. A couple plays that caught my attention yesterday. Oh, give
it to me.
So let me get this straight. You know what? And I'm not going to make it about Niner fans. I'm going to make it about fans. You guys are the worst. So we got a kicker, all right? We got a kicker who gets hurt, misses a month, comes back, has a bad game, still wins it at the end. Then yesterday, he kicks a 40-yard field goal.
Made it.
And he gets the sarcastic cheer from the stadium. Is that what we're doing? One bad game for the kicker after he's coming back from an injury, a game you still won, and he makes his first kick yet, and everybody acts like he's never made a field goal before. That's why athletes are like, the hell with the fans.
Wow.
Seriously.
But Janet Jackson, Stoney, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah, he made
it. But they haven't forgot the
worst.
Yeah.
And then what about this play? Anybody else did this hit their radar? Kenneth Walker, and I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. I just made a note of it. Kenneth Walker has a run, gets tackled, and Jair Brown helped him up.
I saw it.
I thought you're not allowed or supposed to do that if you're in a big situation in big boy football.
We'd have to see and check the archives, Stoney, to see if they're boys. But I saw that like, no, let him use that ounce of energy. It might help you later. But, yeah, sportsmanship.
Anthony's in Brentwood. What's up, A?
Hey, man. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Better than the Niners, man.
Yeah. So I got two things, but let me see. So I do want to hit what Steiny said. So Steiny said, if we don't think that Kyle Shanahan is going to win the big one, and this is, we've seen him at his best, then we should fire him. I'm gonna be real. If it was up to me, he would have been fired after the Trey Lance debacle, because despite what people might feel, like, the bottom line is they did not do their homework on him, and they did not do the proper scouting, and that directly is at John Lynch's and Kyle Shanahan's doorstep. And the only reason he even has this job at this point is because they lucked up and tripped over the Brock Purdy banana peel. Like, we got to call it what it is. Now, I do want to say this. The Niners are not better this year than they were last year, whether it's for injuries, whether it's because they didn't draft certain positions in the draft, whether it's because they didn't trade during the, what do you call it? The preseason, not preseason, but
exhibition season, training camp.
Training camp and stuff, right? Like, they did not get themselves better. Other teams around us have gotten better. And you look at the Lions, you look at Arizona, you look at the Eagles, who are notorious for having, like, great draft guys coming down the pipeline. The bottom line is the Niners are just not good enough this season for a multitude of reasons. But the other thing is this: when you keep getting to the Super Bowl and not cashing in, the chickens come home to roost. You have to cash in at one of these appearances, and they didn't. Whose ever fault it is doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, it's a team, and the team did not win. So if we think that we can keep knocking on the door and not kicking the door down, we're foolish. But that's just kind of my take. Like, they're lucky they even have Brock, because nobody was scouting Brock. That's why he was the last pick. So you can say whatever you want to say. People can agree with me or disagree with me. But the truth of the matter is they lucked up on Brock, and that's why we have them. That's why we have him. But if they didn't have Brock, Kyle would be out the bath with the baby. So we got to be honest. And I don't like people that say, like, well, if you don't have him, what do you have? I mean, Andy Reid, you think they were thinking about who was going to be next after Andy Reid left Philly? No, because at some point you got to win the big one. We thank you for everything that you've done, but if you're not giving the Super Bowls, what are you really doing?
Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
So I just thought of this thing, just got a little chuckle out of it myself. So Anthony said, they should, let's say hypothetically, well, they should be fired because they didn't do their homework on Lance. What if Kyle and Lynch would say, oh, no. We did more homework on him than any other player. We just got it wrong. What if they did their homework? They evaluated him like they evaluated him, and their data said this guy's going to be a great quarterback.
Oh, Anthony said.
Which do you want? I'd rather have them not do their homework or that they've done all their homework and picked the wrong guy.
Well, I thought he was telling you that their homework or their intel was bad. Yeah, that's obvious. If they didn't have Brock Purdy, they probably would have been fired.
I mean, my issue is they moved up to number 3 without any idea of knowing who was going to be there.
So you believe that?
So they didn't have one guy in mind. They just wanted to move up to the spot.
I know that's how it sounds now, Stoney, but I got to believe they had identified Trey.
Man. Well, then why were we talking about Mac Jones leading all the way up to the draft?
I'll never forget it.
Let's go to Michael, who's on 880. What's up, Michael? How you doing?
Doing all right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, look, I want to talk to Guru. I want Guru to give me some, make it, right? Play along with me, right? The Niners schedule.
Michael, Michael,
man.
you
I
got
was ready too,
you
Michael.
got to call back. I'll put you right through because I need somebody to to talk with Guru other than me for a minute or so.
Possibly.
So let's go to a little piece of sound here. Let's ask Brock Purdy, what was the difference between last Seahawks game and this one?
No, I think their scheme was pretty similar. You know, it was just one of those games where, you know, you just couldn't hurt yourself. And I feel like, you know, we had just some mishaps with some penalties and we had opportunities where we're moving the ball and we just kept hurting ourselves. Operationally, I feel like we got to be better. Can't hurt ourselves. And once we have momentum, we got to keep running with it and we got to finish drives.
Yeah, all the usual cliches.
I've been thinking about it.
We let them hang around. We got to finish off drives. We shot ourselves in the foot. They're all the laments of a 500 team, period.
Now,
End of story.
Let me help you out because it's radio, Snotty. When your co-host says, I've been thinking about Brock Purdy a lot, you're supposed to say, you know what, Guru? What have you been thinking about Brock?
Okay. What have you been you didn't say you were thinking about Brock
I said
Purdy.
I said, Snotty, he's been on my mind a lot.
Okay.
And here I go.
Oh, and no, am I supposed to say
no,
now?
We already got that out the way.
Sure.
I told you I never once would go to a
Put
lab.
the disclaimer on that you don't want to criticize him, and then go ahead and...
It's not that at all.
I'm not saying Kyle's not a great play caller, but his play calling stinks.
That's when somebody says, hey, I'm not hating Stoney, but, and you're hating. He's not and never will be physically put together like a Joe Burrow. And that's why I was a little late to the party about Brock Purdy's success. But now I've come to realize, just having this conversation with you, why I'm fixated on the misses, and not the wife, but the missed throws, and just how some of the passes are coming out, Stoney. And that's where I worry a little bit. Like, and I hear some people say, oh, he put that one on the money, and he can with the best of them. But nobody, I'm done lying to myself about, oh, he's got the strongest arm. And I'm done lying to myself about, and it's just like Jimmy, the reason they don't throw the ball outside of the numbers is because I don't believe he's great at that. And if I'm working with a quarterback that's not great or gifted at those throws, my game plan and my route tree is going to resemble that. And that's why I'm getting just a bit. I was Mr. Give him the blank contract. But now, Stoney, I'm back in the car into the garage thinking more and more.
Too late.
No, we still got the whole.
No, but you would have already given it to him.
But I
even though you didn't have to.
And again, I'm just noticing some things with the, I guess what word would I look for, Stoney? The arm talent to where some of these throws are high.
Well, this is where I disagree with you. Like, and to me, words matter.
Yeah.
You just said Brock Purdy, to me, puts the ball on the money with the best of them. No, he doesn't, in my mind.
No, sometimes, most of the time, though, I give him credit for that.
I don't believe that.
I think accuracy is one of his biggest strong points.
I'm just saying, there are great quarterbacks in the NFL, and when you say something like he puts the ball on the money with the best of them, does he with the top 2 or 3? And he puts it on the money with the best of them in certain places on the field.
Maybe without pressure. Okay. And of course,
that's kind of what I mean.
Can do it when the guys.
I don't think he's the most accurate passer in the NFL.
See, I think that's where he's been lacking this season.
I don't know. Michael. Oh, Mike's calling back.
Okay.
What's up, Michael? How you doing?
I got the schedule up.
All right. Can you guys hear me a little bit better now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great. Okay, this is the Guru. So you said they still have a chance to make it in the playoffs. They have 7 games left, right?
Yes, sir.
Just for the sake of argument, just say all the teams that they're going to play are equally matched at every position.
Okay.
Let's just pick quarterbacks, okay? Okay, so coming up with the Packers, would you take Jordan Love or would you take Purdy?
You know what? You said right now I'm taking Love because he's at home.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, the Bills.
I'm taking Allen. I'm taking Allen.
Okay. Taking Allen. Okay, the next game, the Bears.
I'm taking Purdy.
You said the Purdy. I'll give you that one. Okay, what about the next
Stafford.
game?
I'm taking Stafford, and I'm taking Purdy against Tua.
Okay, so what? Oh, you're taking Purdy against Tua? I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I do.
What about the Lions?
I'm taking golf.
Lions?
Yeah, I'm taking golf.
Exactly.
All right.
Okay, and then the Cardinals.
I'm taking Murray.
That's you know what, Michael?
So
wow.
Where do you see 4 wins? Where do you see 4 wins?
See,
all the teams that evenly match.
I got you. But
where do you see 4
Michael,
wins?
I'm giving you the win for the exercise, but Steiny I'm about to just throw water on him too. A football game is 60 minutes of everything. It's just not who comes into the game with the best quarterback.
Well, it's a big part of it.
Oh, no doubt.
It's true, but the quarterback is usually the difference maker, right? They usually every teams are usually evenly matched.
No.
Throughout the NFL, there's a lot of mediocrity and a lot of parity, as they want to say, right?
Gotcha.
But at the same time, the quarterback gives the team the edge, right?
Yeah.
That being said, let's just say, I don't see even 4 wins for them.
I got you.
All right.
Hey, Michael, thanks for calling in. I mean, it's a fair point.
Yeah.
It's a fair point.
But it's
Let me ask you this. Is this too nasty?
Oh, give it to me.
Is this too nasty? 49ers played against the Cardinals, and Kyler Murray made all the big plays. 49ers lost to the Rams. Matt Stafford made all the big plays.
Facts.
And they lost yesterday, and Geno Smith made all the big plays. Not all of them, but they made the big ones.
Yeah.
And I think it is fair. Like, when you saw, I think this team can make a run, and it is true. Okay, well, 5 of the next 7 games, they're going in with second best quarterback on the field. So, like, that's a fair point to say maybe we do overestimate the talent on this team right here, right now, this year. They've got a quarterback that is now, let's say he was number 9 last year. It's probably about 14. And hasn't played as well. They haven't played with McCaffrey. Ayuk's season was a shambles. It's just there's been a drop off in every single aspect of their game. And if you want to say, that's on Kyle Shanahan, like, I'm not going to fight you that he has a responsibility in this. Of course he does. He's the coach. But the more I look at this team, I don't think they're out-talenting a lot of teams.
Well, Steiny, I hear you loud and clear, man, but that's a shocker then. And if you are
But it happens in sports.
Yeah,
teams get old, and they get old fast.
And that's what I'm dealing with.
It? That's it?
You could totally be. Then they're in a whole world of trouble.
Exactly. They might be.
Okay, but to that point about, what's going wrong, when you're a head coach we're up against it. I'll say for the other side. Okay. But the bottom line is, how many times have I said to you and Evan, Kyle schemes them open with the best of them? Well, start scheming them open or change or adjust your scheme because you're looking stale.
Maybe he doesn't have anything more in his bag. Maybe his bag is empty.
Now that would be nightmare on 49ers.
Kyle's in his bag. Maybe there's nothing in his bag anymore.
They don't use that anymore, though.
Yeah, they do. Wait. When the 49ers put up 40 next week against the bag, Kyle was in his bag. How come he can't do that every week? Why can't we score 40 every game? Why can't we win every game by 6 touchdowns? It's just we stink. All right, 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members.
Right on the edge of Jake Moody's field goal range on this third down. Purdy giving time, a perfect throw, and it's Jawan Jennings continuing his big day. Probably his biggest catch yet, converting third and long.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Davis, Fox Sports.
And Olsen was incredible.
You know,
Greg, that is.
We just had an Evan.
Well, he didn't hear it.
I know. We just had a conversation in here that it explains everything. It was 9 total words.
Something about a neighbor?
And it explains
no
everything.
This is life, Evan.
It points out the difference between Guru and me.
Before you tell him, I want him to judge it on who he sees was right. And that'll let us know who's the odd one. But go ahead.
Nobody's right.
Okay.
It's just, I'm pointing out
well,
that everyone's different, including you and me.
Here we go.
Guru says, it's almost Christmas. And I said, it's not even Thanksgiving yet.
It's next week, Evan, Thanksgiving.
See, but I am kind of with Goo because I feel like every commercial I saw yesterday during NFL games was for Christmas.
All of them.
Everyone fast forwards past Thanksgiving.
I hate it.
Maybe it's because Tommy DeVito and Kurt Rush are playing, but
wow.
Oh, they ought to. I'll tell you what, they could burn the barn tonight. Hey, St. Mary's 4-0. Big one over the Huskers. You thought I was a St. Mary's fan last year. Oh, I would love for them to be
But who do you got
better.
up there to wear your roof for him?
Well,
Tulane, your daughter. We get that.
Yeah, but Tulane's basketball team's not very good.
Yeah, but why St. Mary's? Who do you know?
Well, me.
Well, it's just Evan. I
Rick
think
Tittle.
I think Randy Bennett's a great coach. They're the regional team here that I take the most interest in, even more than Cal and Stanford. We've had him on a few times. Yeah. He probably won't come on anymore.
What? You guys got into it?
We'll see.
You know, Guru.
I've
got my stat sheet says that Guru.
What? I had a great weekend. You didn't even ask. The first Monday you hadn't asked, but it's okay.
Creme de la creme.
That's our girl. Hey, real quick, because he mentioned DeVito, the worst football contract in sports is Daniel Jones.
Okay.
That has set them back. Right after it is Dak Prescott, and that's why I'm just telling you, Steiny, and the listeners, just for another day, they got to be really careful because I was up here saying, and I stand by it, oh, Brock's going to get whatever it is. Donnie, this is, I don't know if this is a Glazier.
A little premature?
There we go.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's a real thing that they're going to have to hash out when it's time. But you got to be looking like, you think Kyle's looking at Brock like he's taking a step back? Like, what could Kyle be saying to his real ones that we'll never, Chris Sims, could he be blaming the ineffectiveness in the red zone on Brock? Like, things like that happen. I don't think it's Brock's fault. I just don't think your boy's being as creative, or they've caught up to him, Steiny.
Now he's my boy.
Well, Kyle.
When they lose, he's my boy.
Kyle.
When they win, he's a genius. Hey, I think, when I think of it, I think you lead the league in saying, I was late to the party.
I've come up with that one too, but no, I wouldn't say I lead the league.
You're right up there. You're up there with the best of them.
I'm one of the most honest.
How you feel about Dalton Connect?
I said he was the steal of the draft.
Everything.
You're an ass. That's right. I said it. I said it.
So let me get this straight.
You're a horse's I cannot believe this. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
No.
You know what? You've already made me so mad. I'm about to drop dime on you.
When Kyle texted you, screamed at me earlier.
Yeah, I screamed earlier.
Okay, but
you
listen,
didn't.
You're the one that told this, so I had intel on him before everybody.
Yeah, sorry, he's not working.
Hey,
nice try.
That dude, I'm telling you.
Nice try.
Steal of the draft.
No, good try. No, that's a hell of a try. Good try.
But I always cite my sources.
Good try.
He's your guy.
That's right. So you can't have him. We talked about that last week.
With my other friends, I do.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I do. I don't rub it in your face.
You just did by saying he's your guy.
You're not loyal.
It's been 15 games.
And Evan, as soon as he goes on
how many rookies have scored 27 in 2 games already?
Dude, and Pods did that like 10 times last year.
Yeah. Well,
Pods.
Not bad. Yeah. By the way,
Draymond got thrown out Friday.
Yeah, you lost that bet, too.
Well, it wasn't an official bet.
I mean, you lost. You lost the Jake Paul bet.
It's always fun game.
When are you giving me that drink?
It's always fun game.
Oh, Steiny, he's not a real boxer.
It was rigged.
Yeah, okay.
Have you seen the stuff coming out of that?
You still owe me a drink.
And Tyson comes out in a knee brace.
You lost.
You don't even want that drink.
Yes, I do.
Knee brace.
You bet on a 57-year-old boxer.
Everyone's here. Versus who, Evan?
You should have known it was over when the first highlights they were playing were from 1984.
Evan, why didn't you call Friday? I did make the bet. I was feeling good. It wasn't even a payday Friday. And I was rooting for Mike so bad.
And you did it again.
You saw the video he did with the little girl when he said, nobody cares about you. Deaf, you're going to be in a bag. And I'm like, that dude's, Jake's in trouble.
And this is a great text from the 510.
We'll decide.
Yeah, just the kindest thing you did. And this is where Daniel Jones, would you say worst quarterback? Worst
current contract in sports.
Worse than Deshaun Watson?
Oh, no, that's a different one. That's in a category of its own.
That's worse.
Yeah, well.
Is Deshaun Watson's worse?
Yeah.
Well, then Daniel Jones doesn't have the worst. Well, what about your guy, Dak Prescott?
I said he's right behind Daniel Jones, and that's new. Yeah.
But if, Watson's is worse.
Decisions are the key to life. That's what I told all my kids. You make a bad one, man, could be for life.
I was talking to Evan. He brought up a good point that the 3 losses against division opponent teams.
Man.
But think about this. Does he have a point here?
What?
The loss to the Cardinals, the Rams, and now the Seahawks.
Yeah.
And all division games. Who knows the Niners better than their division opponents? It's a great point.
But when they were kicking ass, they owned the NFC West.
Guess what? This is called catching up.
Right.
And this is called intense scouting.
Well, what about Minnesota? Because that was the one thorough.
They're not in their division.
No, my point is.
But that wasn't the same kind of loss.
No, Minnesota should have been up and won by more. Is
exactly.
My point. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go to Will in the East Bay.
Willie.
What's going on, Will? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Thank you. You guys sound like you're about a second from a pillow fight or something.
This is my guy, man. Steiny's my guy.
We'll see.
First thing, hey, Will, is this your first time listening?
No, it's not. I've talked to you guys several times.
Yeah, this is pretty tame, is what I'm saying.
We hang out outside the studio, Will.
Yeah.
Hey, man, it's all good to me.
Right. He's like, you don't got to.
All right.
I hear what I hear. I got you.
I got 4 sisters that I have these kind of relationships with, so I can totally concur. I'll tell you one thing, guys. If I hear this argument again that the 49ers are suffering a Super Bowl, hangover, all right, it's such a BS argument. My head's going to explode, okay? Really.
Yeah.
All right? But I think a previous caller really hit it on the nose. This team kind of gets spotted a lead, and it just seems like the brain trust isn't making the adjustments on the fly or the halftime adjustments, and they're losing these games. And here's a good question for you: if you ever watch any football game, they always kind of flip up to these guys up there in the booth, with their monitors in front of them. It's like part of the coaching tree, the brain trust. Well, I want to know who's going to contribute of all those guys they show looking at their monitors intently to finding a weakness on the other side and exploiting that weakness. And Guru, you know where I'm coming from here, closing the deal, closing out the game. Well, anyway, that's all I had to say today. And as usual, I do appreciate you guys listening.
Oh, thank you, Will. Man. Appreciate it. Will from San Bruno.
Well, what I was told at halftime is not a lot said, and they say use the bathroom and come back out. So I got ridiculed for saying that's where adjustments are made. But good teams and good coaches and good staffs make adjustments. I just, again, this is the biggest enigma I've come across since we've done our show. Last year's Warrior team during the Jordan Poole, that last year's Warrior team not making the playoffs. and what the Niners are. You think I come in here real quick,
every
Stoney,
team
and want to fight with you and tussle voice-wise?
No, but you do hold every team to a stand. Like the Warriors have to win 65 games, and the 49ers have to go 14-3.
No, I just told you they were going to make the playoffs, and they didn't do that. But about the Niners, Stoney, I told you and fought hard before everybody was there about this weaponry.
Why not?
This collective.
And you hype.
And now
you hype. So you overhype everything.
You think
just what you do.
is bringing nothing to the table? I don't. I think his coach has used Debo one way. They figured it out. But now, Kyle, I believe it's on you to get him going another way.
Maybe he's one-dimensional. Maybe Debo Samuel's one-dimensional. Maybe,
well, let's find that out.
We don't need to find out that Debo Samuel is a bad route runner. We already know that. It's out there.
Well, that second down where it was thrown to Manu Bowl, rest in peace, a better throw. Who's to say he doesn't catch it? Stoney and Muda chain.
Well, or he might have hit it. That might have been the play where Purdy makes a great throw and Debo drops it. It's always one thing or another with this team this year.
You're paying him a lot of money to Debo.
You're paying Ayuk even more.
Now that's different, and I think unfair because he got hurt and he's done.
Debo's out here. You have two guys you pay $28 million a piece to, and each of them catch 5 balls a game. That's an issue.
Well, let's put it right on the table because I got
should have never ever paid Ayuk.
Stoney. The Debo won you playoff games in Green Bay single-handedly with Jimmy.
What if he's over the hill, Goo? What if he's on the downside of his career?
That's why that means don't
just
tell me
use
the
that as a
future is
reason.
bright.
Then use that as a reason.
That could be real.
Well, when I think of the 49er future, I don't think of McCaffrey and Debo Samuel and Trent Williams.
Well, what do you think? Because if you don't, then what are we talking about?
You think McCaffrey's going to be running back in the NFL 2 or 3 years from now, like at this level? I don't. Like the life of a football player is fast. I mean, if Christian McCaffrey leads your team in rushing 3 years from now, and Debo's still on the team, and Kittle, they're going to be terrible. They're going to be the oldest team in football history. Trent still blocking, or Trent still not blocking at 40 years old.
That unit has not
You're
been
listening
its best,
to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
And I'll never forget, I just got to go back and reflect here, Stoney. Draft night. I'm like, what are the Niners doing? I think the wide receivers position is the strongest point of the team.
But they were right.
A lot of people were like, why did you not invest that pick in your offensive line
again,
and to their
they've explained that. Yeah. But now you can disagree with the explanation, but they've explained that. They didn't think there was first round offensive line talent at where they drafted.
Okay.
Second round came, they took Pooney.
Okay. And how's that worked out?
Great.
Yes.
Okay.
So you messed up I'm just second guessing. You messed up the Brock Purdy, the Trey Lance draft. So who's to say that your intel was wrong on maybe there was a lineman worthy of taking?
Maybe.
And you could be getting,
that's football assessment. I mean.
But this old line, Stoney, they're not getting much push. Either blocking or getting that. It's just like, man.
Let's go to Mystic in San Francisco.
Mystic.
What's up, Mystic?
What's up, fellas? Hey, man. It's crazy to me, but I've just seen this so many times in the NFL. I mean, there were guys like Steve DeBerg and Dave Craig, guys who had a nice career with limited talent. And I think that's what you're seeing with Brock Purdy. First, I want to blame Shanahan, not because of so-called in-game adjustments, but because he told us that Brock Purdy was good enough. His hubris told you that Brock Purdy was good enough. The other problem that you see here, Jerry Rice saying throw the ball deep, people telling make adjustments. What adjustments can you make when your quarterback can't deliver the ball down the field at a certain rate or can't fit it into tight windows, or when Debo Samuel can't run routes and doesn't have great hands? You're asking him to do things that he can't do, and this is his own fault for, choosing these guys. So I'm looking at it like, well, I think that you guys are hitting a wall. Brock Purdy is being exposed, and if you want to pay him a ton of money, boy, you guys are going to be in big trouble. What do you think about the limitations of Brock Purdy? And I think actually Kyle Shanahan's scheme is saving Brock Purdy, making him look better than he would be if he was on any other team. But, I'll take what you guys think off there.
Good call, Mystic. And
those are interesting thoughts.
No doubt. And I'll tell you this, Donnie, I guess that's what I'm a big boy. That's what I'm having trouble dealing with. Like it could be a missed throw. It's just one incompletion, right? But I could see some things to where I worry about that repeating itself in the future. And now you look at that second down throw to Deebo Samuel. That was a yucky throw. But if you look, what happened now?
Well, it's just the seventh time you brought up that one play.
But it was awful.
Okay.
That's money down. That's the money drive.
Money down is third down.
Well, if you're really clicking, you don't get to third down.
The hell was that?
If you're clicking, you don't get to many third downs.
Was that your Kawhi?
I don't know what it was.
It's almost 2, but I'm having a ball. Who's looking at the clock?
Let's go to Jimbo is in San Francisco.
Jimbo Fisher.
Hey, Jimbo.
What's up, guys? Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to talk about some stuff about the Niners, what you guys are talking about.
Sure.
I mean, I was looking at the points allowed from last year to this year. They're third last year, giving up 17. This year, they're 16th at 22. Sacks, they were 9th overall. This year, they're 14th. Turnovers and takeaways, they were 7th last year and 9th this year. But for me, I think personally, defensively, when you have 9 new players coming in and out and a new DC, it's going to affect the defense. Then you look at it overall with the Niners offense, they're basically the same as last year. The only difference is red zone efficiency. Everything's the same. Yardage, passing, rushing, third down.
But that's a big difference, though.
47%. Yeah, red zone is huge. It went from 68% to only, I think this year they're 26 at 48%, which is huge. Kicking field goals instead of getting touchdowns. And then, when you watch the games like you were saying, Steiny, that, I think you're right. The offensive line is not built to throw. Their pass protection is their weakness. This team is built more on running and coming off of play action, but they're the same. They have the same stats as last year. They're a well-balanced team. They're throwing and running the same amount of attempts. So you're just looking at their conversions, and it's basically red zone, which is huge. I couldn't find any stats on defensive third down conversions or even in the red zone. I couldn't find a defensive stats, but I found the offense. But I think personally, it's not bad what Sorsen is doing defensively with 9 new players, not having Greenlaw, not having Bosa look like he's going to be out, not having Hargrave, not having Armstead, not having that defensive depth on the defensive line, which we're known for. And now we're not getting pressure. So I think, honestly, it's kind of hard when you see Shanahan always in shotgun formation. It may be based on down and distance, but I look like they're trying to throw more. But when I looked at the stats, it's not.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe Purdy is not having the year that he had a couple years ago, and people are just catching up on Shanahan's offense.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it, Jimbo. Isn't the first time we've heard the term, the defenses might be catching up a little bit.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice was on with the Morning Roast, and they asked him, what do you want to see more out of from Brock Purdy?
We know he got the velocity. He can throw the ball downfield. But we got to run routes on the outside to let the defense coordinator know that from different teams that, hey, look, we can throw the ball outside too. And it's not going to always be something over the middle. Because it was so predictable yesterday because I saw Deebo. The second he lined up, I knew he was going to run a route over the middle. And as a defensive coordinator, as a defensive back, you're looking at alignment. You know exactly what these guys are going to do if they line up a certain distance. If they line up real close, they're going over the middle. If they line up a little bit wider outside, it's probably going to be a throw outside or something like that. So those are the things, being able to throw the ball outside, throw the ball deep too, man. He got the arm for it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Does he?
And if he
Let's
knows,
just be honest. Does he?
his arm is average.
Yeah, exactly.
But now you got me thinking, not just you, because I've been doing it, Stoney. What about his accuracy? I came into this season saying it was A-. And maybe that was, I'm just saying, it hasn't been an A- this season. I do got to say something. One about that last call who had a lot of stats, but the 650 checkmate. I mean, he did not give us the yak yards from the receivers. So that could have a lot to do with why it hasn't been, much to write home about. But yesterday, you tell me if I'm wrong, Stoney. I'm being real, and I had this written down, almost didn't get to it. So you're telling me Bosa was disruptive. I was fighting with you early. He was excellent the first half. But after he left, why would Sorensen continue to just rush 4? You got nobody else. That's when you got to dial up and manufacture and look at the vine. I sent you, Spadoni, and Evan, and I said, Geno Smith, he's a deer in headlights in pressure.
Did he look like that?
No, because
he made
the pressure
2 phenomenal runs under pressure on their game-winning drives.
I'll tell you what on those.
He did not look like he had.
But those were gaping holes. It was almost like, hey, Geno, run.
Well, it's because
Lawrence Taylor wasn't following him. It was like, hey, you know what? I don't even got to throw it. I'm going to just keep it. But my thing is, I thought Sorensen, Monday morning quarterback, could have dialed some more, manufactured some blitzes, Stoney, to put pressure on Geno.
They had 4 sacks.
And how many after Bosa left?
Probably none.
I think that's probably the biggest issue. It's like if you don't have your best pass rusher on the field, you might need to bring some extra pass rushers.
Exactly. So maybe I'm not disagreeing with him.
Right. No,
but I just like here's what we do though all the time. You should have brought some extra blitzes. You should have used McKay. Where was Garendo and where was Mason? Oh, what about Pearsall? How come he only got? It's like it's just such a hard game for me to play all the time.
Yeah, right.
That sometimes the best team wins and sometimes you don't deserve to win.
Well, I bring that up because I want to ask you, and I can't wait to hear you answer it. But the reason I brought that up is because why are we not feeling the same energy towards Sorensen that we had for Wilkes? Had that been Wilkes last year, not blitzing, it would be all the calls would be for him to be removed. I hear you, and I'm not saying I'm calling for that, but I can't ignore it.
So I thought you spent the whole show saying their defense was great.
No, I'm comparing it to their offense. Like the defense has reasons.
I
mean, Greenlaw, that was the one thing. You kept laughing at me. You always laugh, and I ended up taking victory laps about them missing him. And it was going to, that was, now we're watching that happen. We went into the season knowing Armstead, he wasn't going to play. Yeah. So it's like, you got to deal with it for the first 12 weeks. But I thought they were so powerful.
Well, then maybe their talent's not what we thought. They can't overcome the loss to Greenlaw. Well, they couldn't overcome the loss to McCaffrey. They're paying the price for Hargrave. They're paying the price for Brock Purdy having to play without his weapons. They're paying the price for special teams mistakes. There's so much crap that you can point to right now.
Okay, if you're driving
it's not
around
one thing.
And you hear Steiny play Jerry Rice's sound about when Debo was lined up here, you're predictable.
Okay, but then
that's not you or me saying it, it's Jerry.
Okay, well then let's change the narrative on Kyle Shanahan.
Or no, forget that. How about adjust? To what you're doing if
Kyle doesn't make adjustments. Well,
it sounds
why
like an adjustment
why
is
do
needed,
we praise this guy?
I don't think Debo is this weak of a football player to where he can't help you.
I can't stand we win, he's the greatest. He loses, he's the worst.
But last week he wasn't great. That's kind of went out the window. People have been calling even in wins.
Okay, well then we should be more careful about calling a guy great after 4 to 5 to 7 years of coaching.
Well, you can't argue his great. I'm still saying great. You can't argue the heights he's got.
I'm going to be honest with you. If you're telling me he can't make adjustments, then I will argue with his greatness as a coach. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with absolutely, positively no compromises.
So what?
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, we got you covered. Get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Just ask us how. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity Internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price.
So don't wait. Bring home a new iPhone 16 Pro built for Apple Intelligence.
And connect to reliable 5G and Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile.
That's a big deal.
More like a gig deal.
Now through December 3rd, ask how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us with an unlimited Plus line. Plus, get Xfinity Gigabit Internet with free Wi-Fi equipment for only $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Actual Internet speeds and data.
the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
You better be ready this segment.
I'll stay ready.
You better be ready.
Sugar free. If you stay ready, you ain't got to get ready.
Here's the problem I have sometimes with you. So let me get this straight.
Oh boy.
We don't have an hour for me to list my book. Go ahead.
No, and I have the floor. You just said you should take a victory lap. Okay. You want to take a victory lap. You're Steiny, remember how you laughed at me? Dre Greenlaw. Remember how you laughed at me? Their defense. What were they going to do without Dre Greenlaw? I should take a victory lap. You know what? Take it. And then stop wondering why their defense isn't as good. You can't have it both ways. You can't say Dre Greenlaw, they miss him, Steiny. I told you they'd miss him, Steiny. But now I'm still going to rip the defense because, they don't have Greenlaw, they don't have Hargrave. You can't have it both ways. You just can't. Stop criticizing the defense when you know the reasons why.
Well, what part of this
there
show
you go.
I'm discombobulated because you're mishearing.
Exactly.
I've been giving them a pass because they're missing their Christian McCaffrey. I've been talking about it's the offense all day long.
Yeah, you're on your own in this.
And then you figure this little pea-brain thought out. Now you think you got me. Court-martialed me. I've told you I'm giving the defense a pass, and I told you I thought they were okay yesterday. Yeah, they gave it up at the end when they were put in a position that they shouldn't have been in after they stopped Geno on 3rd and 4th and 1. They didn't stop him on 3rd and 1. This isn't working. But no, it's real. No. I know, Belichick, what I said, and that's why I've been looking at, am I the guy in the red sweater that told you
easy to do what you do?
That you beat Tampa Bay because the defense kept them out the end zone at the end. You don't listen.
Yeah.
You got selective hearing.
Yeah. Hey, Victor, I want a victory lap for Greenlaw, but I also want to rip the defense as much as I possibly can and ask, they're not doing it. They're not doing it.
I want more pressure. Yeah.
Okay.
Floyd had
but they don't have Greenlaw. Well, take your victory lap. And you know what? Don't make it a lap. Just run a mile away from me.
Oh, no.
Don't run in a circle.
My mile run will be for what I really was right about.
All right, that's only one thing.
Call it the Victory Lap Olympics.
Yeah, okay.
Why are you so worried about McCaffrey missing Cam? Why are you so worried it's just the leg?
No,
and it
I'm
ended
the guy.
up costing them 8 games. G is for Guru. I knew something went wrong, and it turned into 10. Dude, I knew and I know. I have given the
there
blame,
it is.
the brunt of the blame to the offense.
You can't have it both ways. Deal with it. My guy, no, in the 415 on the Comcast business. You know what? Let's get to the bigger issue.
He actually said Guru can have it both ways.
There you go.
And then some.
Well, again, as we know and as he's acknowledged, the rules are different for him. We know that.
Jordan rules.
He can run on the court with a bunch of 7th graders after they win a game, and it's
still don't understand
Guru,
why
so it's
hate
okay.
on that is, what else you got? Because you're misquoting me.
Am I misquoting you here?
Hold on.
Layout.
Hold on.
I'm not done with you.
Layout.
I'm not done with you.
But give me a layout first.
Call it like you see it.
Thank you, Shannon. I have been putting it more on the offense today.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Okay. So this one is unbelievable.
He deserved it.
And I can't believe it.
I'm right here for you, buddy.
Obviously.
It's unbelievable.
We're on the text thread yesterday.
This cut me.
Turn his mic off. He is not doing this right now.
Go ahead. I'm going to really stop.
We're on a text thread, the three of us for the show. And Guru texts to the group that he says,
hey, don't misread it.
I won't.
Because I know what you're doing.
He said, Guru texts to the group, which includes Evan, myself, Spadoni, and him. And he goes, I got you on, E. And E writes back, it's Grandy today. You actually wrote a text that said, Evan, you sound good on the radio, and you weren't even listening.
You didn't even know he wasn't on the radio. Now, this ought to be good.
Before I clear myself, I didn't put,
gosh.
You sound good.
Oh, my God.
The game was over, Evan, and you know you're my go-to, and I support the Vine more than any of us, so I'm always there for you guys. So before I could actually turn it on to be reminded, oh, it's the guys, Sterling and Grandy, I sent that text. So I didn't feel compelled to double back and think I was working with sophomores.
I'm not really listening.
And then Evan,
okay, here we go.
Evan, can you just real quick tell me, you knew your guy knew you weren't on.
Guru, you are probably the most supportive person at this station of everything I do, my career, my social life, my family. I love you like a brother. I have not done a single post-game show this entire football season. It's week 11.
What are you laughing at?
That's a dagger.
I'm laughing at how disgraceful that is.
My heart was in the right place.
No, it wasn't.
Because listen, had I been cheating the game and I knew he wasn't on or I wanted fake praise, I wouldn't have typed it.
It's all about who you are.
No.
You don't mean anything you say.
This hurts.
You don't.
This hurts.
You don't. Why would you do this? And you know what else?
Because I was about to turn it on.
You know what else it proves? You're dishonest.
Oh, see, and that's what I'm trying to. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I think you know me.
Well, why'd you text
You saw what I did Friday.
Why'd you text it?
Because I was overzealous on letting Evan know I'm done with the game. Yeah. I'm ready to go hear some more of my dessert.
Yeah.
There's a post game. And I was like, oh, Evan ain't on the post game.
Okay.
But you got to rub my face in it as if I was trying to bait and switch.
You did. I mean, like, these are funny explanations, and they're part of what make you. They're part of what make you and me. But the reality is, that's really, that one hurt. That one, it didn't hurt me. Well, that's fine. It hurt Evan. Is who it hurt. But and if you're not going to acknowledge that, shame on you.
How many of those?
How many times do you think now he's got to go back to all his texts?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
And see
nothing in the
how
file.
Many. Okay.
I'm always on. I retweet everything.
Gosh.
Evan knows I'm a supporter.
Wow.
He'll be listening tonight. Warriors wrap up.
Oh my God,
dude! I was overzealous and sent the tweet.
Run a lap backwards. That's what you should do.
I'm tired for the victory laps.
Yeah, not that one.
There was no.
Yeah. It's a shame. No support.
So I had a schedule.
No support.
I made a scheduling error. I own that.
Okay.
But I sent the text before I went to go find out. Oh,
no, it's fine.
Want to get away.
Yeah, I mean,
he's not on. Then I said, maybe I'm working with adults.
Yeah.
They won't make fun.
Nobody's buying this.
And they crackling. Here they come.
Nobody's buying it.
Guru Evans not on.
Nobody's buying it.
I'm not selling.
It's just such... Exposed is what it was.
Did you put it in the
Kodachrome? It gives me the nice bright colors.
I'm not even
Kodachrome.
Whatever that is.
You're exposed.
Did you put it in the Google Calendar?
So exposed.
All right, I'll see you kicking me while I'm down.
Why? Well, I thought you were up. You were just taking victory laps.
Somebody said the turtleneck is disgraceful.
I never. I don't. That's not. I'm not talking about that.
I like the turtleneck.
The
People
turtleneck.
saying I love you, but take the L. What's the L? But I thought he was on, so I sent the text.
Why would you think he was on?
Because he did pregame, and I was listening to him in low.
But he's never done a post.
And that's where I went wrong.
So you don't listen. You have no idea.
I listen to him every night after the Warrior games when he's on.
It's over. It's over. This one.
But you bringing it up says a lot about what you think about me. Just know
Evan
I know.
Told me to bring it up because he was hurt by it. And I was frankly... compassionate about his hurt.
You put the smile emoji. You couldn't
took one too many victory laps.
I couldn't believe Steiny was just enjoying it. I'm like, and I kept looking at it like, what's so funny?
I'll tell you what's so funny. Now every single thing you say, we have to just figure in it's disingenuous.
Oh, see, now that hurts.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Are you being real?
Yeah, I'm being real.
I have a friend like that. I got to do that too.
That's probably not a friend anymore, is he?
No,
because he called you out.
Oh, boy.
GPD and Hayward. What's going on, GPD?
Our man.
How you doing, man? It was wrong.
GPD, you know who I am.
Yeah. Guru, I do know who you are. Hey, Guru, I'm sorry, dog. You ain't keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? Guru, they got you on this one, man. Just accept
Okay. All right.
It's okay, Guru. It's okay. I love you all the same, man. They got you. Look, Guru, you can't call something out if you ain't listening, dog. You blew that one, Guru.
I did.
You try to clean it up. You try to clean it up, and you didn't.
But Grandpa Daddy, had he been on the radio, I would have really listened. So I wasn't trying to get fake credit or fake hustle. I thought he was on. That was my error. That's all.
But I know, but you wasn't listening. So don't post something if you ain't listening, dog. Listen, you know what my mom tells me?
Okay, gotcha.
I will listen to this, Guru. Listen. My mom, I will text my mom. She's 85 years old. Used to be a school teacher. She'll send me back and say, son, you didn't proofread your text message. You used a T-O instead of a T-O-O.
Oh, nice.
And that's it. You got to proofread your text message.
Okay.
Oh, my God. But I'm just saying.
I got it.
You keep it real, dog. Keep it. Steiny got you on that one, Go. You
And
just
Evan.
need to bow down and just take it, accept it.
All right.
Now, and Evan. Evan was hurt, man.
All right.
I'm sorry, Evan. You know.
All right, thanks, Grandpa. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, I text before. I get it. I was overzealous. I'm sorry.
I got to use this on you because this is great from the Comcast Business Text line.
What happened?
Guru, admit it. You stepped in it.
No, I did.
That's what Guru said to Jeff Garcia once on the air.
That was his only question. Goo gets that.
The book I'm going to write with that chapter when you went Westbrook on that interview. You know what? And one
that
night
needed to be handled by a professional.
I was in bed sick. So I go to the TV. I go, YouTube, and it's us, the station. And it had that interview. And I said, let me have some fun. And I pressed play, Evan. I said, Steiny went Westbrook like I never. You even put up the thing to tell me shut up. I got another one.
Yeah, because because it was a very serious interview at first, and like I said,
you were thinking of the clicks. You had to be, and I'm the one that got it started.
I'm not even on social media.
Well, now, but back then you were trying to bring the house down.
All right, let's move on because it's been a tough 15 minutes.
Since we're on the subject of airing the locker room talk, I do remember that day before you came and go. I think it was Steiny said something like, "I think I got to take the first 3 questions during this interview." I just think
for the sake of our future, hope that there's no way that man said that. There's just my partner. That's not. Evan, look at me.
It's possible. That's possible. Yeah.
But no,
it's hyperbole. But it was.
If you remember, it's not a big deal.
I've worked with guys like that before.
It's not a fireable offense or anything like that. But when we did that interview, you weren't altogether understanding of the whole nuance of the issue. Please. I had to set up Mina Kimes. I had to set up so much stuff from a professional standpoint.
I brought it home.
No, that's why it worked perfectly. Because you laid out early, and then you came in with the dagger. That's the way.
How many threes were you going to shoot before one went in?
I put us up 11. He brought it back to 2, 11. And you hit the dagger.
Rockets, Game 7, 2018.
Oh, boy, I said, Steiny, I'm in the corner, bud. Hands up.
Yeah. Why do you think you're open? Patrick in Walnut Creek. What's up, Patrick?
Oh, man.
How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Having a ball.
Guru, I gotta say, you gotta just like Debo, where you took your eye off the ball with that pass with like 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Because that was the play where the Niners lost the plot. Because the clock was their friend at that point, and they just needed to keep it running. And they made a pass, and they weren't paying attention to the details, and they didn't execute it, And when that clock stopped, because the Seahawks, they still had all their timeouts.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't force them to burn any timeouts because of that pass. And they're supposed to be a run-first team, right? That's their definition of Niner football is run first, and they didn't have any trust in running the ball when you have to run the ball to win the game.
Appreciate the call, Patrick.
That is a Raiders take on what happened yesterday.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a microcosm of the Niners season. Steiny, I feel like they played that game 9 times going into that one. And it got him yesterday.
It's true.
Man.
Yeah, well.
They took care of the Patriots and Jets. And outside of that, everything's just been.
You put the rat on the table.
Yep.
Hold on. Well, let's go to.
We got to have it first.
I can't say this guy's name. Can I?
Now I'm all curious. What is it?
Who wrote this guy's name?
Malabonics?
Yeah, let's go to, he can explain it. Let's go to San Francisco. What's up, my man? What's the name?
Malibonics.
Malabonics.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I've never heard that name before. Welcome.
That's because you already evened the score. I see a 9.5 segment for sure. I keep it real simple with the peas that I pop. They got the hangover, too many games and playoffs, so need to stop and rewind the clock. You know, Shannon, you're illing. I'd be dropping like this for Guru. He get a feeling. Hey, Steiner, you got knowledge. Evan is all on the mix. I do it for 9.57. Don't trip.
Yeah.
Now I know who you are.
Yeah.
Now I know who you
rappers.
are.
We got one today. Steiny, that was a freestyle, Steiny. Off the top of the head.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
The name, Thu, you got nervous? Because it was Ebonics?
Yes,
yeah.
I did.
Well.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
That's fine.
You were like, I can't say this.
I just want to make sure.
Steiny, it's all right.
I don't need to get hit over something.
You didn't want to
that.
go Garcia.
Yeah, there you
That's
go.
right. All right, let me figure something out here. 49ers, 1.
Oh, my gosh.
2. Wait, 1. You know what the 49ers record is since the Ravens game?
I hate stuff like this, but
8-8.
Wow.
They're 8-8 since the Ravens lost to the loss on Christmas. They lost to the Ravens. They beat the Commanders. They lost to the Rams. They beat the Packers. They beat the Lions. Then they lost to the Chiefs. So they finished that last year 3-3, and this year they're 5-5. So over the last football season, essentially, they're a 500 team. But I don't know. Does that matter? Or does it not matter?
Well, I know that coordinator, Mr. McDonald, was the head coach. He was the defensive coordinator for the Ravens on that Christmas where they did that to the Niners here at Levi's. And Steiny, he looked like he was comfortable trying to stop what the Niners were trying to do yesterday.
All right, let's wrap up the calls today with Will in San Bruno. What's going on, Will? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing, gentlemen?
Doing well.
Gentlemen, I tip my hat to you. Can we just admit, we got to tell the narrative that these boys are cooked. They are overcooked. Wow. They are an AM, PM burger laying all day in that plastic cabinet cooked. They are chicken katsu without the katsu sauce cooked. They are chicken teriyaki without the teriyaki. You get the drift. Okay, I think that is a healthy thing to admit. Like, let's just admit it. Because Lyle, right, he's not changing up.
Did you call him Lyle?
That's great.
Yeah, Lyle. Yeah, you replace the K because that's his new name. We got to make it. He's got to look alive. Like, you know what I mean? He's got to look alive. These boys are cooked, right? And I think it's healthy to admit, hey, you know what? We got to reload. We got to reload the chamber for next year. That's all I'm saying. Right. I'm sick and tired. They're not going on a run. There's no magic. It's gone.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call.
How many of the fan base you think feels like that, Steiny? I'm holding on to that.
We can try to find out tomorrow.
All right, they've earned that. They have earned that.
So we got about 3 or 4 minutes. Mm-hmm. I'm going to challenge you to something.
Well, you do it daily and lose, but go ahead.
I'm not just you.
Yeah.
I'll challenge Evan and Grandy. I'll challenge sports fans out there. Did you see that the Valkyries got the number 5 pick in the draft? In the WNBA draft. Expansion teams don't get the first.
Okay.
They've got the 5th pick in the WNBA draft. And here's my message to all you mouths out there. All you guys and gals that think you know the game. I tell you what, why don't you put your money where your mouth is, watch women's college basketball this year, and make the pick for them. And you tell me who you would take at 5. You think you know it all?
I like that.
You think you know basketball? Oh, I can see talent a mile away. You know what? Great. You tell me who they should pick 6 months from there.
I love it.
From now. Do your homework.
I love it.
Don't just say it, and you don't want a part of that.
Please. I can't wait. Now I'm excited.
Yeah.
I just wish there was a Kate and Clark. Who knows? Maybe there is.
It's called Paige Beckers.
No, well,
Yeah,
she's not going to be there at 5.
No, I know, but there is a Caitlin Clark out there. It's Paige Beckers.
No, my point is I wish Valkyrie fans, we had to go watch that early.
Well, when's Juju Smith coming out? No, Juju Watkins. Because the hope is the expansion team stinks this year.
And then
But I think she's like 2 years out. Trust the process.
Look how, boy.
Trust the process.
Who sat out the second half of that back-to-back the other night. What'd you think of Warriors Friday? Draymond got ran. It was over. Shame on the ref.
Yeah, lost some money there, too.
I don't know if that qualifies.
I'm with you. Yeah. I don't know if it does either, but, flagrant one and getting ejected.
I go, what happened? I go, oh, come on.
Yeah, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't say that was a loss. I mean, in terms of that bet.
My buddy Tone just texted me, said Morrow, a young lady out of LSU, is who they should draft.
All right. Yeah,
all right, Morrow.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Kind of like this. Last year, I made a project of mine to find a player in men's college basketball that I liked, and I, of course, did. After an extensive
this dude's the steal of the draft.
Season of research, I said, Dalton Connect is good. And sure enough, he's good. So here's your chance to match my wits when it comes to baskball.
What was that show? You get mad. I know how to get you mad now.
No, you don't.
We did a show where we made some proclamations to where put it in the cap. We mean it, but
hot takes.
And I said the Giants would win a playoff series. Look at that.
Oh my!
Dude, we're laughing. But you said the Niners. This is the scary part. Why I bring it up? Wouldn't win one under Kyle.
Yeah. So it looks like my hot takes.
Where's the shit
hotter than yours at this point?
Man.
Yeah. Well,
they got to win.
Blank check.
They got to beat the Rams. Well, they got to beat Green Bay.
Who's got to beat the Rams?
Niners next time they see them. I was just thinking, right?
They better win one out of the next two, or they don't. It won't matter.
You see Josh Allen yesterday beat the Chiefs.
Yeah, Chiefs almost.
Well, that was
Chiefs almost wanted to lose that game.
Hey, as crazy as that sounds, I kind of feel you on that. We lost one.
We got to go to break, but this is the best text of the day from the 650. You're sounding great today, Grandy. We've been listening.
Thanks.
That's the name.
All right.
We've been listening.
That's from the 650. All right, that segment was brought to you by Lucky, California.
Make it a holiday with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on honeysuckle white whole frozen turkey.
Smith in trouble. Smith is sacked. Bosa and Floyd combining, and it's 4th down.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Joe Davis, Fox Sports. Welcome back. It is crossover time. Willard and Dibbs in the house.
Yeah.
And
you can lay out. We got it.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm playing with this, Steiny. Come on.
Hi.
We've had a great, fun show.
What'd you think of the guys? What'd you think of the game?
In front of them. There you go. Dibbs, you got the SF Niner sweater on.
Yeah,
I'm out of. I don't know what I'm watching.
Well, when they lose, that's when you wear the gear. You don't wear it when they're 9-1. And real. For me, I was going through the closet today, and I was thinking, what am I going to wear? That. And I haven't worn this in a while, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to wear the gear because a couple things. One, it's not over. 5-5. Let's not get into the habeas corpus of this entire season because it's not over. And the other side of it is, oh boy, we got problems. We got major, major problems.
And the key is, what are they? But Willard, man, I saw your tweet.
What was it?
Tell him, Willard.
Oh, I just right as the game ended, I said they're just a mediocre team. That's not smart. That's not profound or anything like that. That's just like
coming from you. I was like, well he's calling a spade a spade.
Fred Warner was the one who said it best. It's like you can continue week after week saying we shot ourselves in the foot and we're better than this and we're better than this, but after 10 games, if you keep doing the exact same thing, I reject the idea of you are what your record says you are.
Yeah, you are.
I reject that.
They're better than 5-5?
But
no, they're not.
But they are what our eyes tell us they are, which is the same damn thing every week.
I see what he did there.
Wow.
They're the same thing. So
what did he do there?
Boy, that was nuanced.
Thank you.
He basically said they're mediocre and their record is also mediocre, but they aren't what their record says they are.
No,
fix it.
No.
He can't fix it.
No, I can't.
He says they haven't played better than 5-5, but they're capable of it.
When people do that, you are what your record says they are. That's like an umbrella. I'm talking about it in a general. I do not accept that as always fact.
Okay.
You are what your record says. Right. In this case, I think it's pretty accurate for the 49ers.
Gotcha.
I liked the list that was put online yesterday, the list of teams with a winning record the 49ers have beaten. Did you see it?
I could figure it out.
Okay. Here's the list.
Yep.
End of list.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Well, they beaten the Jets. They stink. The Patriots stink. But
Cowboys?
Not very good. Yeah.
They beat the Seahawks.
Yep. And the Patriots.
Well, they said the Patriots twice.
Yep.
Jesus.
Who's the other team they beat? I can't even remember.
Tampa Bay.
Yep. There you go.
And they're not above 500 either anymore.
Nope. And they've lost their people.
So Seattle at 5-5 was the best team they beat.
That's the best team they've beaten by record.
So that was a nice win that week.
Are you telling me Debo, I'm just going here because it's a question I have. Has he all of a sudden forgot how to play football, or have they caught up to what the bubble screens, the jet sweeps? This is not 1 week. It's been ongoing to where it's a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Using him in that role. So is that on his coach I need to go to the lab, or are we watching Debo? We've seen his best. He's getting 28 in.
I cannot help but hear Priest in my head every time I think about this team. And he was talking about the Warriors, but they're too old. And Debo is sluggish. And you can say what you want about Debo, but he looks to me sluggish, and he's never been a great route runner, and he's not getting open. And you look at all these dropbacks from Brock Purdy, and you look at it from the all-22, or you look at it like Steiny was saying earlier, from behind. These guys aren't open. They're not open, and the O-line is not giving him time, and so you really don't have much of an option. And the one pick that Brock did throw, he wasn't open. He's trying to fit this ball into McCaffrey, who has maybe a half a shoulder of separation, and that's what happens when you throw to guys who are covered.
Well, he did it to Jennings and got away with it because Jennings
Brock made a lot of good throws, I thought, in this game. The early one to Jennings where he floats it down the middle to move the chains, and he had 3 or 4 other ones to Jennings that were great. But other than that, these guys just aren't open.
Yeah, there's no space. But I don't blame that on age. because I still think that they can move.
They were just in the Super Bowl in February.
Why would collectively, like, this doesn't make sense to me. If you want to go, Debo got old overnight, that happens, but that's one guy. You have an entire team that ran the league offensively in this calendar year. Like, they went into the playoffs in this calendar
Not 2
year.
years ago.
And won football games in multiple ways and went to the Super Bowl, took it to overtime, led most of the game. That was in 2024. And now collectively, they all got old. This is a Shanahan thing to me.
Yeah.
This is Kyle Shanahan, and it doesn't make him a bad coach. And if you want to fire him, to me, you're just like, you're not.
Come on now.
You don't want to spend any time actually looking into what's going on. Kyle Shanahan, you can do two things at the same time, which is acknowledge the greatness of what he has done for this organization and the constant winning that has happened since he's gotten here, but also look at this year and this day and go, you're not doing a good job right now.
Okay.
Like, to me, you can split those two things.
All right.
And that's the way I look at it. And I know that in sports, it's a copycat league, and what that often means is it doesn't just mean we're going to do what you do, but, man, if you start beating us with regularity, we're going to study what you do.
Yeah.
And defensive coordinators spent this whole year looking at this, and they are changing the math equation to where they are taking the space away, and I don't see the adjustments.
And I hope he looks himself in the mirror, because I believe it's a Kyle issue to say, okay, now I need to. They've made an adjustment. I got to make an adjustment, but I will stand by this, guys. You say this year, and I told Stoney this earlier. This started last year. This is why you had 7 points in a playoff game at home against Green Bay and followed that up with 7 points at halftime. Maybe this started last year in regard to the coordinators getting closer. Neither here nor there. I'm with you. I'm not saying all these dudes have aged out in months. It's got to be the scheme, and Kyle just needs to trick it or make an adjustment.
Well, there's just too many things that like feel like banging head against a wall, right? And right from sort of like whatever your approach is with and I love focusing on the offensive line for two reasons. Number one, they committed almost all the penalties yesterday. That's also, while they're the ones committing the penalties, if you've got a season-long issue of lack of discipline, there's nowhere to look but to the coaching staff. There's nowhere else to look. However, and a lot of people have said, why didn't you commit more resources to the offensive line in the past? There's one thing I heard you guys say today that I didn't agree with, and it was when that caller started listing off the quarterbacks that the Niners are about to play.
Oh, yeah.
And how all of them apparently are now better than Brock Purdy. But, like, there's a lot of good quarterbacks that are on the list coming up, from Jordan Love to Josh Allen to Tua. Kyler is having a really good year. He looks like he's grown for sure. Jared Goff is an interesting one. Like, his name is now coming up in MVP votes, right? Whose name came up in MVP votes last year?
McCaffrey. Excuse me.
Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy. You know what? Jared has the best performing offensive line in the game. If you give almost any of those guys that, a Tua, a Brock, a Goff, a Darnold, if you give those guys the best performing O-line, they're going to put up MVP-type numbers. Also, don't forget Jared Goff 8 days ago threw 5 picks in one game. What would we say about Brock Purdy if he did that?
In a win.
In a win.
Okay.
I give that to his team, not him.
Still.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to give Jared Goff credit for that win. He threw 5 interceptions.
But he didn't lay down. He stayed in, bounced back. And
like, that's all. Like, Brock is not having the year that he had last year, but I don't, for everybody who's looking at this going, oh, now we're out on Brock.
It wasn't overall.
No.
I did it on feeling.
No.
And right now I got more confidence in Kyler Murray or Josh Allen than I do Brock Purdy in this offense.
Because their teams
right
are performing.
But they're becoming predictable. The Niners.
It looks that way.
Yeah, and yesterday's a great example where you've got no Kittle, and so
that hurt.
Eric Saubert's on the field, great. The defense pretty much knows he's not going to get a lot of targets, so go ahead and check him off your list. And then you've got McCaffrey, and you know when he's out there, he's probably going to get the ball. And something that I was saying on our thread earlier is, where's the ingenuity of, let's play Mason and McCaffrey together. Let's put McCaffrey as the slot receiver, and let's do, 2 running backs in the huddle on the field at the same time. And let's get to where, we try to do something different. Maybe
Fans
if your
have
offense
called
is
and have said that.
stagnating, maybe you go to a hurry up. Have you seen Kyle go to no huddle or hurry up at all this year? No. There was one play a few weeks ago where they didn't huddle and they went right to it. They changed the tempo. Where was that? Yesterday they ran one play with 6 offensive linemen trying to get something going on the ground because they don't really have a second blocking tight end. They did that once. Where is the ingenuity? Where's the creativity? And the word I was using earlier is bland. So it's either Shannon Bland or Blandahan. I'm not sure which one you prefer.
What about Bobby Bland?
Yeah, Bobby Blue Bland. Yeah, exactly. Don't even get me started on Bobby Blue Bland.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The touchdown to Jennings, your boy Olsen said, wow, that was creative.
We just talked about incredible.
That was the one play in the game where I thought, wow, the presence of the pre-snap movement and then the presence of a certain player like that got the defense. Everyone thought Christian was getting the ball, and Kyle took advantage of that. But like that's the norm in recent years, and I know we're not seeing much of it right now. And there has to be an adjustment. You have to stay ahead of the curve.
Dibs go ahead, Study.
No, I was just going to say I was going to bring up Bosa next. Looks like he may be out for a couple weeks.
Well, I mean, now you're in real trouble because, I mean, you saw the stats of what the defense...
But he's in pain.
Well, and you saw what the defense was with him in there.
Yeah.
Seattle couldn't move the ball. And then he went out, and Seattle just, poof, right down the field and touchdowns. And now you're playing Jordan Love and Josh Allen on the road. Man. So, like, you guys know me, Dibs. You said it right out of the gate, and I'm not going to disagree with you. It's not over. Of course it's not over. But I tell you what, the task that's in front of them, if you look at the schedules of the other teams in the division, what else happened yesterday with teams like the Packers?
The division might be your only route.
The Packers.
It is going to be their only route.
Well, it wasn't necessarily going into the weekend.
Well, you're 2 back now.
With the Bears get a kick blocked, and then, you're heading down this path where it's just like the task that the 49ers have is really hard. I would argue for them to have a realistic shot, because you've got 3 high-level elite hard games. The next 2, and then Detroit comes on December 30. You have to win at least one of those 3 and all your other games.
And the Arizona might be night game for the division or go home.
And that you're hoping for that. You're hoping to get to that game with a shot to win the division. But this team has shown no ability to be like, well, we'll take care of the other 4. Like Miami and the Rams, and we'll take care of that. I doubt it, but that's what they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, 10 wins is going to win you the division, I believe.
Maybe.
Yep.
Maybe not.
Maybe not.
What's the second tiebreaker if they beat the Cardinals?
Division record.
Are you talking about the division or the wild card? There are 2 different tiebreakers.
I don't think. Let's assume 10-7 doesn't get you the wild card.
Okay, so if you're looking for a divisional tiebreaker, it's head-to-head, then division record.
And they've already lost to all 3 teams.
So they're 1-3 division, but let's say if they finish 10-7, they're 3-3.
Yep.
What are the Cardinals right now? I wonder in the division.
I don't know.
I'm just wondering because the Cardinals are in first now. That's just the reason I'm asking about them.
Right. I do think that the third tiebreaker among divisional opponents is common opponents. So then you look at who you've both played, and then I think you get to conference record. When it's a wild card tiebreaker, conference record becomes the second tiebreaker. It's head-to-head, then it is conference record.
Cardinals are currently 2-0.
Oh, wow.
So you're presupposing that the Niners will both beat the Rams and the Cardinals and end up 3-3.
It better beat the Pack this week if that's your plan.
The Cardinals are going to tell you where they're going in the next 3 weeks. They got both their Seattle games, and then sandwiched in between is a trip to Minnesota.
Yeah,
the Niners need the Cardinals to go 1-2 in that stretch.
Well, but here's the other thing about playing in this division right now is Cardinals Rams. Well, Cardinals could win that. Cardinals Seahawks. Cardinals could win those. Like you can't let the Cardinals win 2 out of 3 of their next division game. Not like you can't let them. I mean, you don't have any control over it.
Yeah, but I do think that you're in a different space now where you got to beat Green Bay, or we can start thinking about forgetting the whole damn thing because the Rams are no pushover. They already beat you, and Seattle just came in here and beat you, and you've got Green Bay and Buffalo back to back, and I'm not even worried about Buffalo. If you can't beat Green Bay and you fall to 5-6, then now we're talking about maybe you needing to run the table or at least winning 5 of your last 6. And, coming off yesterday, which was, of all the losses this year, that for me is the worst loss.
Absolutely.
Because just the way it looked. And you only put up 17 points against, Seattle coming off a bye, and they have a bunch of new defensive players, and they made adjustments and all the rest of it. But this is supposed to be your thing, like Purdy for 30, right? That's all we talked about. This offense gets you 30 most of the time, and you got 17.
And again, you can call me Johnny Cochran, rest in peace, for the defense. I watched this game in totality. We all did. The defense stopped them on 3rd and 4th and 1, got the interception. There is no Greenlaw. So when I watch the Niner defense, I feel like, you know what? You don't have everything at your disposal. It's not going to be pretty, but they're doing it enough. And yesterday they gave the offense the game.
Oh, they did
just
their
do
job.
a couple things. We're out of here. And they went 3 and out.
They did their job except for, and I know this is the fun number of the day, which is that they're second in the league in terms of a number of points they've given up.
We talked about
in
that
the last
earlier.
2 minutes.
Yeah, that's horrible.
So, that's a problem. Yeah, you're watching every time a team, except for the Renardo Green interception in Seattle, feels like every time someone's gotten the ball and they're down by 6 or less, they go down the field and get whatever they want. That's what happens at the end of these 49er games. The Rams did it. The Cardinals did it. The Seahawks did it. Everybody's done it, right? And so...
and he did the
but their defense,
night.
Yeah, but the defense was the defense was fine. But you're talking now. You're going to Green Bay.
Oh, I'm with Willard.
And let's be real. You probably are not going to have Bosa.
For
you're
a
probably
couple
not
weeks.
going to have Bosa in that game.
They've had oblique.
They've had multiple games this year where if the defense had picked up the offense, they would have won. If the offense had picked up the defense, they would have won.
Last year's team.
Two things can be true. You know what? The defense is not that bad. But, hey, they haven't gotten a timely stop when they've really needed one on the opposing team's defensive drives. And, those two, they're both true. The defense, they've played well enough to win. But they also haven't shut the door on that last possession where if they shut it, it's over. Similar with the offense. They've had, if you have the ball with 4 minutes left and you're up, all you got to do is...
After a gift.
It's harder. No. I'm talking about... After the
fourth and 1, they stop it.
Exactly.
So, and this is where
got it on third one.
I push back on this because the defense did get the stop with 4 minutes left.
Man.
Well, that's true.
And, Seattle's at the 36, and it's 4th and inches, and they got the stop. And so that's where, the offense in Seattle had all 3 timeouts. Fine. You go ahead and get 3 or 4 first downs, and you put that thing to bed, and they got 11 yards.
Yep.
Then they got a holding on the defense.
Yep.
Now it's 1st and 10 at the 46. All you have to do is really, get 2 more first downs, and it's night-night.
All you have to do is hit Deebo Samuel with that pass.
But it looked like his hand got hit a little bit.
For me, that was the most disappointing Brock Purdy pass he's ever thrown.
Well,
because it's not a hard one.
Damn,
that's not a hard one.
Nah.
You knew exactly.
That was a bad one.
Greg Olsen is sitting there saying it. He's like, Seattle is ripe for play action. You could kill him and end the game right now. So what does Kyle call? Play action.
Yep.
And there you go. And Deebo turns in, and that's a playground play for a professional quarterback. And it wasn't high.
Yeah.
It was wildly uncatchable.
Yep.
It's a terrible
It
throw.
was a Jimmy throw.
Yes. Yes, you have to. So again, when we point to, for me, Kyle Shanahan is where I'm going to go first today, but it's not like that means he gets 100% of the pie. There's so much crap going on.
But this was a microcosm of their season. They played this game 9 other times, and Dallas couldn't score, and they had no business in that position. Seattle couldn't do it after being down 20. Tampa Bay couldn't do it. Played it just like that again, and Seattle did it.
The Niners are a golf round, man, and you guys know what I mean by this. If it's not one thing, it's another.
Wow.
If you've ever if you've ever played golf, you know.
We had a little tourney yesterday.
Okay.
And, Steiny had himself a little bit of a Niner day, apparently. I didn't play with him.
I had what is that, Nick Bosa?
That explains the show.
Yeah, 97.
I had a Nick Bosa.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, boy.
But you guys know.
Freddie Solomon.
Never are your irons, your woods, your putter, and your short game. They're never all working on the same day. The Niners have not had a day yet where everything's working. And even
maybe
within
the opener, right?
Even within games,
Yeah, that's as close.
Well,
6 field goals, yeah.
and it was the Jets, and so we walked out of there. We peacocked out of that stadium going.
But the Jets were a good Jets.
It turns out
Super
they
Bowl
suck.
preview.
Yeah, they were 0-0.
It turns out they suck, and we didn't know that day.
By the way, another bet you lost. I believe they now have 8 losses, the Jets.
Is it officially over?
Can they still win 10 games?
I said they
Not if they have 8 losses.
The math is not there, Sandy.
That's another one. I guess they're not making the
I think I gave it to
AFC
you Friday.
Championship.
Yeah, I might have gave it to you Friday.
You guys should have a policy on your show. No more bets.
Yeah, I
no
mean,
more
it's
bets.
I've been cleaning up.
It's a blowout.
Not
It's
against
just
him.
Yeah, no.
He lures you into these things.
You fell for the Jedi mind trick. The amount of losses, he's under 500.
Yeah, okay.
What about
Yeah,
the Warrior
okay.
Road record I had last year?
Yeah, that's the
Bang,
last bet
bang.
you've won.
You lost the Sacramento bet last year.
Okay, I'm tied.
You lost the Jets bet this year.
All right.
You
There's
lost the
another
Mike
one.
Tyson bet.
Well, he was 60.
I mean,
Where's the handicap?
What'd you bet on it?
58.
You bet
It
on
was
Mike
a radio
Tyson.
bet. Come on, that wasn't.
That's, if that's the way you want to play it, that's fine.
All I'm saying is,
okay.
Giants not making the playoffs.
There's
that
another one.
Yeah.
Giants are going to win a playoff series.
It does feel like you might be under 500.
Just a
It
touch.
feels like you might be.
Hashtag fade the difference. And I just want to apologize to all Niner fans for again picking your team.
no.
Stop it.
For
Yeah.
again,
Did you do
putting,
it?
Of
But you
course.
had to. That ain't your fault.
Put the pick in right now. Green Bay minus 1.5. Do it.
Dibs, it ain't
Do it.
It ain't
The
your
pick is
fault.
in.
I bet.
The pick is
I
in.
bet. By the way, that's
Are the 49ers still, are they favored?
No, they're dogs.
There's no way they're
Can I
favored.
make the pick now before
By
it
the way,
balloons
but
to 4?
that's a smelly spread.
But wait a minute, is
Green
this
Bay
the
should
first
be favored
game?
by 5.5 in this game.
Is this the first game they haven't been favored in a long time? If you're telling me they were favored against the Chiefs at home,
and they were favored in the Super Bowl, too.
They were favored in the Super Bowl.
That one was
That's a
like.
great question. When was the last time the Niners were a dog?
I think it's been at least all of last year and all of this year.
Jimmy G against the Chiefs? Christian's first game?
That might not be a bad call.
Who was favored in that game?
Might not be a bad call.
Oh, no, hold on. What about Jacksonville when Jacksonville was good last year? They went up there and
Niners
kicked their
were
ass.
definitely
The
favored.
only one that might mess this
Cleveland.
great bit, no, the funky Ram game last year in Week 18.
I think they were still
yeah.
favored.
They still were favored.
But
with
that was
nobody
here,
against
though.
nobody.
That was at home.
No, the Niners definitely were not a dog at any point last year.
Right.
Never were a dog.
I think I remember you saying that.
Yeah. So,
And I
then
remember you said going into this year,
they were the look-aheads. They were favored
Right,
in all of them.
right.
Yes. Yeah.
Right,
So this
but
is the first
now if
one.
we look ahead, they're not going to be favored in Buffalo,
Yeah,
and they won't
yeah.
be favored in Green Bay.
But that's the least of their problems. Kyle's got to admit something is stale or stagnant, and I'm the maestro. Just say it. I'll go to the lab, and we got to do some stuff. This
Kyle
Debo
Shanahan,
thing.
3:30 today.
Yeah, and he
We're going
doesn't-
to carry it right here on
Oh,
95.7
wow.
The
He doesn't
Game.
need to say anything. And nobody wants him to say anything. Do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
You know what I mean?
Debo has been
I know
rendered.
everybody-
What is Debo now?
I don't-
28 million or what? And no wonder you're grabbing the. You're frustrated.
There's just no space. And
Sluggish.
there's no space.
And when there's an almost interception, it's like his hands are brick walls. The ball hits it like, and it goes up. And it happened yesterday. I'm like, damn, Debo, you don't have any soft hands at all. Boy.
Oh, no wonder he throws the ball to Juwan on every play because that guy rips the ball out of
He needs to get Debo.
There's no space, and he catches it anyway.
You got to give him
insane.
that.
you know what,
He's
Goo?
insane.
I think maybe Juwan Jennings should take Debo Samuel for a ride over the Bay Bridge.
Nah, you can't
with
be
Gary
player.
Payton
Nah,
along
it's-
too, huh?
It's got to be a coach and a player. Can't be player.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Willard and
listening.
Dibs coming up for the rest of the day. They'll take you till 6, and they'll do it right here on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's go. Doesn't feel like that kind of day, though, does it? My goodness. That was the one they couldn't have. I know you hate the phrase must win. And so, sure, we can do mathematics. We can do this, that, or the other is still alive. That was something they could ill afford. And we'll put it out to y'all right away because there's not much that's going to get in the way of you talking to us today other than Kyle Shanahan, which we think is going to be in about an hour and 15 minutes. And Kyle Shanahan he'll have his feet held to the fire and he'll be held accountable. And then we'll move on and we'll keep talking to you. But I think today is an open invitation for you to speak to your frustration. So 888-957-9570. Put a name on it, define it. What is your frustration with the San Francisco 49ers? Because, Dibs, for me, that's the word I keep hearing. Even when they're winning, like even when he hit Jennings on that little play action fake in the end zone, they take the lead. Like, I think they're going to win. Everything is always exhausting and everything is frustrating. It's a very frustrating team to watch.
Right, and it would be less frustrating if they were 7-3 and if they'd won the earlier two games that they should have won, and then last night or yesterday they just kicked that one away. You'd be a little less frustrated. You still would be looking at it and saying, boy, there are some red flags. Something doesn't seem right. And I was listing it off in our show thread earlier because for me, you can look at almost every level and every position and see fault. The offensive line is a problem.
Yep.
And, Trent, I think, was the only one of the five to not have a penalty. No, Dominic Pooney didn't have a penalty either, but there was back-to-back plays where McGlinchey false started, then McGlinchey gave up a sack, and Brendel.
McKivitz.
Sorry. Well, I mean, it's kind of the same guy, unfortunately.
Well, I don't know. Denver's playing pretty well, but anyway, go ahead.
But you look at the pass rush and, Nick Sorensen, Mr. I'm going to rush 4. If I hear the play-by-play announcer Joe Davis say one more time, Niners bring 4, but they bring 4 every time, and they don't get home.
But you're not mad. Actually, but they do. When Nick was out there, like, their defense was fine.
Right, but they don't do anything different. They rush 4. And then Nick goes out of the game, and they rush 4. And, Fred Warner kind of having a little bit of a quiet stretch to his season. He's not making the same amount of impactful plays as he was earlier in the year.
I got to
when
think
he was DPOY candidate.
I got to think offensive coordinators are just singling him out and going, let's go away. Wherever Fred's going, hey, quarterback, wherever Fred is, just go the other way.
Like, but in run fits and whatnot. And I thought the secondary yesterday they were fine, but they play 7 yards off. It's a pitch and catch all day long. They don't ever take a chance. They don't ever try to make a play. It's we're going to rush 4. We're going to play a little soft on the coverage, and I could run through the play-by-play and show you, Jackson Smith and Jigba. 7, 8, great player. He's especially good when you don't have to really work to get open.
And Yadam is not, by the way. Like even when because we've been frustrated. He doesn't get on the field much, and when he does, something bad usually happens. And I know he got the pick yesterday. And it was one of those picks where it's like, what the hell are you doing back there? Who was my guy who won Super Bowl MVP? Was his name Larry Smith or something for the Steelers? Larry Brown. Thank you. Larry Brown had 2 interceptions in the Super Bowl, and the then Oakland Raiders made him a very highly paid defensive back in the following offseason because, he was fancy and he was a Super Bowl MVP. You know what he was? Out of position. Like, if a quarterback airmails everybody and you intercept it, that's not a great play. You just happen to be Johnny on the spot. And go to the last one of those last drives where Geno Smith looped it right over his head to DK Metcalf, taking chances that he shouldn't take. Look, their secondary, I get it. Charvarius Ward is going through hell. So they're a man down and 2 men down. Green left for a short time yesterday. I understand it, but their depth has been challenged and has not answered the call all year long. That is one of many things that we can point to here. But it's just killing everybody because you look at this, and in addition to not getting the results you want, I think every fan is sort of challenged to figure out why. I can tell you, like the people I watch the games with, they just ask me all day long, wait a minute. This is the same people. I know you're down a man here, you're down a man there. It's the same coach, it's the same system, same quarterback, same running back now. You got the same tight end, the same receivers, the same pass rusher, the same linebacker. What the hell happened? Why does it look so different? How can you go from number 1 in separation to number 29 overnight? How does that happen?
Two things. One, adjustments, and the other one is that's not the same team. And if you talk about how many games they played this year with Debo, Ayuk, McCaffrey, and Kittle, the answer is 0. And so you're asking Ricky Pearsall, a rookie, who is making strides. What was his 4th game, I think, yesterday?
I struggle
2
with that,
targets
though,
and no
Dibs.
catches.
Yeah,
and
but
Deebo Samuel, he does not look to me to be as spry, physical, and quick as he used to be, and yet you watch him on these jet sweeps, and they see it coming. Kyle's playbook is predictable, and the players that he's looking to execute these plays, they're not getting it done.
Christian McCaffrey, it was 4.2 yards per carry, but McCaffrey has not looked himself. And so I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that Debo is suddenly old and slow. I don't think Christian is still hurt. There isn't any space. This is an adjustment that Kyle Shanahan needs to make. I'm not a play caller. So I don't know, but I know that he's made adjustments before. You don't sit in the league for 25 years doing something that works and never have to make adjustments. That's not football. That's not life. You got to keep staying ahead of the curve. But I really I've finally reached a point, and Mike Holmgren came on this show like 8 weeks ago, and he's like, it's just injuries. Today, I stand up to disagree. It's not. It's not, because 5 years ago they went to the Super Bowl and none of these guys were on the team.
And none of those guys, for the most part, were as good as these guys.
Right. So, this system has always worked, and you could sub people in and out. Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, whatever the hell you want in the backfield. Jordan Mason.
Hello.
Sure.
And there's a guy who, by the way, does look like himself, and yet he gets 2 carries.
Well, we don't know if he looks like himself, or did he just have 2 nice carries? But
he had 2 nice carries, and then he didn't get a chance to touch the ball again.
I'm with you that it would be nice to yes, rotate people in more and more. But the larger point remains, where did the space go? That, to me, is the whole key to everything we're looking at. You can pick an individual and get mad. Oh, Brock's now not worth money, and Debo is old. And the offensive linemen stink, and
keep going. You're doing great.
Whatever. And George Kittle's not there. We can do this all day long. George Kittle and Debo Samuel were not in a game against the Rams where Brock Purdy and Juwan Jennings flew up and down the field without any problem at all. And Ronnie Bell and a drop and all those things.
Juwan doesn't seem to be the problem.
He's not the problem. That's my point. It's not the personnel. Yes, mistakes get made. But I don't think roster construction is suddenly a problem, or injuries are the only thing to blame, because they've dealt with that all the time through the last 6 years, and they almost always win, unless the quarterback gets knocked out. They almost always win. Now, no. Now suddenly we don't win. Suddenly guys are slow. This has to be much more schematic to me.
No doubt.
Than it is about personnel or legs suddenly being gone.
Well, and look at the scheme yesterday. And you know I love to talk about personnel groupings, and they love to do a lot of 21, 2 running backs and 1 tight end. Well, that 1 tight end is Eric Saubert, who is not necessarily a big pass-catching threat. And a lot of times when they went to that yesterday, they would have Juszczyk up there as the de facto second tight end, and he got some targets as well. But beyond that, I thought that everything that they did was pretty predictable, where you'd have McCaffrey as the lone back, and a lot of times he was just getting the handoff. And if you watch the offensive line, they were not creating that second line of scrimmage. So they're blocking at the point of attack, and when you run the ball, you want to be able to get to the linebackers with your O-line, and they just weren't yesterday, which is why McCaffrey didn't have any explosive runs. He was fighting for 3 and fighting for 4, and then the offensive line penalties. And I can look at almost every single drive and highlight, a false start here. There was a hold. One of them was Juwan Jennings on the jet sweep, 3rd and 1.
I think the only one that wasn't an offensive line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You've got Banks and Brendel, and you've got
McKivitz.
McGlinchey had a couple too. I'm going to throw him in there for old time's sake. But the penalties and just the lack of discipline, And, Brock did miss on a couple of critical throws.
Well, the decision on the interception was terrible. But I also, you look at it, it's like, well, there's no space. I mean, half the balls that Juwan caught, you're like, well, that wasn't a very good decision, but he jammed it in there somehow. People aren't open. And I refuse to believe that that's because the 49ers suddenly aren't fast. Like, remember Baldy earlier this year? They look slow. I don't think they are slow. If you lined them up and ran a race with the 49ers, you'd lose.
I would for sure.
Yeah, no, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
I do.
I still think they're like when Debo hits open field in Seattle and Brock throws it over everyone's head, what happens? He didn't get caught from behind. They can run. They're just something in the structure of this whole thing. The rest of the league has figured out the counterpoint, and now it's time for a new counterpoint. And we haven't seen it yet, at least not consistently.
Well, and yesterday was a big disappointment on that front, and I look forward to Grandy's grades today. I actually glanced at him on Instagram or Twitter. The station sent him out, and I looked, and he was pretty harsh in some areas, and I thought that he was spot on in those. And, I look at that game from a play-calling standpoint, and I'm kind of the mind of Greg Cosell. You don't really know what the play call is or what's going on in their mind, but I look at an offense, Mark, that, like you're saying, you're not blocking very well, you're not getting separation, you're not getting explosive plays, and it looks very, very ordinary to me. The word I used on the thread earlier was bland.
Well,
bland, and not George Blanda, the great Raider quarterback and kicker. Just bland.
I'm almost tempted to use the other B word.
Why you got to say it like Short?
It's really, really offensive, too.
You better be careful.
Bland?
No, not that B word.
Oh, well, I mean, what are we doing here?
Boring.
Oh.
Not as boring as
Jake. We're going to the 5-letter variety.
What are we doing here?
Not as boring as Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. But yeah, dude, where's the juice, man?
I was happy that my Netflix crashed.
I mean,
did that thing freeze or are they both frozen?
No, well, I saw all over both.
Thank you.
Both.
I was so happy that you watched it.
Did you? I'm so mad that I watched it. I don't usually get very mad at my lovely Christy, but this one is on her. And it's on the Warriors for being up by too many.
Good point.
Especially if you're only going to win by 5. Just keep it at 5, and that way I can be like, we're not changing to the stupid concocted whatever, the clam bake over on Netflix.
I was proud of my tweet about other Tyson Paul fights that I would rather see. Chris Paul versus Tyson Beckford. Cecily Tyson against Rue Paul. I had a little list. People jumped in.
I'd be
other
up,
Tyson Pauls. I would rather see.
I'd be up for all of those.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
so speak to your frustration. 888-957-9570. Speak to it. Speak to it. Kyle's going to speak to it in an hour. You speak to it first. Valvoline,
stand on it.
Stand on what you do. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. All right, here we go. Your turn, Willard and Dibbs.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, we got you covered.
Under 20. Smith back to throw. Smith takes off. Geno Smith, end zone ahead. Touchdown Seattle. With 12 seconds, Geno Smith again puts the Seahawks on his back. And Seattle's got the lead.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I never, ever, ever. I am anti getting on people because of their celebrations. I'm anti. Like,
okay. I feel like there's a big butt coming.
No, I just know. I know that bothered a lot of us to see Geno Smith do the night. There's a big butt here. That probably annoyed a lot of people. I mean, the guy's 1-6 against the 49ers.
Right.
I'm like, man, do you have any idea what it's like to score a touchdown with 12 seconds left to go in front of 60,000 people?
Yeah.
No, you don't. Right? And millions more watching on TV. Like, let it rip, man. Let it rip. He can have his moment, but it's not fun to watch if you're a Bay Area sports fan. That's for sure.
And this is where, and I know we're going to go to the phones, and I can't wait to hear from everyone. And the anger, the C was angry, but I don't look at what the defense did in that last drive and say, oh, it's the defense, because they did their job in the previous drive. And yeah, Geno went down the field in 2 minutes and 38 seconds with one timeout, 80 yards to his house, and that's uncomfortable. But the damage was done before that by the offense.
Well, of course. Although I do think it too often, and I get it, it's sort of like a way to be entered into the conversation about a football game. But the whole, like, where do you put... Like, who's
the blame? Right.
Like, it's 100 different things. Like, yeah, the defense played well for most of the game. And then in the end of the game, they played like crap. And Geno Smith, like, with second and long, is able to just run right down the middle of the field for a long first down.
Yeah, 17 yards.
Yeah, like what? Like, that's bad defense, Devondre Campbell had 4 weeks of good play that got thrown out with the trash because of those last 2 plays, because he was just trailing both of them, watching Geno Smith run right by him.
Did make a nice tackle on that drive on 2nd and 6 on Walker, which brought up the 3rd and 5, and I have in my notes, I didn't feel like writing the man's name over and over, Jackson Smith Njigba.
It's a lot of letters.
JSN. And JSN had an 8, a 7, and a 15, and an 8 on that drive.
Yeah. So
that's 4 catches for 38, Mark.
I tell you what, it was very, very frustrating. But sure, like and to me, that's kind of what we're getting at. If you're like, well, the offense isn't scoring enough, and the defense isn't good at the end, and the special teams don't even get me started, and the lack of discipline, and also why doesn't it look like? But well, if you've got 27 issues, I'm sorry, you kind of got to go to the top. It doesn't mean this is all Kyle's fault. But that's where I think the conversation should start. Like, can't I say Kyle's a great coach? Nobody should be talking job status. He's not doing a good job this year.
You can say that.
That's what I would say.
And you're probably right. And I would look at the defensive coordinator, and Guru's been really hot on this. Like, where's that same energy that we all had for Steve Wilkes when people wanted him out? Nick Sorensen is not having a good year coordinating a defense, in my opinion. It's the same thing, rinse and repeat. You rush 4, you play 6 yards off receivers, and these quarterbacks are able to play pitch and catch. And I'm just going to add this before we go to the phones.
Yeah.
And, if you want to throw something at me, you can. But that was probably the best special teams game of the year.
Hang on. I'm going to get some of Steiny's graph paper.
Yeah. I'll say it again. That was, I think, ow. That really hurt. I think that was the best special teams game of the year.
They didn't annoy me yesterday.
Which, other than the straight up, the muffin swipe on the kickoff return by.
So Jordan Mason muffs the kickoff, and actually it kind of worked out because he just shoveled it forwards out of bounds, like out of the 27-yard line.
Yep.
But then the punt by Pat O'Donnell, the Seahawks, at the very end, the Seahawks didn't send anyone back to return to catch the punt.
So you got to loop that
Bounce it at the 15-yard line.
Correct.
Bounce it at the he kicks it all the way into the end zone.
Correct. That was a 22-yard net for those of you scoring at home. Yeah.
So I have
probably the best special teams.
Points.
I mean, different mistakes mean different things.
Boy.
Like if a human being just drops a football, I'm not going to be like, coaching! Like, Jordan Mason dropped a football. Don't drop the football. That's not on the coaches. Do you know what I mean?
It's on the coaches, the fact that he's actually out there doing that.
That's a fair point.
And he actually didn't drop it. He never actually.
They never caught it in the first
ball
place.
hit him between the 2 and the 4. It hit him so hard that thing careened 15 yards forward, as Grandy's saying. Which
that
turned out to be a good little return, though.
Yeah, exactly. Good job. Maybe it was coaching.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, here's what we're going to do from now on. I want you to just have the thing bounce off your chest like you're a soccer player and then just kick it forward, and then we'll take it up there. So maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's hear from everybody, okay? Let's start with Jeff in Rhode Island. Hey, Jeff, thanks for calling.
Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, I'm gonna vent because I've been venting all day here, so I might as well vent on the West Coast too.
Let's do it.
Kyle, I mean, I think you're right. It was a great analogy I heard when I was listening. It is like golf. It's something different all the time with this team. We can't. Where do we start? I mean, we have to start with Shanahan. And you guys are right. This offense is so stale. There's no space. Eventually, they've been figured out. So you have to now counter that with something. And it looks so slow. Like you guys said, Christian doesn't look right. Deebo doesn't. Besides Jennings, he's the only guy that shows you some life in that offense. And I'm like, it's not going to get any better. I mean, Green Bay, Buffalo. I mean, now we're probably going to get exposed even more on a national audience. And, I mean, it almost, I hate to say it, but is it a lost season?
It could be.
Yeah, not yet.
We're not there yet, Jeff.
No. Thanks, Jeff.
And the spread is stinky. That's a smelly spread.
Coming up?
Spread. Yeah.
Is it still at 1.5?
1.5.
Packers by 1.5?
Okay. See if we can grab our emotion, throw it out in the other room for a second. Okay? Make a case for me why the 49ers should only be 1.5 point underdogs this weekend at Lambeau Field against the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. I guess the case would be that, CMC is getting healthier and getting better every week.
Okay.
And we'll put aside the Nick Bosa question, but...
Thank you. No, but let's not. The scenario is what it is.
Fair.
Why on earth...
And what's the George Kittle status going into next week?
Don't know.
Okay.
I would imagine, he was limited practice guy. That was a little bit of a mild surprise late Saturday night or Sunday morning whenever you got the news that George was not going to play. So I would imagine he plays, but I don't know.
I would expect the spread to eventually rest above a field goal, 3.5 or 4.
Oh, I'll bet you there's no way he's going to move that much, I wouldn't think. That'd be a lot of movement because it's settled. It opened and then it settled.
Yeah.
That would be crazy movement for it to go all the way up another 2 points.
Depending on, especially if he goes past 3, which is the magic number. If Bosa is announced as out, I do think that from just a neutral observation standpoint, that's a huge deal.
I agree, but don't you think most people are probably assuming that right now? I'm assuming Nick Bosa is not playing this weekend.
I am too. I wonder if the odds makers are making that same assumption.
They're usually ahead of us.
I'm looking at it now on ESPN, and they have it at 2.
Okay.
So it might be nudging its way on up.
Maybe.
But, maybe it doesn't even get beyond 3, but that to me is a weird one.
I think it's the Niner tax.
Yeah,
and we're a stubborn group. I sent this out this morning. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
I think this is wild. Vegas states, okay? Vegas still states, let me make sure I get all the teams. I want to remember all of them now. Vegas states that the Packers, the Steelers, the Texans, the Vikings, the Chargers, and the Commanders all, as we sit here right now, still have longer odds to win the Super Bowl than the 49ers.
All those teams.
Longer odds.
Yeah.
The Steelers, who are 8-2 and just beat the Ravens, to sort of really grab, they're grabbing the bull by the horns as far as the AFC North is concerned. At 8-2, longer odds. And they're in the AFC, which is tougher. But all of those teams, the Packers have longer odds than the 49ers to win the Super Bowl?
It's bananas. And I'm looking at FanDuel right now, which is the book that we use here on the show. Lions, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, and Eagles are both 8-1. Then there's a giant jump to the Niners. 17-1. Packers 19-1, Texans 20-1, Steelers 21-1.
I mean, I think the point that I take from that, which I am guilty of this throughout this year, most of us are, boy, we are stubborn with regard to our assessment of the 49ers. And come hell or high water, no matter what the record says, no matter what the division record is, all of these things, we refuse to believe that the 49ers aren't going to just wake up one of these days and be different.
Right.
I don't know, man. We're in the second half of the season, and I have not seen 1 week where they've looked fully awake. I thought week 1 was it, but I look differently on week 1 now looking back on it.
Of course.
Because the Jets are awful.
The Jets are terrible, and my fantasy team is suffering because of that. Thank you, Garrett Wilson, who cannot get targeted at all. I mean, the poor guy is just out there running around.
Aaron Rodgers does not complete passes in the first half.
Right.
I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, yeah.
He waits for halftime.
Yes.
And then he just looks for his buddy Devontae here and there.
Yeah.
A little bit of Breece Hall. No Garrett.
Yeah, that thing, it must have been Robert Saleh's fault, looking back. That guy somewhere is just grinning ear to ear with a pocket full of Jets money, just waiting for his next actual opportunity. But I do think that some of the Super Bowl odds reflect two things. One, the memory of Kyle Shanahan and what usually happens in November and December. They usually go on a run.
Yep.
And the other piece is the NFC West is still fairly wide open, pending Arizona continuing to play well. But the Niners at 5-5, it's not like they're 3 games out.
Well, and here's the other thing that I think is actually difficult with regard to the NFC West. We've spent all year going, well, the NFC West is terrible. Now, all of a sudden, why don't you use a different sentence? The NFC West has no teams with a losing record.
Yeah.
Now, that says something different. There's no freebies in there, and the Niners have already checked box, lost to all of them.
Yeah, all 3.
The Niners are not in good shape with regard to this whole, they'll get it together and win the division. It is not setting up in their favor at all.
No, they've played 4 of the 6 divisional games and they're 1-3. So even if we want to pretend that 10-7 gets it done to win the NFC West, if we play that game in our minds, well, it has to be the right 10-7, which means you have to beat Arizona, you have to beat the Rams.
For sure.
And whatever else happens.
And you need some help elsewhere, too.
You do. But if you're going to win 5 of your last 7, those have to be 2 of the 5 without question.
And there has to be something that we've not seen yet, which is an impressive win. I'm telling you right now.
Buffalo, Green Bay.
Or Detroit.
Yep.
You don't win one of those, your season's it's over. It is over.
For sure.
That's 8 losses. You're out. You're out. So they're going to have to do something they haven't been able to do yet. How about Rob and Philly? Niners are so bad right now, though. The East Coast is pissed.
I think I know this Rob and Philly. I'm hoping this is the Rob and Philly I know.
Rob, what are you doing? Are you the Rob that Dibs knows?
I hope not.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
I tell you what, though, those Super Bowl odds are so weird, considering that we're plus 200 to go to the playoffs right now. I don't understand that at all. Everything feels like such a struggle because it's predictable. Like you guys are saying, I should, as well as we might know our teams, I should not know what's coming from my couch. Not that I sit on the couch to stay in the whole game, but I shouldn't know what's coming. And I feel like I know what's coming every play. We can all see McCaffrey isn't healthy. Like you guys said, he's still getting it like every play. And Jordan Mason comes in. He looks like he's shot out of a cannon. What is going on? And every time Brock Purdy scrambles and makes a crazy first down or that crazy touchdown, I can count on one hand this year how many times they showed a replay, and you can say, maybe that guy was open. Nobody's open. This kid is making out-of-his-mind plays just to stack up a couple first downs. I'm glad he found the pylon yesterday. He deserves to get one in there running.
Rob, I think that's a great point. I don't necessarily share your thought that Christian McCaffrey looks unhealthy. I don't see that. Maybe he's working his way back, getting some of the cobwebs out. Rob, thanks very much. I would like to point this out with Brock Purdy. He didn't play great yesterday, and I've felt that way after most of the games this year. I also don't think there have been too many that were just total stink bombs. I don't think there have been too many of those either. Maybe one, maybe none. But the Purdy conversation, yes, the pass to Deebo Samuel that was way over his head, to me was one of the more disappointing throws I've ever seen him make. That said, though, To me, the absolute theme of the day is space. They don't have any space. And the offensive line is not playing well. And that is going to constantly make a quarterback, at minimum, have his numbers go down. And Brock is still not turning the ball over a ton. Too much, but not a ton. But what are we watching Brock do? We're watching him force balls into small windows, and we're watching him run a lot.
A lot.
And he does that very well. So he deserves some credit for that, for kind of keeping the offense moving a little bit. But you're all right if your thought is, for this particular offense, the way it's structured right now, these plays and this separation in this space, for that team to put up 30 points, Brock Purdy will need to be otherworldly. And he's not. He's not one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. He's not Lamar Jackson. He would need to be for this offense to work, because there's no time and there's no space.
Right.
You need those things as a quarterback.
And this is where I'm thinking about Jerry Rice this morning on with the morning roast, Spadoni in for Butcher, and he's talking about you just got to throw it deep 2 or 3 times just to plant the seed that you can throw it deep, and sometimes you got to just stretch the field. And I watch all these plays, and I watch the game 2 and 3 times, and I don't see him having the time to go back 7-step drop and for them to send somebody all the way down the field and even take a shot right now, because the offensive line is not giving him enough time. The pocket is crumbling and collapsing. And, there's times Brock Purdy can stay in there and climb the pocket and make a play. There's other times when Brock Purdy can check it down, I think. He's seeing his checkdowns, and he doesn't want to check it down. He wants to hold on for a bigger play, and then he ends up running and scrambling when, there are checkdowns that are available that he's just not taking.
There isn't enough time to throw the ball deep downfield.
Right, exactly.
There isn't enough time. Let's go to Rob in San Jose. Nice to have a Bay Area call for the first time all day today. Hi, Rob. What are you doing?
I'm just driving around, about to go to Safeway.
Nice.
Oh, good luck in there. We'll see you in the aisles.
Dibs, I think this comes down to is a replication sensation. Meaning that you go down that roster, I don't think you are going to find a player who is going to replicate the numbers and best years that they've had on that team. Again, George Kittle's having a good year, but he's had better years than what he's had the last couple. McCaffrey, his best year by far is going to be last year with the Niners. Will never replicate that. Debo will never have a better year than he's already had. I think on the defensive side, too, you looked at different players over there. Bosa may not have a better year than one that he's already had on that team, and he's one of the guys that's supposed to be the anchor on that team. I think you look around, they had a 5-year window. They swung and missed in that 5-year window, and now you are starting to see the league catch up and just an overall kind of decline of these players where they are not in their prime and probably going to have the best seasons that they've had in this system.
So I don't know how you feel about that, Dibs. Rob, thank you. It's an interesting call. But here would be my response to that. I want you to look around the league and look at teams who are playing well.
Okay.
Or you can even do it historically. Go back to last year. 49ers are playing well.
Yeah.
What do you notice? I would argue you almost never go, well, they're having a great year because that one individual right there is losing his mind and playing great.
You're so right.
That's not football. What happens is a team is playing well, and then everybody individually has their numbers go through the roof. What happened last year with the Niners? Christian, Offensive Player of the Year. Brock, you're in the MVP conversation. All of these things happen. It's like the Lions right now.
I'm looking at their stats, and I'm so glad you said that.
Look at
you've
Lions.
got Jahmyr Gibbs has got 800 yards. He's going to go over 1,000 easy. David Montgomery's got almost 600.
He's going to go over 1,000 too, I would
They
bet.
have 18 touchdowns between the two of them. Two-headed monster.
I think they've had, that team has had a rushing touchdown like
every hour.
No, like an absurd number of games in a row. Like all the way through last year, the Lions have had at least one rushing touchdown in every game. But sorry, go ahead.
No, and Amon-Ra is having a great year, and he's a number one. But Jamison Williams and Sam Laporta and, Khalif Raymond and Tim Patrick, they're all chipping in. They're all contributing. And you mentioned last year, and we went through the target share from Ayuk and Kittle and Christian and Debo, and it was almost an even split, a 4-way split. They shared the ball. They all played well. The offense had a multitude of weapons. This year, they don't have that due to injury, ineffectiveness, and something that you were saying earlier about teams making that adjustment. And Kyle Shanahan's offense, and we've heard people talk about it being stale, and I said bland, and Lucas on our thread said boring. There hasn't been that next innovation because I do think that the league has seen all the things that he's done so well, the pre-snap motion, the eye candy, the personnel switching, all the things that have made this offense go and be unique. Teams are onto it.
Yep.
So now what's the next adjustment, Kyle?
And it's surprising that there hasn't been more that we've been able to see. I don't think Kyle is just sitting there drinking Mai Tais all week like, no, we're good. No, I'm sure they're trying. But whatever whatever the adjustments are, they have not worked yet. But to me, that's through my eyes. Football doesn't work that way. It's kind of the other way around. And that's why, to me, injuries are not an excuse. The Lions lost their best defensive player. What are they doing? Still playing great defense.
They gave up 6 points this week.
Yeah, because, yes, and Jags are only sort of in the NFL, but you get what I'm saying.
Still.
Like, yes, they're still a cohesive unit. The 49ers last year would have been able to withstand an injury or two or three. I know there have been more this year, and maybe they've had more than their fair share. But if the team were reeling, if they were wheeling, man, if they were doing their thing and the play call and was all of those things, they'd be fine. They'd be fine. That game against the Rams at halftime, nobody was like, oh my God, what do we do without all of our people? There were no people in there. No problem. Up and down the field, scoring, no problem. So I just, football is not about one or two people going off. It's about a system working great, and then everybody's numbers go through the roof because of it. You know who's going off this year? Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. Super good numbers. 4-7.
Yeah.
4-7. So it's I just, when you go, oh, well, Bosa isn't doing it, and Brock isn't doing it, and well, I don't. It's not on them to go out there and carry 22 people. That just I don't think that ever works.
No, and it has to be complementary football. And last year was a great example of that. And this year is a perfect example of when it doesn't work. And yesterday is a case study where the defense does its job. They get Seattle off the field. And then now it's the offense's turn to snuff out this game, move the chains. And I'm just looking at the replay of the pass that you are fixated on, the 2nd and 11 play action to Debo. And there's no pass rusher within 5 yards of Brock.
No, he's wide open.
And he just kind of, not only did he sail it, but he just threw it way too high.
I was impressed that Debo even got a finger on it.
Which he probably shouldn't have.
Probably shouldn't have. Yeah, no joke. Yeah, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right. So high! Thank you. Speak to your frustrations, okay? What are they? Get them out. 888-957-9570. One of our callers has a point about Kyle Shanahan that I haven't heard yet that I'm very excited to hear. I'll tell you that. 888-957-9570. And Shanahan speaks in a little bit over a half hour. We'll carry it live right here on Willard and Dibs.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks?
Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
On 2nd and 5, clean pocket, tipped in the air, and intercepted. Jonathan Hankins, 12-year veteran, has that one fall down into his hands and brings a big smile to a guy who's done just about everything in his time in the NFL. How about a pick of Purdy?
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
It is fun when one of the big boys gets an interception.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that smile. When one of the guys who never, ever touches the ball gets to touch the ball. So I did get a small amount of amusement out of that, especially because they held him to a field goal and still had the lead at the time.
Yeah.
So I was okay with it until I wasn't okay with it.
Yeah, I wasn't okay with it just because of what I thought it was going to portend for the game, and it was a tough throw in the midst of a lot of tough throws. There weren't a lot of easy pitches and catches, not a lot of guys who were just wide open. It seemed like Shanahan used to scheme guys open a lot more, and maybe it's just recency bias in this last game, but there weren't a lot of just wide open, easy throws that he made.
No, they're just, and everything, you always use that word. It's all got to be complimentary. And for whatever reason, what really, really works for the 49ers, what really opens those receivers up is when the other team is getting gashed in the run game. And then you play action and boom, chunk play. And they're just not gashing anybody in the run game. They're just not. Christian was okay yesterday, 4.2 a carry. It's fine. But, it's odd almost to watch Christian McCaffrey get 19 carries in back-to-back games, and you just never see him bust something. And I don't mean to the house, but, give me that 1 for 30. Give me the one that flips the field or whatever. It's odd to see that it hasn't been there. And he doesn't look unhealthy to me. He looks like he's got his burst. There just aren't any holes.
Yeah. And that's an offensive line issue. And I can't help but think about when Jordan Mason came in on that second drive and he spelled McCaffrey, and it was an 8-yard blast, and then it was a 5-yard push, and that was it. And it made me think, why can't Jordan Mason get more than just 2 carries? This guy was leading the league in rushing when McCaffrey was out, and now he's just banished to the bench?
I don't know what to do with that, because don't forget, when Christian was about to come back, Jordan was looking gassed. We were looking at Garendo games.
Yep.
And Jordan was looking gassed.
Issue. The sprained AC joint.
For sure.
That seems to be better. And yet, I don't know, to me, creatively, you could find ways to have 2 of your better offensive players on the field at the same time.
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
And, yesterday's a lot of formations with Saubert and Juszczyk, and then Debo and McCaffrey and Jawan Jennings. Feels like Mason could have gotten more snaps. I don't know how many snaps total he got, but feels like about 4 or 5.
Jonathan in the city is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Just being a chief person of the neighborhood. I just want to say, man, you asked a question earlier. No time and space. You know why? Because they're running the same thing over and over again. It's kind of like trying to win an Emmy with a bunch of reruns. They got to figure out, man, what we're watching is checkmate. Look, a lot of what Kyle Shanahan is doing offensively is predicated upon what? Putting guys in conflict. The element of surprise has to be there, particularly that Debo as a running back. That thing is stale, man. They know exactly what's going on. It used to be spectacular. Now it's just tackles for loss. I'm not saying fire Kyle Shanahan, but I think Jed needs to bring in a new GM who is going to be Kyle Shanahan's boss. So, hey Dan, don't dream it's over. I think they need to start Operation Super Bowl 60, which we know is going to be in Levi Stadium. And before I go, I just want to offer up proper medication for all your 49ers Blues. It's gold-blooded. They got champion's blood. Let's go Warriors.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Little crowded house in there. Thank you, Jonathan. Don't dream it's over.
Thank goodness for the Warriors, by the way. I'm looking forward to this tonight. It's the only feel-good thing we've had since January.
Pretty much, right?
Right?
Since the Super Bowl letdown.
I mean, that wasn't either. I would argue since the second half against the Lions in January.
Yep.
The whole thing, I mean, you've had moments, right? Sure, you've had moments. Like the Niners haven't lost all their games, but it's just something that you can sit down and be like, this feels good. I'm confident.
Like a
I'm
sustainable
loving it.
good. Because Blake Snell had a no-hitter.
Sure,
right?
yeah, there have been moments.
Cool.
There have been nights. Yeah.
That was cool.
That was pretty cool. But, yeah, thank goodness. I'm looking forward to watching the Warrior game tonight.
Yeah, I am too. And just, I don't think Jonathan's wrong about, putting people in conflict. It used to be where, with the jet sweep motion and the eye candy and all the shifting and all of this and that, it looked like defenses were unsure about what might be coming. And I look at yesterday and they didn't seem put off at all. And you were talking about explosive plays. The Niners had one.
Yeah.
One play of more than 20 yards. It was a Jawan Jennings catch on the second drive of the game. End of explosive list.
Yep.
One play.
Yep.
And it fits an offense that's going to try to grind you down and go down and score. Well, then you can't throw picks and you can't have all of these untimely penalties.
No doubt. And it's hard because, the Niner chunk plays, like that's what it gets you all the way down the field when you have to do first down. When you've got to convert like 4 or 5 third downs in a row, yeah, that's hard. That's hard. It's hard to not have a drop or a bad pass or somebody makes a great play on defense or whatever. And that starts to give you a little bit of an idea why they keep kicking so many damn field goals.
Yeah.
They're kicking so many damn field goals because it's hard to do that over and over. You need chunk plays. And they had them in Seattle. They didn't have them yesterday against Seattle. And, it's hard. It's hard to figure out. It's hard to figure out what exactly it is. John in Union City. Hi, John. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Oh, hey. Sorry, I'm in the city, not Union City.
Oh, okay. Whatever. Your name's John, right?
You're in a city.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got that part right.
So sour and frustrated. And, I know there's, as you guys have described, a bazillion things not going right. But how about Kyle's hair? Can we go back to the old hairstyle and cut that flow out of the back of his hat? I'm sick of watching his face and seeing that flow behind him. Like, cut it. Let's tighten it up and let's get going.
Thank you, John. Yeah, we need a fan to jump onto the field with some clippers.
And just get over there and get it done.
Go over there and get that done when he's not looking.
Well,
get that thing out of there.
Sometimes you do need to change it up a little bit. It's kind of a baseball thing, right? Where you're in a slump and you either, you shave your head or you dye your hair or you do something different.
Something.
Yeah, you got to shake it up a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know are mullets back in?
Yes. Yeah, my oldest son is going with the mullet.
Yeah, Jude's basketball team, one of his best friends. I hadn't seen the kid in a couple of months. We went to his first basketball tournament last week, and I'm like, oh, damn. Like, you're not even trying to hide it. Like Kyle's trying to sneak up on you with the mullet. He's not full.
Yeah.
This kid is like, no, we are here to look like Joe Dirt.
No doubt.
And I'm like, oh, are we doing that?
I guess it's what we're doing.
We're doing it.
My boy Quest, who is 23 and responsible for his own hair. This is hairstyle number 5, I think, over the last year and a half. And
good.
He told me, he's like, yeah, we're going to go mullet for a little while. Business in the front, party in the rear. And he's got himself a decent little party developing.
Good for him.
My other
That's
son
exciting.
could be Trevor Lawrence's body double.
Oh, God.
He's got, you want to talk about flow. Waves, blonde. He's got waves on waves, this kid.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
George Kittle-esque.
Totally.
Okay.
That's stringier. My boy's got it's thick and wavy and he's got some lettuce now.
We're offended by the comparison to George Kittle.
It's just stringy.
It is stringy. Let's go to Nate in the city. Hi, Nate. What are you doing?
Y'all are talking about flow. So
yeah,
Johnson's on to something. Niners have no flow. Shout out to him. I stopped watching a month ago, and I can tell you a little analogy, if you guys want to hang in there with me for a second. Do y'all remember Matt Cain's perfect game and what Pablo was about to do? Do you remember what Pablo was going to do right after they were bringing Amy G onto the field?
No, I don't know that I do. Which part?
Well, Pablo wanted to do the A's, cream pie, shaving cream thing.
Oh, you're talking about afterward. Okay, got it.
Yeah, a certain Buster Posey grabbed him and held him back and said, whoa, let him enjoy his moment. And I just want to say that I don't think the Niners have that person, and I think last game I saw, and I won't go too into it because I know it's just, you got to tread lightly around this stuff, but 97 is a big 45 fan, and he interrupted Dorinda's little moment, and there was nobody to hold him back. And I think we got a little turmoil, and I don't want to go much farther than that because I don't want to be presumptuous.
Nate, thanks. Here's what I would say about that.
A lot of numbers there. Numbers are numbers.
Numbers are numbers, and those are not my numbers. But I'll say this: I've now heard callers do this. I've seen people write about this here in this town. And I think anybody who thinks that there's locker room discord because of Nick Bosa's hat and his dance, I think you want there to be locker room discord that isn't there.
Agreed.
I mean, these guys are not bothered by this. They've told the whole story. They're the one, a bunch of his teammates are the ones who came up with the idea.
Exactly.
They went out there and did it with him. Kyle Shanahan, quote, "It was cool to see." I get why you would think that they represent the Bay Area. I see no evidence of it whatsoever.
And even if they do represent the Bay Area, tell me what percentage of people in the Bay Area voted for 45. It's probably higher than you would care to admit.
Well, and remember, these people all are of fairly high wealth.
Right, and a lot of these people aren't from here. So
yep.
Anyway. I mean, yeah.
We're sponsored by Safeway. You can keep on speaking to your frustration. What is it? What is it that is really frustrating you about this whole thing? And we'll kind of reboot exactly what we've said about it coming up next. And Kyle Shanahan is going to speak in about 15 to 20 minutes. 888-957-9570. Speak to your frustration. Speak on it. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not bad.
No.
Although, the actual point that Jonathan made, look, I'm certainly not here to poo-poo anything on a day like today. This is really, really frustrating watching the 49ers this year. I get that. But sometimes I do wonder why people think certain fixes will be the fix. So Jonathan suggests a new GM. Now, I'd argue a couple things as far as John Lynch is concerned. A, whether you like the regime or not, they have worked well together. And that is not always easy to find. ... See Harbaugh/Balky if you need an example of when things are not copacetic within the building. This appears to be two guys who work well together. Secondarily, if you agree that general manager, the main job of a general manager is roster construction, then the Niners are coming off of a really good draft and over the last couple of years have had the best roster in the NFL, and we came into this year thinking that they had the best roster in the NFL. They, largely outside of someone named DeForest Buckner, have kept their own people and re-signed them. Why would a new GM change anything with this football team?
I don't know if it would, but my counterpoint would be what would? Like, what is broken? What needs to be fixed? And if you're 5-5 with this much talent, and if your offensive scheme looks like it may be stale or bland or flat or something's wrong, is it your pick of defensive coordinators that is not right? Is it your special teams coordinator? Is it Kyle Shanahan with too much on his plate because he is the head coach, he's the offensive coordinator, and he's the CEO of the football side of everything? Is there too much on Kyle's plate? What is wrong with the current situation? Something is wrong. You're 5-5, and you have so much talent, and you have a great head coach, I believe, and a really good roster. You should be better than 5-5.
Okay.
What's broken?
Okay, that's an interesting question. What can we play with this? Maybe this is sort of like where opinions go in separate directions when it comes to Kyle or John or Parag or whatever. Do you believe that the current structure with the San Francisco 49ers, that group, do you believe that they should be given a chance to try to figure out what's not working?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I am not in the camp of fire John or fire Kyle.
And not even just fire, but like I hear a lot of people go, no, you don't fire him. But what you do is you bring in someone else to call the plays, or you bring in someone else to be his boss, or you tell him take this off of his plate. Like, do you believe that the 49er executive and head coaching structure should stay exactly as it is, and that group should be given a chance to figure out what's not working right now?
Not if this season ends without the playoffs. If you wind up at 9-8 or 8-9, okay, and this year turns out to be a big disappointment, a big smelly disappointment, then you need to make changes somewhere. And I don't think it means removing people. Maybe it's adding a veteran offensive mind or an offensive coordinator. Maybe it is, bringing somebody in as a consultant who can help you get better coaches around Kyle Shanahan.
That's interesting.
Maybe it is looking at your front office structure and taking a hard look at what went wrong this year, where you had Christian McCaffrey fold his arms and say, I want more. You gave it to him. You had Brandon Ayuk drag the entire summer into his own little thing and hold in, and you ended up giving him money. Trent Williams got money. The way things went this offseason was, I think, damaging to the season.
Yeah, maybe that's an interesting way to look at it. I also just think, because I'll firmly answer the question that I posed as yes. I don't want to see anything change other than the way they're playing football, but I want these guys to have a chance to work it out. I think they've earned that. That's my opinion.
I agree, but I do think you look at it and you have to take a hard look and see where you can get better.
For sure. You always do. I think you should always. That's an omnipresent statement if you ask me. But I guess if you're look at it this way, if we go, and again, take out any season where the quarterback gets hurt. If you go good season, good season, good season, good season, good season, bad season. Why would you get to the end of that bad season and be like, dude, we got to do this completely differently around here? Do you know what I mean?
Not completely different, but
why can't you just be like, man, we got to tighten some screws because something went the wrong direction, but overall, right, like I'm not going to panic because for the first time in 6 years, they're having a bad year.
Agreed. I'm not saying you're going to panic or you're going to make wholesale changes, but I would look at my process as a front office and as a head coach and see where my shortcomings are. And for me, I look at an offense that is pretty undisciplined. You have a lot more meaningless, I call them parking ticket penalties, like pre-snap, false starts, and guys lining up in the wrong spots. And those are things where you need to pay more attention to detail. You have a defense that is very milquetoast. You never blitz, and you don't really cause much discomfort to opposing offenses. And your special teams is a tire fire. And I don't know if you've ever seen a mountain of tires catch fire, but it's black, acrid, stinky smoke. And that's your special team. So if you want to just bring the band back together, let's run it back.
No. I
look at a defensive coordinator who's never coordinated, and this defense is underperforming.
Okay, all right. Compare it to the Warriors, right?
Right. Great example.
Lots of good. And then last year, for the first time with Steph, Clay, and Dre healthy, you didn't make the playoffs. Now, Clay left. That was somewhat on his own. Maybe the Warriors had a hand in it as well. But they didn't go, you know what? Steve Kerr needs a completely different way of going about his business. Now, there were, I would say, some organic changes. Kenny Atkinson leaves, takes a different job. Here comes Jerry Stackhouse. Early returns are really good. You did make some moves. You were kind of forced to make some moves.
You brought in Terry Stotts as well.
Right, but I don't think anybody went structurally. The chain of command is not going right here with the Warriors. They simply said that season was disappointing. It wasn't embarrassing, but it was disappointing. And let's see if we can tighten some screws and come back and do this again. Off to a great start.
You had a bad defense last year, and so you brought in a defensive specialist in Jerry Stackhouse, and Draymond Green has said our defense is a lot different because of Jerry Stackhouse.
Would they do that if Kenny Atkinson doesn't get the Cavs job?
I don't know. I don't know if Kenny Atkinson was the defensive coordinator, per se.
He was, I think that was his baby. But
I just look at a team that had deficiencies last year, and they addressed it. And I think that's a good example. And, Kyle he's very confident, as he should be. And I think if this year ends with a healthy quarterback and you're 9-8 or whatever you wind up and you're not in the playoffs, you got to take a hard look at what you're doing and get it right.
No doubt. I just wouldn't hand the play calling off to someone else. This has worked. This has worked for years. Like if I want someone calling plays, that he'd be on my short list.
Right, but maybe you bring in fresh eyes to look at what you're doing, and it doesn't have to be a play caller.
That's fine.
It could be a veteran who becomes the passing game coordinator or somebody who can come in and look at what you're doing and help Kyle to find a new way about it.
888-957-9570. Bob in Livermore. Hi, Bob. Thanks for calling. What's up?
That someone could have been Robert Saleh. That would have been nice.
Well, he kind of that's a defensive guy, though, Bob.
Yeah, good point. So I was there yesterday. There was one Seattle fan just chirping, going at it, and he made a good point. Like, us fans, we weren't loud at all. He was saying, "Is this all you got, guys?" We were not loud, and that final drive Seattle's final drive was the most disappointing. I would say that stadium was at 70% capacity. We didn't do our job. Geno Smith just ran down. We need to be better at our job also.
Bob, how much did you get paid to be there yesterday?
I got paid nothing.
Okay, then you did do your job. I hope you ate really unhealthy food, and I hope that you had a good time with the people around you, and I hope you made it home safely. That's your job. Bob, thank you. I totally get where you're coming from. I will never join anyone in blaming the fans for anything ever. Your job is to go there and be entertained, and if the entertainers don't entertain you, you don't got to do a dang thing. When I watched that cockamamie crap on Netflix on Friday night.
Yeah, you did.
Is it? God,
yeah, you did.
Worst decision of our lives. Was it my fault that I sat there looking at my TV, which didn't buffer, by the way? Is it my fault that I looked at it and went, this is stupid?
It's your fault that you looked at it.
It is. Actually, it's Christy's fault. But anyway.
I love it.
Anyway, why? The Niners need to make you yell, not the other way around.
Exactly. And it would be nice if fans understood the moment and they made a lot of noise to make the opposing quarterback uncomfortable late in a game, but it's not your job as a fan. I liked what you said to the caller. How much did they pay you to be there? No, not a penny.
I'd imagine, in fact, you paid them a pretty penny to be there yesterday.
Yeah, and it's up to the team to get you involved in what they're doing. And yesterday was one of those games where, and I've now watched it 3 times because I watched the condensed version this morning, and it's hard to stay awake during that thing.
No, it was not a great performance.
Just a boring performance.
Totally. Kyle's going to talk soon. We'll have it for you as soon as that's all done. Connor in San Leandro. Hi, Connor. Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, what's going on? Thanks for having me on. Listen, I think that what everyone is upset about isn't 5-5. I think that what everyone is upset about is actually the window. I think that we're in a place. I know that we're supposed to ignore the possibility that windows are a real thing, but I think it's not only affecting the fans. I think it may be affecting the players. Like, did Christian McCaffrey being injured close our window? And so that means, to me, I think that the next move that we need to make after the disastrous offseason of playing really, really, difficult bargaining, I think you try and you approach Brock the way that you did Demo. I think you look for a team-friendly quarterback deal. You do what you can with guarantees. You do what you can with no trade clauses, and you try to come under the AAV of Dak, because I think everyone recognizes that Brock's salary poses a real threat to the possibility that we can retool on the fly after a Super Bowl hangover. And so if Brock is down, because the fact is we're still not out of this, but we need a real surge, and we actually may need to look at the 800-pound gorilla that's in the room and take it on. I mean, nothing would change everything about this franchise, everything about what everyone thinks it's going in the next year or two, if we got what we needed, which is an acknowledgement that Mr. Irrelevant should absolutely get paid. But the fact is that Dak's contract is an albatross for the Cowboys, and we don't need that same thing. So if Brock can meet us in the middle, the real innovation here would be, for the first time, a quarterback contract that doesn't pose a real threat to your overall salary cap possibility.
Well, I tell you what, Connor, I'm really glad you brought this up. The only thing I'll refute is what you said there at the end, that maybe for the first time there'll be a contract that doesn't take down the rest of the roster. Wouldn't be the first time. And in fact, if you really want to have a cool conversation about this, I think that we can start it right now. And here's the question. We keep going, are they going to give him 60? Are they really going to do it? The bottom line is he's their quarterback, and quarterbacks are super expensive, and I don't really even care if it's 55 or 58 or 50 or 62, whatever.
Yeah.
It's all really big, and if his agent does want to scream on a tabletop, he's better than Dak, and Dak makes 60, he has a point. He has a point. He's better than Trevor Lawrence. He's better than Dak Prescott. Those contracts are 55 and 60. Does he want to play it that way? Maybe. I don't know. But here's what I would say. The evidence is starting to mount, and I think this will happen at the wide receiver position too. The evidence is starting to mount that somebody, I don't know if it'll be Brock, but some quarterback needs to walk into the room and break the mold and realize that Patrick Mahomes is not at the top of the market. Josh Allen is not at the top of the market. Tom Brady always took a little bit less. The quarterback himself has so much power, but he also has the power to burst the bubble. And maybe the players' union will hate him. But you know what he can do with that hate? He can turn it into Super Bowl wins. I think that certain quarterbacks, and Brock might be the perfect guy because he makes $1 million a year.
So if he's making 50, that's a 50x
Raise.
Exactly. So does he want to twist the Niners for 60, or does he literally want to go in there the second this season ends and go, hey, look, I'm healthy. Let's do this. Let's make me a made man for life. But hey, Niners, let's also make sure that this team continues to be really good. I'll take 45.
Yeah, boy.
I don't know if he'll do it.
Yep.
I don't know what's also ahead for these next, what do we got, 7 games left? I don't know what's around the bend. This guy goes and wins in Green Bay and Buffalo. All of a sudden, you're going to start having a different conversation.
Sure.
So,
he's currently sitting 14th in quarterback rating in the NFL.
Yeah, it's been like
it's been a regression.
Yeah.
It's been a regression this year.
I guess you could use that word.
Well, last year he was bananas. He was so good. He was top 5 in the MVP.
Right. But again, as I said earlier, to me, all of these things, why is Jared Goff through the roof? Is he a better player or is he on a better team?
Both. But primarily he's on a better team.
Is Brock a worse player or is he on a worse team? And yes, the quarterback bears a lot of responsibility for that, but not by himself. You know, if you want to just play quarterback rating, where's Mahomes?
Mahomes is 20th.
20th.
Yeah.
20th, and they're 9-1.
Yeah.
You know, so like
he's down there with CJ Stroud and Bo Nix.
Yeah, the concept of like the Niners moving on from Brock, for me, non-starter.
Right. And for me, the idea of him taking less than he can possibly get is a non-starter as well, because this is his first contract. And so I understand that going from $1 million a year to 45, 1 to 50, that is a gigantic leap that is beyond anyone's imagination. But if the market dictates that he can get 57, then he's going for 57, I believe.
Maybe, but
now it's a guy who's going for his second deal that might be ripe to make that sort of a sacrifice.
I don't know. Like, I really don't know how he's going to play it. I mean, if you're a QB and you're like, I do love it here. I do want to play for Kyle Shanahan. I do want us to win, you know, and like, I don't know, what is the difference? Like, maybe he will twist their arm for top dollar. Maybe he won't. Maybe I really, like, I don't know.
And it all depends on really the guaranteed at signing number. So maybe he settles for $45 million a year, fully guaranteed at signing.
And it depends on how they finish. If they miss the playoffs, that changes the conversation, doesn't it?
It does. But to your point, if he is the guy, and they've made it pretty clear that he's the guy, then there's a certain market rate for quarterbacks, unless he wants to, you know, voluntarily give a cut. But it's not up to the player to make things right for them financially. And even if he did that, there's no guarantee that they're going to take that money and go ahead and spend it and build around him. They have the number one most cap room right now in the NFL.
Right now, yeah. And they're going to spend some of that over to next year for this contract. But I don't know, man. It's a living, breathing thing. Like, we all think in this moment that Jared Goff is better than Dak Prescott. But just a few weeks ago, he took $8 million less than Dak Prescott. Why? I don't know. That's what the rate was at that moment for him, and he likes where he is, and he doesn't want to move.
And it's a second contract too, and so
he's made a lot of money.
Right, he's got the opportunity to maybe make that sacrifice a little bit more readily. So it's going to be a conversation, fascinating one for the offseason, but for right now, it really comes down to how do you fix it? And Brock has not been great, but he's not at the top of my list of problems.
Not at all. Not at all. 888-957-9570. We're going to keep going with the phones, but we got an update. Grandy, what's going on?
Kyle Shanahan is addressing the media right now. We will play it for you in its entirety coming up in just a little bit, but a couple of injury updates on Nick Bosa. Oblique injury. He has not been ruled out for this coming week. They're going to evaluate him as the week goes along, says Kyle Shanahan. And an interesting addition to the injury report, Brock Purdy, shoulder soreness. He is day-to-day.
Oh, great.
Right shoulder soreness.
He did get hit in the hand on a throw.
Yep.
I don't know if that was it, or I don't know.
That might have been. He didn't get hit too many times, although he likes to dive when he scrambles. I'd like to see a slide in there, BP, but he likes to dive for that extra yard or two.
I mean, that's the only way they're getting first downs right now is Brock running around to get him.
Yeah. And the scramble touchdown too.
Okay, that's it. I would translate the Bosa thing as that's really good news. That's the best news you could have heard.
Yeah, he was asked later a follow-up, and again, we'll hear it in a little bit. Is there a possibility Bosa plays in Green Bay? And Shanahan said yes.
Is there a possibility that Brock doesn't?
I don't know if that was
possibly.
asked.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to be alive bound.
Totally. But, and I would imagine that right shoulder soreness on a Monday
after a Sunday football game. That makes sense. And I can't imagine that he doesn't play. I also look at the Nick Bosa situation where not only did he go out of the game early in the second half, but he immediately was like taking the tape off, and so he was hurt.
He couldn't move. He tried one more play, and he took one step, and he took the play off.
I wrote it down. He opened up with a sack, Bosa sack, and I put hurt ? And then Walker runs for 5, Bosa out.
Yeah.
That was the play where he tried to get after him, and he immediately started hopping and limping, and he'd waving to the sideline.
No, he's hurt. And so that's great news for them to come back the next day and be like, well, we're going to take it day by day. Doesn't mean he's going to play, but the fact that they're not ruling him out right away, I don't know. I take that as probably about as good of news as you could have gotten about him today.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an oblique injury unless it's a tear. If it's just, pain tolerance, and maybe it's a question for Doc Pandia tomorrow about can you inject that good stuff into an oblique? Is an oblique injury like that something that the needle can help?
I don't know. I mean, there's also a mobility issue. Pain tolerance and mobility. He had no mobility.
Right.
He could not, you know what I mean? And something that small can rob a pass rusher of everything they've got. That first step, that push off, that's everything.
Right.
That's everything. And if he
then
doesn't
the
have
dip,
that,
you got to be able to get that dip around the corner,
Put your hand up on his hip.
Exactly. I knew it. Yetur Gross-Matos, good game yesterday.
Yeah, he was good.
As we go back to the phones, I wanted to get that out.
My daughter called him Gross Matos, which was fun.
That's pretty
She's
cool.
like, who's Gross Matos? I'm like, it's Gross Matos, and he's back. You haven't seen in the last few weeks. He's back.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, Gross Matos. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Yeah, not too far away. We'll play the Kyle Shanahan in its entirety, but we're still talking to you. Speak to your frustration. And Ulysses and Scott and Patrick and Steve and Kirk, we're coming to you, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power.
Right on the edge of Jake Moody's field goal range on this third down. Purdy giving time, a perfect throw, and it's Jawan Jennings continuing his big day. Probably his biggest catch yet, converting 3rd and long.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
There's very little about the San Francisco 49ers this year that gives me a warm fuzzy, but Jawan Jennings is it. Jawan Jennings, y'all.
Yeah.
Woo! I love everything about him. Everything about him. How he plays, what he says, his production. That first down, he took 4 Seahawks. He was just like, no. I don't know if y'all got the message, but we need to be on the other side of the red marker.
Totally.
So you're all coming with me. Oh, my gosh. Very, very little to be excited about with the Niners this year, but Jawan Jennings is an exception with an exclamation point.
No doubt, 10 catches, and I think Grandy was just playing the 3rd and 11 at the 34, which eventually would end with Jawan Jennings scoring a touchdown, and on that drive, he had a 12, a 14 on 3rd and 11.
Well.
He had a 13 on 3rd and 11, and then he scored on the 2nd down pass, so it was a collection of big catches, and the whole 3rd and Jawan thing, it's a neat little nickname, and he's become so much more than that. But on that drive, he converts a 3rd and 11 twice, getting 14 and 13 yards. And the one you're talking about, I wrote down just yak.
Yak.
Where it was like yak like you dream about.
Or just the noise you make when it happens. Everybody was inspired on that play. The whole room stood up. All right, we're going to go back to the phones in a sec. Also, we're going to play Kyle Shanahan's press conference in its entirety not too long from now, as soon as we've got this thing finished and all kind of set up for you. However, we've got a little teaser. We've got a teaser from Kyle. Yeah, just dip your toe in the water, if you will. You want to hear a little Shanahan?
Love it.
I'm told this has got some juice to it. Ready?
Shout out Kyle Juszczyk.
All right, here we go.
We were pissed off from yesterday. That was a tough loss. We had every chance to win it, and we didn't get it done. So I think guys were disappointed and upset. But we all know each other pretty well in here. We understand our expectations, and we had a good team meeting, addressed a bunch of the fourth quarter, kind of watched it all together, and then we broke up into our position meetings. But I think guys are pissed and ready to put that game behind us. Today's always a hard day to deal with it because of some of the frustration of what happened, and now I think our guys can't wait to get to Green Bay as fast as we can.
Okay. Instant reaction. We've already heard that press conference.
Exactly. I was just thinking the same thing. I'm tired of hearing about how angry you are after a loss.
We already heard that we're mad, but we know each other and we know what we have to do press conference. I've already heard it twice. It's November now. You're after the bye. It's the second half. It's a division game on your field. All of those things. You ran out of whoops, we messed up games. You ran out of them. You didn't have any left. That was the one. You can't do that. I hope they prove me wrong. Go beat Green Bay and Buffalo. And I'll be like, no, actually, they do. What a group.
Right.
What a reaction. Unbelievable. Bravo. But how many times are you going to do this year? Oh, we're all very mad. Oh, good. I'm glad you're mad. I think everybody listening to our show is too.
Exactly. That's why we have full phones of people who are just as mad. And if you hadn't blown these 3 games, and yesterday wasn't as much of a blown game as it was Arizona and LA, but if you were 8-2 right now, then we'd be having different conversations about, are they Detroit and Philly and the Niners, the elites in the NFC? Instead, we're having to, again on a Monday, listen to the head coach talk about, gee, how mad we are. And we just all watch the fourth quarter and, heck, we want to get to Green Bay as fast as we can.
Nah, you got to scheme it up, man. You and I talk about this number a lot. For me, it's always the same number. It's 25. You don't need a Purdy 30, but you do need 25. And in fact, I'd even usually accept 24. That's a winning number in the National Football League.
Yep.
You did get there once and lose this year. That was against the Rams. You lost 27-24. But when the 49ers get to 25, they don't lose. You don't lose, period. set your watch to it. Lawler's Law. We'll see the Clippers here in a few hours. Yep. You get to 25, you're going to win the football game. Might be uncomfortable sometimes, Dallas Cowboys, but whatever. And I don't think with what you've got offensively, I don't think that's too much to ask. Sometimes it'll rain. Sometimes it'll this, that, or the other. You play a great defense. Maybe you got to grind out a 23-20 game like you did against Tampa just a week ago. But the bottom line is you get 25, you win. And they haven't been doing it enough. There's too many 17s and 20s in there.
And it's because of a couple things for me. One, your red zone for the majority of the year has not been good. You haven't scored touchdowns. The opener, you had 6 field goals against the Jets. And the other thing is these penalties and these mistakes. And I'm just looking at the last drive before the end of the first half where you get it 1st and 10 at Seattle's 34, 2-minute warning. You have a full rack of timeouts. You're at their 34. You're in control. Go score a touchdown. False start McKivitz. Purdy sacked McKivitz. Then back-to-back plays by Maffei. The deflected one at the line, and then he knocks one away.
Knocks one over the middle.
And it's 4th and 23 at the 47, and now you have to punt. So you go from the 34 in business, full rack of timeouts. All right. Even if you have to settle for 3 there, you're going to eat the whole clock, and that's going to do it. But instead, you back that thing up, and you end up punting. Seattle doesn't score, but the point is 24 points. You're talking about leaving points out there. That's another drive where you just messed it up.
I always enjoy listening to the national broadcasters because they can speak to a fan base in a way that we can't speak to each other because we're emotional. And I heard Tom Brady do this last week, and I heard Joe Davis and Greg Olsen do this week. If they're sitting there going, wow, this must be frustrating for 49er fans, they're saying that. Right. They don't give a rip. That's the Dodgers announcer. That is the Los Angeles Dodgers announcer.
Does a good job.
He's a pretty good broadcaster. Yeah. They have a habit of that there. Anyway, that's the Dodgers announcer. And he's sitting there going, wow, frustrating. Yeah. Yes, it is. And if those sort of objective voices, if they feel that way, how do you think we all feel? And then how do you think, and I'm not saying Kyle should have said anything different there because that's just reality, but I'm sorry, it just sort of doesn't land. It doesn't land to hear, hey, we know we messed up. We're mad. We're mad, but we know ourselves. And so now we know what we have to. No. Yesterday was already the we know what we have to do game. You already were out of the bye. You already had 4 losses. All of the games were the we know what we have to do games. You were going to lose some of them because you got good teams on the schedule. Yesterday wasn't one of them. You didn't have any more room to do that. All right. Let's go to Ulysses in Marin. Hi, Ulysses. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting.
No, thank you guys for taking my call. So, sorry, I'm just walking out, doing a little something right now. So, anyways, it comes down to the same 2 things. It always comes down to, man. It's play calling and execution. McCaffrey, obviously, he can't just come back and be the same guy. How about some 2 running back sets, man? I really like Mason a lot. How about we just throw a wrinkle? It doesn't have to be for the whole game, but maybe a couple drives, a little 2 running back set. Just mix things up. Mason is very, very good. Maybe they can play off of each other. Maybe a little bit of that Detroit situation they got going on, But we just got to make better play calls, I feel, or at least mix it up a little bit. And then the guys got to execute. I've seen a lot of missed tackles, a lot of missed blocks, and it's just things I'm not really used to seeing from our team, So I just think it just comes down to the basics, man. The basics. Yeah,
Ulysses, I'm with you. Like, here's what I would give the Niners wiggle room on with regard to all these injuries. If you became a less dominant team and you did need to kind of grind a little bit more, like last year, it was just like, we're here, there's the 30 points, what are you going to do about it? Now it's like, do you need to grind out some 24 to 21 games? Is somebody going to make a run at you and you got to hold them off? Like, if you had to do that because of the injuries, okay. I get it. Lots of no Christian, lots of no George and Debo and Dre, and I get all of that. But too often it goes to the next step where you have outplayed a team all day long, this opportunity, that opportunity, and it's the two U words. It's undisciplined, and the other one's two more words, and underperforming. It's just you are undisciplined. And you are clearly going out there and getting less production, less output than the numbers and what the eye test suggests we should be seeing. And that's what, no, the injuries, I'm sorry. You don't get to use those when you're out there outplaying everybody, but then coughing games up.
Yeah, and yesterday was another example where you didn't really outplay Seattle, but you got yourself in a position where you should have won. And I was just looking at the ESPN win probability, and when you get a penalty with 3 minutes to go, you have a 90% chance of winning that game. When CMC, they had holding on the defense, and he goes for 1 yard, and you get a free 5, and there's 3 minutes left, 90% chance to win, and yet you found a way to lose. And it's the third game where you've been that late in the game, and your win probability has been well above 90 or 90 or higher, and yet you found a way to lose games. And so you're right. A game like that yesterday, you needed to find a way to grind it out and win, get points on that last drive, make Geno score a touchdown to force overtime, not to beat you.
Yep.
Had you at least gotten a field goal, and then Geno goes down, fine. 20-20, we have overtime. Hopefully we can figure out how to get this done. But instead, you got to punt it away. And Grandy with a great point earlier where Seattle had nobody back. I just was watching it again. They had 9 on the line and 2 out wide. All you have to do is pooch that thing. Instead, he pumps it into the 4-yard line. It goes in the end zone. 22-yard net, setting them up to beat you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We'll give you the Shanahan in full in just about 15 minutes here. But let's keep talking to you. Scott in Marin, you're next. Hi, Scott. Thanks for calling.
Oh, good afternoon, guys. Yeah, just listening to you guys talk about the injuries. Nothing. This is one of those seasons where what can go wrong has gone wrong. It's just they've been due for something like this. They've had a lot of success in the last 5 years and didn't get over the hump. And this is sometimes what happens. I mean, they lose Hargrave. They don't have Greenlaw. They lose Ayuk. Trent Williams is playing on one leg yesterday. No Kittle. Debo's not the same player either. And so it all kind of adds up to mediocrity. And then your special teams has killed you too. And so there is responsibility on the coaching staff for sure. Now, Kyle is not scheming people open right now. And there's been adjustments in this league to this offense. There's no question about it. But when they can't run the football, there's no Kittle there yesterday, and Williams hurt, and McCaffrey's not McCaffrey yet. If he's going to be, I don't know. But they can't run the football. That puts a lot on Brock. And he's doing whatever he can with his legs because they're not giving him a whole lot of time to throw the football. And that pass where he threw the second down to Debo over the middle and it kind of went high,
right over his head.
Pass.
Yep.
But I looked at the replay on that, and the defensive the tackle up front got his paw up, and Purdy had to throw the ball over his hand. So it's just little things that cost them. It cost them the Super Bowl. Somebody missing a block. It's just they just can't quite get over the hump. And you can't really compare organizations and complain about Steve Kerr and those kind of things. Those guys got 4 rings in their pocket. If things would be a whole lot different if Kyle had a ring in his pocket.
Oh, completely.
So this is what he's going to have to deal with.
Completely. But Scott, I'll say this. Thanks so much.
Right on,
I mean, all those things that you mentioned are real. However, there's no such thing as a football season that doesn't have a journey that comes with it. All these teams are all dealing with crap. All of them. The Lions have lost 2 of their top defenders. Their second receiver got suspended for the second time in his career. The Chiefs have lost their entire receiving core and their running back.
Yeah.
You got just because, and someone put a paw up in his face, guess what? That's football. Then you got to go to option B or C or whatever. Hell, the Niners would have been better off on that play having Brock just dive to the line of scrimmage and keep the clock moving.
Exactly.
Then huck the ball over everybody's head.
Scott's right, though. Watching it back, the defensive tackle puts the hand up.
He puts the paw up.
And what Brock has done really well this year has been able to layer throws and finesse it. But this one, he just airmailed it because he's had a lot of passes get knocked down at the line. And I look at Kyle Shanahan and think, how about you roll him out? How about we get some designed rollouts? And the play that Juwan scored the touchdown on was a play action reverse boot. He goes to his left and he finds Juwan Jennings. If you have a quarterback who's getting a lot of passes knocked down, and it feels like there's 2 or 3 every game that get tipped or deflected and whatnot, roll the guy out. Make it easy on him instead of having him try to throw over 6'5" guys.
Let's keep going. How about Patrick in South City? Hi, Patrick. Thank you for the call.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
You know, I think I've watched every play of this team, every game for the last 5 years, and I want to make some points here. And I've said it before. This myth that's in the media and so forth, that Kyle Shanahan is an offensive genius, is nonsense. For example, when is the last time you saw the Niners do a 2 tight end set or a 2 back set or a screenplay or a slant or an end around or a flea flicker or a fake punt or a fake field goal or a counter play? I haven't seen them, you know. And number 2, his track record indicates that he's not an offensive genius. And why I say that is because if you guys know this, it's always been the defense that's bailed him out for his play calling ineptitude, right? We've always had a strong front 7 and a decent secondary. And when John Lynch made the decision not to really put a lot of real talent up front, that's why I think you've seen the Niners struggle this year. All this talk about player personnel and injury, it's all nonsense. If we had the defense that we had, the last 3-4 years, even with Kyle calling terrible offenses and terrible plays, it's always seemed to bail out the Niners, right? But now we don't have that. And that's where I think the misconnect is.
Patrick, thank you for the call. Yeah. Come on, man. Come on.
And they do a ton of 2 running backs. Kyle Juszczyk played 37% of the snaps, and he's a running back. And they normally do a lot of 2 tight ends, but they only had 1 tight end yesterday that they really felt like they could play.
I really don't want to get into the hole because I don't know who said this and made everybody freak out. I don't care if you want to call Kyle Shanahan a genius or not. He's a football coach. The 49ers scored 491 points last year. They didn't get, quote, bailed out by their defense. I saw them down 24-7 at halftime of the NFC Championship game. They didn't get bailed out by their defense. I'm not even refuting the idea that the Niners have, in recent years, had a really good defense. Yes, that's part of the plan.
Right.
That's part of the plan, is to have a great pass rush. That is a Kyle Shanahan.
So you're telling me the plan for a team is to have a good offense and a good defense?
That's the hope. That's the hope. But this idea that Kyle Shanahan has just been bebopping his way through offensive coordinator jobs and head coaching jobs in the NFL for the better part of 20 years now, had 28 points at halftime of the Super Bowl, which you all want to hang that around his neck, but you don't want to give him credit for the number of points they scored. Now he's being carried. Now he's being carried by a defense that he's got nothing to do with, supposedly. I'm sorry. No.
Last year they were second in the league in points. The year before that, 5th. The year before that, 7th. The year before that was the injury year, so we'll discount that because they had no quarterback. And then the other year they went to the Super Bowl, they were 4th. So they've been top 7 in every year over the last 6. Oh, and by the way, they are 8th right now in points.
Lucas has already got it on Twitter, and so I will stand by this. Quote, you're not doing a good job right now. He's not having a good year. But please, my opinion, I would not let you use that as evidence that now Kyle Shanahan doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know how to call a play. That's crazy.
I agree with that part of it, but I also want to make sure that I'm clear when I say if this continues and the offense continues to be mediocre and bland and stale, you need to do something going into next year that is different.
I agree with you completely. I wouldn't even wait for next year. How about Sunday? That'd be a good time to do it.
Well, I mean,
what the hell do you have to lose now?
I'm talking about from a coaching standpoint, bringing in some fresh eyes or a fresh voice, somebody to help him or guide him, because what I'm seeing from this offense is not very dynamic. And, the caller was partially right in things that we're not ever going to see a lot of the trickeration like what Andy Reid does when they do Ring Around the Rosie, and you've got, tight ends
or even
taking
Dan
direct
Campbell.
snaps. And
even Dan Campbell,
They get crazy. It's not what Kyle does. Kyle likes to run a very solid 21 personnel, 2 running backs. And yesterday, I don't think that he adjusted to the loss of Kittle very well.
I agree with you. Yeah, I don't think he's having a great year. I do remember that it was just January of this year, though, that Dan Campbell and Kyle Shanahan matched wits, and Dan Campbell was the one that walked out of there with fried egg all over his forehead.
Probably not his fault. When you got a wide receiver wide open on 4th down and he drops the football.
That's fair. However, those are the chances that you didn't need to take that chance.
You're right.
You're taking that
Reynolds,
chance.
Josh Reynolds?
Yeah, you didn't need to take that chance.
Yep.
Kick the field goal.
It worked.
Anyway.
Play worked. I mean, the play call worked. And,
but it didn't.
But it didn't. Exactly.
John in Berkeley. Hi, John. Thanks for the call.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing?
Great, man. What's up?
Good, thanks. Hey, I think, the jury is in on this guy. I mean, my gosh, this guy couldn't lead a horse to water if the, water was in his backyard.
Who's this guy, John? Are we talking about Kyle Shanahan?
The head coach and the GM to a lesser extent. Okay. I mean, I think the governors on the team, the ownership, has bought too much stock into these guys. This Super Bowl hangover is a real deal. I've worked with, former, ball players or professionally, not in an NFL capacity, but just, in like general work. And they've all told me, that this Super Bowl thing is, the NFL life is short, it's, so they're really banking on past, accomplishments and, but somebody needs to hold the feet to the fire and say, either we make a change or we're not, we're not talking about the Arizona Cardinals here, folks.
So, John,
we're not talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars.
John, stand on what you say. Stand on what you do. Are you suggesting right now that the 49ers fire Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch?
At the end of the season, yes.
Okay.
Because, if they were to have not a winning season, then, what else is more? I know there's injuries. Everybody goes through it. But, I just don't see the barking, leadership. I know his dad was a great coach and all, he just did it through different style. But I just think Coach, Shanahan, Kyle, I'm sure he's a good guy, but I just don't see that, leadership quality.
So but no points for the last 5 years? None?
No, because he's made bonehead mistakes. Look, the overtime rule, are you kidding me? I would have fired him right there.
Okay.
That's one. Number two, it's just like all the times when they did win, it wasn't because they won because of Shanahan. You can't say, well, had they, didn't take available points, they would have lost by a field goal. No,
John,
they've always blown teams out.
John, thank you. And Kyle gets no credit for blowing them out. That was just like he was along for the ride.
No doubt.
Yeah.
C-Mac is not the same. Like I said, NFL life is fast.
Tell you what, John, appreciate you. I sure would hate to be your kid.
Yeah, you bring home a B- and you're out.
No.
Up for adoption.
No, if it goes well, it was everybody else. If it goes bad, well, that's you, dummy. I'll never, we can have this conversation.
Oh, and we
Stand
will.
on it. And we are. He's having a bad year. I'm just telling you, on this show, I'm speaking for me, I'm going to have a hard time if your point is Kyle's sucked all along and now we're seeing it and he gets no credit for any of the wins from the last 5 years, but every time something doesn't go right, it's all his fault. If that's your take, I'm personally going to have a hard time.
That's I am too, but I also am going to make sure that I'm firm in saying if this continues, something has to change.
Sure.
Doesn't mean that John and Kyle lose their jobs, but it means you either reshuffle responsibilities or you add somebody to the mix because what you're doing is not working
That's
right
fair.
now.
Yeah, he's having a rough year. Let's hear what he had to say about it. That's coming up next. Stay where you are if you're on hold to call in. We're coming to all of you. The beloved Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the Inn at the Tides. Boy, doesn't that sound good right about now?
Oh, yeah.
I could take a day off, even though we just had to. All right. Is now accepting reservations for Thanksgiving. Delight in a classic turkey dinner or chef specials like surf and turf, prime rib, or pan-seared filet of salmon. Reservations at inatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian.
of the secondary here, and Purdy runs away from it. One-on-one to the pylon and dive. He is in for the touchdown. No turf monster that time. Just a touchdown for Brock Purdy.
Well, they usually tell players do not reach the ball for the pylon unless it's fourth down, but I guess if you're Brock Purdy and you score, Kyle Shanahan's just going to give him a high five and say, all right, man.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, they tell you don't do that because, man, that ball squirts out of your hand and it fumbles right through the end zone, and we are going the other way. And that one did squirt out of his hands, but it was about a foot too late for the Seahawks to get the ball. So
just get a piece of the pylon with the ball, and it's a touchdown, and he got it done.
Yep.
He played well. He scored.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? But our only guest today is you. So we're going to keep going with you ASAP. But just to, stoke the fire, if you will, on a day where Kyle Shanahan is the center of many fans' frustration, let's hear what he had to say about all of it. So here is Kyle Shanahan's media availability day after game.
All right, guys. Injuries from the game. Jacob Cowing will be in the protocol. Tatum Bethune has an MCL sprain. He'll be out a while. Nick Bosa, hip, oblique. We'll evaluate him throughout the week. Brock Purdy has some right shoulder soreness. He's day-to-day. That's it from the game. Go ahead.
Kyle, is there any update on Dre Greenlaw?
No update.
Meaning he'll stay on the PUP this week?
Yeah, I think same thing I said last week. He's doing his mock practices on his own without players, and hope we'll get him back in practice next week.
How about Charvarius Ward, Kyle? Has he rejoined the team yet?
Yes, he did. He was at our team meeting today.
Are you expecting him to be able to play this week then? And did he just come today, or was he at the game yesterday?
He was at the game yesterday. He did some workouts here over the weekend with Dustin Perry, our strength and conditioning coach, and we'll see how this week goes with him.
Hey, Kyle, is there a possibility that Nick Bosa actually plays on Sunday?
Yes.
And Bernardo's finger, he's fine, or does he have to play with any type of wrap or anything like that?
No, I believe he was fine because they didn't even mention him to me. He's not on this list at all.
Kyle, you and John have made a point of bringing in guys that self-starters, guys who love football. That you don't have to really, monitor that much, and I'm just curious as to 10 games into a season where it hasn't gone the way that anybody expected. Do you still see that, the same resolve and the confidence and the enthusiasm that you need to see?
Yeah, what are you asking exactly?
I'm saying, with you have a team pretty much of self-starters that's used to a lot of success. They haven't had as much this year, and I'm wondering, do you still see that same resolve and the same confidence and the same enthusiasm at 5-5?
I'm still confused by your question, but yeah, we have guys who love football. I mean, enthusiasm at 5-5. I mean, it's not the same as when a record was last year, but I mean, in terms, I think you're asking do guys still work hard and play hard and try to get after it? And yeah.
Okay, thank you. Kyle, do we know when Brock injured his shoulder?
No, I don't know when he did. When he did in the game.
Right.
Kyle, is Kittle going to be a day-to-day situation again this week, or where does he kind of stand?
He should practice on Wednesday. I know it was close yesterday, so I think he should be good for practice on Wednesday.
And Kyle, how did Trent Williams come out of the game? It looked like he was kind of hobbling around, and it was really a game-time decision yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's sore today and stuff. Just talking to him, Toradol's wearing off and things like that, which, is pretty painful, but we'll see how he comes in Wednesday. But I know he battled to play in that game, and really appreciate him getting through it and out there. And we'll see how he recovers here going into Wednesday.
Kyle, what was the general mood around the building today?
I think we were pissed off from yesterday. That was a tough loss. We had every chance to win it, and we didn't get it done. So I think guys were disappointed and upset. But I mean, we all know each other pretty well in here. We understand our expectations, and we had a good team meeting, addressed a bunch of the fourth quarter, kind of watched it all together. And then we broke up into our position meetings. But I think guys are pissed and ready to put that game behind us. Today's always a hard day to deal with it because of some of the frustration of what happened. And now I think our guys can't wait to get to Green Bay fast as we can.
I know you always say that each play is different, but were there any kind of common threads that went through the issues in the fourth quarter? And, how many plays did you address with the team in that meeting?
When they took the lead 13-10 with 3 minutes to go in the third, the offense got the ball 2 more times and our defense got the ball 2 more times. So we just addressed both of those drives. The offense had 2 chances to take it into our own hands, and we did that on one drive, and we did it on the other. And the defense had 2 chances to take it in their own hands, and they did on one drive, having a huge 4th down stop, getting us the ball back. And then the offense did it in the 4 minute. And then Seattle answered on that last drive. So we had 2 opportunities to do it, and we were 50-50 on them, just like they were. And when you do that, it's usually who has the ball last, and they did. And there was different plays in all of them, but those were the 2 issues.
You were asked about that play with late in the game, right before you punted, where it looked on the TV copy like maybe it was a special teams coach went up to the line judge. If that had been a 4th and 1 instead of a 4th and 6, what were you prepared to do at that point?
I haven't thought about that since it didn't happen. But I'm sure if it was 4th and 1, we would have gone for it. It also would have been in much easier field goal range too. So I know it wouldn't have been a punt.
Did you follow up with the league on that, Kyle, and whether there was any recourse, whether they did call a second straight timeout?
No, I don't follow up with them. We'll send something in, but I talked to the refs on the field. I said, how'd they just get 2 timeouts in a row? And they said that they didn't. They had to fix. They alerted them something that was wrong with something the refs were doing, and then they fixed it. But I thought they had timeouts because I thought I saw a guy run up there and call one. But I haven't seen the TV copy.
What did you think you got out of Gross Matos for his first time out? And did he play more than you expected because Bosa was out?
Yeah, there at the end he did. I thought he did some good things. Definitely caused some havoc on the quarterback, did some solid stuff in the run game. Had a couple ones at the end where just his rush integrity's got to be a little bit better from our 4. But it was good to get him back and get him started with us.
Kyle, with 9 penalties in the game, 7 on offense, was that something that you addressed with the team? It seems uncharacteristic of what you've been doing this season.
Yeah, that was a huge thing. I thought it was one of the biggest problems for the offense on the day. I actually thought we played a better game offensively than we did on that Thursday night game. We didn't get, on that Thursday night game, we got, the busted coverage on Debo's 70-yarder, and we got those 2 explosive runs, which really helped. But we played better football this game. We just didn't at all with the penalties. And, we had one 14-play drive where I don't know how many 14-play drives they've been a part of that don't end with points or a missed field goal or a turnover. To go 14 plays and then punt it. We had 8 plays inside the 50 after that turnover for the field goal, having to overcome it a couple times and get them again. So that was our biggest problem on the day, I thought, offensively.
Nick Bosa sounded pessimistic when he talked to us after the game about his ability to play in the next game. He also didn't look like a guy who's ready to play in the next game. Is he feeling a bit better today?
I wouldn't say that, but that's, you should really never ask a guy right after a game or the next morning. I think he was feeling like that a couple of weeks ago too. So we'll see how it goes this week. Just a good of a chance for him not to play. But those unless it's an injury that has him knocked out, you always can rule that out early. But when it's not that case, you don't decide those things on Mondays.
As far as Purdy, that is from a hit he took. It's not like throwing shoulder soreness. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did it affect him, do you think, during the game?
No, I don't think so.
Kyle, how will you evaluate how Christian has come back, and how are his eyes, and is he hitting the right hole, and is he just in general as sharp as he normally would be this time of year?
Yeah, I think Christian's doing a good job. I didn't think he had any opportunity for some big ones. They kept him contained pretty good, especially in their 2-shell defenses. So there might have been one run he left a little bit out there. But I don't think I've ever said that there isn't a run that you left a little bit out there in a game. But no, I think Christian's doing a good job.
Kyle, Brock didn't attempt any passes over 19 yards. I know that's, was it more opportunities or, I mean, he's done it in the past. Was it just what he was faced with on the field? Or was that the plan?
Yeah, no, I mean, it would have surprised me just the way they play their coverages if we would have attempted more. I mean, they're pretty bend but don't break defense. That's, usually how it goes versus that. And it's tough to get the big plays on. You don't want to force them. You hope to get them into some situations where you can get them. But most of the stuff that they were giving us was underneath, and they're going to make you go on those longer drives, which we knew going into the game that was going to be the challenge and what we were ready for. And I think we were up for the challenge, but we couldn't overcome all those penalties and setbacks that we got.
Kyle, I think you've talked in the past, like there's generally every point in every season where it's like the sky is falling, and sometimes the sky is falling, and sometimes it's just adversity that you end up pulling out of. What have you learned from these kind of moments in your past, if anything, that you've kind of learned to apply?
Just that the only thing that matters is what happens in those 3.5 hours in a football game. And the only thing that you can do about those 3.5 hours is focus on football and how to get better at that stuff and practice in meetings. And anything outside of that, any talking about it, any pointing to other people, trying to make up any type of narrative of it that doesn't have to do with exactly what's happening on the football field, will only make that stuff harder. And those are the challenges because, guys know their job and it's just supposed to do their job, and guys don't always know what other people are responsible for and doing. And that's why you got to make sure you got tough-minded people who can focus on really what their job is and nothing more than that. And it gets harder when you have adversity and stuff like that, when you aren't getting as many W's as you want. But no matter how much harder it gets, you got to always understand it's about the ball, and you got to keep it about the ball and nothing else.
Kyle, 3 games where you've lost the lead in the fourth quarter. Do you feel like your team still has that killer instinct at the end of the game, or is there some sort of, I don't know if it's Super Bowl hangover, but emotional hangover from the journey that you guys have been on so far?
No, I hear that, and I understand all the questions, but it's back to my last answer. I don't think there is an answer about a journey or Super Bowl hangover. I think it's about what's happening in that exact game. And then, the week before was almost the same game. I think we went down 13-10 or something in the third. I think they came back and tied it up, and we went down and won it on the last play. So I don't think that means we had a killer instinct in that game and not in this game. They took a lead 13-10, and in the fourth quarter, we went on a 14-play drive and scored a touchdown and overcame a bunch of negative stuff on that drive and still took a 17-13 lead. Our defense held them on a 4th and 1, I think, with 3.5 minutes to go. So I saw the killer instinct on both of those drives. And then we got to run out the clock on offense. And we run 3 plays, get it down there in 2nd 11. We missed a throw and catch, which I think would have got us in the red zone and allowed us to run out more clock, possibly the clock, but we didn't make it. And then they got us on the last drive. So we got to play better on those 2 last drives. And it usually comes down to that in football. If you don't want it to come down to that before that, you got to play pretty flawlessly to get up a couple scores before the end. But that's why most games in this league do come down to the end. And we got that done versus Tampa, but we didn't get it done this week. All right, guys. See you Wednesday.
All right, guys. Can't wait till we talk again.
Well, and he was pretty, I think, reasonable with his explanations.
He was fine.
And, what's he going to say? Yeah, we've lacked that killer instinct. We haven't been able to close because, darn it, we just don't have that killer instinct. It's a fair question, but there's nothing that he can really say about it other than, you got to get it done. And he's right. These games, a lot of the NFL games come down to those last 4 drives, and the offense had 2 chances and the defense had 2 chances. And the offense went 50%, and so did the defense. And usually the team that has the ball last and stuff is the team that wins the game. And that's the way that one went.
It sort of feels like, I'll just be real here. When we listen to Kyle speak this year, you come away feeling unsatisfied. And that's not his fault or the media's fault. It is a very difficult situation, I think, right now to ask exactly the right question and to deliver exactly the right answer. When the penalties come up, what I'd love to know is hey, Kyle, when you have that seemingly happen somewhat regularly, where there are more penalties than you really feel like, obviously, everyone's going to make some mistakes and you're going to have some false starts, and that's going to happen in any football season. But when it starts to feel like you have an undisciplined team, what causes that? I would love to hear his answer on that, and it may be another very unsatisfying answer. The answer to that from Kyle Shanahan may well be, it's just people making mistakes. It just happens. And we try our butts off to not have it happen, and we work on it every week, and it's just one of those things. That might be the answer. But I do think, for me, when I see a team continually have the same things happen week in and week out, I don't know where to look except for up at the top. It makes you want, like Guru always talks about, right? Go flip the spread.
Yeah.
Like, it makes you want to have like one of those movie moments where you just hold everyone accountable and get them to really focus on this. I don't know if that works either, though. I don't think that works in professional sports.
No, this is not Harry High School or, give them hell.
Yeah.
Go out there and fight.
And I don't think Kyle is just like not mentioning it. Like, I think,
right.
Like, I think he's mentioning it, but where do you go? What do you do with that energy?
Well, you're on to Green Bay, and, you get on the plane and you hope that it works out. And he is right, though. All of the hyperbole and the conjecture and what we do and the talking, it comes down to 3 hours on Sunday. And if you're not buttoned up for those 3 hours on Sunday, then you might lose a football game. And it was interesting, his description of that drive in the first half. And he said he'd never seen a drive that is 14 plays that results in a punt, because they went from their own 27. At one point, they got down to the 34.
Yep.
And then it was the McKivitz show with the false start and then the sack, and then 2 passes knocked down, and you did have to punt. And he said we had 8 plays on their side of the 50 on that drive, 14 plays in all, and it didn't end with a touchdown, a field goal, or a missed field goal. And that just tells you where they are. And your question about the penalties and where do they come from, a lot of them are just, they're boneheaded plays. Trent Williams lines up too far off the line of scrimmage, illegal formation. Banks with a false start. McKivitz with a false start. Those are parking tickets. If you get moving violations, I'm okay with it. Pass interference, holding, those things are going to happen when you've got full-speed football players. And the one was on the jet sweep, same drive, where Jawan Jennings, he holds, and Debo was going to get 6 or 7 yards, and so that one goes from 3rd and 1 to 3rd and 11. You convert it anyway. I can forgive the moving violations. It's those damn parking tickets where you forget to feed the meter. That's $85. And false start, illegal formation, delay a game. Those are the ones you can't have.
888-957-9570. Thanks for your patience. A lot of people want to get in. Omari in the city. Hi, Omari. Thanks for jumping on.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I thank you for answering the call here.
Yeah, man.
First of all, I hope that you guys let me say this, what I want to say here. Last year, first of all, I remember calling you guys the week after the Super Bowl, and I said that this window is closing. And you guys made my opinion sound like donkey doo-doo. So my thing is this. I do want to say that we got lucky last year in the playoffs, right, with Detroit and Green Bay. And then what I want to just kind of add on to that is to talk about NFL stats for a moment and kind of like how fantasy football has killed the concept of stats. So let's go back to 2009 when the Niners played against the Colts under Singletary. The Colts had kicked like 6 field goals. They had threw for over 300 and some yards. Their only touchdown pass was a halfback, like option to Reggie Wayne, a touchdown pass. And even Reggie Wayne said after the game, we hadn't practiced that play in like 9 years or something like that. So I'm saying that to say, stats are not the just to everything. So when we talk about Purdy, for example, about him having great stats, sometimes it's not really so much the numbers itself. It's really about, well, the 2 things that actually should stand out is third down conversions and red zone efficiency. But just to talk about Purdy, and I'm not a hater. It's hard to assess a player And I'm a realist Niner fan. I'm not a homer Niner fan, right? So when there's two things that stand out to Purdy, I wish that we can adjust. One is the ability to lead a receiver, and where a receiver doesn't have to wait for the ball, number one. And somehow we have to figure out a way to spread the offense a little bit better, because defensive linemen are seeming to be able to tip passes too much, and it's also giving defenses a chance to disguise their blitzes more, where it's harder for Purdy to kind of assess. And last, real fast about Shanahan, which I call him Shanahan right now until he wins. It would be good if we stop seeing such bunch formations, and I don't want to see Debo getting a handoff in the backfield anymore. Debo is not the only person that can take the jet sweep. And as a matter of fact, let's throw the ball to Debo like we would see Anquan Bolden. Anquan Bolden was not a receiver that can separate from receivers, but he was a guy who was like a person that can win the 50-50 ball. And I would say Debo is probably, a junior version of that. And I would like to see some more of that, but that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Okay, Omari. Thank you very much for all that. I actually see Juwan Jennings being more of the type of receiver you're trying to describe with Anquan Bolden, and I think you see that. He wins a lot of one-on-one battles. That's why Brock is starting to trust him a lot. All right, there's a lot there. I want to go back first to his very first point. Look, what is sports radio if one person can't share an opinion and then have someone else say that opinion is doggy-doo? Like, that's what we're doing here. And you are up 1-0 on me on that right now, but I ain't changing my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think the window is closed or closing. I don't think if the Niners believe that, then you're right. They shouldn't sign Brock at all.
Exactly.
Not to a dollar.
That was your take, and yes. I've been using it because it's genius. I do think, off-season topic, there are some hard choices that have to be made.
No doubt.
And, we can look at some of the contracts that can be wriggled out of. And, the Debo restructure is one that kind of makes it so he's going to be sticking around. Some of the deals that they've done maybe don't look so good right now. But I do like what he was saying about formations, because they run so much tight formations. And Greg Cosell later this week, he'll break it down for all of us. And, I'd like to see him spread it out on occasion and have the wide receivers actually be toward the wide side of the field.
Yeah, no, I'm in on all that, those ideas of some different things that people would like to see. I mean, yeah, obviously, what they're doing right now has become a little bit stale. But the larger point about roster, I hate to break it to everybody, but everybody's replaceable. You just got to do a good job of finding the replacement. But that's the NFL. So I don't think the window closes. I think the Niners have to do a good job at finding new, younger people every year.
Yeah.
Every year. And they did a good job this year, by the way. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll keep going. Share your frustrations, whatever they are. 888-957-9570. Also, though, coming up next, this Sunday for the 49ers, something will happen that hasn't happened in 2 years, and I'm actually very excited about how that will change the emotions surrounding the game. We'll get into that next. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Meantime, I'm excited to give you this news because Abundant Life Weight Loss is having a huge one-day holiday blitz sale, and it's only on December 4th. You're going to get 25% off their incredible weight loss program. I've been on the program since March. I dropped 25 pounds in the first couple of months, and the weight has stayed off. It's an incredible, life-changing program, and they know the secret to losing up to a pound of fat every day. And you want to get some momentum heading into the very challenging Christmas season, the holiday season, of course, and New Year's as well. When you get your resolutions popping, you got to get started early. And this sale can be done in person or virtually December 4th. And then that great price, that great sale is gone. All you have to do is go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com to get the details or call for a free consultation, 925-854-5140 or AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 90.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What do you think? I have a question for Kyle.
What are you asking exactly?
No, I got here. I'll explain it. What do you hate more in life than your conference calls?
I'm still confused by your question.
I think it's pretty straightforward. List the things that you dislike more than your conference call.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
Fourth quarters would be one.
Broccoli when you were a kid.
Fourth quarter leads. He hates those.
10-point leads?
Just leads in general. Fourth quarter leads. He likes to give it away. Really? That's 3 this year that they have led in the fourth quarter and lost. 3. And I need to update my list. I'll do that. I have my running list of blown fourth quarter leads.
Number 3.
I think we're now up to 22 in his career.
With
the Niners, yeah.
God, well, that's his head coaching career.
Right, but the Super Bowl is on him, according to some, when they blew a 28-9 lead.
No, it's not.
Agreed.
Yeah.
21 is the correct answer. They've now blown 21 fourth quarter leads.
Okay.
Rams, Arizona, and now Seattle.
That's of any size, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many games have they won this year where they were trailing in the fourth quarter?
Well, not the Jets, not the Patriots.
Bucks.
They were trailing. Yeah.
Weren't they trailing? So just the one.
Okay.
Right?
That sounds
Seattle
about right.
and Dallas, they were way ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
And then until they weren't.
Yeah. But they stayed ahead. They won.
Yeah.
They won those games.
I'm still confused by your question.
Memo to young broadcasters: if you ask your question twice and he still doesn't understand it, the question was the problem. I didn't really understand the question either.
I don't even remember what the question was, and we just listened to it. So yeah, I'm going to give that one as a point to Kyle. However, I'm not going to give you a point for what you said on Friday.
Oh God!
And you already know that
we
hate that. No, of course. I'm sick and tired of you picking the Niners. So I don't even want you to fade the Dibbers on the stupid Cowboy game. I want you to pick the Packers right now on a Monday.
Well, I don't do that on a Monday.
I know you don't.
What we do on Monday is we make money for people. Because I'm ready to get hot again.
We make money by you not being hot.
Oh.
Because the segment's called Fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Oh, we got one of them home dogs on a Monday night. Plus, it's nighttime, so you won't have to worry about sun flying through the windows of Jerry's world. What an absolutely exquisite moment for you, Dan Dibley. The Texans and the Cowboys get together, and the number is not small.
Yeah.
It is large. It is 2 scores. It is 7.5 in favor of the Houston Texans on the road. You are 2 games under 500.
Yeah.
You've lost 3 of 4.
Oh, boy.
Should we fade the Dibbers?
Well, you probably should based on my past performances, but not tonight, my friends, because this is maybe my most confident pick of the year. I like where I'm at with this one.
Oh, for crying
Guess
out loud.
who's back? Nico's back, and he's healthy, and he got Tank and C.J. Stroud ready to light it up at Jerry's World. And home dogs this year against the spread, 25 wins, 35 losses. Those home dogs have fleas. You take the Texans, and you lay the 7.5. Cuckoo. Cuckoo.
I mean, I can't even. Do you just
No.
You just throw stuff into the air and just
I'm
let it blow?
8-5 this week in all games. Confirmed.
Stop taking credit for picks that we don't even know about. Nobody cares about your picks that you make silently on the internet when no one's listening.
I got a spreadsheet I could show you.
No, I don't want to watch. We
I
care.
have a spreadsheet I could show you.
Exactly.
Oh, boy.
We care about the pick that you make on the show.
Thursday win. I had Philly. They covered.
That's your only win in the last week and a half.
Niners loss is on them. Now, this one's not on me.
Come on,
this
man.
one's on them.
No. You don't get to do that.
I ran the numbers, Dibs. You're 6-5 on Monday nights, but you were 5-1, so you are struggling lately on Monday nights.
I can't scream how hot I am.
Tony Bruno used to call himself Mr. Monday
I love
Night.
that bit.
I think we need to come up with a different name for you.
Well, you can just call me Cuckoo, because I got the Texans.
Yeah, Cuckoo. That is what I call you.
Houston
That's
34,
exactly what I call
Dallas 20 tonight. It's going to be a good old-fashioned Texas shootout, Cuckoo.
Like, this is the worst-case scenario. You're over here picking the Texans.
Yep.
I want to fade the Dibbers. I have a personal rule against doing anything for the Cowboys.
Yeah. So even though it's possible Trey Lance sighting.
Big old fat stay away as far as I'm concerned. I don't even want to play your silly game.
You're welcome, everybody. Take the Texans. Give the points. Cuckoo. Thank you.
Let's
I'm ready to bounce back. And the pick is already in for the Niner game, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see that injury report.
I know what you're doing for the Niner game.
I'm going to take the Niners just to spite you.
No, you're not. You're not. No, you won't. No, you won't. Okay?
Just to stick it to you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you won't. Because, by the way, that kind of leads into what I was going to say about this one.
Yep.
So the Niners haven't been an underdog in a football game in 2 seasons.
That's crazy.
Okay? So I don't know if you all listening actually feel this way, because maybe if you're a Niner fan, you just believe, we believe, we believe. But in theory, you're supposed to expect them to lose this weekend. And I think that's the first time that any of us have felt that in at least 2 years. Now, maybe some of you felt that when they were playing Kansas City a few weeks ago or whatever. I get it. But the point is when the Niners lose, we show up Monday to talk about how they blew it and they're idiots and they're undisciplined and they're morons and all the angry stuff. Well, in theory, maybe if the 49ers lose this weekend, it won't sound like that because they're supposed to lose.
What's the spread right now? 2, I think?
1.5 or 2, depending on where you look.
So,
yeah,
basically on a neutral field, they're still the better team.
Favored, yes.
Because the home team gets 3 in most gambling shops.
Right.
If you're home, you get 3. So,
but they're not on a neutral field.
Right. The weather, though, should be pretty good. Cold, but no precipitation.
Did you look it up?
I did.
Oh, good
We're
for
looking
you.
at, I think, mid-40s.
Okay.
A bit brisk. A bit crispy.
You know where it's going to be pouring?
Here.
No
doubt.
Dude. Atmospheric river starting Wednesday.
I did my
6 straight days.
Did the prep work today. Covered up the outdoor furniture and tried to get the gutters ready with the gutter extenders.
I got to tell the kids to get all that crap inside. You're right. Yeah. Let me look at this. Yeah, you look, man. Like, oh wait, there is some precipitation, but earlier in the week.
Okay.
Yeah. 43 degrees. Okay.
There you have it.
Can handle that.
I'm trying. The last time that the 49ers were underdog was January 29th, 2023 at Philadelphia. NFC Championship game.
Right.
That's it.
There you
Since
go.
then, it was every game last year and every game this year so far.
Remember when they went to Philly last year and we had to text my guy in Vegas and all that because people were like, why are the Niners favored by 3? This is crazy town. Then they won by 100 points.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have not been underdogs in a long, like that's almost 2 calendar years.
Exactly.
So this is quite a momentous occasion.
Yeah.
So does everybody hear that? If the Niners lose this weekend, you come in on Monday, you call our show and you say, hey, nice try. You were going up against a better team, but at least you tried.
I'm still confused by your question.
30 straight games.
Good
They've
job.
been favored.
Keeping it close.
Think about that. 30 straight games. They've been favored. All 20 last year and the 10 so far this year.
Man, talk about streaks coming to an end. And the Chiefs lose a football game for the first time since Christmas. Woof.
Yep.
Anyway.
Are you talking about a moral victory, Willard?
No,
That's exactly what he's talking about.
I hope everybody took the tongue in cheek. But in theory, there should be a different expectation level starting now, right? They should be underdogs 2 weeks in a row, I would gather.
Right, but the expectation is still Super Bowl or bust.
No.
That doesn't change.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
At 5-5, and you're a game out of first in the division, if you were 5-5 in the NFC North and you were 4 back, then we can have a different conversation.
I still don't know what that means.
It means you're good enough to be a team that competes in January and wins games.
But what is or bust?
Well, Let's go to the phones, and you'll find out what or bust is.
What is that?
You've heard or bust from a lot of people today.
Super Bowl or bust. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and guess right now they're not going to win the Super Bowl. So what does your bust mean?
Well, people want Kyle out. People want John out. People want those types of changes.
Then that's not happening.
Right.
I can go ahead and tell you, so try again. That's my phrase. Try again. What does bust mean? You're not firing Kyle and John. Well, so now what?
Then let's just run it back then. That makes great sense.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to ask a question here.
The answer is you make changes. You get Kyle to get a helper or somebody who can. Okay. Kyle needs a helper. Kyle needs somebody to help him be a better head coach. And you need a defensive coordinator with some experience. You need a special teams coordinator who wants to make those teams special again.
Okay, careful. Anyway,
you can't say any sentence with make and again, right?
Just be careful. I want you to get fined. I am wearing red today. I don't want you to get fined. Anyway, do you know what's interesting about you and the 49er defense? And then we're going to the phones, I promise here. Yeah. Just stay right where you are. I feel like you come in here a lot and go, hey, it's not the defense. Stop it. The defense was actually really good. 1.8 yards a play, blah, blah, blah. And you'll have some, and yesterday, same thing, but at least before Nick went out, their numbers were great. They also made the stop that you wanted them to make. And then the Niners on offense didn't do anything with that, right? But then you still are like upset at Nick Sorensen. Is Nick doing a good job or not?
No, he's not. I don't think so.
But then you'll be here with a stat that says the Niners are like one of the top 6 performing defenses in the NFL by metrics.
Well, yards per play, they're, tied for 6.
Okay. So how's he not, like, I'm just asking a question here.
This defense is very ordinary when it comes to making big plays. They don't generate a lot of turnovers.
Okay.
They don't do anything exotic. Yesterday was a good example where you let a pretty mediocre offense, I think, Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, good receiver. DK, good. Their running game sucks, and their offensive line is not very good.
Kenneth Walker's a good player.
They have no offensive line. They have Laken Tomlinson.
They have no offense. You're right about that.
One of their guards.
One of the guys just left this week. He was
You had a center retire. You've got a porous O-line, and we're going to rush 4. We have 4 guys who just loiter.
But they've played that team twice now, and Nick Bosa has ruined both of those games while he was in them. And they were giving up absolutely nothing. So why would you rush more if it's working?
Well, was it working?
Not in the end.
Right.
But
so
that's
when you lose
Nick
your big
left.
pass rusher, okay.
And they did. They blitzed Diamador Lenore, and they got burned.
Yeah, they blitzed one time.
Well, no.
And Greg Olson even said it. He's like, there's a blitz.
Yeah, exactly.
First time we've seen one of them.
Like, who was that guy?
Right.
I didn't know he was a lot. But I hear you with the lack of exotic play, but if they're playing well, if their metrics are working, then you don't want to get very exotic. So I'm not disagreeing with you as much as I'm just wondering why, if they're performing, do we automatically just go, but Nick Sorensen's not doing a good job? I would argue we don't know yet. I would say it's been 10 games, jury's still out on Nick.
Sure.
That'd be my answer.
You can look at metrics and then say performing, you're 5-5. So
yeah, no, I get that.
And for me,
that's the whole
Kyle
team,
Shanahan as the head coach has had a bad year. So does that mean he's now a bad coach? No, but for me, it means you take a look at everything and maybe you go about your process a little different next year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Dibbs says take the Texans -7.5. Now back to your regularly scheduled 49er phone calls. Burns in the city. Hi, Burns. What you doing?
Not much, guys. I just got home. How are y'all?
We're hanging.
Yeah, I can see why everyone's trying to bust, but I think it's a little premature, you know what I'm saying? So, my take for today, honestly, is like, I want to quote Kendrick Lamar, when poop hits the fan, are you still a fan? Because all I'm hearing is a bunch of 40 whiners out there, you know? Because we got to understand, right, that Kyle Shanahan is the brain to the body that is our football team. And as a former football player in high school myself, like, that body is beat up. And when your brain cannot keep up with that body, like, sometimes you just got to accept what's coming with you and roll with those punches. And, that confused statement that Shanahan made in his little press conference right there, I feel like that's the entire of the Niners right now. We're a little confused. We don't know what's happening. People are hurt. And this window, Willard, is still open. We got to look at 2020. 2020 is kind of what happened after the Super Bowl, right? In 19, it's the same thing. It's a repeat. I knew this was going to happen this year. People are going to be beat up. People are going to be hurt. We got to give them at least till next year. And then I don't know why people are coming down John Lynch's road. Do you not see all the rooks that are playing and actually putting in meaningful time on this squad? I don't know what people are getting on the Niners for. It's literally like we're still 5-5. A third of the league is absolute trash, and we have like a happy medium. Can we just be happy, man? Can we just be happy?
No.
Thank you, Burns.
Yeah, Burns, thank you.
Burns.
No. And
appreciate you hitting the high notes, too, at the end. That was good.
I mean, first of all, the larger sense, yes. I hope everybody is always happy. I hope you're happy every day, and I hope you don't tie your happiness to a sports team. However, that said, no, I don't think that you can assess 49er football right now and just be happy and give everybody a pass on these performances based on injuries. I don't understand that. I don't feel that. I don't think that. There are teams all over the league that have injuries. The Niners have gotten at least their share, if not more, and if that lessens their performance, that's fine. Here's the problem with that. The problem with that is you watched the game. You saw now 3 times against division foes that the Niners were the better team, the team that had the lead in the fourth quarter, and then they lost those games. So if you are blaming injuries and you go out there and you just flat out get outplayed because you don't have any people, well, then that's one conversation. That's not what's happening. So you clearly have enough people. You have enough good people to go out there and look like the better team and perform like the better team and set yourself up to be the better team and get the lead in the fourth quarter and then lose the football game. I can't blame injury for that. You can't play well for 3 3/4 quarters and then lose the game and go, oh, well, we didn't have Kittle. Well, but you were ahead.
Yeah.
You were ahead without Kittle.
Yeah, and you were doing fine moving the ball before CMC came back with Jordan Mason, and now he gets 2 snaps. And so you can blame whatever you want to blame, but you had the lead, like you're saying. The defense is allowed to stop Seattle, too. When, Seattle drives 80 yards in just a couple of minutes to win the game, the 49ers could have, brought some pressure or maybe played a little bit more sticky man coverage. Felt like they were playing off a lot. And it's also something you can look at with Deebo Samuel, who has 1 receiving touchdown. He's got 1 rushing touchdown. He's having a down year. And Brandon Ayuk skipped out on camp and then got hurt. And Trent Williams hasn't played up to his standard this year. So all these things are true, and they all lead to, it's not injury. Trent's missed a game and Deebo missed a game, but they're back and playing, and yet it hasn't been good enough.
No, I mean, it's all adversity. I give the Niners all of the nod for the adversity they've faced. But if they were 5-5 because they got outplayed 5 times, okay. But they're 5-5 and they've been outplayed 2 times. That's a huge problem.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem that deserves being addressed. Sean in Petaluma next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Sean. What are you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, not much. So I just want to give a quick little, analysis of the Niners. I think it's a mix of coaching, Shanahan being too predictable and just not adjusting. I think it's also a little bit of, the core players. They've already been through more seasons than players that, don't make playoffs. You know what I mean? With the run that we have been on. We had, and I hate saying this, but if we had won the Super Bowl, the conversation would be completely different, right? But we didn't. But the players have been working and grinding, like as they had. So I think they're burnt. And it's a mix of everything, but at the end of the day, something does have to change, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Sean, thanks. You know what that makes me think of, and I don't know if you saw this video get pulled back. It was making the rounds again today on social media, and I think for a good reason. Do you remember before the year started, Manti Te'o went on ESPN, I think it was, and they were talking about the 49ers, and he had just watched one of their preseason games. So we're talking about a very small sample of starters. But Manti looks at it and he goes, I'll tell you what, I watched that team play, just body language, movement, and everything going on, and they look emotionally spent. And this was before the year even started.
Yeah.
Okay? They're going through all the Ayuk stuff. Okay, actually, here, we've got the sound. This is Manti Te'o before the year even starts.
I think for the past 5 to 10 years, we've got so accustomed to the San Francisco 49ers walking around not only the NFC West, but the NFL in general as these big bullies. You watch Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel come out of the locker room with that bump box, and you watch them get into that scuffle in the pregame, and you watch their dominant defense and their run game. We got so accustomed to that. I flipped on the TV and watched their past 2 preseason games when their starters played, and I just see an emotionally drained team.
An emotionally drained team. I will say, I think he's on to something there. Is that excusable or whatever? Yeah, you form your own opinion. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, and that is the definition of a Super Bowl hangover, is that sort of a mindset. And that was Manti Te'o from NFL Network. And, that to me is the only thing you could attribute a real Super Bowl hangover to, if players are having trouble getting up for it and getting ready and, climbing that mountain again. Because you think about it, and you go through 17 regular season, 3 playoff, you get to the Super Bowl, you go to overtime and you lose, and it's heartbreaking. And then you go through the offseason stuff, and then you get ready for camp in July and August. It's like, oh my God, to get back to where we were, we have to go through another 17 of these. They have to go right, then the playoffs, then the Super Bowl, and then we have to try to win that. So it is absolutely a burden when you try to do that, for any player that goes that deep in a season.
Football version of the Warriors. What did we notice the last 2 seasons? And I think at times we didn't really know how to put a finger on it. But what was obviously missing? The joy.
Yep.
The joy of Warrior basketball. It was gone. Draymond punched Jordan Poole. Little did we know that already while that was happening, Klay Thompson was a fiery, emotional mess. And that continued for a full another season after the departure of Jordan Poole. And you could see it, I think, last year. You could really see it. You and I did shows on Klay. Why are you so angry? Why do you look so angry on the court? And I guess the only answer we can come with, because we're never going to know exactly what's going on inside of a locker room, the only answer we can come up with is if you look like you've lost the joy, you have. And there's a reason for it. And I don't know if it's emotionally spent or if who knows what else is going on. Someone called in today and said it's that damn MAGA hat from Nick Bosa. I don't think it's that. But we're all searching. We're searching for what it is that is making the Niners look like everything is difficult. And everything is stressful. And I bet we can all relate to that. Y'all ever get stuck in a spot in your life where it's just like, damn. I mean, like every day, it's this or it's that, and it's a slog, and I just can't get it going. I can't have things feel light. Last year, everything felt so light. Everything they tried worked. This year's the opposite. And I don't know if it's as simple as play calling, locker room stuff, emotional hangover from the Super Bowl,
sure,
all of it.
Well, and the disease of me part of it too, where McCaffrey suddenly wants a new deal and he gets it, and then he's hurt. Trent Williams, I'm not going to camp unless I get my money. He doesn't. He gets it, and then he's getting oxygen throughout the first 2 or 3 games because he's not in shape. Ayuk with the hold in held all of us virtually hostage in the offseason because he wanted his money and all the rest of it, and then you deal with a quarterback making peanuts, and you go out in the season, and it doesn't come to you as easily. And you mentioned the Warriors, and I'm just going back in my mind because they lose the finals in 2019. You lose KD and Klay. And then the next year, is the pandemic year, and Steph got hurt, and Draymond shut it down. The year after that, you're in the play-in, and you lose 2 games, and you don't advance. So over that time, you develop the hunger again, right? Because it had been a few years, and the core thought we had one more run in us, and then you go out and then you win the chip again. And maybe it just is going to take the 49ers to have a season where you get the hunger back. And you lose 3 or 4 close ones, and you can't hang with Green Bay and Buffalo, and you wind up 8-9 on the outside looking in. Then you realize, okay, we want to get back there, and that maybe it takes that to get you the hunger back.
Maybe, and more roster turnover.
For sure.
You know? I mean, that's the one thing where I will agree with people when they say the window's closing. I don't think the 49er window is closing. I think the Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle window.
Trent Williams
is closing. Christian McCaffrey. That window is closing. Absolutely. And that's where the desperation comes from. That's why you hear Fred Warner after the game say, this is infuriating.
Yeah.
Because that clock is ticking, I think. Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what's up?
Hey, thank you for taking the call. It was sure nice meeting you guys the other night up at the Return of Clay.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Thanks for coming to say hi.
I think you kind of said it best with the one word earlier. You mentioned the word stale, and I really feel that word in a nutshell kind of sums up what's going on with Kyle and the play calling. And I think you see it a lot of the time when you watch the game. I mean, our yak yards are super down. I think the coverage on our receivers, Brock is having to stay in the pocket a long time, trying to find somebody, and then he's having to run or he's having to make a play or do something. I think the secret's out. When you attain greatness like the Niners have for as many years as they have the past few years, getting to the Super Bowl a couple times, getting to the title game. People watch your films. The other teams, they take note of that. They want to beat you. You put a big target on your chest. You become the people to beat. And I think that the Niners really need to take a page out of what the Warriors have done, like with Kerr. They went out and got brought Stackhouse in. Kyle needs to allow the organization to bring some fresh eyes, some fresh blood in and assist him and mix some things up, because I think the secret is just out on him and his playbook and his system. And I think that it's becoming more and more painfully evident. Anyway.
Yeah,
thanks,
Joe, thanks. My perception is that that's a constant thing. Like, I don't think that Kyle Shanahan has been doing something for 20 years in the league, and all of a sudden people woke up in August and went, we figured it out. Like, I think that Kyle Shanahan has had to make adjustments before and has.
Yes.
Successfully.
But I'm not seeing it this year.
Not seeing it this year.
This year looks a lot like last year from a schematic and a play structure standpoint. The big difference is last year they were unstoppable, and this year they're very stoppable. And I do think that part of it is Deebo Samuel for me, and maybe it's just a small sample from this past game, but he looks a little bit slow. He looks like he's not, the ferocious Deebo that we all remember. And I pointed out earlier, just 2 touchdowns on the year, 1 receiving, 1 rushing. And I don't look at this offense and see, when George Kittle's not in there, I don't see a lot of weapons that you really have to scheme for or scheme against. Even Christian McCaffrey, who's not. Know. I don't think McCaffrey is back to 100% yet.
Chicken or the egg? Chicken or the egg? In other words, do Deebo and Christian and all of these people suddenly look slow? Or is it that there's no space and so there's nowhere for them to go and they look slow because you can't get them out in the open field?
Probably a little both. But Joe, the caller, made a good point about yak yards. And this year, in yards after the catch on passes, Brock Purdy is 17th in the NFL.
Yeah,
last year he was 4th.
Dude, you've noticed this. Like right now, when his receivers catch the ball, they're wearing backpacks that are wearing the other jersey. It's insane. Juwan Jennings is making catches where people are literally hanging on his shoulder pads. You can't yak that way.
You can't. But you can yak when you have a quick throw to Debo behind the line of scrimmage or a screen, something that we don't often see.
But they're waiting for it now. They've been trying that. They've been doing that. They're waiting for it now.
Not a lot of screens. I don't think they ran even one screen in yesterday's game.
No.
Some play action, get the quarterback out, and just try some new things because what they have been running, and it's difficult when your offensive line is not great and the interior three has been a problem and your right tackle has at least a couple of big whiffs a game. So if you can't protect, you can't do anything anyway.
888-957-9570. Speak to your frustrations. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. How you guys doing? Not too good today for Monday.
Not too
the 49ers,
good.
huh?
Not too good, Kurt.
Not too good. But anyway, everybody's knocking the coach. Kyle, that's a bunch of crap. This guy's an excellent coach. I don't want to hear anything about putting his coach down. Look what he's done. I mean, we've been to a Super Bowl. He's done a lot of things the last 5 years. I mean, I don't got anything on the coaches except for the defensive coordinator. I may got something on him on the last 80 yards that they won the game on. That's a bunch of crap, not holding him up. But I'm going to tell you one thing. I've been studying the team. This is not a coach problem. This is players. I've been studying the players, and I do not see gang tackling. I don't see the offensive line pushing the defense out of the way to run the ball like we used to. We don't run to the left anymore by the big tank. We don't run over by his side. There's a lot of things. And you can't win any games if you can't win in the red zone. Come on. What is the story with these guys? We're the worst in the red zone this year. 17 points is not going to do it for us. It's not going to do it. I'm not blaming Kyle. I'm not blaming the quarterback. I'm blaming the players. I don't see any kind of extra effort like was there last year or anybody knocking somebody on their ass or anything like that going on this year. The players is a big problem here. They got a lot of talent still, even though we're injured, a lot of talent, but the bottom line, the players are not doing their job. Bottom line, it's the players. And as far as in Green Bay, I'm not going to say anything yet. It's too soon. But get out of here, Green Bay.
I love it, Kurt. Thank you. You wait for it every time.
It's like I love all the other stuff he says, but none of it matters without the big finish.
Yeah, you got to have it.
You got to have it, man. Now,
Jordan Love is a little run.
Forget about it.
And by the way, this was an actual sentence. I'm not blaming Purdy. I'm blaming the players.
That's right. He's a player.
Isn't he?
Last I checked.
He got a helmet, right?
And they're not running it behind the big tank on the left side.
I mean, I guess the only thing Kurt is sort of pointing to,
That's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, well, if this is sort of like, if this is the thing, if it's a player thing, and he sort of sounds like he's pointing to effort, then I guess you're talking about the idea of the Niners being emotionally spent. But, this ends up being sort of tit for tat and whatever spot you want to use for your perspective on this. Is it the players? Is it the coach? I mean, look, it can be all of those things.
It is all of them.
But if you've got something that's happening across the board, penalties all the time, special teams all the time, defense in the fourth quarter all the time, offense most of the time, all of a sudden, Kurt's like, what's up with these guys? It's the same guys. Like, there's a couple new people here and there. These are the same people. The same people who we all wanted to buy jerseys last year. Now they can't get a first down. But it's the players? That's why, to me, it has to be, to some degree, the coaching, the scheme, what have you. There's no space. The entire 49er roster didn't get slow over the last 8 months. Something else is at work here.
Yes, and I will allow that as fact, but you also look at the players, and the players have to go out there and make plays. And you can scheme up whatever you want, whether it's a punt coverage and you have a guy blow an assignment and they give up a 50-yard punt return and you end up losing that game. You can blame the coach, or you can certainly blame the player. And yesterday's an example where there were plays to be made by the players, and the scheme may not have been great all the time, but ultimately the players have to go out in those 3 hours, as Kyle was saying earlier.
No doubt.
It's about those 3 hours, and you have a defense that, okay, get a stop and win the game, and Geno Smith leads them 80 yards down the field in pretty easy fashion. There was a couple of good throws on the sideline, and Kyle with the failed challenge, which the second one I thought that he was going to get back.
Which one was the second one?
There was two on the sideline.
There was the JSN, and then there was the DK.
Yeah, the DK one was the first one. The JSN one, I thought he was going to get
I definitely thought so. And I know you guys laughed at me on the thread by saying it was as clear as day. When I say clear as day, because it was close as hell, but when you have the slow-mo super ability that these guys do to zoom in on it, I actually took a screenshot of it.
No, that was the first one. Yeah, okay. The JSN.
JSN was out of bounds. He was out of bounds. I have a screenshot of it. You can zoom in. You can see that the foot slides right off the green into the white before the ball is completely secured. But I'm not saying it wasn't close. I'm not saying it wasn't difficult. I certainly don't blame the officials in real time. But it's getting pretty frustrating how many times the technology seems to be available to the viewer and it's not translating the same way to whoever is making these decisions.
I don't think that was a technology one because I didn't think that it was clear as day.
What I'm saying is the technology is there for you to zoom in and see that the foot's out of bounds.
Oh, yeah. See, I don't think the foot was out of bounds.
I'll show you the picture I took.
Well, it depends. Thank you. I
took a picture.
I know you did. You were pretty adamant on the show thread.
It's proof. I have a picture of the ball is not in his arms and the foot is on the white. It's proof. It's indisputable. It's indisputable.
I'll punch the play up over here.
I've got a picture. I've got a video. I've got all these things.
I get it. Yeah, your forensics. You get real forensical when it comes to the officials.
I actually, and by the way, the
DK one was the one that I thought was going to get overturned. That was the second one.
That one's always tough when it's is the first foot, do they have it secure? Well, the first foot is down. Listen, I can handle the idea. This is sports. You're going to have calls that go the way that you don't agree and frustrating and all that. You want to know what really, really made me mad? And you know this about me. This is where baseball umpires usually do it when they throw a manager out because they screwed something up.
Yeah.
That's what I hate. Don't make a bad call and then double down on it by throwing somebody out because they're mad at you because you made a bad call. That's where replay assist needs to jump in. There was a play in the Vikings-Titans game yesterday where on a third down, Darnold throws to Jordan Addison in the end zone, and the Titans safety made a beautiful play. Just a beautiful shoulder lead to the midsection, dislodged ball, but it looks in real time like one of those headhunter plays. So they throw the flag. And I'm like, I get it. I get why you throw the flag. But the replay shows that it is absolutely a gorgeous, clean play. Now, replay assist, where are you?
Yep.
I'm not saying you need to overturn it because it's not overturnable. But whisper to the refs, hey, we got that one wrong.
You should huddle, yeah.
Because at minimum, even if you can't overturn it, when the Titans sideline loses their bananas, don't throw another personal foul and shove this thing to the 1-inch line so the Vikings can fall into the end zone, score a touchdown. Don't do that.
They did call a 15?
They did. They threw another flag.
That's rare.
Because the Titans were livid, and rightfully so.
They usually don't do that in the NFL.
They did.
But they must have said the forbidden phrase.
The magic word.
The one thing about sports is you can curse at a ref as long as you leave the pronoun out of it. As soon as you use the word you.
Oh.
So, if you can...
the bleep is fine.
Oh, yeah, what the bleep.
Bleep is not.
That was bleep and bleepity bleep
right.
and all the rest of it. Or, if you get to the you or the your...
But you're a bleeping astronaut is not okay.
No.
That's a bunch of crap.
That's right. That actually works.
Can you look at the ref and tell get out of here? Yeah, I think you can do that.
Sure can.
Actually,
hey, there's my two great fellas.
All right, let's
go. Is this the picture that you took? The picture of this? Of him on his knees with his toes?
And there's video. I have video also of the slide so that you can see that the ball. I mean, it's right there. He's out of flipping bounds.
Right here, he's in bounds. But
where?
Right here. And the ball is entering his hands.
About? This entire
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
I'm over it.
You're never over
Travis in Oakland. Well, would you just give me that talking about officiating with you is challenging?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, that's all I
want. Can you just give it to me that 99% of you don't know the first thing about what you're talking about when it comes to officiating?
I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to officiating. I know when someone's foot is on white grass. Right. I know that.
Okay.
That I know. I don't need to read a rule book to be like, that foot is on white grass.
So you and your camera from your couch are more qualified to make that judgment than the paid professionals?
I was at my kitchen table, thank you.
Okay, apologies.
And it was 10:30 at night, and I was slowing the video down because I had curiosity. And I know that killed the cat, but it also killed the call in this case. Let's go to Travis in Oakland. Hi, Travis. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I can admit I probably don't know much about officiating, so I'll start the call out with that there.
Good job, Travis.
Yeah, thanks. That's why I'm a sales guy. Few points. Now I'm kind of questioning my original point around Sorensen of beginning of his player effort thing, but I'll stick to my guns here. Watching this team all year, a constant theme listening to the morning roast, you guys on the way home. There's no pressure on the quarterback, right? Am I crazy? Or the once feared 49ers nasty defense that at any point can turn the game around, right? I'm not getting that, especially from the front part of the line, and I attribute some of that to obviously roster, but also it just feels like Sorensen's scheme at times is just so uncreative and uninteresting as a whole. The other thing I want, so I'd love you guys' take on that. The other thing I wanted to add was he has to be one of our least likable D coordinators, and I mean, God, under the Shanahan era for sure. D'Amico made you want to run through a brick wall. Same thing with Salah, right? I see Sorensen on the sideline, and I'm just like, how do these guys want to get up, for him? Especially with all the Wilkes stuff last year. Remember the whole thing was, well, Wilkes isn't on the sideline. What does Sorensen do on the sideline?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I do. And Travis,
Thank you, Travis. 16th in the league in pressure rate. So
the Niners?
Yes.
Okay.
And blitz rate, they are 30th in how often they blitz.
Here's what I'm going to say with regard to Nick Sorensen, and I'm going to admit right out, this is not fair. There are a lot of defensive coordinators in the NFL who are doing a really good job, and I'd argue you don't even know who they are. You don't know where they stand, and you don't know what they look like. But when you're a fan of a team, you know your coaching staff, and Nick Sorensen suffers from Brandon Beltism and Brandon Crawfordism. He does. That look on his face, he looks bored, and he looks confused, and he looks like he's scrunching his nose a lot. Now, I have no evidence that means you can't be a good defensive coordinator. But I do understand fan media perception. And when you have a season that's not going well, and when you have a couple of blown leads in the fourth quarter, and your defensive coordinator sort of looks like the guy who fell asleep in class and his jaw is hanging open, it doesn't work well for fan perception.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means as far as actual play calling.
Right. It doesn't mean anything if you win, and if you don't win, then it means a lot. And, Steve Wilkes got kind of thrown under the bus by Kyle Shanahan last year, which ratcheted up people's displeasure with the job he was doing, even though they went to the Super Bowl. And he was not retained. And he was, they moved on from Steve Wilkes. Maybe the fit wasn't good, but seems like Steve Wilkes had a good enough year that helped you get to the Super Bowl, and yet this team is 5-5. And,
well, I really wish the Wilkes stuff wouldn't keep coming up, and here's my quick take on that. There's this comparison piece as if Steve Wilkes got fired for cause. And I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's right. Steve Wilkes didn't get fired because he, quote, did a bad job. Steve Wilkes, I think, got let go because the whole group felt like it wasn't a good fit. So, but too often we're going, where's this energy for Sorensen?
Yeah.
But you're looking at last year as if they went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Steve Wilkes didn't suck. He didn't do a bad job. I think that players were expressing confusion throughout the year. I think they felt like they could have been better. They had great players. I think that Kyle and Steve at times were not necessarily on the same page. That doesn't make Steve bad. He didn't get fired for doing a bad job. I just don't think that they thought it was the right fit. So when we compare, Nick Sorensen, I don't know, we're way too early in the process. And I don't even think most people right now are pointing to the defensive side of the football, at least not today.
Right.
Today feels like an offense day.
Well, I wonder how people will answer that, and we can get into it more tomorrow about, which one was it, the offense or the defense, because I thought the defense was pretty good for the most part, and then you need your defense to be good, and they weren't.
Yeah.
And, the offense put them in a tough spot, and Kyle even said that today in his teleconference that, if we were able to get a few first downs and stuff and, go ahead and grind that game out, the defense doesn't have to go back out on the field, but the offense couldn't do it. So the defense had to go out and get a stop, and they didn't.
No doubt. I mean, by the way, the opposite point on D coordinators, there's no evidence that if you jump all over the sideline and pump your fist and slap people on the helmet, there's no evidence that makes you a good defensive coordinator.
No, but there is evidence that fans will like you more.
Yes, absolutely.
And Steve Wilkes, by the way, was not a slap you on the back guy either. He was up in the box.
Yeah, he was super chill.
He was in the box until he got brought down, until they forced him to come down.
I mean, you can be Dan Campbell, you can be Tony Dungy, and you can be good either way.
Vic Fangio is
built for this.
One of the best to ever do it. And you would look at Vic Fangio, and he's got his readers hanging off his nose.
Totally.
And he's about 87 years old.
Right.
And he's considered one of the all-time greats.
For young people.
Thank you, Vic. Let's go to Larry in the East Bay. Hi, Larry. What's up?
Hey, fellas. How's it going? I was listening to you earlier about defensive stats. Well, the Niners is what? Second to last, third, 29th and fourth quarter giving up points. That is horrid.
In the last 2 minutes,
and
Larry,
I'm not here.
Just in the last 2 minutes, I wanted you to make sure we're clear on that. They're not second to last in fourth quarter total points.
Okay, so they give up a lot of. They rank in the bottom 5 of the league in giving up points in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they're 27th. They give up 8.8 per game, ahead of only 4 teams.
And so that's a problem if it's causing you to lose games. And I'm not here to get on Nick Sorensen because, they picked him. They seen something, and I heard you say fit. I don't know if this is a fit. It's not that productive. And then one other quick thing I'm going to say. I'm 55, and I went to the 1981 parade when the Niners won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the problem is, the standard is the standard in San Francisco. If he was in Jacksonville, if he was in Carolina, if he was in Atlanta, then getting to the Super Bowl and saying, "Oh, we've been great," I don't know how that constitutes greatness, but they have a standard here. You wonder why the Cowboy fans feel like they feel? Because there's a standard. Pittsburgh fans, there's a standard.
Yeah,
San Francisco fans, there's a standard.
But Larry,
and when you don't hit that standard,
but Pittsburgh fans, but Pittsburgh fans are holding on to their coach, and I know he won one before. Larry, thank you. They're holding on to their coach, who has been kind of like a first round. I mean, he gets more out of his team than you'd think, but he's a first round out every year. Dallas, there's a standard. Are you sure? I mean, who the hell has been hitting that standard for the last 30 years?
It's been.
They don't even go. They don't even go. Do you think Jim Harbaugh's a good coach? Do the Chargers feel like they've got a good coach? Because he's the same thing. He went to a Super Bowl, didn't win one. So I just think that all of these things need to be contextualized. All of them.
For sure.
And you sort of made it sound like Kyle just, he accidentally went to a Super Bowl one year. No, this has been a sustained.
He's been to 2.
Yes. And when he doesn't go to the Super Bowl, he almost, like he goes to the game before the Super Bowl. I mean, this has been a sustained run of winning.
That's why this year is so head-scratching.
It's very frustrating.
And Larry with a great point about fourth quarter points allowed, and I mentioned that they're tied for 27th. Last year, they were number one. They gave up 3.7 per fourth quarter. This year, they're at 8.8. So is that coordinator? Is it players? It's probably both.
I hope that nothing I'm saying makes you all think that I'm sold on Nick Sorensen. I've been saying all day, jury out. I have no idea what to do with quite frankly any side of the ball right now.
Right.
I don't have any firm decision of thumbs up. I have a firm thumbs down on special teams.
Yeah.
I think,
and the special teams coordinator is widely regarded as one of the best in football.
I know it. And I also feel like this is not the first time a Kyle Shanahan team has been wobbly with special teams. I think the offense is disappointing this year. I think the defense is certainly at times disappointing this year. The whole thing's disappointing. Nobody. Yeah. Juwan Jennings, that's who's immune.
George Kittle.
And
George Kittle's been amazing.
That's about it.
Yep.
That's about it. Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. Hi, Ryan. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey guys. One positive thing from yesterday, Kansas City lost. So
big if true.
That's kind of good, I guess. I'm watching the Texans Cowboys game right now, and Cowboys just went for a fake punt, and the Texans were all over it. D'Amico runs onto the field, high fives everyone. Their special teams coordinator is high fiving everyone. Then they come right out there and throw an interception on fourth down.
A bad
they
one
turn the
too.
ball over back to the Cowboys, and you know what he did? You know what D'Amico did? He was out there high fiving the guys, hitting them on their helmets. Just, you know what I mean? To me, I feel like I just listened to that press conference with Kyle. He sounds dejected. It's been a rough season. What's he supposed to sound like? I'm not going to be too hard on him, for his, the way he sounds on a phone call, but he sounds like a coordinator. He doesn't sound like a head coach. And to me, I think there's a big vacuum. There's a big void with the type of personalities that he's had at coordinator positions in the past, like D'Amico, like Mike McDaniels, like Robert Saleh. He's had some guys in the building.
Ryan, I hear you were up against it. Sorry to cut this a little short. Mike McDaniel's got a wry sense of humor, and outside of that, nobody even knew who he was until 6 months before he left to go to the Dolphins.
Yep.
And look around the league and some of the great head coaches. I feel like we fall into this trap. You need to sound fiery. Does Andy Reid sound fiery to you? Did Bill Belichick sound fiery to you? They're complete blank white. They're blank white pieces of paper. And they're the two best coaches of our generation. So I'm not saying I don't want fire, but it's not like a requirement.
No, the requirement is to be good at your job. And I look at a Niner defense that has been less than as good as I think that they should be. And I watch them every single game they play, and it's rushing four. I have an idea. Let's rush four and play 7 yards off every receiver, and then we're going to rally up and tackle. Although you've missed 51 tackles on the year as a team.
We're sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. There's more of you that want to get in, and we're taking you all the way to the buzzer. Oh, by the way, there's a Warrior game tonight at the Clippers. We have Steph in? Steph in?
I don't know yet.
I don't know.
Stephen Curry.
Steph
yes.
in
It's
Curry.
a 7:30 start.
Yeah,
so
I know. We got a little
bit.
extra time there. A little extra time. All right, so more of your phone calls coming up. And there is one Warrior who won't play tonight. We'll let you know about that. Coming up next as well on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our LifeSource water. And now, when you buy